Chapter 1. Betting on 10, Profiting from Blood? The Era of Life Eating. August 16th, 2023. Lonan Bay City, outskirts, edge of the cultural defense line. Severed limbs and broken arms lay scattered on the ground. The land stained a deep red, with numerous life-feeding maggots devouring the lifeless bodies. The stench and the smell of blood filled the air. A young man, weathered yet still embodying grace, stood in the midst of this hellish battlefield. Looking around, he saw nothing but enemies. Chanichuan, you've risen from being a mere life-eating maggot to your current height. You should be content now. Hand over the things, and you can die with some dignity. Yeah, brother, you've already lived over a year longer than expected, haven't you? Liu, no need for more words. This person is already at the end of his rope. There's no need for further fighting. Just kill him directly. Hee. The man extended his tongue, licking the blood-red sword edge. You're right, I've been too meddlesome. Then let me use the sword you drew to take your life. Upon hearing this, the young man suddenly straightened his body, and a flicker of brilliance appeared at his fingertips, revealing a beautifully crafted orange-gold disc in his hand. Want it? I want to give it to you. What do you want to do? The young man suddenly thrust his hand forward. Draw. No. Damn it. How could you possibly have 1,000,000 years? But regardless of possibility, the disc had already shattered into fragments, carried away by the wind. Suddenly, a strange light tore through the sky, leaving the surrounding people stunned, staring blankly. At this moment, a notification sounded in Chun Yichuan's mind. Congratulations. You've won, Mysterious Crisis. Boom. His world went completely black at that moment. The Era of Life Eating. Year 1. July 11th, 2028 AD, the 21st day of the arrival. A dark and damp underground parking lot. Ha! I drew it. I got it. The purple longevity pill. Eating it can extend life by 1,000 years. Who the hell is going crazy? Even starving can make you daydream? Hey, probably starving to death, having a moment of clarity, right? It's not impossible he's been starving for 3 days. A normal person would have kicked the bucket by now. As the discussions reached this point, the man who had just laughed loudly suddenly screamed again. Damn you. What are you screaming for? You scared the food from 2 days ago right back into you. Are you going to compensate for it? I can't take it anymore. I can't. My front is sticking to my back. I'm going to die. The shouting man was a skeletal figure, eyes sunken deep from starvation. Even 1 or 2 ferocious cockroaches could tear him apart. Wu Exen, request to draw the lottery. After this weak voice, the bald man who had been squinting at the parking lot entrance suddenly opened his eyes. What are you drawing for? That bald man yawned lazily before asking. White, no, yellow. Yellow? The bald man took a rare second look at him. A rare gambler, get 2 people to carry him over. Each person gets a jelly. I'll go. Although it was only 1 jelly, it still had moisture and energy, right? Eating it could buy him another hour or so. The frail man Wu Xin was thus carried out of the parking lot. After that, half an hour passed amid the anticipation of numerous men and women, during which a few others, unable to withstand hunger, chose to draw the lottery. But it was all white at this moment. The bald man at the parking lot in trance suddenly spoke. Congratulations to that kid. Just now, he actually drew a purple longevity pill from the yellow longevity. Wheel, this luck, I'm envious. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, shocked murmurs erupted around. What the hell? A purple longevity pill. Doesn't that mean he exchanged 10 years for 1,000 years? The yellow wheel requires 10 years of life to draw once, while the purple longevity pill can add 1,000 years of life. Profiting for blood. Hey, I'm so envious. Should I draw a yellow one too? Maybe I can hit a career card like that Mo Huaiju. Success is just around the corner. Goosebox. Swordmaster Mo Huaiju. What a joke, the odds. As this fantasizing reached this point, a bucket of cold water suddenly splashed down. Profiting from what? Is it his own? Everyone fell silent, smiling bitterly, but they could only accept reality. Not long after, a man suddenly walked into the parking lot. It was Wu Xin. He looked disheveled, emanating a sour odor, still thin, but his face was now glowing with health. Full now, he felt relaxed. Upon seeing Wu Xin, many people quickly started chatting. Brother Xin. Hey, isn't that my brother Xin? Ha! Brother Xin is here. Why did you come back here? Smells so bad. Brother Xin, you profited, right? At this moment, Wu Xian finally spoke. Profiting from what? It's not my own life, it's just a change of place, living without worry until I die. That's all. All right, I can still get a woman, just like that. Not enough, damn it. A man suddenly laughed and scolded. Brother Xian, for us life-feeding maggots, reaching your level is the peak. What more do we need? Exactly. I'm so envious I could die. Maybe, Brother Xian, you'll have good luck and draw another wheel to get a talent. Then you'll completely turn the tables. The so-called life-eating maggots refer to a group of people in the current society who have no value. They can't fight, contribute nothing, and their existence only consumes food. Thus, how could the strong possibly feed them for free? As life-eating maggots, they can only exchange their lives for food. Haha. The surrounding flattery undoubtedly filled Wu Xin's vanity, and he laughed heartily, waving his hand. Well said. From now on, if I, Wu Xian, have a bite of meat to eat, my brothers will have a bowl of soup to drink. I'll keep my word. Oh, Brother Xian is mighty. At this moment, the life-eating maggots finally cheered. They flattered Wu Xian, not just for his leftovers, right? At least it was a fixed food source, wasn't it? Such things had happened before. And this uproar finally woke the frail young man huddled in the corner. Chun Yichuan struggled to open his eyes, but he felt incredibly weak, as if he would die at any moment. He gently flared his nostrils, and the heavy sour smell in the air quickly made him more alert. Wasn't I killed by the mysterious crisis when I was about to open the orange gold wheel? Chun Yichuan thought. The wheel, also known as the longevity wheel. It distinguishes quality by color, divided into white, yellow, purple, black, red, gold, orange gold, blue gold, and rainbow. 9 qualities in total. The higher the quality, the more life is required to open it. The orange gold he opened required a full 1,000,000 years of life. Could it be that this is hell? Chun Yichuan looked around with indifference. It was indeed dark, somewhat resembling it. But why does it look like an underground parking lot? Wait, underground parking lot. However, before he could process this, a long-lost feeling struck him, accompanied by a copious secretion of saliva, hitting his head like a hammer. Hungry. So hungry. Food. Give me food. Chun Yichuan screamed internally, and if he could, he would even want to swallow his own tongue. While he was thinking, Yo, Chun Yichuan, you actually didn't start at death directly? In front of him stood Wu Xian. How about you kneel down and give me a bow? I'll share a bit of tonight's dinner with you. What does that sound? Wu Xian came back for Chun Yichuan to kick him when he was down. Chun Yichuan, I think you might as well give in, right? Just a bow. Better than starving to death, right? Staring at Wu Xian's smug face, Chun Yichuan maintained a cold expression, but his throat betrayed him as he swallowed hard. He was too hungry. Even if there was only a sip of soup or a bit of meat, it could keep him alive. But he couldn't, because at that moment, he had confirmed one thing. He had been reborn. Chapter 2. A sword, a piece of cloth. Rebirth. From the perspective of the game, it could also be called loading is saved. As Chun Yichuan came to his senses, he quickly figured out the reason. That mysterious crisis hadn't killed him. Instead, it sent him back to the 21st day after the doomsday game descended on Earth. While Chun Yichuan was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, the death-eating maggots in the distance began to discuss quietly. Why do I feel like Xian Ge has a grudge against this Chun Yichuan? Of course. Who talks to someone like that if there's no grudge? Exactly. With survival so tough, who has the time to make enemies? Hee. I heard it's because of a woman. What the hell? A rival in love. That's explosive. A man with his head wrapped in bandages chimed in, revealing what he knew as inside information. Rival in love, my ass. That woman is Chun Yichuan's sister. Sister? Biological sister? Not sure. But the reason this guy is waiting to die here is because of his sister. So, Xian Ge's grudge against Chun Yichuan is because of his sister? Yeah. I heard Xian Ge was a rich second generation, and he was desperately pursuing Chun Yichuan's sister. But unfortunately, she was not materialistic and ignored him. What happened later? Love turned to hate. Not exactly. Just once Xian Ge was too annoying, and Chun Yichuan beat him up, and then the doomsday game descended. Then why would Chun Yichuan? Hey, wait to die here? Many nodded in agreement, clearly curious. Sad to say, I heard Chun Yichuan's sister has a congenital heart disease, and recently when she needed to be hospitalized, he panicked and spun the white roulette over 60 times. What the hell? Over 60? Is he crazy? Exactly. Then he didn't get anything good? Well, of course he did get something. No one can spin for over 60 years and not get anything. But think about it. For us who are at the bottom, What happens when we get something good? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Exactly. Just like Wu Xian, the good things the death-eating maggots got would only be confiscated by the settlement. But this Chun Ichuan, you could say he's smart, but a bit foolish. And if you say he's foolish, hey, what's going on? TSK, this is just a rumor. Don't go spreading it around. Come on, stop keeping us in suspense. What's the situation? I heard that from his 60-something spins, he got 2 good items, one of which he secretly hid. 2 items? What are they? A sword and a piece of cloth. A sword? A piece of cloth? Everyone knew these 2 items must be extraordinary, so they quickly asked for more details. The storyteller looked proud, as if he had drawn these items himself. Yes, that sword can absorb lifespan. It can absorb from both humans and ferocious beasts. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No way. Is that true? 3 weeks had passed since the Doomsday game began, and everyone knew what such a sword represented. With it, who would fear not having lifespan to gamble? I remember, the Liu family seems to have such a sword. So that was drawn by Chun Ichuan? Then he would have hit the jackpot? Why? You all know the Liu family style, right? When they saw Chun Ichuan draw that sword, they snatched it away without a second thought, and since Chun Ichuan only had a year left to live at that time, they just tossed him a pack of instant noodles. Everyone at the scene took a deep breath. This was indeed something the Liu family would do. How sad, how pitiful. But perhaps the Liu family was concerned about other families in the city, so they had his sister hospitalized for treatment. As for him, TSK, the world is indeed cold. Wait, what about that piece of cloth? Yeah, tell us. Sounds like the one Chun Ichuan hid, right? No one doubted that it could be hidden spinning over 60 times, and hiding a small piece of cloth amidst the chaos was not a big deal. It was just that the sword was too conspicuous to be taken away. The storyteller continued, that piece of cloth is even more ridiculous. You might not believe it when I say it, but that cloth is actually the recipe for the longevity pill. What the hell? Doesn't that mean it's like having an endless supply of longevity pills? Exactly. While everyone was shocked, they recalled the essence of the topic. Wait, if there's a recipe, how could he be waiting to die here? This must be that foolish point. Speaking of which, it's still because of his sister. Back to that again. The storyteller said, the smart part about Chun Ichuan is that he hid the longevity pill recipe, as everyone knows its boundless value. And he was foolish because he hadn't figured out how to use it yet. So he first hid it on his sister. Upon hearing this, everyone understood such a thing should definitely be kept on oneself for safety. Hiding it on his sister? That was indeed a bit foolish. And his sister is a brainless fan. Wait, it can't be what I'm thinking, right? No way, no way. The storyteller said, you all know Liu Yunlu from the Liu family, right? The popular star before the apocalypse? Ugh, I think I can guess how this will unfold. Are you kidding me? His sister gave away the recipe just to chase a star? The storyteller replied, to be precise, it was for her own congenital heart disease, and to please her idol, such a foolish woman. That's how Liu Xinyu became the only alchemist in Suichen. Chun Ichuan really has a hard fate. As the discussion went on, everyone could only sigh. Compared to this, Xian Ge was actually a rich second generation before. What's so strange about that? How many of us used to be bosses? Now are we all death-eating maggots? That's true. Such things sound absurd, but they indeed exist. After all, in the face of the apocalypse, all lives are equal. 21 days ago, the Doomsday game suddenly descended upon Earth, shattering the existing human society, and the concept of nation and family no longer existed. No matter how rich or powerful, when faced with mutated beasts, they could only flee. Holding the lifespan roulette, the time left in this life was just a string of numbers. In front of the roulette, luck became the only factor. Naturally, people's circumstances varied greatly. Having money was not as good as having food. Many former upper-class individuals fell to the bottom due to a lack of food, and those who originally struggled at the bottom often leaped to the top because of the roulette. In the parking lot, many people were curious about Chun Ichuan because of that legendary story. They wanted to get a glimpse of the truth. But suddenly they heard, I can't believe it. The heavens have no eyes. Chapter 3. Could be this unlucky? Heaven has no eyes? Everyone was confused. Isn't this common knowledge? Why is Chun Ichuan acting so crazy? Is he starving? Poor thing. Only a little over a year left to live, and the best he can get from the roulette is the worst outcome. His life is basically over. So going crazy is normal. How sad and lamentable. Life is inherently full of ups and downs. However, Chen Yichuan did not care about the discussions around him. The reason he shouted "Heaven has no eyes" was that he confirmed the fact that he had been reborn after reading the archives. Is rebirth a good thing? Of course it is. But damn, could the point chosen by heaven be any more fatal? Not going back to before the apocalypse, nor to the very beginning, but back to the time when he was almost starving to death in a corner. He really knows how to pick. Even if he had gone back to before his sister needed hospitalization, he could have slapped himself hard to calm down. It wasn't worth it for her. But, sigh. Chen Yichuan, filled with sorrow, opened the Apocalypse game interface that everyone could see after its arrival. A tribute panel, name, Chen Yichuan level, 0 lifespan, 1 year and 184 days. Damn, it really is that time. Chen Yichuan cursed internally. He was indeed back to that moment. Staring at the large bone stick on the ground, Chen Yichuan felt an impulse to gnaw on it, but he held it back because he knew that there was only one path before him. The lottery. In today's environment, ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to participate in the game without using the lifespan roulette. To draw lots, you need enough lifespan, and to earn lifespan, there are only 3 ways. First, draw longevity pills from the roulette. Second, consume longevity pills refined by alchemists. As for the third, special items, like the life-sucking sword. But for Chen Yichuan, what's the difference between the third and the second? Both are impossible. So, dragging this body that was about to starve to death, did he have any other options besides the first? No matter what, he had to take a chance. Chen Yichuan was never someone who would willingly accept fate, and he used his last bit of strength to shout, "I want to apply for the roulette lottery." Perhaps someone would ask, wasn't he also left with just over a year of lifespan in his previous life? How could he have drawn a 1,000,000-year lifespan for the orange gold roulette in such a short time? This brings us to Chen Yichuan's experience in his past life, where he had to endure humiliation and bowed to that Wu Exine. All for one thought. He wanted to survive, to make that ungrateful sister recognize reality, and to bring the entire Lu family to ruin. Before the Apocalypse game arrived, if he hadn't taken pity on his cousin Fong Yining and taken her in, she would have starved to death on the streets long ago, okay? Ungrateful wolf. Disgusting, ungrateful wolf. But what could he do? Barely hanging on, with just over a year left to live? Tear the ungrateful wolf apart? Beat up the sleazy guy? No, he couldn't do anything. He could do nothing at all. Despair. Deep despair suddenly slammed into Chen Yichuan's heart. He had to try. Dying would be the end. This was the only thought in Chen Yichuan's mind at that moment. Then he applied for the last white roulette of his life. And he didn't know if it was his story that moved heaven, but it was this white roulette that changed his fate. For life-sucking maggots, the white roulette options available were mostly negative. There were positive options, but they were extremely rare. At that time, the one in Chen Yichuan's hand had negative options occupying 99 of the roulette area, with only a tiny sliver marked all attributes 10, 7 days. All attributes, to put it simply, meant strength, spirit, defense, and speed. Having all at 10 was equivalent to an 8th level official player with balanced stats. This was an exceptional reward at the time, as the highest level players were barely below level 20, even if it was only for 7 days. Yes, at that time, Chen Yichuan drew it and became an 11th level player with a 7-day limit. To make good use of those 7 days, the settlement directly threw him to the front line. And the Lu family, because of the life-sucking sword and longevity pill formula, couldn't be bothered with a mere ant like Chen Yichuan. This gave him excellent development time. Thus, the boy who was originally about to die struggled to survive at the border, crawling and rolling, using the materials dropped by killing ferocious beasts and the roulette to develop step by step. In the end, he became a presence that even the Lu family had to take seriously. To eliminate future threats, this behemoth finally took action, but relying solely on the Lu family. The pressure they faced to eliminate Chen Yichuan, who had already gained a certain status, was not small. Right? So what if there were alchemists? At that time, humanity in the apocalypse needed strong powers. Therefore, even the Lu family needed to borrow strength. But what excuse could they use? Not long after, the fuse appeared by itself. After a beast tide, Chen Yichuan unexpectedly grasped the only exquisite orange gold roulette at that time. The color of the roulette also distinguished its quality, the more positive options. The higher the level, classified into 5 levels: inferior, medium, superior, rare, and exquisite. To be considered exquisite, there had to be at least 9 positive options on the panel. On that roulette, the 9 positive effects could become absolute chips to stabilize any family's position. There was only a 0.12 chance of a mysterious crisis. When the benefits were substantial enough, people were willing to take risks, no matter how perilous the process. The Liu family seized this opportunity, gathering many skilled individuals, targeting Chen Yichuan. In the end, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. 1 person couldn't withstand 10 ambushes. Want it? I won't give it to you. With the intention of going down in flames, Chen Yichuan chose to gamble. Could it really be this unlucky? This was the last thought Chen Yichuan had before drawing the orange-gold roulette. Only when he truly drew it did he understand that as long as the probability of survival wasn't 100, it was no different from certain death. Awakening from his memories, Chen Yichuan endured his hunger and struggled to stand up. It seemed that the mysterious crisis wasn't necessarily a dead end, right? But, although he didn't die, the reborn him wanted to recreate the good luck of his past life, and the chances were predictable. But things had come to this point. Complaining wouldn't help, at least with the experience of more than a year from his previous life. Even if this lottery didn't yield good items, he might still be able to turn things around. Many things were only fully understood later on. You want to draw? What color do you want to draw? The memories flashed in an instant. Hearing Chen Yichuan shout, the bald man in charge of the underground parking lot immediately raised an eyebrow. White, starving to the point of dizziness, Chen Yichuan could only muster the strength to say this one word. The bald man, hearing this, glanced at Chen Yichuan with a hint of contempt. The young man was quite handsome, but unfortunately, good looks couldn't be eaten. Then he tilted his head and said, "Come with me." Just as his voice fell, another voice came from nearby. "Big brother, I want to draw too." Chapter 4, Amen Poo Poo. Is anyone still participating in the lottery? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and to their surprise, it was actually Wu Xin. Brother Xin? Didn't he just win the purple longevity pill? Yeah. With the remaining years of life, he could just coast along and do nothing. Why enter the lottery again? I don't know, sisterly. Among the crowd, only Chen Yichuan understood Wu Xin's thoughts. He did win a better life with the longevity pill. But how long could that last? Once something happens outside the city, the good life he has could easily turn to dust. In this world, only by becoming stronger can one survive better. Wu Xin must be thinking about taking one last gamble. If it doesn't work out, he can at least enjoy the last few months and die in pleasure. What color are you drawing? The bald man asked in a buzzing voice, his demeanor softening a bit at the word brother. I'm also drawing white. All right, you two come with me then. After speaking, he glanced at Chen Yichuan, who looked like he could starve at any moment, and with a gesture indicated the 2 death worms, saying, "Old rules, drag him over, and later everyone gets a jelly." Woohoo! Brother Zhang is mighty. Coming right up. As for why it was these 2 people this time, just look at how they walk. No need to ask. Those who understand, understand. In this day and age, women are considered rewards. How could they be piled up in this parking lot? Many immediately cast disdainful glances. But upon hearing about the jelly, they couldn't help but swallow hard, silently cursing, "Damn pretty boy." Unfortunately, even this pretty boy isn't something anyone can just become. With the apocalypse game upon them, monstrous beasts and strange plants roamed, and humans could only gain the strength to compete through the lifespan roulette. But what the roulette yields is random. It could be a longevity elixir or a beast that brings disaster. To minimize danger, it became necessary to set up a special lottery area, usually located outside the city's defense line. In the northwest of Sui City, there is a century lottery area. As the name suggests, here one can only draw from a roulette of 1 to 100 years. In other words, the defensive strength here is only enough to deal with the dangers that come from the 100-year roulette. Team Leader Cha, I'm bringing people over for the lottery. Cha Chengzi, the captain of a northwest century lottery area, glanced back and asked, 2 death worms? What color are you drawing? Clearly, even though Xin had just drawn a purple longevity pill, in Cha Chengji's eyes, they were still just 2 death worms. No difference. This is reality. White. Cha Chengji showed no surprise upon hearing this. simply saying flatly, "Well, you know the rules, right? Before the lottery, you can have a bag of dry rations and a bottle of water. No women, and showering is off the table. Also, no matter what you draw, it has to be surrendered." Chun Yi-chuan and Wu Xian both answered in unison. "Got it. You go first." And as soon as he finished speaking, a metal ring flashed in his fingers. That was clearly a spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, a box filled with white roulette suddenly appeared in front of Chun Yi-chuan and Wu Xian, a pile of low-grade white roulette, and that was all they could expect. As for higher quality roulettes, how could these deathworms draw those? Wu Xian squatted down, rummaging through the pile of white roulettes, and finally found one he liked. "Captain Cha, I want this one." Cha Qingji glanced at it briefly. "Oh, a alchemist job change card." What he referred to as the only positive reward on this white longevity roulette, but unfortunately, its proportion was just a tiny fraction, not even 0.1. Pure wishful thinking. "Good luck. The food is in that box over there. Are you going to eat first or draw directly?" "I'll draw directly." Wu Xian had just had a hearty meal, and his treatment had long since upgraded, so he didn't care about this basic supply. He then shot a provocative glance at Chun Yi-chuan. Finally, he placed the roulette on the ground. With his left hand on his chest, a look of reverence on his face, he raised his right hand with fingers together, lightly tapping his forehead, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder, and finally pressed his hands together, thumbs interlocking. Amen. Poo-poo. Cha Qingji nearby almost burst out laughing. What the hell is Amen poo-poo? A mix of Eastern and Western prayer? But thinking about the probability of that roulette having the alchemist job change card, it might actually take a combination of both to draw it out. After spitting, Wu Xian directly rubbed a mud pellet in his hand and then bowed to the roulette again. At this pace, he was just a step away from dancing a ritualistic dance. Inside, he was praying like crazy. Come on. Just let me draw the bound job change card. I'm willing to sacrifice 50 years of my tablemate's life. Draw it out. Job change card. After shouting this, Wu Xian directly raised his hand and pressed it on the roulette. 1 year of life silently deducted, and the white roulette began to emit a bright white light as it spun. In the end, ding, congratulations, you've won 15 pairs of stinky socks that Haven T-Bin washed for 7 days. Damn it. Wu Xian slammed the reward he was holding on the ground, and the roulette he had just cherished was crushed to bits under his feet. Stinky socks. Damn it. Why? In stark contrast to Wu Xian's fury was Cha Qingji's calm demeanor. After all, he had seen this too many times. All right. Not drawing a beast is already good luck for you. Hurry up and leave. Hearing this, no matter how angry or crazy Wu Xian was, he didn't dare to act up against Cha Qingji and could only swallow his anger. However, he didn't leave, but instead stepped aside, his gaze turning to Chun Yi-chuan. Clearly wanted to see what he could draw. Over here, Chun Yi-chuan first moved to the box where the food was stored, quickly finishing a pack of compressed biscuits, and then chugged down a 1L bottle of mineral water. After a satisfying burp, he finally seemed to regain some energy. TCH, a reincarnated starving ghost. Wu Xian muttered disdainfully, completely forgetting that not long ago, his own eating habits weren't much better than Chun Yi-chuan's. After eating, just draw. Cha Qingji glanced at Chun Yi-chuan indifferently. Since he had eaten the food first, he had to supervise him until he finished drawing the roulette. After all, in this world, food is 1 less portion per person. Humanity's productivity has not yet fully recovered. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi-chuan wasted no time, squatting down in front of the box to search. But when his right hand touched one of the roulettes, a cold prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Please specify the prize you want. 1. A cup of soil. 2. 10 pounds of scrap iron. 3. Global show-off permit. 4. Magic sound mouse. 10. Yellow longevity pill. Chun Yi-chuan was directly stunned, his mind blank for half a second. Specify. Chapter 5. Not only can you choose, but there are also hidden rewards. Please specify the prize you want. Perhaps Chun Yi-chuan did not respond in time, and the cold prompt in his mind rang out again. What the hell? Specify? What a ridiculous thing. It can't mean what I think it means, right? Damn. Am I so hungry that I'm losing my mind? Chun Yi-chuan asked himself in his heart. But for such things, it's better to believe in their existence than to doubt it. If it really can be specified, treasures, elixirs, attributes, Everything he had lost before could be easily regained, right? Moreover, some rewards on the wheel could change the entire world, if he could really choose. Even if he took a step back, he could at least decide his own fate now, as long as he draws something that can't be submitted to the settlement, right? Defying fate is just a thought away. Even in this world, it seems to be within easy reach, right? He really needed to choose carefully. What he could choose from included attribute bonuses, special physiques, bound job change cards, etc. This was also the only chance for the life-eating maggots to defy fate, but wanted to draw these from the low-grade white life wheel. The chances were too small, too small. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? It seemed that Chai Qingji couldn't help but urge, seeing that Chen Yichuan was taking too long to choose. No matter how carefully you select, trying to draw something good from the white wheel is just a fool's dream. In his view, this was just wasting time. But Chen Yichuan seemed to ignore him and continued searching. Yet after rummaging through the entire box, he still couldn't find the wheel from his past life. Is it really gone? Is it because my course of action is different from my past life? Butterfly effect? No, if I can really specify rewards, then let me give it a try. I've chosen, it's this one. Chai Chengji glanced at him impatiently and then simply sneered. A longevity pill? Huh, you finally accepted your fate. Huh? The white wheel in Chen Yichuan's hand was the same as the one Wu Xian had chosen, with only one positive effect. Yellow longevity pill, which increases lifespan by 100 years. The probability was 1/3. However, Chen Yichuan maintained a blank expression upon hearing this and did not respond. Chai Qingji didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just numb, and besides this wheel. Not to mention that it might not even be drawn. Even if it was drawn, what would it matter? Next, please specify the prize you want. 1. Dependency defense 2. Four-corner python 3. Beast hide 4. A basket of stinky eggs. 10. Yellow longevity pill as soon as the prompt in his mind finished. Chen Yichuan silently chanted, I choose 8. Yes, it's 8. The next moment, the wheel glowed with a white light, which eventually transformed into a stream of light and suddenly burst forth from the wheel with a chilling yet fiery aura. Congratulations, you won. Fiery blood red snake. As soon as the draw ended, Chen Yichuan quickly threw the wheel away, and a small teleportation portal abruptly appeared. Damn! Wu Xn, standing nearby, immediately shouted, a fierce beast. It's a fierce beast. But Chai Qingji, who had been standing by, remained expressionless. He casually drew his treasured sword, and with a flash of cold light, the fiery blood-red snake was cut in half at its midsection. After that, what a fuss. This beat looks like he's been made to look good. All right, enjoy your last few days. His words were clearly directed at Chen Yichuan. Although he still had half a year, without food, let alone half a year, he wouldn't last half a month. But at this moment, Chen Yichuan ignored him. Because, congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can additionally choose one item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. Not only can you really choose a reward, but there is also an extra hidden reward. My God, could it be that the core of the mysterious crisis is actually this? As for why the fiery blood-red snake was the grand prize, only Chen Yichuan knew. At this moment, he quickly looked at the hidden rewards that appeared in front of him. Esta Klee Figurine 30 cm tall, 2. Dan Zhaoba. A box of unified old jar braised beef noodles 4. All attributes 7. 5 days 5. Yellow longevity pill 2. All 5 options were actually outside the wheel and were all positive rewards. But it makes sense. If the hidden rewards were on the wheel, then they wouldn't be hidden, right? Once drawn, wouldn't everyone see it? And now, Chen Yichuan could only choose something that others couldn't see. In public, there was only one option. I choose 4. Chen Yichuan silently thought. Reward has been issued. A warm current quickly surged into his body, finally dissipating the feeling of helpless hunger that had come after his rebirth. Severe hunger cannot be resolved by just one hearty meal. The body's major functions will be close to withering due to lack of nutrients. And it takes time to recover, even if more energy is consumed. What are you still standing around for? Disperse. Seeing that Chen Yichuan and Wu Xian were still not leaving, Chai Qingji couldn't help but urge. He had a major figure scheduled to draw from the purple wheel today. He didn't have time to waste with 2 life-eating maggots. Just that. Chai team, can I have the snake's corpse? This is the fiery blood-red snake. and its meat has strong fire poison. What? Are you that hungry? For a life-eating maggot with no combat power and about to starve to death, he could only think of his purpose. But then turned and said, "Suit yourself. If you want it, just take it. If it poisons you, you won't have to starve anymore." "Thank you, Chai Team." Chai Qingji waved his hand, not caring. However, Wu Xian immediately shouted, "Chai Team, I want to draw again." "TSK, do you think this is a lottery? You could lose your life." Chai Qingji was clearly a bit impatient. "Anyway, there aren't too many years left to live. Draw. Hurry up and get lost. I still have 7 years of life left. Let us exchange for 6. Wu Xian was clearly prepared to go all in. "Do as you wish." "Next. Congratulations. You won. Dependency defense. Congratulations, you won. Damaged antique mobile phone. Congratulations, you won. 3 iron wires. Congratulations, you won. 1 screaming chicken. Congratulations, you won. 1 signed photo of Pumpkin. Congratulations, you won. Ba Wan Fao Fei Di." Wu Xian's expression turned black from the moment dependency defense was announced. But when the reward from his 6th wheel appeared, "Damn, again." Chai Qingji casually swung his sword again, and that flower fairy was also cut in half at the root. Chen Yichuan stepped forward and picked up the corpse again. "You can eat this too?" "No choice. I'm really too hungry." "All right." Chai Qingji wanted to drive people away, but at that moment, a woman in red got out of a car not far away. The originally slightly angry expression on Chai's face was no longer important. He immediately put on a smiling face. "Young Master Chai welcomes Miss Lu's esteemed arrival." The woman waved her hand without any emotion. Hearing the word Lu, Chen Yichuan instinctively looked up, and upon seeing the visitor, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "It really is her. Lu Xinyu." Chapter 6 Level 5 Beast Slingshot. "Miss Lu, are you drawing now, or?" Facing Lu Xinyu, Chai Qingji's tone instantly shifted from disdain and contempt to flattery and sycophancy, the wrinkles on his face almost falling off from his exaggerated smile. "This is the Lu family. While they may not be the only dominant force, their ability to refine longevity pills has already placed them in an invincible position in the early apocalypse. Let's get started when you're ready." Listening to his compliments, Lu Xinyu remained expressionless, her demeanor slightly stiff. "Don't worry. There will definitely be no problem. Even if a beast tide emerges, I can handle it properly in this lottery area." As Chai Qingji spoke, Lu Xinyu suddenly shouted sharply, "Shut your crow mouth." Despite her fierce tone, there was still no hint of emotion on her face. A true ice queen. Okay. Chai Qingji immediately broke out in a cold sweat, almost slapping himself, and then retreated to the side, signaling his subordinates to prepare for defense. Only then did Lu Xinyu withdraw her gaze, and with a flash of light from her fingers, a purple roulette appeared in her hand. Behind her, Wu Xian was curiously watching intently. After all, having become life-eating maggots, he had never seen the purple roulette lottery before. Normal people don't live for 100 years, right? Chen Yichuan was crouched down on the steps, fiddling with the items in his hands. Perhaps due to the attention on the purple roulette lottery, no one noticed his inconspicuous small figure. In the lottery area, Lu Xinyu took a deep breath. Then, to eliminate any danger, she turned the surface of the roulette outward and lightly commanded, "Draw." The next moment, the flowing purple light quickly swept over the various prizes on the roulette, among which one small segment stood out much more than the others. It was longevity pill formula. In today's lifespan lottery context, mastering the refining method of the longevity pill is akin to possessing a money printer in peacetime. What a concept! Those who understand. The existence of the longevity pill formula on this purple roulette makes its value incomparable to other similar roulettes. However, the longevity pill is extremely difficult to draw, let alone the formula. The result of Lu Xinyu's lottery was undoubtedly. Congratulations on winning. Level 5 Beast, Armored Sea Cuttlefish. Damn! The moment the prize was confirmed, Lu Xinyu immediately jumped back a step. Although she was wearing high heels, her movement was not hindered in the slightest. In less than half a second, she had already created a distance of over 10 meters. At this moment, a teleportation portal opened in front of the purple roulette. A 2-meter-tall giant sea leech suddenly appeared. In the moment it breathed in air, its jagged shell suddenly opened, and a silent scream immediately spread. It was a high-frequency infrasound wave that would not kill, but dizziness and the urge to vomit were unavoidable. The defense line set up by Cha Qingji was momentarily stalled. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, the tentacles on the head of the armored sea cuttlefish shot out 2 water arrows in the blink of an eye, one of which pierced through a thick defense structure of 30 to 40 centimeters, while the other, Ali. The shout came from one of Cha Qingji's subordinates, calling out to a nearby colleague, because that swift water arrow directly penetrated Ali's head. Fighting against beasts is inherently dangerous, and death can occur at any moment. Human life in this apocalyptic game is worthless. This is also why those who cannot fight are treated as life-eating maggots. As life-eating maggots, they still have some negligible value. But when faced with beasts, their lives will only end faster. The man who cried out clearly had a very good relationship with Ali, to the point where he raised his machete and charged out of the defensive formation, attacking the armored sea cuttlefish. However, "Damn it, calm down," Cha Qingji shouted loudly, and the next moment he grabbed a long spear from beside him and hurled it. The armored sea cuttlefish was about to kill another person, but the spear flying toward it made it sense a threat to its life, so it quickly closed its jagged shell for defense. All of this happened in an instant. The long spear thrown by Cha Qingji clang lodged into the shell of the armored sea cuttlefish, the tail of the spear vibrating for a while before settling down. But judging by the depth it pierced, it didn't break through the defense at all. However, Cha Qingji seemed to have no expectation that one spear would take down the opponent, and after forcing it to close its shell, he immediately issued a command. Military crossbow. Load. Yes. Fire in unison. Whoosh. The rapid sound of arrows piercing the air was the sound of dozens of crossbow arrows shooting toward the armored sea cuttlefish. Crack. A light sound. The hard shell of the armored sea cuttlefish cracked a small piece due to simultaneously enduring multiple attacks. "There's hope. Let's go for another round," Cha Qingji hurriedly said. But before his subordinates could load again, Lu Xinyu spoke up. "Wait, try to preserve the integrity of the shell as much as possible. The soft body inside must not be damaged." Hearing this request, Cha Qingji almost swore out loud, but he couldn't ignore it. He could only think. This woman is likely after the materials on the armored sea cuttlefish. That shell is excellent material for making shields. After all, the Lu family has a weapon refiner. But this is just a 100-year lottery area. Facing a level 5 beast, being able to kill it is already good enough. And there are so many demands, but there was no other way. Aim for that gap. Fire in unison. His subordinates, with stern faces, dare not voice their anger. Do they think we are sharpshooters? Who would have thought that in this brief moment, the armored sea cuttlefish suddenly opened its shell again, letting out another eerie scream. The infrasound wave instantly brought a halt. Dizziness. Unavoidable. Cha Qingji was stunned. It was all this troublesome woman's fault. This wave would definitely cost him several subordinates, and who knows, even himself. But no one knew that this time, the armored sea cuttlefish's opening was an emergency. And the frequency of the infrasound wave was fast, but not sustained, limiting its range to about 15 meters. This distance was just enough to avoid affecting Wu Xin and Chun Yichuan at the back. The moment the armored sea cuttlefish opened its shell, a stone, with the whistling sound of a bullet, flew past Cha Qingji's defensive formation and hit the armored sea cuttlefish directly. The terrifying impact made the 2-meter-high cuttlefish sway as if about to fall. The sudden turn of events shifted the advantage back to the humans. Although Cha Qingji did not understand the reason, he was responsible for the lottery area and had a quick reaction, seeing a favorable situation arise. He grabbed a long spear from behind and threw it. As soon as the spear was launched, bang! A long, resonant sound was heard as the soft body of the armored sea cuttlefish was pierced, and the shell was shattered into 2 pieces from the internal force. At this point, the level 5 beast was killed on the spot. Cha Qingji breathed a sigh of relief, ordered his subordinates to go and dissect the corpse of the armored sea cuttlefish, and then turned to find the source of that stone. However, following the trajectory of the stone, he found only Wu Xin with empty hands, and Chun Yichuan, who was holding a slingshot. Cha Qingji was dumbfounded. That stone couldn't have been shot from the slingshot in Chun Ichuan's hands, right? Chapter 7. The general struggles against an unarmed battle. No, impossible. Cha Qingji immediately dismissed this speculation. Before becoming an official player in the Doomsday game, an ordinary person's attributes were all 1, and some even less than 1. How could they possibly inflict damage on a level 5 ferocious beast? However, upon meeting his gaze, Shen Yishuan inadvertently confessed, I was wrong, Captain Cha. I just acted on a whim. While speaking, he pretended to look innocent, even implying that he was willing to take the consequences. But to Cha Qingji, this was nothing but a blatant show-off. Before he could speak, Lu Xinyu suddenly interrupted, asking, "What's the deal with the slingshot in your hand?" Her first thought was, it came from the roulette. Hearing this question, Chun Ichuan secretly praised himself. Why did he choose this moment to show off? Wasn't it to attract Lu Xinyu's attention? The reason he had to draw the fierce blood red snake was also for this moment. He could have chosen a better option for pure experimentation, couldn't he? For example, a temporary attribute boost or a special physique. But neither of these could maximize his value when he was unarmed and merely a life-eating maggot. Thus, achieving his goal would be difficult. When he was brought to this century-old lottery area in the northwest, the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Although the process was slightly different, the outcome was the same. Lu Xinyu had come to draw from the century-old purple roulette. This coincided perfectly with the events he had heard about in his previous life. To draw a higher-grade purple longevity elixir formula. The alchemist Lu Xinyu had spent 100 years of her lifespan, only to accidentally draw a level 5 ferocious beast that wreaked havoc in the northwest lottery area. He had bet right. However, even if he had bet wrong, there was still a way out. After all, the corpse of the fierce blood-red snake was quite valuable. I think the muscles of this snake are very elastic, so I tried pulling them out. As he said this, Chun Ichuan was gambling again. He couldn't be too straightforward and expose himself, so he could only gamble that Lu Xinyu was not a foolish woman. The handle of the slingshot, is it the vine of the Bao Wan Hua Yao? Upon hearing her question, a trace of barely perceptible excitement flashed in Chun Ichuan's eyes. He had guessed right. I just improvised. This was indeed the truth. After all, who could have predicted that Wu Xin would draw 6 times in a row and end up with a Bao Wan Hua Yao? He was just a reborn person, not an omniscient prophet. Moreover, even without the vine of the Bao Wan Hua Yao, he could still utilize the capabilities of the fierce blood-red snake's muscles just by pulling with his hands. Upon hearing Chun Ichuan's explanation, Lu Xinyu pondered for a moment. Then, in an ordering tone, she said, "Let me see the slingshot." The boy felt somewhat helpless, but could only step forward and hand it over. He couldn't do anything. It was already a blessing that the Lu family hadn't snatched it directly, just as she took it in her hand. This strength 5. Lu Xinyu did not keep quiet, causing everyone present to hear it. Cha Qingji couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was that really the slingshot? Wu Xin was completely dumbfounded. This Chun Ichuan actually had hidden skills? What's your name? After the shock, Lu Xinyu's tone clearly softened. Chun Ichuan. He had no intention of hiding his name. With the Lu family's capabilities, it would be easy for them to find out his information, so he chose to be straightforward. Sure enough, upon hearing this name, Lu Xinyu's tone immediately changed. With a hint of playfulness, she said, "So it's you. It seems you've hidden something in those 62 draws, haven't you?" Chun Ichuan's draws had been presided over by the Lu family. So how could Lu Xinyu not know about this sensational event? However, he only lowered his head and did not speak, because at this moment, anything he said would be superfluous. What lay before him was even a dead end, as the Lu family could simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles. However, even so, he still had a backup plan. But Chun Ichuan was not a fool. Knowing there was a dead end, he would not willingly walk into a trap. The reason he chose this path was simple. Lu Xinyu's actions led him to conclude that the Lu family was not a monolithic entity. Many things were not as he thought. Otherwise, why would this alchemist, who had already become one, waste 100 years of lifespan to draw for a purple longevity elixir formula? From any angle, this 100 years of lifespan should not have been used for drawing an elixir formula for the Lu family. It seems my white-eyed wolf sister isn't as foolish as I thought. Chun Ichuan mused. as various events indicated that the elixir formula might not have truly fallen into the Liu family's hands. Silence lasted for about half a minute. Unlike Liu Xinyu, the others were all thinking. So all this time, he was actually Chen Yichuan, the man who made the Liu family the #1 family in the settlement? Huh. Fate plays tricks. At this moment, Liu Xinyu seemed to have weighed the pros and cons, and then looked at Chen Yichuan, saying, Chen Yichuan, you probably don't even have a year of life left, do you? The boy remained silent, although it was the result of his impulsive actions. The Liu family's behavior was deeply etched in his heart, and he dared not forget it for a moment. The words, "It's all thanks to you," were stuck in his throat. Liu Xinyu seemed to have seen the resentment in his eyes, but she said, "Come with me. You know, I can help you survive." Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan's murderous thoughts surged again, but on the surface, he merely let out a deep breath and asked, "Really?" Liu Xinyu, however, showed no intention of making promises, only saying, "Believe it or not, if you want to live, come with me." After saying this, she turned to leave. This sudden turn of events made many people look at Chen Yichuan with some envy. After all, being connected to the Liu family, while not leading to great wealth, at least meant he could eat and wear warm clothes in this doomsday. Wu Exin clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with jealousy. "Can I have the slingshot back?" Chen Yichuan caught up a few steps behind and tentatively asked. Liu Xinyu, ahead, didn't respond, simply tossing the slingshot behind her. Whether Chen Yichuan could catch it was none of her concern. However, when the two reached their destination, the situation became awkward. Because there was only one seat left in the vehicle. Liu Xinyu had initially come discreetly with only 2 subordinates, one of whom was driving. Thus, to take Chen Yichuan back, she had to let him sit in the back seat with her. A trace of hesitation flashed in the woman's eyes, and she finally said, "Get in the car." But she added, "If you dare to leave any mess in the car." What she didn't know was that Chen Yichuan was even more conflicted. He actually had to stay in the same space as this woman. "I can sit on the roof." Upon hearing this, Liu Xinyu suddenly snapped, "Stop talking nonsense." In the end, Chen Yichuan still got into the car. As for humiliation, he couldn't say he felt none. But he knew that although he had survived the hunger crisis and gained the ability to choose rewards, the most awkward part now was he had no life to draw from. With only half a year left, he couldn't even draw a white roulette. As the saying goes, a general struggles against an unarmed battle, so he could only submit to his enemies, first shedding the title of life-eating maggot before making further plans. Driving towards the Zhenjiang defense area. Chapter 8, Apocalypse Game. Devouring worms, Liu Xinyu's car sped through the ruined walls and remnants. Driving for more than half an hour before reaching the destination, she mentioned the Zhenjiang defense zone. Chen Yichuan seemed eager to leave the car, stepping out immediately. Looking around, he thought the best word to describe this place was fence. Barbed wire connected the fragments of the buildings, powered by high-voltage electricity to prevent the ferocious beasts from breaking through. Why is the place where the devouring worms barely survive always dark and damp? It's because most of the electricity is used for these defense zones, and even the relatively better high-rise buildings occasionally suffer from power outages. This was still the result of the strong fighters desperately saving a few power stations. Unfortunately, the energy was simply insufficient for production. Chen Yichuan still remembered in his previous life, humans had built towering barriers and established base cities using shields drawn from a roulette. Productivity had recovered, and the devouring worm class subsequently collapsed. But that was already 100 days after the game had arrived. Now, this is the defense zone my Liu family is responsible for. From today, you will stay here. He will take you to the guard team. And if you are still alive in 3 days, I will give you a longevity pill. After saying this, Liu Xinyu left, leaving behind the subordinate who had been sitting in the passenger seat, Wu Qiu. Chen Yichuan raised his eyes slightly. He thought, do they want me to show my value? It coincides perfectly with my plans. In my previous life, I was weak and could only fight at the border, accumulating strength. Because of the Liu family's indifference, I had excellent time to develop. But while I was developing, the enemy was not standing still, right? The Liu family was also developing. They became a colossal force that I could not shake alone, ultimately surrounding me because of an orange-gold roulette. Such a thing must never happen again in this life. The reason I revealed my abilities in front of the Liu family was for this point. Want to use me? Then I will play along. Corrosion from within is much simpler than attacking from the outside. Just wait. Everything you have taken will eventually be reclaimed by me. Wu Qiu, however, was unaware of Chun Yichuan's thoughts. Seeing him standing still, he reminded him, "Let's go, it's just ahead." Naturally, he was referring to the guard team. After walking for about 3 minutes, Chun Yichuan came across a dilapidated building that had lost about 30% of its structure. Fortunately, the main body of the building was still intact, preventing a collapse. Wu Qiu stepped forward and gently pushed open the door to the first floor. "Hao Zhao?" The lady asked me to bring someone over. He went straight to the point, but the only response he received was a series of inappropriate exclamations. Chun Yichuan felt embarrassed and scratched his nose. This guy, did he just interrupt someone doing good deeds? But Wu Qiu's lips twitched, followed by a reprimand. "How? Get your ass out here." "Oh!" Behind the old screen, Hao Zhao felt a chill run through him, almost leaving a shadow. Damn! He instinctively wanted to curse, but thought to himself, who would dare to call him like that if they weren't someone formidable? Hey, I'm coming." Hao Zhao hurriedly stepped out, not even having time to tie his belt. Upon seeing Wu Qiu, his head shrank even further. "Qiu, boss Qiu." Wu Qiu's face was as cold as frost. "I asked you to lead the team to watch over this defense zone, and this is how you do it? Feeling too full and energetic, huh?" "I." Caught red-handed, Hao Zhao had no excuse to explain. "When can women not be dealt with? Have you thought about what kind of storm the Liu family will face if there's a problem due to your negligence? By then, you might lose your life. This is your first offense. I'll punish you with 2 days' worth of rations if you dare to repeat this." Hao Zhao opened his mouth, but could only lower his head with a bitter expression. "Yes, boss. The task of the guard team is to repel ferocious beasts that breach the defense line. Standing guard 24/7. Once a ferocious beast breaks through, to put it bluntly, how many of the devouring worms that the strong ones raise would die? In today's world, human life is equivalent to currency." Seeing Hao Zhao accept the punishment, Wu Qiu's expression softened a bit. Then he turned to the door and said, "You come in." Chun Yichuan knew he was being called, turned around, and walked into the room. This person was brought by the lady. He will be placed in the Zhenjiang defense zone. You can find a place for him. I'll be leaving. Okay, got it. Hao Zhao quickly responded. After seeing Wu Qiu disappear from sight, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the entire process, Chun Yichuan had remained silent. But Hao Zhao seemed to have misunderstood something from Wu Qiu's words, brought by the lady. His eyes shifted slightly. "Little brother, what's your name?" Hearing this question, Chun Yichuan, who had lived 2 lives, understood immediately. If there were no reason, these people who usually didn't regard devouring worms as humans would not even look at him. Chun Yichuan. "Oh, so it's Brother Chun. Then I'll call you Brother Chuan from now on." "That works." Seeing Chun Yichuan's deliberately profound demeanor, Hao Zhao became even more convinced of his own speculation. Brother Chuan, I didn't expect you to catch Liu Xinyu's eye. Not simple, huh?" His tone was clearly teasing by the end. Chun Yichuan felt a wave of discomfort. This guy's imagination was definitely not picturing anything normal. "Don't think too much. I'll just call you Brother Zhao, okay?" "Sure, no problem." As Hao Zhao spoke, the woman behind the screen suddenly poked her head out and weakly called, "Captain Hao, you..." "Wait." Hao Zhao's expression turned cold. "Can't you see I'm busy? Go play somewhere else." Then he switched back to a smile. "Brother Chuan, the smell in my room isn't great. Shall we talk outside?" "Sure." The two then went outside. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, "Brother Chuan, since you're new here, let me explain the origins of our defense zone." "Thank you." "Hey, no problem." In the following minutes, Hao Zhao briefly introduced Chun Yichuan to the various events that had occurred since the apocalypse game descended upon Earth. Chun Yichuan already knew what he was saying, but he still patiently listened. The apocalypse game has been on Earth for 21 days. The initial mutations caused plants and animals to turn into ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc everywhere, causing countries to collapse. According to later statistics, within just a few hours, the death and injury rate of the global population reached 37. That's 37 of over 8 billion people. Nearly 3 billion people. Humanity spent 7 days struggling before finally grasping the rules of the new world after the population decreased by nearly another billion. This is a game centered on the apocalypse, with survival as the goal, all of humanity as players, and the mutated plants and animals as NPCs. The core rule is the lifespan roulette, with no so-called levels. Killing monsters yields loot, the main storyline is unclear, and the officials are unknown, while the server is Earth. Later, players refer to it as devouring worms. Chapter 9. The self-transcendence of Hao Zhao. Although the rules have been figured out, the initial shocks have shattered the existing social organizations, forcing humanity to form settlements scattered across the globe. The population has sharply decreased, and productivity has plummeted to a standstill. In a data-driven world, many scientific endeavors have lost their meaning. Humanity is forced to revert to a primitive state. There are planes and tanks, and firearms do have a certain lethality against beasts, but with productivity halted, every round of ammunition spent is one less available. Unless facing a massive beast tide, they want to be used. After many players level up, people also discover that life devouring brings not only disaster, but also endless opportunities. At a certain level, individual abilities can inflict damage on beasts far exceeding that of firearms. A society of the strong is thus born. And all of this is fixed on the 12th day after life devouring arrived. 9 days ago, Chen Yichuan pretended not to understand and asked with some surprise. Yes, in just 21 days, not even a month, this world has completely changed. Hao Zhao sighed while speaking. Only someone like him, who found a way in the early stages as a formal player, has the qualifications to feel compassion. The people at the bottom can only think of one thing: survive. The position of the Liu family was also established 9 days ago in the settlement south of Jiangnan, known as Suicheng, which is considered a second-tier force. However, with the life-sucking sword and the longevity pill formula, entering the first tier is just a matter of time. That's true. Upon hearing these two items, Chen Yichuan felt an unnatural itch in his teeth. Don't ask. Asking is just hatred. Speaking of which, Brother Zhao, when did you become a formal player? The most peculiar thing about life devouring is that not everyone can become a formal player. The process has a sense of survival of the fittest. Hey, just lucky. Hao Zhao said luckily. But he was actually full of self-satisfaction. Our defense area recently experienced a small-scale beast tide, and by chance a life card dropped. Life card. Chen Yichuan once again pretended to be a novice. Oh dear, look at me. Almost forgot to tell you. The so-called life card, also known as lifespan card, can be understood as the internet access permit for the game life devouring. It can be obtained from the roulette or by defeating monsters. Next, under Hao Zhao's introduction, Chen Yichuan was forced to review the basic knowledge of the lifespan card. In short, only those who obtain a life card are formal players. Killing monsters earns experience, which allows for leveling up and becoming stronger. Of course, its functions go beyond this, such as cross-region forums and item trading, etc. In short, everything in life devouring is based on the lifespan card. So, Brother Zhao, what level are you at now? Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao suddenly raised his head proudly. Not high, level 4. Level 4 is indeed not high. What the hell? What kind of expression is that? Level 4 is already quite high. Okay? Apart from me, there are only 3 others in the entire Zhenjiang defense area who have reached level 4. Is that so? Chen Yichuan had to pretend to suddenly realize that he was currently the highest level person in the entire defense area, even if it's just temporary. However, in such a place, level 4 is indeed considered high. Most others are around levels 2 to 3. Moreover, why would high-level strong players settle in a border defense area? They would only appear to fend off a beast tide of a certain level. All right, Brother Chuan, let me take you to find a place to stay first. Afterward, we might have a chance to wander outside the defense area, and who knows, we might just find a life card. Okay, then thank you, Brother Zhao. The two exchanged pleasantries, one misunderstanding and the other. The donkey on the slope was about to fall into the basin. In this Zhenjiang defense area, the so-called place to stay is, to put it bluntly, just those houses that Haven T completely collapsed. In the end, Chen Yichuan chose a hotel room from before the end of the world. The environment was still dirty and chaotic, but at least it wasn't as damp as the underground parking lot. In the room, the young man sat down on the dust-covered sofa, and his slightly restless mood after being reborn finally calmed down. Life card, lifespan. First, he needs to get these 2 things. As Chen Yichuan murmured, he reached out and tapped in the air. Attribute panel name. Chen Ichuan level, 0 lifespan, 184 days vitality, 100 strength, 1-7 mentality, 1-7 defense, 1-7 speed, 1-7. Looking at his return to square one panel, Chen Ichuan shook his head helplessly. This feeling is like having a hard-earned account suddenly wiped clean by the officials. It's painful, but he has to accept it. If only he could have brought back his previous panel after being reborn. Forget it, a good sleep, and everything will be fine in the dream. Chen Ichuan muttered as he lay down on the sofa, directly employing the unique skill of youth, falling asleep instantly. Having lived 2 lives, his spirit finally relaxed at this moment, and soothing snoring quickly began. Unfortunately, it seems that heaven had no intention of letting him off the hook. Just as he had just fallen asleep, a deathly alarm made Chen Ichuan's eyes turn red. He had just closed them, and upon suddenly opening them, how could they not be red? I'll be damned! Chen Ichuan shouted in anger, having to sit up. But no matter how he felt, he was someone who had been in the border defense area in his previous life. Even with red eyes, he could only walk out of his room and head towards the gathering crowd. Soon, over 100 people had gathered in front of the fence. On a deliberately piled high heap of rubble, Hao Zhao stood with a face of longing. He probably went back for a refill and hasn't finished drinking yet. When he saw Chen Ichuan, his slightly unfriendly gaze softened somewhat. He is already on the path of self-transcendence with no turning back. Listen up. Seeing that many people had arrived, Hao Zhao immediately shouted. Radar has detected a group of beasts gathering 500 meters upstream, about 30 of the white beast tide. If nothing unexpected happens, the endpoint of their path is our defense area. The white beast tide means the number of beasts is below 500. 30% is still over 100 beasts. Captain Hao, judging by the situation, their levels should be between 1 and 3. All swimming in the water, came a voice from a simple lookout tower. Is that so? Brothers, did you hear that? Everyone get energized. We might get a bonus meal tonight. Oh, having confirmed the level of this wave of beasts, Hao Zhao jumped down from the rubble pile, pulled the power switch, and said, the first squad follow me outside, the rest clean up the stragglers. Building the electric fence in the defense area is not easy. Unless facing an unstoppable beast horde, most defense areas choose to pull the front line outside the protective net. As soon as the sound of flowing electricity stopped, Hao Zhao leaped lightly, being the first to jump out of the protective net. The long knife at his waist was drawn into his hand. The butcher squad prepare, and the logistics brothers, fire up the seafood pot for me. Chapter 10. 2 Premium Roulette. Chen Ichuan did not impulsively follow Hao Zhao out. Instead, he grabbed a handful of stones nearby, pulled on an exposed rebar, and used it to swing himself onto a pile of ruins about 5 meters high. Although he had a temporary boost of all attributes 7. Fighting a fierce beast in close combat without a weapon was no different from running barefoot on a road full of steel nails. What was that? Did something just flash by? It was a person. The sudden scene made many nearby people feel a momentary blur. Damn, how'd he jump that high? A newcomer? Are you kidding me? But if he jumped that high, how is he going to fight the fierce beasts? Outside the defense zone, the group of fierce beasts moved at a steady pace, just as Chen Ichuan was stabilizing himself on the ruins. At this moment, Hao Zhao's long knife had already cleaved a giant eel that had leaped out of the water in 2, signaling the official start of the conflict between the defense zone and the beast horde. No one in the defense zone had the leisure to pay attention to Chen Ichuan's plans. After all, being careless when facing a horde of beasts could cost you your life. The reason the Zhenjiang defense zone had Zhenjiang in its name was that less than 5 meters from the perimeter of the zone was the largest river in Suicheng, the Suijiang. 70% of the entire defense zone's protective electric net was built around the previous riverside promenade. Since the arrival of Devour Life, Suijiang had become the main channel for aquatic fierce beasts to invade the inland, and the once mother river had transformed into a source of disaster. In the Suijiang, fierce beasts were leaping out of the water one after another. Those with levels could either briefly leave the water surface to move or had ranged attack methods. Hao Zhao's attack power was sufficient to severely injure or even directly kill them. However, when their numbers increased, he was also overwhelmed. Fortunately, the butcher squad quickly arrived to provide support. either teaming up in pairs or threes, choosing a fierce beast to engage in battle. There were knives, axes, spears, every type of attack method was available. But suddenly, oh no, Captain Hao, it's a bone-winged flying fish. Hao Zhao, who was at the front, certainly heard this shout, but before he could react, a stone shot through the air and knocked that bone-winged flying fish to the ground. It barely flopped a couple of times before it was lifeless. Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. Who did that? Wait, that fish didn't even fly 3 meters before it died. Was it struck by lightning? Dude, it's a sunny day. What the members of the defense zone did not expect was that the bone-winged flying fish was just the beginning. After that, more and more fierce beasts that had come ashore mysteriously dropped dead on their way to the defense zone. Even the crab-like fierce beasts known for their defenses couldn't withstand a single blow. Finally, a stone? Holy crap, it's a stone. This member, who had seen the deadly weapon, almost instinctively turned his head to look at Chun Ichuan's direction after a shout. He had witnessed Chun Ichuan flipping over to climb the building before the battle. No way, it really is him? The two surprised exclamations finally made many people focus their attention on a boy in the defense zone holding a slingshot. Stone after stone was continuously shot from that slingshot, and each landing point was extremely precise. To say he never missed would not be an exaggeration. What he was holding, a slingshot. Suddenly, he felt that the knife in his hand was no longer appealing. Who is he, anyway? Who knows? Could he be a scattered player who just found a team? Hao Zhao was also taken aback, but this only deepened his self-awareness. No wonder Miss Liu would take a liking to him. He then shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha! Our sniper is in position. Brothers, let us charge ahead. Oh, what is it like to have a sniper on our side? There is no need to worry at all." In the early days of Devour life, most players were mainly melee combat focused. It wasn't that they didn't want to play ranged, it was simply because there was nothing to play with. There were plenty of ranged firearms, but cold weapons. Bows, crossbows, javelins. Compared to swords and spears, these ranged cold weapons had long been relegated to history. And there were only those bows used for sports. But only bows. No one would produce a large number of arrows to stockpile in a warehouse. Furthermore, the lethality of bows and crossbows mainly came from the tension of the bow and the elasticity of the string. Even if players upgraded all their attributes to strength, the power wouldn't increase much, unless it was a weapon drawn from the roulette or dropped after killing a fierce beast. As for javelins, while their lethality depended on the strength, they were similar to arrows in that no one would produce a large number of them. This is also why Chun Ichuan chose to use a slingshot. In the early stages where ranged professions were lacking, the impact of this slingshot was definitely not small. The fierce beasts attacking the defense zone were not mindlessly charging in. After realizing that most of their companions had met their demise, retreat became inevitable. The ferocious horde, less than 10 minutes into the battle, was already collapsing like a landslide. But without Chun Ichuan, this small-scale beast tide would not have stopped for at least an hour, and there might have been casualties. After clearing the battlefield, all the bodies were brought in, and they were instructed to look for any roulette and life cards. After confirming that the group of fierce beasts had retreated, Hao Zhao immediately shouted, "Captain Hao, we found a white roulette here. I have one too. There's also this one. The drop rate isn't low." After statistics were gathered, the 84 fierce beasts that were killed dropped a total of 9 pieces of white roulette, 7 iron swords, 5 large knives, and a bucket of coins. The roulettes and weapons were stored together, except that the bucket of coins was discarded to the side. Chun Ichuan jumped down from the ruins and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, his slingshot was beyond everyone's imagination. "Dude, what is up with your slingshot?" Right, that's awesome. One shot, one cute little beast, so cool. Was it drawn from the roulette?" Chun Ichuan was bombarded with questions, but in the end, it was Hao Zhao who cleared the crowd for him, while regretfully saying, "Brother Chuan, it's a pity that no life card dropped. It's okay, just go with the flow. But there are 2 premium white roulettes here. Why don't you pick one?" The roulettes dropped by the defense zone squad could be freely distributed after a portion was handed over and given Chun Ichuan's contributions. It was entirely reasonable for him to receive one. Everyone clearly had no objections. Upon hearing this, Chun Ichuan didn't intend to be polite, but when he glanced over, Neither of the two roulettes had the longevity elixir option he needed. The other rewards were all optional. They're all average. What about the other roulettes? Can I take a look at those too? Hao Zhao hesitated for a moment. Brother Chuan, besides these two, there's only 1 medium quality and 6 low quality left. The odds of winning aren't high. That's fine. Just let me take a look. All right. Chapter 11. The Roulette in Hand. The rough iron bone crab fist bring over the remaining roulette. With Hao Zhao's command, the remaining 7 pieces of roulette were quickly placed in front of Chen Yichuan. 1 was of medium quality and 6 were of low quality. The latter would likely be thrown into various lottery areas for the devouring maggots to draw from, as the odds of winning were low, and rashly drawing could easily lead to trouble. Chen Yichuan took a quick glance. Space ring. On that medium quality roulette, there was such an option. Hey, it's not even 1. It's almost impossible to draw. That's. Chen Yichuan didn't bother to refute Hao Zhao's words and continued to look through the options. Unfortunately, as a hard currency of devouring life, the option for lifespan elixir didn't appear easily. Among the 6 remaining pieces of roulette, the best reward was just to buy Bing Kong 1 pill. As the name suggests, it's a pill for healing. Of course, this was just on the surface. I'll take this one. Chen Yichuan pointed to the only low-quality roulette with a positive option of refined iron spear. Hao Zhao was clearly puzzled. Are you sure, little brother? Don't even talk about whether you can draw it. Even if you do, can this broken iron spear compare to your slingshot? I'm sure. This. Hao Zhao was at a loss, but he had no reason to refuse. After all, it was just a low-quality roulette, which had no value at all. All right, if you insist on choosing this one, I'll let you have the medium one as well. I want to make it difficult for you, right? Chen Yichuan was a bit surprised and asked, as in his previous life he had no interaction with the subordinates of the Liu family and had never heard of Hao Zhao's character. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a bunch of white roulettes, none of which have high-quality options. Even if all of them are drawn, no one would say anything. Then I won't be polite. Chen Yichuan wouldn't be courteous. Just because you can't draw doesn't mean I can't, right? As for the absence of high-quality options, that was just something you didn't know, even though he still had no lifespan to draw from. What would he do to have rice later, but no pot to cook it in, right? By the way, Brother Chuan, what exactly is this slingshot of yours? After distributing the spoils, Hao Zhao finally asked the question everyone present was eager to hear. Is it drawn from the roulette? Sort of. Chen Yichuan smiled faintly, but Hao Zhao was confused. What do you mean, sort of? The materials are all drawn from the roulette. Chen Yichuan had no intention of keeping it a secret. Since Lu Xinyu had this behavior, she must be someone who wouldn't let go without seeing results. He had to let her get some benefits. It's simple, just the snake tendons of the blood-red snake, combined with the roots of the Baowan flower demon. Tied together will do. Everyone was taken aback. Just this. What else? But, how do you know this? Hao Zhao asked, clearly implying how do you know this kind of operation. However, Chen Yichuan just smiled without answering. He simply bypassed him and walked to the pile of beast corpses brought in by the defense team. After pondering for a moment in full view, he pulled out a relatively intact crab. Without any effort, he easily broke its giant claw and, after some handling, tossed it to Hao Zhao. Take a look. Initially, Hao Zhao was still confused, but the next moment, an attribute panel popped up. Rough iron bone crab fist, a casually made gauntlet, strength 5. Level requirement, level 1. Crafting quality, white, rough. Wow. Hao Zhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This is a bit outrageous. You mess around like that and turn around with a gauntlet? As for the rough part, of course, it's rough. It was directly broken off from the beast and just fiddled with a bit. How could it not be rough? But that's not the point. The point is, how did Chen Yichuan know? Little brother, where did you learn all this? Hearing this, Chen Yichuan shook his head. Everyone has their secrets. Zhao brother, you'd better not ask. Not keeping secrets doesn't mean being selfless. Everything he knew came from his past life experiences. If he revealed it all, what advantage would he have left? All right. In fact, Hao Zhao wasn't prepared to press further. He just asked casually. Whether Chen Yichuan spoke or not wouldn't cost him anything. However, he quickly followed up with a secondary question. So, how many useful materials are there on these beast corpses? There are quite a few. Chen Yichuan raised an eyebrow. But Zhao brother, you can't expect me to demonstrate them all in public, right? Otherwise, a secret is no longer a secret. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao could only feel helpless. He wasn't stupid. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Xinyu valued Chen Yichuan. If he were in Lu Xinyu's position, he would do the same. This was also where Chen Yichuan felt fearless. Everything was in his head. Could it really be taken away? Otherwise, how could it be said? The power of knowledge is boundless. Hao Zhao took a deep breath and said, "All right, then, Brother Chuan, I'll find you a place. You handle the beast corpses, and I just want the final results. How about that?" He didn't change his attitude towards Chen Yichuan because of the facts. Because whether based on Lu Xinyu or Chen Yichuan's abilities, his attitude was beyond reproach. Even if the Lu family came to ask, his approach would be completely justified. Sure, Hao Zhao had already made a concession, and Chen Yichuan had no reason to refuse. Not long after, all the beast corpses were transported to the Zhenjiang defense area, in the best environment that looked like a logistics warehouse before the apocalypse. While this was a strict requirement, it was better than being dirty and chaotic. Afterwards, Chen Yichuan requested time to process the corpses and directly close the door. Then, he fell asleep. More than an hour later, outside the door, "Do you think we can still have our seafood feast tonight?" You ask us, who do we ask? On the other side, Hao Zhao reported everything about Chen Yichuan to Wu Qiu, and after some twists and turns, the news finally reached Lu Xinyu's ears. Lu family mansion. After listening to Wu Qiu's report, Lu Xinyu's expression, which had been devoid of emotion, revealed an extremely strange smile. This Chen Yichuan must have drawn something during the last lottery. That is why he knows so much about the materials from the beast corpses. "Miss, what should we do?" "What to do?" After a brief silence, Lu Xinyu clasped her fingers together and said lightly, "Unless there's a way to dig those things out of his head. Otherwise, we can only cooperate. Keep a close eye on the roulette our family has obtained recently. Once there are related options, we must get our hands on them." "Yes." After Wu Qiu responded, he exited Lu Xinyu's room. Once he left, she slowly raised her hand to support her chin, gently stroking her right cheek with her slender jade finger for a moment. In the end, her ancient well-like eyes revealed a hint of incomprehensible sorrow. Would there be such things? Chapter 12. Goodbye, old friend from the past. Zhenjiang Defense Zone. Late at night, the boy, who had finally decided to wake up, took a moment to collect himself, sat up, and took a deep breath. Still alive, still here, it's not a dream. People always need some time to accept an incomprehensible reality. After sitting up, Chen Yichuan didn't forget the important matter at hand. There were 84 ferocious beasts, and almost none of them were useless. After all, those that could actively attack human defense zones were not kind-hearted, and they all had some materials on them. To better assist him in dismembering the ferocious beasts, Hao Zhao had even arranged for several blades of varying sizes. Quite considerate. Although he could use brute force to tear them apart directly, this violent dismantling method wasn't suitable for all scenarios. At least when separating useful flesh and blood, sharp blades were necessary. Unfortunately, they were all aquatic creatures, and the materials were not enough to refine longevity pills. In his previous life, Chen Yichuan had obtained another prescription for longevity pills and was naturally aware of the listed ingredients. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to reach a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. It was at that time he realized that several medicinal ingredients on the prescription needed to be bound with blood to fully manifest, and only the holder could see them. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets back then. Well, let us collect some first and think of a way for the rest later. Roar? Not bad. Even this is here. Materials for the purple longevity pill. Unfortunately, the level is a bit low. With 84 ferocious beasts, each one had usable materials, so the entire disassembly work continued until the next morning. When a ray of sunlight broke through the gaps, Chen Yichuan finally stretched out lazily. "Hey, finally done." Not long after, Kala, the door of the logistics warehouse was pushed open a crack from the inside, and the dazzling sunlight made Chen Yichuan's eyes a bit dazzled, but it was quickly blocked. "Brother Chuan, have you finished?" "You. Dongfang Qianyan. But you could just call me Sanhua." "You. Little Yinzi is fine too, right? You're blocking my sunlight." Saw thee. Dongfang Yinyan quickly stepped aside, unaware that a hint of nostalgia flashed in Chen Yichuan's eyes. This little Yinzu was originally from the Lu family guard? Sure enough, She had been so familiar from the very beginning. That's right, this Dongfang Yin was someone Chen Yichuan knew, considered a rare friend from his previous life. Unfortunately, she had tragically died during a mission in the outer battlefield. In his last life, Chen Yichuan had no idea why. He only heard that she seemed to have died a wrongful death. Outer battlefield. Places outside human settlements. Apart from the Liu family and that ungrateful sister. There were few left who occupied Chen Yichuan's thoughts, and this Dongfang Yin was one of them. However, this longing had completely different meanings before and after. Besides, he didn't know if she was still alive. Thinking of this, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but shake his head, temporarily putting aside the extra thoughts. If fate was not broken, they would meet again, and right now, since they had the chance to meet again, let me make up for the regrets of my past life. With this thought, Chen Yichuan stepped out of the logistics warehouse, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Yin. Big Yinzi. Huh, go find Hao Zhao. Oh. As she turned to leave, Dongfang Yin, propping her chin on her hand, seemed to be thinking about something. Big Yinzi. Big Yinzi. That's right. I have so much fire, I should call him Big Yinzi. I can't call him Little Yinzi. A few minutes later, Hao Zhao, with dark circles under his eyes, approached holding a woman, her appearance quite exquisite, even though a bit of dust couldn't hide her beauty. Nowadays, people at the bottom couldn't afford cosmetics. East Asian sorcery had long become history. Brother Chuan, why are you calling me so early? Hao Zhao got straight to the point. He had initially planned to wait until Chen Yichuan produced results, but ultimately succumbed to sleepiness and had gone back to nap for a while in the early morning. Otherwise, his face wouldn't have dark circles. There is indeed good news. Really? Hao Zhao instantly perked up, but Chen Yichuan's next sentence made him calm down a bit. But Zhao Ge, if I were you and didn't want to run away, I would notify the higher-ups immediately. This, hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Hao Zhao's throat tightened as he thought of a certain possibility, feeling a bit grateful towards the latter. Brother, Hao Zhao swallowed hard. What exactly did you get? Chen Yichuan, however, evaded the question. Remember to have them bring longevity pills. Hao Zhao hesitated for a moment, but chose not to press further. Okay. Then, he reached out to the side and swiped, and a card the size of a phone popped out, unfolding into a window large enough for a person. This is one of the functions of the lifespan card, communication. All formal players with a lifespan card can connect to the server of Earth using the card, allowing them to initiate conversations regardless of their location. It's essentially the world channel of an online game. After sending out a few messages, Hao Zhao closed the chat window, yet he couldn't resist his curiosity. Brother, give me a hint? Seeing his goal achieved, Chen Yichuan pretended to be helpless and took out a piece of fish skin from his pocket, handing it over. What is this? The skin of a water arrow fish, smeared with some blood serum of a magic ink octopus. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao couldn't help but open the item details. Magic ink octopus blood serum patch. A patch smeared with magic ink octopus blood serum for external use. Restores 30 points of blood energy per second when not fully restored, lasting for 30 seconds. Level requirement. Level 1. Craftsmanship. White rough. What the hell? A band-aid? Just as the sarcastic comment left his lips, Hao Zhao reacted. No, this is unprecedented. The surrounding members of the defense team were looking at each other. Hao Zhao did not disclose the item attribute panel, so they only heard bandit and unprecedented, and they couldn't contain their excitement. Hao Zhao also didn't exaggerate. Since the arrival of life devouring, there were only two ways to restore blood energy. One was to naturally recover through rest and eating after battle, and the other was to take pills. Of course, pills were only available in the roulette. Therefore, the vast majority of players restored their blood energy through food and rest. Not only was it slow, but during high-intensity battles, there was practically no sustainability. As the beast tide approached, human warriors had to prepare combat teams in advance, taking turns to fight. Otherwise, it would only exacerbate casualties. The emergence of Chen Yichuan's band-aid was truly unprecedented. No wonder. Hao Zhao finally understood that with this thing, he could indeed choose to run away, but that also meant he would betray the Liu family. But if he had known about this thing earlier, it might have been a different consideration. Brother, you're going to make a fortune this time. Chen Yichuan merely shrugged at this. Whether he would profit or not was still hard to say, because, from a certain perspective, his operation had a bit of arming the enemy connotation. But for the sake of achieving his goals, this was a necessary process. Chapter 13. Time currency. The sun rises in the east, casting a golden glow across the sky and onto the earth. If it weren't for the unstable situation, it would truly be a beautiful sight to behold. Speaking of which, Zhao Ge, I've been a bit curious since last night. What do you plan to do with that bucket of coins you collected? Oh, that. How Zhao averted his gaze, unable to help but think. Could it be that he knows the purpose of those iron lumps? Being chosen by Wu Qiu as the captain of the Zhenjiang defense zone meant that Hao Zhao was definitely clever enough, and once he realized it, he understood. Chen Yichuan was doing this on purpose, since it was intentional. It's just a bunch of useless iron lumps. They drop every time we kill a beast, but unfortunately, no one knows what they could be used for so far. They were just collected because they were a nuisance lying around. Can I take a look? What's there to see? Someone, bring that bucket of coins over here. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan looked at Hao Zhao but only smiled. Everything was unspoken. Of course, Chen Yichuan knew what these coins were. But if he had said it yesterday, or before Hao Zhao's attitude towards him changed, it wouldn't have been appropriate. Some things don't need too many people to know. By bringing it up now, wasn't Hao Zhao just helping him cover it up? The reason for this was the band-aid that had taken the lead earlier. Otherwise, it would have been hard to achieve such an effect. While he was pondering, that bucket of coins was already placed in front of Chen Yichuan. He pretended to be curious and squatted down, taking out one. Interesting, it has the character time engraved on it. Could it be a commemorative coin for the duration of killing a beast? It should be. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao quickly cooperated. But this thing, apart from being a bit harder than a normal coin, currently has no other use. Among these coins, besides time, there are also minute and second coins, and the latter two are more common, with time being one of the few. But it makes sense, a low-level beast can only drop a time coin at most. Such currency is uniformly referred to as time currency, ranked from high to low as year coins, month coins, day coins, hour coins, minute coins, and second coins. The exchange system is consistent with the time system. Chen Yichuan still remembered his past life. In the early stages of the game, because time currency was almost useless, players often overlooked it, only to regret it once it became usable. However, although it's called time currency, it can't buy time at all. Or rather, it can't be used to directly purchase time. Its status is similar to that of gold and silver coins in most online games, used solely for transactions. After all, no one can use their lifespan as money to buy things, right? Of course, longevity pills are an exception. For truly valuable items, longevity pills are always hard currency. If no one wants them, I might keep them. This should work well as bullets for a slingshot. Hey, Hao Zhao appeared unconcerned. If you don't mind the wait, I still have several buckets. No need for that many. Chen Yichuan waved his hand. He was not a greedy person and understood that Hao Zhao just wanted to reinforce the useless attribute of time currency in front of everyone. About an hour later, Lu Xinyu's vehicle slowly stopped at the periphery of the Zhenjiang defense zone. 2 men and 1 woman got out of the car. Exactly the same configuration as when she went to draw lots yesterday. Among the 3, Wu Qiu walked a few steps ahead of the other 2 and directly approached Hao Zhao. You better really have something, otherwise. You know the consequences? I understand. Facing Wu Qiu, Hao Zhao felt a bit intimidated. Not for any other reason, but because Wu Qiu represented the Lu family, and he was already an 8th level player. The difference was like night and day. If he wanted to, Wu Qiu could easily kill him. Not long after, Lu Xinyu also approached, but unlike before, her eyes were directly locked on Chen Yichuan. Her red lips slightly parted. This is faster than I expected. Didn't you say it would be 3 days? Chen Yichuan chuckled lightly, just lucky to encounter a small-scale beast tide right after arriving. Their exchange seemed disjointed. But from the moment Lu Xinyu spoke, Chen Yichuan knew that Hao Zhao must have reported it. Or perhaps others in the defense zone had reported it. So Lu Xinyu knew what Chen Yichuan was doing, and her goal was to make him showcase his value. Wanting to use him, faster than expected naturally referred to the speed at which he showcased his value. Seeing that Chen Yichuan had indirectly exposed her intentions, Lu Xinyu simply became forthright. Showcase your value. The boy didn't waste time and directly handed her a magic patterned octopus blood serum patch. Lu Xinyu accepted the patch. still expressionless to the point that Chun Ichuan thought she was expressionless. But her eyes were visibly shaken. This thing's formula. Compared to Hao Zhao, Lu Xinyu's thoughts and uses were evidently more comprehensive. If she could obtain the formula, its value, while not as high as longevity pills, would only be slightly inferior. Most games have high values for recovery potions when they first start operating. However, how could Chen Ichuan be that foolish? You know that's impossible, Chen Ichuan replied flatly, not waiting for Lu Xinyu to respond before continuing. If I give you the formula, I would have no value left, right? The formula he certainly had. If it were just about applying blood serum to fish skin, who couldn't do that? All this knowledge came from a reward Chen Ichuan had drawn in his past life. Secondary profession card alchemist, just as his words fell. Chen Ichuan. Wu Qiu suddenly shouted angrily. Please don't forget who gave you the chance to escape the fate of being a devouring maggot. But his words undoubtedly struck a sensitive chord. Then please don't forget who forced me into being a so-called devouring maggot. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Huh, if you can do it, then try. Lacking confidence, would Chen Ichuan dare to speak openly about the grievances between him and the Lu family at this moment? Perhaps he couldn't take revenge yet, but self-preservation was already assured. You. Wu Qiu was about to speak again, but was stopped by Lu Xinyu's angry shout. Enough. Then she turned to Chen Ichuan. Just say what you want. I don't have time to waste with you. Longevity pills. Chen Ichuan's voice was unquestionable. That's impossible. Lu Xinyu's response was equally resolute. As the hard currency of the devouring. How could it be so easy to trade? Impossible? Then what if I give you 100 of these patches? Unless it's the formula. Your Lu family's appetite is always this big. Lu Xinyu only scoffed at this. It's just that I can't dig out everything in your head. Otherwise, would you have the qualifications to trade with me? This blood serum patch is special, but without the formula, needing to continuously trade with Chen Ichuan would make its value far less than longevity pills. After all, being constrained doesn't feel good. At this point, Chen Ichuan clearly also realized this. If the Earth's economy were restored, this patch could indeed be sold for a fortune. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Then he sought a compromise. The formula is impossible to give you, but I have other things. Chapter 14, wasn't it you who made the first joke? Is that so? Then show your cards. And one more thing, Lu Xinyu said, looking at the boy. Chen Ichuan, although my Lu family has taken your things, there is one thing you need to understand. This world is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The weak can never hold on to what does not belong to them, nor can they obtain what they desire. Chen Ichuan knew this all too well. As long as his fists weren't strong enough, he would always be bullied. Without the Lu family, there would still be the Wang family, the Li family, the Zhou family. This world has never lacked greedy people. After the arrival of life devouring, humanity has long been divided into two parts, but not men and women, rather useful people and useless people. Now, Chen Ichuan isn't strong enough, so to fight for a way out, he must be useful enough. Just relying on a band-aid is clearly not enough. Stronger medicine is needed. This makes sense, but I'm a stubborn person who refuses to believe in evil. As soon as the words fell, a glass bottle was thrown from Chen Ichuan's hand, which he had found in the logistics warehouse, containing about a dozen pills. As for what they were, Lu Xinyu took it, lightly tapped it with her finger, and opened its attribute panel. Fiery Sea Turbulence. The material is derived from the divine power sea dog, mixed with various auxiliary materials and tanned from its blood and flesh. After taking it, it can temporarily increase all attributes by 10 points. And the effect lasts for 12 hours. If taken again, the duration is 50 of the previous one. Level requirement. Level 2. Crafting process, white rough. This. If the previous band-aid touched Lu Xinyu's psychological defenses, then this one simply crushed them. Continuous recovery medicine is useful, but it doesn't fundamentally affect the battle situation. Sometimes you just can't win. Having more health only delays the inevitable. But this fiery sea turbulence is something that can truly change the tide of battle. What exactly did you draw from the roulette? The roulette draw had no sound prompts, nor would it publicize the rewards. Thus, unless it was a physical reward that appeared out of nowhere, no one knew what anyone had drawn. Chen Ichuan's situation was even more extreme. Although all 62 white roulettes were low-grade and medium-grade, there were some relatively rare rewards, but the probabilities were so low that no one cared. So, aside from the life-absorbing sword and the longevity pill recipe, what else he drew? No one knew. I think there's no need for me to tell you, right? Lu Xinyu suppressed her anger. With such an opportunity, why suffer under the life-devouring maggots, reducing your lifespan to less than a year? Yes, why bother? But some questions, explaining them only leads to endless arguments. Is it because I drew in my previous life? A good question, why bother? Because I want to. Want. Lu Xinyu's retort got stuck in her throat, and she understood the unexplainable meaning behind Chen Yichuan's words. But there was no way, just like her earlier plan. Before finding a way to dig out what was in Chen Yichuan's mind, cooperation was the only option, and the way to cooperate has always depended on the advantageous party. A serum patch plus this is enough for one longevity pill, right? Lu Xinyu exhaled slightly upon hearing this. Some things cannot be decided by me alone, just wait. Saying this, Lu Xinyu directly reached out to pull up a chat window from the side. Clearly, she was also a formal player. A few minutes later, like this, 3 bottles plus 100 serum patches can be exchanged for you a white longevity pill. Chen Yichuan smiled sarcastically upon hearing this. Really asking for a lion's share? Huh? You've been generous enough. Do you think there are other forces willing to trade these things for a longevity pill besides us? Hearing this, Chen Yichuan felt somewhat helpless. Although it was cruel, this was the reality. Compared to the Lu family, which had already achieved freedom with longevity pills, other forces would probably treasure them to no end. Who would trade them? Unfortunately, 3 bottles were indeed not available. You have no bargaining power. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yichuan smiled. Don't throw out conditions too early. Let's see this first. With that, he pulled out a pill from his pocket like a magician and tossed it over. Lu Xinyu caught it in astonishment, and after seeing the attributes, she was somewhat dazed. Active gel capsule of the golden gun dragonfish. The material is derived from the ferocious beast golden gun dragonfish. After taking it, it can temporarily increase physical attributes, strength, and defense by 15, lasting for 8 hours, if taken again. The duration is 80 of the previous one. Level requirement, level 3. Crafting process, white rough. Although she still had a blank expression, her heart was already shaken like a thunderclap. Indeed, the Lu family possesses many high-quality roulettes, and there are pills that can enhance physical attributes, but without exception, they were all obtained from roulettes. Yet what Chen Yichuan brought out, while not as effective as those drawn from the roulette, seemed to be capable of infinite production. Just like the longevity pill recipe, he must have a systematic method for refining. Lu Xinyu thought with certainty. These were truly extracted and made from a group of ferocious beasts that were at most level 3. Level 3 beasts may not even have such high attributes. Yet after being tanned into pills, the effects far exceed their original capabilities. You can understand it that way. Chen Yichuan did not confirm nor deny upon hearing this. The rest depended on Lu Xinyu's own considerations. If it didn't work out, he could only settle for less. After all, bringing out better items would only be detrimental to him. After a while, let's set a condition. As long as you produce these for my Lu family, we can negotiate how many longevity pills you want. Chen Yichuan was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to say this. Recruiting an enemy, or rather, recruiting someone who harbored reservations about her methods. This was no different from playing with fire. But since she said so, fine. Then return the life-absorbing sword and the longevity pill recipe to me. Are you joking? Haha, it seems you can't joke around. Weren't you the one who started this joke? Lu Xinyu found it quite helpless. Although the sword and the recipe weren't taken by her, she still felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. But at this moment, the previous capsules were at least 20 pieces. Plus what Xinyu already had in hand. If giving you one white longevity pill is still unsatisfactory, then go look for someone else. This sentence came from Lu Xinyu's chat window. Clearly, she hadn't fully closed it, and this voice was all too familiar to Chen Yichuan, Lu Tianyuan, the head of the Lu family. As the head of a family, the authority in his words was not something Lu Xinyu could compare with. Chen Yichuan knew that it would be hard to negotiate further, and could only nod. All right. Chapter 15. The longevity pill is in hand. Xin Yu, let us trade. Lu Tianyuan, upon hearing this, didn't he even bother to acknowledge Chun Ichuan, clearly indicating that while his item was useful to the Liu family, it was not a necessity. Instead, was the earlier recruitment actually Liu Tianyuan's idea? Yes, father. With the transaction completed, Chun Ichuan also acquired a pill. White longevity pill, a secret formula pill that can directly increase lifespan, but due to poor craftsmanship, it can only randomly increase lifespan by 1 to 9 years after consumption. Level requirement, level 0. Crafting quality, white excellent. Finally, it's in hand, even if it's of inferior quality. In life eating, all items have a crafting quality, ranked from low to high as rough, excellent, fine, and flawless. On Liu Xinyu's side, with a flash of light from her fingers, everything was collected into her spatial ring. But before leaving, she said to Chun Ichuan, I heard you were quite good with a slingshot. Tomorrow, the family has an operation. If you're not afraid of dying, you can join. Of course, if you're worried someone might use this against you, you don't have to come. Chun Ichuan was stunned at her words, thinking what kind of trick is the Liu family planning? Turning enemies into friends? Interesting, are you going too? Liu Xinyu paused for a moment. Is the relationship that important? Of course, for me, if you don't go, wouldn't the only ones left be enemies? Saying this, Chun Ichuan chuckled and added, who knows, there might be a lot of people when we set out, but I might be the only one coming back. Her expressionless face suddenly smiled, but it was hard to tell if it was a light smile or a cold smile. If you can do it, it's up to you. Brother Chuan, I didn't expect you. After watching Liu Xinyu's car leave, Hao Zhao couldn't help but speak up, but before he could finish, Chun Ichuan smiled and interjected, is fate full of twists and turns? Sigh. Hao Zhao shook his head, then reminded, offending the Liu family is not a wise move. From the very beginning, the conflict has been difficult to reconcile. So, are they really? He was obviously asking about the life-eating sword and the longevity pill recipe. Chun Ichuan smiled. The reason I came here is that Liu Xinyu thinks I still have some value. Otherwise, do you think they would pay attention to a level 0 life-eating maggot? This. All right, Zhao Ge, I still need to go back and prepare for tomorrow. If any fierce beast attack, just come find me. After saying that, Chun Ichuan turned and walked back to his logistics warehouse for handling the fierce beast corpses without looking back. Hao Zhao stood there in a daze until the iron door slammed shut with a bang, when he suddenly remembered something. Wait, my seafood feast is still with you. Wu Qiu cut off his food for 2 days, and he had to solve his meals by himself during these 2 days. But just as the words fell, a sudden realization rang in his ears. Right? I can't call him Little Yin. I should change it to Big Yin. Hao Zhao. Damn it. What does it matter to me whether it's big or small? It's my seafood feast. Brother Chuan opened the door, entering the logistics warehouse. Chun Ichuan swiftly locked the door, prioritizing privacy and security. Then, he took out the white longevity pill. From this moment on, my Chun Ichuan's extraordinary life is about to begin. The consumption of the longevity pill was uneventful. After the pill entered his throat, it immediately transformed into a warm current that spread throughout his body, and then attribute panel name, Chun Ichuan level, 0 lifespan, 1 year and 183 days vitality, 100 strength, 17 defense. What the hell? Just 1 year? If only this thing could be selected too. Originally, Chun Ichuan planned to draw 2 wheels if he had more than 2 years of lifespan. Now he could only choose one. Moreover, he had no choice. It has to be you. He took out the mid-grade wheel from yesterday's 2 wheels, which had 2 positive rewards, spatial ring and beast repellent incense. The spatial ring, as the name suggests, is for storage. The beast repellent incense is used during battles in the outer realms to repel fierce beasts, and since it comes from the wheel, it has never failed so far. However, for Chun Ichuan, the most urgent need right now is the spatial ring. After all, the fierce beast products he creates are rare items. No matter how many pockets he has, they're not enough to hold everything, so having a spatial ring would be perfect. After lifting the wheel, please specify the prize you want. 1 cold 2. Small-scale locust plague 3. Blindness for 3 days 4. Lifespan reduced by 3 days. 9. Spatial ring 10. Beast repellent incense familiar designated prompt sound. Indeed came again. I choose. 9. After the thought settled in his mind, a plain-looking ring appeared on Chun Ichuan's right hand index finger. Sigh. The year of lifespan I just got is already gone. But the next moment, Chen Yichuan suddenly realized the spatial ring is not the grand prize. The beast-repellent incense is? What a blunder. Damn, but it's too late to do anything about it now. Fortunately, I still have 183 days of lifespan left. In this half year, I should be able to obtain longevity pills again. Let us take it one step at a time. As for the Liu family's operation, I want to see what you were planning. In his previous life, Chen Yichuan, although eager to seek an explanation from the Liu family, overlooked the growth of the other party while focusing on improving himself. If he had known he would be reborn, he would have paid more attention. Liu family mansion. Backyard. Father, why do you want me to invite him to join? XINU. I know you want to extract his value. But don't you think a life and death crisis is more likely to bring out a person's true abilities? The two conversing are none other than Liu Tianyuan, the head of the Liu family, and his youngest daughter Liu Xinyu. You mean? Just watch. The advantages of my Liu family's hands are not that easy to take. As the father and daughter spoke, Dad, a youth suddenly walked in, only to be met with a reprimand. How many times have I told you to call me father? The young man swallowed hard. Father, what is the matter? It's like this, Father. The Qin family from Qinshan wants to cooperate with us tomorrow. They also have targets in the outer battlefield and are willing to share 3% of the spoils with us. Liu Tianyuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. 3%? Is it the Qin family that is engaged to the swordsman Mo Huaizhu? Yes, one of the people with us is him. Liu Yunlu felt a twinge of jealousy and resentment in his eyes as he said this. Didn't he think he was much worse than that guy named Qin? Fine, but we need to find an opportunity to deal with that kid from the Qin family. After all, Mo Huaizhu is one of the few professionals left, and we can't let him be taken by others. I understand. Chapter 16 Money comes. Of course it can buy things with the space ring in hand, some medications that existed in Chen Yichuan's mind, with effects even more exaggerated, were all born in that logistics warehouse. What he gave to the Liu family were just the ordinary goods that were common in his previous life. How could he really support them? In the early stages, those pills and capsules could indeed change the situation to a certain extent, but as players' levels rise, that little boost becomes negligible. This game, Life Devourer, has no level restrictions. If you have the ability, level up as high as you can. Although there were many ferocious beasts in the warehouse, the types were limited, and what Chen Yichuan could make was also restricted to a few kinds, but the quantity was substantial. Unfortunately, in this life, he was not a true alchemist, and the products made from his experience were of rough craftsmanship, which resulted in inferior effects. This was reasonable. If anyone could do it without a profession, wouldn't the world be chaotic? From morning to afternoon, nearly 7 hours later, the tightly closed door of the logistics warehouse slowly opened. Chen Yichuan, who walked out, could be described as disheveled, with a distinct fishy smell unique to the ocean on him. Compared to him, the fish sellers of the market looked like amateurs. What the hell? What smell is that? Seafood. Seafood. Boss, Brother Chuan is out. Your seafood feast is ready. Hearing the shouts from those around him, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but scratch his nose. Sorry, I forgot about that. Everyone present was speechless. Are you deaf? Was the noise we made too quiet? I said we should just blow it up. Cough. Seeing that the situation was not right, Chen Yichuan quickly coughed and then pushed the warehouse door a bit more, pulling out a small cart piled high with Band-Aids. My bad. 2 pieces of Band-Aids per person. No one is allowed to take more. What the hell? Wow. Is this for real? Brother Chuan v. 587. Not long after, Hao Zhao came in response. Having not eaten for nearly 2 days, he was not starving to the bone, but it was definitely back to front. Xiu Yi. Hao Zhao raised his hand and said nothing more, just said, get the pot, boil some water. He was so hungry that his voice was trembling. Honestly, this attitude made Chen Yichuan feel a bit embarrassed. However, in an era where strength is respected, this is not surprising. With long-range sniping during small-scale beast tides, plus a thorough understanding of ferocious beast materials, combined with the Liu family's hard steel spirit, even this group of defense team under the Liu family couldn't help but feel admiration for the strong. But who would have thought that this was just due to a misunderstanding? Sorry everyone, the edible parts on the left side of the warehouse are what I separated out, and there are unexpected surprises when paired with food, consider it my little compensation. Chen Yichuan was just that kind of person. If you treat me well, I will repay you 100-fold. But if you treat me badly, I will repay you 1,000-fold. Of course, it could also be said that he holds grudges. But it doesn't matter. A person overflowing with kindness cannot survive long in this world of life devourer. Hearing about the unexpected surprises, the guy responsible for boiling water moved noticeably faster, and many people surged into the warehouse to carry out the meat chunks that Chen Yichuan had sorted. After anxiously waiting for the water to boil, they tossed the meat into the pot without washing it. A dozen large iron pots soon filled the air with a delicious aroma. This smell was almost lethal for Hao Zhao, who was already back to front. Damn it, I'm about to starve to death. You guys wait, I'll try it first. Saying that, he reached into the boiling pot for the meat. It was certainly hot, but with his level, he wouldn't get burnt. Remembering Chen Yichuan's words about pairing it with food, he grabbed 2 different kinds of ferocious beast meat. Taking a bite. This fish meat is really chewy. It has to be medium rare. After swallowing the fish meat, Hao Zhao bit down on a piece of octopus tentacle, and his rough eating style made many people drool. Damn it, I'm not waiting anymore. It won't kill me, just eat. Wow, leave me a piece of dragon fish meat, will you? This kind of big pot boiled meat is fragrant even without any condiments. Salt and MSG would just tarnish its original flavor. At this time, Hao Zhao had already swallowed the demonic pattern octopus tentacle. Oh my god! A gasp drew the attention of many. Official players have a strong perception of the changes in their bodies, and after gasping, Hao Zhao quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Hao Zhao. Occupation, none level. For lifespan, 67 years and 1 day vitality. 1358 strength, 11.5, spirit, 1 defense, 8.5, speed, 4 skills, violent cleaving, LV1, combat power, 179. Strength and defense, both increased by 5 points. And it can last for 4 hours. Damn it. After Hao Zhao, others who had paired different kinds of ferocious beast meat also discovered that their attribute panels had gained 1 or 2 temporary attributes. Brother Chuan, what on earth is going on? It's simple. You can think of it as medicinal cuisine or a chemical reaction, where the meat from different ferocious beasts influences each other, ultimately reflecting back on the body. Hao Zhao was stunned. He understood the principle, but that wasn't a reason to accept it calmly, right? Those who had previously eaten the meat must have fed it to their dogs, right? Don't waste it, brothers. Not even a piece should be left. Of course. Pack it up, Team Zhao, you must finish it. Is there anyone teaming up to go hunt ferocious beasts? I feel like I have endless strength. How about we go kill a few more and bring them back to eat? Yes, we can't waste the attributes we have. Let's go together. Seeing that someone had already set off, Hao Zhao reminded them. You can go, but remember to bring back the life cards if you get any drops for Brother Chuan. Got it. Oh, got it. After this incident, the people in the Zhenjiang defense zone admired Chen Yichuan even more. Facing the sunset, the seafood feast continued. A full and satisfied Hao Zhao called Chen Yichuan to a nearby pile of ruins. After inviting him to sit down, he took out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and asked, "Want one? This is a limited edition." Chen Yichuan didn't hold back and directly reached out to take it. "You're really splurging, Zhao Ge. Let me guess, you want to ask about the coins, right?" Haha. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. What can those coins do? Usually, Hao Zhao is quite rough, never beating around the bush about what he wants to know, but he won't be reckless when he needs to be clever. Coins, well, money comes. Of course it can buy things. Buy things? Hao Zhao simply didn't understand. The key is who is selling. But Chen Yichuan smiled mysteriously and said, "I can't tell you yet. Wait until I become an official player, then we can go buy together. In the meantime, gather as many as you can. It won't be wrong. Hey, you're playing riddles with me." Chapitre 17. Elles sont lieu y'impont. The long wait of one night ultimately proved to be in vain. Although the drop rate for the life card and life devourer is slightly higher than that of the lifespan roulette, it is still not something that can be easily obtained. In the end, one must rely on their own efforts. With a slight sigh, Chen Yichuan fell into a deep sleep in the hotel room he had chosen. The next day, morning, as the sun rose in the east, Chen Yichuan naturally woke up. After getting up, he slowly exhaled a long breath, which brought him a whole day's good spirit. After rinsing his mouth with the river water that had been sitting overnight, He pushed open the door and walked out. A morning breeze from the river suddenly blew in, bringing with it the faint aroma of the seafood pot from the previous night. The feeling of hunger hit him instantly. However, he saw a flash from his right index finger and took out a pill, swallowing it down. It was made from the tail-fin meat of the golden gun dragonfish, mixed with various blood and flesh of water beasts. The purpose was singular, to fill his stomach. In the later years, it was often used as rations for expeditions. One pill could replace 3 meals, as the golden gun dragonfish was known for its vitality. Simply eating, it could sustain one for 2 days. However, the consumption rate was not something a pill could compare to. The bigger the appetite, the greater the consumption. When Chun Ichuan arrived near the defense line, he heard a voice say, "Morning, Brother Chuan." It was his friend from his previous life, Dongfang Yinyan. "Zhou, Dayan." After last night's seafood feast, he had also made a friend in this life with Dongfang Yinyan. With the latter's honest personality, they quickly became familiar. After exchanging pleasantries, both of them were attracted by the sound of an engine. They saw an old pickup truck filled with people, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards the defense area. It came to a screeching halt in less than half a minute. Counting the 8 people in the truck bed, there were 6 men and 2 women of varying sizes. Some were holding steel-long spears, while others had knives at their waists. Among the 2 women, one was holding a rope tied with daggers. Chun Ichuan recognized this woman. Her name was Shi Xiaoyu, one of the few professionals in the early stages of the game with the profession of assassin. She was the contemporary heir of the non-heritage martial art rope dart, and when the game descended, she coincidentally drew a job change card. At that time, the major forces had not yet risen, so she naturally used the card herself. Later on, this woman grew to a very high level, but it was said that for some reason, she left the Liu family. This was one of the few pieces of news Chun Ichuan heard about the Liu family in his previous life. He didn't expect that she had already been under the Liu family's banner so early. But what made her leave the Liu family? This was a not-so-small mystery that intrigued many in his previous life. "Hey, over there, go find someone named Chun Ichuan and tell him to get ready to depart." A man in the pickup truck looked down and said, not naming anyone specifically, but his tone was filled with a strong sense of superiority. However, just as the words fell, "No need to look, he's right here." The voice came from the person sitting in the passenger seat of the pickup. Chun Ichuan furrowed his brows. That voice. Click. Just then, the car door opened. A man with knives at his sides jumped out of the car, with a sword on the left and a knife on the right, but obviously, the sword was of a more exquisite design. Seeing him, a surge of anger washed over Chun Ichuan. Liu Yunpan. The Liu family had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son was Liu Yunpan. The popular young star Liu Yunlu was the second son, and Liu Xinyu was the youngest daughter. That day, it was this Liu Yunpan who hosted the lottery and took away his life-draining sword. So, when Chun Ichuan said yesterday that if Liu Xinyu didn't go, the only one accompanying him would be an enemy, or rather, a direct enemy. "Long time no see, I didn't expect you to still be alive." When Liu Yunpan saw Chun Ichuan, he looked down at him with an air of superiority. "Thanks to you. If you want to fight fate, come over. But of course, I won't be responsible if you die." Hearing this, Chun Ichuan gritted his teeth slightly. Deep down, he didn't want to go. But reason told him that now was not the time to completely fall out with the Liu family. Why would the Liu family invite him to this so-called operation? Either they really needed him, or they wanted to test him. But regardless of which, this so-called operation was more beneficial than harmful to him, as his lifespan was insufficient, and he had no confidence. Continuing to struggle in the border area would yield little results. If he wanted to progress quickly, he had to seize every opportunity. Of course, all of this was based on the premise of ensuring his own safety. "It's fine, I didn't die after 3 days without food or water. I have a strong life force." "Then get in the car." After saying this, Liu Yunpan wanted to return to the passenger seat, but a voice suddenly interjected. "Wait. Young master, can I come along too?" The only one who could speak up so promptly was Dongfang Yinyan, who was beside Chun Ichuan. Hearing this, Liu Yunpan frowned and coldly said, "We're not going on vacation. The destination is the battlefield outside the world. Show your attribute panel." "Okay." Dongfang Yinyan promptly displayed her panel. "Name, Dongfang Yin profession, none level, for lifespan, 103 years and 60 days vitality, 1669 strength, 7 mentality, 1 defense, 4 speed, 12 skill, phantom 3 swords, LV2, combat power, 232. Oh, over 100 years of lifespan, level 4, but combat power over 200, and still has temporary attributes. Alright, come along. Seeing Dongfang Yin's panel, Lu Yunpan directly let her go. Their goal was to have as many capable people as possible. Hearing she could go, Dongfang Yin quickly climbed onto the car and squeezed beside Chen Yichuan, remaining silent. The car quickly started moving, speeding inland while the rising sun was still some distance from the sea level. On the way, a black MPV with 7 seats merged into the side of the pickup truck, and through the car window, it was clear that there were more than 7 people inside. However, in this era, there were no traffic police who would jump out to catch overloaded vehicles. Inside the car, not knowing where they were headed, Chen Yichuan found himself idle, his main focus on Shi Xiaoyu. The other party did not show any reaction to his scrutiny. Until, I'm Chen Yichuan, and you? Oh, I was asking you. Oh, what the hell is that? This girl is so cold? Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. Chen Yichuan felt a bit frustrated. Although he hadn't showered for a long time, his face was still relatively clean, right? However, in response to his attempt at conversation, the others in the car laughed. Ha ha ha, give it up, kid. If this ice queen could answer you, the heavens would rain down beautiful knives. Why can't it be pounds? Euros are useless too. Can you buy longevity pills with them? Who would have thought that after all the chatter, Shi Xiaoyu actually lifted her head, glanced at Chen Yichuan, and then slowly spoke. Shi Xiaoyu. The others. Chapter 18. Ultrasonic Beast Repelling Tower. That sounds pretty nice. As he spoke, Chen Yichuan subtly looked up at the sky. The weather today was really nice, with clear blue skies and no clouds, not even a hint of rain. Although it was quiet in the back of the pickup truck, the engine noise seemed to be mixed with strange crackling sounds. Why? Just because he was good-looking? Compared to before, being handsome now really can't put food on the table. Not even as spiritual sustenance. Although Shi Xiaoyu engaged with Chen Yichuan, she didn't respond afterward. The latter was actually trying to strike up a conversation with the mindset of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although it wasn't the case yet, the wheels of fate would eventually turn. This was also a discovery Chen Yichuan made in the past 3 days. As long as it didn't directly relate to him, things would still happen as they were meant to, and people would still be met. It can't be said that the butterfly effect doesn't exist. It just isn't as outrageous as imagined. And since that's the case, Chen Yichuan could only let himself be that butterfly-s wing. Otherwise, if the Liu family developed to the heights of his previous life, he would have far more trouble to deal with. First, become a formal player. Chen Yichuan thought to himself, this is the prerequisite for everything. The old pickup and the black MPV were driving steadily on the already dilapidated road, occasionally having to detour around broken pavement. This undoubtedly made the journey longer. Along the way, the pickup also had to stop at an abandoned gas station due to insufficient fuel. Fortunately, there was still one usable gas pump. Otherwise, the Liu family might not even reach their destination. Strange, after driving for so long, not even a single flying beast has come by, even though I clearly saw some in the sky. Perhaps it was because the journey was too monotonous and boring. Dongfang Yin couldn't help but ask. As soon as he spoke, haha, do you know why a settlement is called a settlement? If we had to be on guard against flying beasts in the sky 24/7, how would humanity survive? Is it because of those towers? Chen Yichuan naturally knew the reason and spoke up to clarify. Exactly. Another person chimed in. That tower is also called the Ultrasonic Beast Repelling Tower, which is based on the television towers from before the apocalypse and is the fundamental reason for the existence of various settlements. Ultrasonic Beast Repelling Tower, in short, uses sound waves to disperse surrounding beasts. It can release a very high-frequency ultrasonic wave within a certain height range, making flying beasts in the coverage area unwilling to approach. This was discovered on the 9th day after the life-devouring event. During a resistance, a superconducting technology base was attacked, and the researchers had no weapons to fight back. So they could only aim the experimental sound wave weapon at the beasts. Unexpectedly, this test forced back the majority of the beasts. and those that didn't retreat were extremely repelled by the sound waves, allowing the researchers to hold on until nearby troops arrived. Later, after analysis, it was found that it was the sound wave weapon that worked, but the ultra-high-frequency sound waves released that temporarily incapacitated some less developed brain beasts, resulting in the repelling effect. Once discovered, humanity immediately set to work, utilizing the ultra-frequency sound waves in sound wave weapons to broadcast through television towers, achieving remarkable effects. Since then, humanity has established settlements based on cities with television towers. At least, it can avoid threats from the sky. So that is how it is. Dongfang Yin realized, as he indeed hadn't understood this aspect before. The two vehicles quickly shuttled through various towns, almost at full speed except when needing to slow down around detours and obstacles. Even so, the journey still took nearly 3 hours. In general direction, they were heading north. When the vehicles finally stopped, the group had arrived at the western part of the Zhongnan settlement, which was the junction of the former world's Sudong province and Xiongnan province. Due to the vast forest vegetation and a low population density, after the life-devouring event, it had turned into ruins in less than an hour. Nowadays, many remnants were already covered in green moss. A defense zone was also established here called Longxi, but it did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Liu family. Bang. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the front door of the vehicle, and the 4 people who had been in the car had already gotten out. The 3 Liu siblings were present, along with a bald man whom Chen Yichuan did not recognize. In the next moment, Liu Yunpan walked straight towards the defense zone's fence. When he saw a man approaching him, he introduced himself. "Buddy, I'm from the southern Liu family. Let us make this convenient." As he spoke, he also pulled out a cigarette. But upon hearing it was from the Liu family, the man didn't dare to accept it and quickly replied, "No need to be polite. Who are you all?" At this time, nearly 10 people also emerged from the black MPV, 8 men and 1 woman. Compared to the Liu family S group, there were 5 fewer, but the leading man didn't show any signs of discomfort. "Let us head to the outer battlefield. Consider it an adventure. Go through this gate. This might not be very convenient." "What do you mean?" Liu Yunpan's expression turned slightly unfriendly. Seeing this, the man became a bit nervous and quickly explained, "It's like this, Mr. Liu. Everyone knows what is out there now, and the higher-ups require us to collect a toll." Only then did Liu Yunpan understand. Haha, it seems the Suishan Pavilion knows how to do business. Just as he finished speaking, Liu Xinyu stepped forward, her face cold as she looked at the man and said, "1 white longevity pill. You understand this is the limit." Okay. The man was stunned upon hearing this, as he had expected the other side to offer some materials, weapons, or reserve food. He almost forgot that they were the Liu family, who would take out anything if they drew a normal person. Only they had the strength to trade like this. Truly wealthy. Although it was just 1 white pill, and only one, the beneficiary was fixed. But who could deny the high value of the longevity pill? After handing over a white longevity pill, the Longxi Defense Zone's fence was temporarily lifted, allowing this group of over 20 people to enter the outer battlefield. However, they had barely walked out 10 meters. Qin Laudi, according to what we agreed beforehand, whoever contributes more from this group will be compensated accordingly. You all are falling short by 1 longevity pill. The one speaking was naturally Liu Yunpan, and the Qin Laudi he was chatting with was the person in charge of the black MPV. "Brother Liu, there is no need for more words. I'll remember that." Qin Chang replied. That's good." After a smile, Liu Yunpan also called back, "Listen up, we are already in the outer battlefield now. This time the goal is a Lord-level beast, and it's a first kill. Everyone needs to be sharp, understood?" "Yes." The Liu family's camp shouted in unison, while only 2 remained unfazed, one being Chen Yichuan, and the other was Shi Xiaoyu. After hearing Liu Yunpan's words, Chen Yichuan also understood why they had called him along. Chapter 19, entering the forest area, ambushed. The life-eating has arrived, and fierce beasts and humans have become natural enemies. Humans have their distinctions of status, and so do fierce beasts, with levels that are even more strict and ruthless. The known levels are ordinary, elite, and lord, but these are just the known ones. Normal players can handle ordinary and elite fierce beasts either alone or in small groups. But when it comes to lords, it's like the alpha wolf in a pack. It can summon a large number of fierce beasts below its level from all directions to protect itself. Fighting one is not much different from fighting a group. Moreover, Lord-level fierce beasts have strong self-healing abilities, and while you're dealing with the surrounding beasts, it could heal most of its injuries in the blink of an eye. The feeling of fighting for a long time only to find it was all in vain is certainly unpleasant. Therefore, when dealing with surrounding fierce beasts, someone must be able to hold back the Lord to prevent it from healing. If I'm not here, this task should fall to Shi Xiaoyu, right? Chen Yichuan thought. The rope dart is versatile, suitable for both close and long-range combat. If used well, it can handle both at the same time, but if not, it might cost you your life. However, no matter how well one can balance, it's still better to have a pure-ranged fighter dealing with the Lord. But doing so will generate hate. It's like how the butcher at the village entrance wouldn't greet the pigs in the pen with a smile. This is forcing me to reveal all my trump cards. I assent it? I won't let you have your way every time. Let the Liu family taste the bitterness of failing to steal coin. More than 20 people walked out of the Longxi Defense Zone fence, and in just 15 minutes, they entered the nearby forest area without clustering together. Crowding together only increases the chances of being attacked by fierce beasts. Their goal is not ordinary fierce beasts, so they naturally want to avoid excessive conflict and conserve stamina. Although they are far apart, official players can communicate through life cards. But Chen Yichuan, not yet an official player, can only walk alongside Lu Xinyu. And this is Lu Xinyu's intention. Afraid I might lose control and kill one of your brothers? After walking a distance, Chen Yichuan suddenly smiled wickedly, an expression that made one believe, if given the chance, he would definitely do it. I find you always have this inexplicable confidence. After glancing at him, Lu Xinyu said, Lu Yunpan is level 13. Lu Yunlu is a bit lower but still level 9. You're at level 0. What makes you think you can kill them? You really don't respect your two brothers. Lu Xinyu paused slightly at this, but did not refute. In a world where the strong are respected, why should the capable submit to the incapable? Chen Yichuan smiled, neither confirming nor denying, but suddenly said ominously, Yes, then. Aren't you afraid of dying? His chilling tone made Lu Xinyu's heart skip a beat. After taking a breath, she replied, Killing me is of no benefit to you. Is that so? If you're relying on a longevity pill, then you're mistaken. As long as there's a formula, anyone can refine it, right? Lu Xinyu clenched her fists tightly, breathing heavily. I have no grudge against you, but I have sworn to leave no trace of the Liu family. Hee, just kidding. So boring. The team continued to advance into the forest for about 5 or 6 kilometers, during which some low-level fierce beasts came to disturb them. But they were either killed instantly or chased away, until they encountered something that was no longer a fierce beast. PFF. A sudden sharp sound rang out from the west side of the team. Then, wah! The pain scream immediately startled everyone, and their alertness was heightened. 13. Are you okay? Undoubtedly, 13 was the injured one, who, despite the pain, shouted, There's Lao Lu, be careful. The dart is poisoned. Not long after, a light purple message appeared above him. Poisoned, -206. Before this, there was also a red injury message. Lu Yunpan at the back of the team squinted his eyes and said, Friend, hiding in the dark like an old coin is not a glorious thing. Come out. However, the person did not respond. Instead, in the blink of an eye, PFF, PFF, PFF. 3 sounds rang out in quick succession. But this time the team was on guard, so it wasn't so easy to hit. 3 men from the Liu family camp turned around and leaped, using their shields to block the incoming darts, leaving only a light ding sound. The next moment, TSK. Whoosh. Ugh. Swoosh. Pong. Everything happened too quickly. Almost the moment the attacker clicked his tongue, the swift cold light flew past like a shadow. The next thing was that the man was killed, the sound of him hitting some branches and finally crashing into the muddy ground. In just a second, damn. Somewhere in the forest, a faint sound of fear arose, but when the cold light followed, it missed. Runs really fast, from a height of over 5 meters. A graceful figure whooshed down, crushing a few dry leaves upon landing. It was Shi Xiaoyu. And that cold light was indeed the rope dart in her hand. Lu Yunpan cast a glance, but said nothing. turning towards 13's position. 13, how much longer will the poison state last? Can you hold on? 13 is the code name for the man in the Liu family's Vanguard team. The so-called Vanguard team is, to put it bluntly, a suicide squad with little lifespan left but still having levels. These people often can no longer gain longevity from other channels and can only rely on a family to exchange contributions for longevity pills. To put it more bluntly, they are tools. 7 seconds left, I can hold on. 13 wiped the sweat from his forehead caused by the intense pain and nodded. Okay, Liu Yunpan nodded. You still have 82 points. Do you want to exchange for a Band-Aid? Not far away. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but laugh. He had just exchanged for a Band-Aid from him and now turned around to exploit the Vanguard team. The Liu family truly lives up to its name. How much? Is it? 13 clearly knew of the existence of the Band-Aid, and although its effect isn't as good as the healing pill, he had heard that there was quite a stock in hand. 50 points each. Well, forget it. 50 points for a Band-Aid. It's better to kill him. The white longevity pill is 188 points, and seeing that there's still half left, spending more than half to exchange for a Band-Aid is crazy. But if I don't exchange my health, Chen Yichuan continued to observe coldly. Although he also had a Band-Aid, what did that have to do with him? Liu Yunpan was clearly taking advantage of the situation. 13 only had 82 points. Yet he opened his mouth to ask for more than half. What good would it do to provoke his bad luck and ruin his good deeds? Moreover, in this world, clinging to Jesus could lead to a very miserable death. Well, then we'll set off once your poison state passes. 13. Okay. Chapter 20. Such conduct, the team did not slow down their pace due to Shirsan being injured. Instead, they gradually began to accelerate while maintaining their speed. Clearly, Liu Yunpan was anxious. The attackers who had ambushed them must also be targeting that Lord-level beast. Shi Xiaoyu had only killed a sacrificial scout. If they didn't hurry, they might not even get a sip of soup when they arrived. After about 10 minutes, the team delved approximately 3 miles deeper into the forest. The air here was already permeated with a faint smell of blood, indistinguishable between human and beast, but one thing was certain. They were getting close. The team regrouped and adjusted their formation. With a command from Liu Yunpan, the 20 or so people scattered around quickly closed the distance to about 3 meters apart. Only Shi Xiaoyu remained in the trees. After all, as an assassin, she could maximize her combat effectiveness only from the shadows. As the annoying presence approached, Chen Yichuan furrowed his brows and then leaped onto a branch. His speed, combined with temporary attributes, was a solid 8 points. Just climbing a tree, nothing too difficult. TSK. Below, Liu Yunlu glanced at this and couldn't help but scoff, thinking to himself, playing with personality on the outer battlefield. Be careful you don't die in a more unique way. Liu Yunpan also shot him a glance, but quickly returned to focus, saying, everyone be careful. From now on, anyone or anything that enters our exploration range, be it beast or human, must be killed without exception. Oh, the others had no objections to his command. In the outer battlefield, not to mention targeting Lord-level beasts, even a rare item roulette would attract greed. Killing for treasure was the norm. Compared to the oppression of the lower levels and settlements, the outer battlefield was the true gathering place of fear. The darkness of humanity played out every day, just as everyone was on high alert. Young master, there are people ahead. The speaker was the bald man driving the pickup truck, clearly holding a higher status in the Liu family than the others. Upon hearing this, the Qin family also became vigilant. Beside Qin Chong stood a thin man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his neat short hair already streaked with silver, and he seemed to be of a decent level. Meanwhile, Qin Chong slowly took out 2 boxing gloves and put them on. A fist fighter? Chen Yichuan thought. Could it be that this guy is also a professional? Otherwise, fists are relatively less lethal compared to blades and spears. He recalled that in his previous life, there was a rather prominent fist fighter. While the phrase fist shattering mountains and rivers might be an exaggeration, it was true that he had carved out a bloody path during a beast tide with a single punch. But was that person Qin Chong? Chen Yichuan didn't delve too deeply. He was just curious and shifted his gaze. At this moment, Liu Yunpan made a decision. Move in. Everyone understood and slowed their steps. And when they got closer, they finally realized that they had reached the outskirts of a battle zone. Ahead was a small three-person team of unknown affiliation, engaged in combat with a giant wolf over 3 meters long. The giant wolf was already bleeding, but the three men were also in poor condition from a situation. The wolf seemed to have the upper hand. The Liu and Qin families had no intention of stepping in to help. Suddenly, Yuwu, the giant wolf, let out a long howl, and as the sound waves passed, numerous root-like spikes shot up, revealing it to be a forest thorn wolf of wood attribute. Among the three-person team, the man with the most severe injuries couldn't dodge in time and was brutally impaled through the heart by a wooden spike. Damn it. Seeing his companion drop beside him, the other man, in a panic, leaped several meters high, and his large sword swung down. Heavy sword split mountain. This was likely his skill. The speed at which the great sword descended clearly exceeded basic physical principles, making it appear as if he had jumped high before striking down instantaneously. It was fast, but the forest thorn wolf was faster. Its front paws, just leaving the ground to evade the attack, quickly transformed into a forward pounce, and its paw, the size of a basin, struck the side of the man's head. Ugh! At the same time, the wooden spikes created by the forest thorn wolf reached the ground at the position of the Liu and Qin families, forcing everyone to evade. But in doing so, they exposed themselves. The man knocked away by the forest thorn wolf crashed directly into the Qin family's formation. A subordinate from the Qin family helped absorb some of the impact. Unfortunately, the wolf's paw had already smashed half of his face sideways. Even if saved, his days were likely numbered. If the Liu and Qin families had helped from the beginning, things wouldn't have turned out like this. But in this world, were if-onlys. Since they had already been exposed, Liu Yunpan no longer concealed his intentions and simply took over the remaining battle. Your companion won't last long. Aren't you going to take him and leave? The meaning of this was simple. We want the prey. You can scram. Of course, the other side was unwilling. After all, the wolf was only at half health. But as soon as Liu Yunpan finished speaking, 3 members from their side had already rushed out, surrounding the forest thorn wolf, which was itching to escape. Whether they wished it or not, they had to comply. With fists that were bigger and more people on their side, they had no choice but to accept. To take a step back, even if he killed the forest thorn wolf, could he take away the spoils that belonged to him? The answer was no. Damn it. Before leaving, all he could do was express his dissatisfaction. But just as he rushed past the Liu family formation to retrieve his companion, a cold light flashed behind him, and his head was severed from his body. The one who acted was the bald man. Watch your mouth next life. Thud. He fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. On the other side, Qin Chong frowned slightly as he looked at Liu Yunpan. He was already prepared to leave. Why kill him? Liu Yunpan laughed coldly. Brother Qin, you truly are compassionate. Qin Chong turned his head away and simply replied, I just think you did something unnecessary, that's all. Above. Shi Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the rope in her hand, an inexplicable urge suppressed within her, only staring coldly at Liu Yunpan. Chen Yichuan appeared indifferent. Having gone through a lot, he could only say, such conduct, even the Liu family. Kill that little wolf and continue forward. The forest thorn wolf was already at half health. How could it withstand the nearly full strength of the Liu family's vanguard members? The battle lasted no more than 10 exchanges before it reluctantly fell, unable to rise again. Young master, a yellow roulette has dropped. After players kill a beast, the server of Earth will explode and scatter the loot. Hence it is referred to as exploding gear by players. This time, the forest thorn wolf exploded a yellow roulette and some scattered time currency. Take it, Liu Yunpan said. But as soon as he received it, he couldn't help but want to discard it. TSK. Only one front option. Garbage among garbage. Put it away. We'll give it to the life-eating maggots later. Yes. Moments later, as the team prepared to set off again, a sudden, whoa. Chapter 21. He is worth this price. Wolves, belonging to the family Canidi, are pack animals. Even if they turn into fierce beasts, this instinct is not something that can be easily changed. The arrival of devouring life is a disaster and an opportunity for humans. But for animals, it is simply an opportunity. Instead, humans must reclaim their position at the top of the food chain. But is it possible? At least when facing the current pack of wolves. They can only fight up close like primitive humans. It seems that the leader is just another creature turned into a cat or dog. Lu Yunpan frowned, and everyone formed a defensive formation, not needing to linger in battle, but to maintain defense and keep pushing forward. With this shout, the members, who had been maintaining a certain distance, quickly moved. Soon they gathered into a circular formation with a radius of about 8 meters, weapons firmly in hand, some already clashing with the forest thorn wolves. The overall tactic was to fight while retreating, but the appearance of the wolf pack seemed to be aimed at stopping their advance. Big Brother, the leader, must have dealt with the previous group and is now recovering. Lu Yunlu shouted upon realizing this. Lu Yunpan quickly reacted. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he caught a glimpse of a man and a woman waiting on the trees. Just as Chen Yichuan thought to himself, no way, Shi Xiaoyu. Chen Yichuan, use ranged attacks to draw aggro and cover us as we look for the leader. This is... But before he could speak, Shi Xiaoyu had already responded first. 2 longevity pills. Okay, this came from Lu Yunpan. It seems that there is still a similar employment relationship between Shi Xiaoyu and the Lu family, and situations like this fall outside the range of the usual agreement. That's a different price. I'm also asking for 2. Understanding this, Chen Yichuan shouted as well, why not take advantage of it? But as soon as his voice fell, Lu Yunlu raised his head and instinctively spoke. What are you even worth? Do you have any idea of your own capabilities? Shi Xiaoyu wanted 2 longevity pills because of her strength and because she is a professional, but what right does Chen Yichuan have? Lu Yunlu's words were a matter of course. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan was about to speak, but unexpectedly. Okay, Xinyu. Lu Xinyu did not give her second brother the chance to finish. He has temporary attributes, so at least right now, he is worth this price. Although she did not know Chen Yichuan's specific attributes. Being able to assist in repelling a wave of small-scale beast tide in the Zhenjiang defense zone meant dealing with the wolf pack here would be no problem. There was no time to dwell on this. They needed to set off quickly. Hearing what the older brother said, Lu Yunlu could only glare at Chen Yichuan, no longer speaking. At this moment, Shi Xiaoyu had already made her move, her rope dart flying down like a cold gleam, piercing the head of a forest thorn wolf in no time. The material of the dart head is quite good. Seeing this, Chen Yichuan smiled, and then without saying much, the ring on his right hand's index finger flashed. Sharpfong immediately shot out from the slingshot. Bang! With the downward impact, plus the piercing power of the fong and the elasticity of the slingshot, the 3 layers of force combined caused a forest thorn wolf to be tragically bent into Ave shape from its waist. Oh woo! That forest thorn wolf lay on the ground. Howling in pain, whether dead or alive, it could no longer move. This action was even more impactful than Shi Xiaoyu's dart through the head. Without enough force, even aiming at the weak points of canine beasts, it would be hard to achieve this kind of effect, right? He indeed deserves 2 longevity pills. Saying this, Lu Yunpan withdrew his gaze, and everyone broke through the encirclement of the wolf pack. Teeth? Unlike Lu Yunpan, Shi Xiaoyu was closer, allowing her to see the bullets shot out by Chen Yichuan, which were not ordinary, resembling the teeth of fierce beasts. Hee, let's go head-to-head and let them experience a bite from the sea. You're more interesting than I imagined. After saying this, Shi Xiaoyu had already moved to another tree, lightly leaping while shooting her rope dart down again. She couldn't blow another head, but she did hit another forest thorn wolf. And as she retrieved it, she used the inertia to shoot again, hitting accurately. The attack of the rope dart was indeed elusive. No wonder she is called a rogue soldier. Of course, this effect relies heavily on Shi Xiaoyu's assassin profession, which gives specific bonuses to such small weapons. It really takes a professional. Chen Yichuan sighed lightly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. In his previous life, he only officially changed to warrior on the 46th day after the game arrived, during the Great Class Change version. And the assassin is a profession that branched off from the warrior, belonging to close combat and row combat. While admiring, Chen Yichuan's hands did not slow down. One fong after another continuously shot out from his slingshot, each time hitting, accompanied by a forest thorn wolf losing its combat ability. His power plus his temporary attributes gave him 8 points, and considering the attributes of the slingshot, it was 13 points, which is not low. At least it was comparable to Shi Xiaoyu. With the cover of the 2, Lu Yunpan had already led the team to break through the encirclement of the wolf pack. Even though some were injured, their combat power still remained above 90%. After escaping the obstruction of the wolf pack, the remaining 21 people took advantage of the gap to run through the forest at the fastest speed. As for the direction, with that bald man around, there would be no mistakes. Sure enough, after advancing about 5 miles, "Young master, the leader is just ahead." Lu Yunpan grinned, "Afyu. As long as we can secure the first kill of the leader, you could go find my father for your reward after we return." "Thank you, young master." Swish, swish. Running at the front, Lu Yunlu suddenly felt the bloody smell in the air intensify several times after rushing through a patch of bushes about 2 meters high. He only stopped after stepping on a regular gap, a black, red, and white object that made him nauseous. "Stop, quick stop." In the woods. As the number of forest thorn wolves killed and injured reached over 10, the elite level within the pack finally could not sit still. A long howl suddenly rose, and the scattered wolves immediately clustered around the head wolf of the elite level. From the player's perspective, this meant that the aggro had accumulated to a threshold, and the wolf pack was about to unleash a big move. Forest thorn wolves, in addition to pouncing and biting, have a talent skill, Forest Thorn Spike, which was the move that forced the Lu and Qin families out at the beginning. But back then, it was used by a single wolf. This time, it was a group. Shi Xiaoyu returned to a tree trunk. Catching her breath, the reward will be reduced. I need to find a way to save my life first. Without my life, any reward is useless. I can take out the biggest one before they unleash their skill. Can a rest be left to you? Chun Yichuan said, revealing a light brown pill in his hand. Hearing this, although Shi Xiaoyu was puzzled about how Chun Yichuan would do it, there was no time to think further. If you can do it, I have no problem. Chapter 22, Level 0, 1000 damage. On the other side, deep in the forest, a long, hissing sound echoed in a clearing spreading outwards. Lu Yunlu, who had just jumped out, never expected that what they were about to face was such a monster, a giant long worm, at least over 10 meters long. Not only was it long, but its body was also thick, only slightly thinner than the readers present. Hearing a shout, the following team members slowed down. Even Lu Yunpan, a level 13 official player, felt a cold sweat when he saw the long worm. Don't tell me what the radar detected is this thing. The bald man Afu also had a grim look on his face. Judging from the strength of its mental power, it was indeed this creature. There were no others within a few kilometers. Lu Yunpan took a deep breath. There was no choice, fight. Saying that, he drew his battle knife from his right waist and placed his left hand on the exquisite long sword. Afu, find out this guy's attributes and post them in the team channel. Okay, Afu quickly responded. The attributes of the fierce beast were not always revealed. A player needed to establish a connection with it to display them, which could be through dealing damage or applying control skills. Even throwing a stone at it would allow them to see the panel, even if it didn't deal damage. After speaking, Afu lightly tapped his forehead and said, "Mental detection." Obviously, this was Afu's skill, focused on mental attributes. And that was why he could confirm the direction of the boss all the way. The next moment, the giant long worm seemed to sense the gaze and suddenly let out a loud hiss. Afu hurriedly interrupted the detection, but the goal had already been achieved. Name, Earth-splitting giant python rank, Lord level, 12 health, 2,984, 52, 11 strength, 39 mentality, 4 defense, 27 speed, 14 skills, earthquake wave, giant tail, split battle power, 472. This guy, in the team, Lu Yunpan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. With 39 points of strength and such an exaggerated body, the previous group must have died horribly. What's wrong? Lu brother, lost your confidence? Qin Chong, wearing boxing gloves, seemed like a different person, his previously somewhat humble demeanor replaced by a combative look, full of confidence. That must be your Qin family's reliance. Heaven-crushing, right? Lu Yunpan smiled faintly. Confidence isn't just talk. Everyone, while this big guy doesn't know us yet, let us give it a taste of gunpowder. Despite the physical advantage of the earth-splitting giant python against the 20-odd members from both families, it was not overly reckless. It deeply understood that some prey could harm it. Although an order was given, Lu Yunpan did not take the lead in attacking. After all, he had brought so many cannon fodder tools. Why should he act first? This was not something that could be killed in one hit. Although first, the one who spoke was Zhao Ji, a member of the Lu family's vanguard team, level 6 with 29 points of strength, battle power 251. The reason for announcing his level and main attributes was to provide a reference for others. However, upon hearing these attributes, everyone quickly calculated and realized that this guy's upgrade points were basically all invested in strength. As Zhao Ji ran towards the earth-splitting giant python, this guess was confirmed. Speed? Not at all. But the next moment, Zhao Ji's actions stunned everyone present for a moment. Invincible great. When Zhao Ji shouted these first three words, he was spinning his body with a great sword in hand, and just as he completed the fifth rotation, vortex, swish. In an instant, that great sword shot out, flying accurately towards the raised snake head of the earth-splitting giant python. But how could the giant python remain dazed? It turned its head to dodge, but who would have thought that the great sword vortex would suddenly change direction at that moment? Clang! With a light sound of the blade piercing flesh, it sliced open the giant python's body, leaving a wound over 10 centimeters deep, but unfortunately, it was just too thick. -11. Additional. -77. The first damage line was purely basic damage. The second line was clearly the additional damage from Zhao Ji's skill invincible Great Vortex. Skills, of course, are not just about action. Normally, 1 point of strength could deal 10 points of damage, and 1 point of defense would negate 10 points of damage. But Life Eating also had the setting of battle power. If the battle power of the lower one exceeded that of the higher one's defense, the damage would be reduced. Conversely, it would be amplified. Well done. Next, it's my turn. The one shouting was Dongfang Yinyin, level 4, with 7 points of strength. As soon as his attributes were announced, someone couldn't help but exclaim, 7 points? Damn, brother, are you kidding? What kind of joke is this? Zhao Ji could only deal 11 points of basic damage with 29 points. Hurry and find a tree to hide behind. But Dongfang Yinyin was not one to heed advice. With a temporary strength of 7 points and battle power 232. I'm going. His temporary attributes came from the seafood breakfast before departing, and just as the buff was about to end, there was no time to hesitate. But his daring to strike didn't mean he was really stupid. As he sprinted, he reached the earth-splitting giant python in just a few seconds, and, at this moment, the giant longworm still hadn't recovered from the previous strike. Dongfang Yinyin closed in. Blocking was naturally out of the question. Swish. -5. A sword slashed across the giant python's side. Whoosh. -5. A returning sword deepened the existing wound. Slash. -5. A sword cleaved down, leaving bloody cross-cut marks. Dongfang Yinyin's figure moved like a phantom, completing the attack swiftly, then leaping back to create a distance of several meters, landing lightly. This was his skill, Phantom 3 Swords. Even so, it was still hard for everyone to believe that this was done by a rugged-looking brute who seemed very heavy. Additional. -31. Bleeding. -140. When the damage line popped up, not only did the earth-splitting giant python writhe its body in furious anger, but the surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded. A level 4 player dealing higher damage than a level 6 pure strength player. What kind of beast is this? However, if he was a beast, then what about Chun Yichuan, who, as a level 0 informal player, one-shot an elite level 4's Thornwolf with a slingshot? Whoosh! Critical hit. -1,360. Big beads of sweat streamed down Chun Yichuan's forehead, and he looked like he had lost his size. Shi Xiaoyu was stunned. 1,000 damage. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the wolf pack to react? This shout nearly exhausted all of Chun Yichuan's strength. Oh. After that, he was half hanging on a tree, with no strength left at all. If someone were to stab him at this moment, he would undoubtedly die. Hey, this feeling, still so exhilarating. Chapter 23. I am just too kind. How did Chun Yichuan deal over 1,000 damage with his level 0? The answer lies in the light brown pill he held before the fight. Bloodthirsty Shark's Blood Potion, made from the materials of the ferocious beast Bloodthirsty Shark. Consuming it instantly drains 30 days of lifespan and unleashes 10 times the strength, making the first 3 attacks ignore power gaps and guarantee critical hits. The effect lasts for 1 second, followed by a 3-second weakness period. Weakness, all attributes reduced to 10. Level restriction, 0 to 10. Crafting process, white, rough. This pill was also known in the past as 1 second real man. Chun Ichuan could only lament that he was not a true alchemist now. Otherwise, if he could improve the crafting process of the blood potion to excellent, the weakness duration would only be 1 second. 3 seconds is neither long nor short. Sometimes it passes in the blink of an eye. Other times it feels like an eternity. If someone from the Liu family were here, Chun Ichuan would definitely not use it, nor would he dare to use it if there were ferocious beasts nearby. That would be tantamount to courting death. Compared to the 3 options for the Liu family, the blood potion is the real lifesaver. When he was arguing with Liu Xinyu about the longevity pill yesterday, he was prepared for an outburst at any moment, but fortunately, it did not come to that. After 3 seconds of weakness, phew, Chun Ichuan let out a sigh, and below, more than 10 forest thorn wolves were already severely injured, not posing much of a threat. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The potion is indeed powerful, but the price is a bit too high. A man only has half a year left to live, and suddenly loses a month. Chun Ichuan, just as he was thinking, Shi Xiaoyu called out to him. She wouldn't need help, would she? He replied with a smile. But the next second, a life card appeared. Do you want it? What the hell, this is too easy. Just at the cost of some life. Yes. When Chun Ichuan jumped down from the tree, Shi Xiaoyu pinched the life card with 2 fingers and gave him a glance. Want it? The young man immediately realized. If she didn't want to give it, she wouldn't ask. Since she asked but didn't give it immediately, it was clear she wanted to negotiate terms. What do you want to know? Shi Xiaoyu rarely smiled slightly. Tell me how you did that just now. Can that situation be replicated? If possible. What? Do you still have a national grudge and family feud to settle? Chun Ichuan was just jokingly interjecting, but unexpectedly. Yes, she really does. But I can't tell you who it is. So dishonest. I'm afraid you'll sell me out. And I promise not to sell you out? I don't believe you. Chun Ichuan. This girl is really straightforward. Wait, where did this life card drop from? Elite. This time, as soon as he opened his mouth, Shi Xiaoyu realized and quickly corrected herself. I don't know, I saw it on the ground. Chun Ichuan crossed his arms. I'm not lying to you. I know. Really not lying to you. I know. At this moment, Shi Xiaoyu was already hanging her head down. Fine, this life card indeed dropped from that elite level. It was originally your loot. Then give it to me. You can't. I have none left. None left? Shi Xiaoyu seemed to grasp a life-saving straw. So it's possible to have it? Tell me how to do it. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Are you the class representative of the language class? So good at finding loopholes. But no. Why? What if the person you want to kill has nothing to do with me? This was actually just an excuse from Chun Ichuan. The reason he wouldn't give it was that he wanted to probe Shi Xiaoyu's background and see if they could cooperate. After all, if she could leave the Liu family for some reason, it indicated she had some discord with them. Utilizing all available resources is the only way to overturn them as quickly as possible. Upon hearing Chun Ichuan's words, Shi Xiaoyu finally fell silent. His concerns were not unfounded. Once this thought settled in her mind, she seemed to have made up her mind. All right, I'll tell you, but even if it concerns you, I won't give up unless you kill me afterward. Chun Ichuan was slightly taken aback. The situation is quite complicated. Huh? Who is it? Monta Kuaitsu, the eastern power of the Jiangnan settlement, from the Nahai Tower, the swordsman Mo Huaizhu. Her? That's actually fine. Upon hearing this answer, Chun Ichuan felt a bit disappointed. What deep hatred could you have with her? This Mo Huaizhu Chun Ichuan certainly knew. In the past life, she was also a well-known figure. But unexpectedly there would be such a backstory. Shi Xiaoyu gritted her teeth upon hearing this. The hatred for killing my father. Hearing this, Chun Ichuan realized he had touched upon her sore spot and quickly said, sorry about that. It's fine. It helps deepen my obsession for revenge. After a brief acknowledgement, Shi Xiaoyu immediately pressed on. So, are you going to give it to me or not? Let's exchange. Give me the life card. Since the enemies are different, and the whole matter has nothing to do with him, why not do Shi Xiaoyu a favor? It might come in handy later. In any case, it is an undeniable fact that she has distanced herself from the Liu family, until she held a light brown pill in her hand. Shi Xiaoyu glanced at him. You men are really born liars. Chun Ichuan twitched the corner of his mouth, but was too lazy to pay attention to her sarcasm. You've seen the properties of this thing. Think carefully before you eat it. If I can take revenge, what does 30 days matter? 3 years, 30 years. Even 300 years, I would not hesitate. After carefully storing it away, Shi Xiaoyu asked again, "By the way, did you make this yourself?" "Yes. Thank you. No need. Whether I can help is still uncertain." With that matter settled, Chen Yichuan didn't hesitate to activate the life card in his hand. The next moment, a cold prompt sounded in his ear. "Congratulations, activation successful. All permissions for ID Chen Yichuan have been unlocked. Remaining lifespan, 150 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. This is the entire process of becoming a formal player, without any earth-shattering effects, no beginner gift package, and no enhancement whatsoever. Only, experience 0-100 yes. After becoming a formal player, the experience bar would appear on the panel, allowing for leveling up, learning skills, and becoming stronger. Everything about Devour Life relies on the life card. After taking a brief moment to breathe, Chen Yichuan produced a piece of beast bone the size of a pigeon egg, drew back the bowstring, and shot it towards the nearest forest thorn wolf that was on the verge of collapse. "Oh, woo. Kill confirmed. Experience 20. Shi Xiaoyu it. Only has 1 breath left." Sigh. Chen Yichuan sighed. "I'm just too kind. I can't bear to see the wolf suffer. Look at all those holes in its body. It must hurt so much, right? Once it's completely dead, it won't hurt anymore, right? You are a devil." Chapter 24. To be honest, why don't you just change your surname to Liu? Besides the life card, this group of forest thorn wolves also dropped a high-quality white roulette. Chen Yichuan took a glance. There were a total of 6 options on the front, but only one was useful, experience 300, while the others were all trivial. Like instant noodles, glutinous rice, inflatable baby. Ultimately, it was a white roulette, and even though there were many front options, top-tier rewards were still rare. "What about you?" Shi Xiaoyu handed the roulette to Chen Yichuan, her gaze instinctively landing on the largest area, life-size puppet, Boa Hancock. The proportion was as high as 67. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "I don't need it." "Really? Really? I don't believe it. To be honest, why don't you just change your surname to Liu, seriously? No time to argue with you. There should be a fight ahead. Let's go take a look. You really don't want it?" "No. Even if I don't believe it, I have to believe it." In the depths of the forest, the Lord's location. After several rounds of probing, the earth-cracking giant python had raised enough vigilance against the Liu and Qin family small team. Whoever attacked was no longer so easy. Roars from beasts came from all directions. Liu Yunpan also understood that they had to finish quickly before the beast horde arrived. But that long worm was not in its prime state and had confirmed they posed a threat, swinging its giant tail horizontally and vertically. They simply couldn't get close. Even if they managed to hit its tail or use speed for quick attacks, the damage dealt was very limited. "This won't work." Qin Chong jumped back to avoid the sweeping tail, sweat pouring down his forehead. He wasn't losing his fighting ability, but being toyed with by the earth-cracking giant python was definitely uncomfortable. Liu Yunpan glanced over. "Then don't hide it. Your collapse of heaven must have skills, right? Use it. It can only be used once. If I miss, it would be a waste." Qin Chong knew that this guy was waiting for him to act first, so he could only use this excuse to explain, "If you have a way to make this big worm unable to dodge, I'll just unleash it. If I had a way, would I be so passive?" What is there to say? After donning Collapse of Heaven, Qin Chong seemed like a different person. "You have the ability, you come? Then don't complain when the first kill is taken by my Qin family." After saying that, Qin Chong smashed his fists together, as if gathering power. "Peace and joy, find a way to restrict that guy's movements and create an opportunity for me." "Yes," a voice responded, and 4 figures swiftly approached from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, holding shields. For the first time, the earth-cracking giant python-ass tail was met with shields. Liu Yunpan frowned slightly at this sight, feeling somewhat played by the Qin family. If they had this ability, why not use it earlier instead of jumping around here? He suddenly gripped the knife handle and quietly contacted his brother through the life card. "Yin Liu, when there's a chance, you have to act before that Qin Chong kid." "Got it," Liu Yinlu responded. He also understood that their father agreed to team up with the Qin family to ensure they had enough manpower to kill the Lord, not to hand over the treasure. After all, the rewards are quite substantial. At the same time, if there is a chance. Although peace and joy sent by Qin Chong could withstand the earth-cracking giant python's attacks, Completely restricting it was not easy. At this moment, not far away in the trees, two figures were already half-crouching. It was Chun Yichuan and Shi Xiaoyu. "Why are you stopping? Aren't you going to help?" Shi Xiaoyu asked, her right hand already grasping the tail of the rope dart, which was her attack starting pose. The first attack of the rope dart was merely to swing or throw. The real trick was to generate inertia, then manipulate the rope through pulling with both hands and stepping with both feet, achieving its elusive characteristics. Sometimes, before you even realized it, the tip of the dart would already be in front of you. So, even without Chun Yichuan, the Liu and Qin families could still break the situation this time. "But, if you want to go ahead. I'll just watch the show for a while," Chun Yichuan said. If it weren't for his plan to undermine the Liu family from within and reclaim what belonged to him, he would have left long ago. Why would he take action to help when he wasn't needed and there was nothing beneficial for him? If the Liu family was comfortable, he would be uncomfortable. That makes sense. That big guy looks tough to deal with. "You're not going either? I only do as much work as I'm paid for. That's my principle. They only said to restrain the Lord when the beast horde comes out. They didn't ask me to fight a confrontation." Upon hearing this, Chun Yichuan's eyes slightly shifted. "You have a contractual relationship with the Liu family?" "No." Then, the next moment, Chun Yichuan heard an extremely speechless answer. "That Liu Yunpan is my XXX boyfriend. Sheng Yishuang." "Ooh. Huh. Why are your eyes so wide?" "I'm just lazy. Too lazy to go to unfamiliar places, and I happen to know Liu Yunpan, so I'm with the Liu family. Perhaps because of the bloodthirsty potion. When Shi Xiaoyu was with him, she was not the so-called iceberg. Evidently, whether she was ice or not, depended on the person. Besides, I'm still single." "Who asked you this?" This girl really says whatever comes to mind. She is all about being unreserved. However, since their relationship wasn't very deep, there was a possibility for manipulation. At the very least, their relationship couldn't be considered good, just mutual use. While the two were talking, the beast horde. "The beast horde is coming." The sentinel responsible for vigilance in the team shouted, after which the bald man, A Fu, pressed his two fingers against his forehead, spreading his mental power. "Young master, the scale of the beast horde is about 60 of a white beast tide. That is, around 300 beasts. The outer perimeter, help us buy some time." Liu Yunpan was unwilling to let Qin Chong handle the Lord alone. If he really got the first kill, the Liu family would suffer a huge loss. The numbers are still increasing. A Fu, who did not stop the mental probe, shouted again. Among the four basic attributes, the enhancement of spirit mainly manifests in the aspects of will and consciousness. In terms of support, it can be used for detection, interference, and combat. The enhancement of spirit can improve reaction speed to a certain extent. Visual capture, danger perception, body reaction, all have significant effects. Additionally, it allows players to remain relatively calm in desperate situations. However, due to this attribute's least noticeable enhancement to combat power, its role in battles against ferocious beasts is relatively limited, so very few players focus on allocating points to it. This A Fu is just an exception. Damn! The speed and scale of the approaching beast horde exceeded Liu Yunpan's initial expectations. He had fought Lord-level beasts before, and it was precisely because of this that he knew. Priority had to be given to survival. Everyone, form an 8-trigram defense formation and prepare to resist the beast tide. Chaptel 25. The Bagua offensive formation that I often sleepwalk through, its main purpose is to encircle the target in the center, sealing off its escape routes as much as possible, outward to fend off the inevitable disturbances. This is similar to the Bagua defensive formation at the beginning. However, one focuses on attack while the other focuses on defense. The main objectives are different. 1 minute. Everyone, spread out. Be careful of that giant bug's counterattack. Prioritize fending off the beast tide. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If you move slowly, the cost is death. On the tree trunk, Chun Yichuan raised an eyebrow. Such an ancient formation is only needed in the early game, but it is useful. In the late game, once personal combat power becomes strong, formations only serve as decoration. The beast tide did not leave much time for both sides to react. As the formation just took shape, countless ferocious beasts emerged from the forest. Giant rodents, wolves, mountain lions, bears. These animals, which originally did not inhabit the Jiangnan region, migrated back from further south after being mutated into ferocious beasts due to the arrival of life-eating, and there were even traces of tigers and leopards. However, it was clear that this area, this territory, was dominated by that fisher giant python. What a selfish Liu family. Watching the 10 or so members of the Liu family already disperse, Qin Chong couldn't help but curse under his breath. Although it was a Bagua offensive formation, the Liu family only cared about their own quadrant, completely ignoring the Qin family's position. Qin Chong had no choice but to seek stability first. Stay safe and happy, come back. After brewing a powerful move for a few minutes, he could only turn back and strike towards the forest area. Damn you, ferocious beasts. With a punch, a terrifying shockwave uprooted many trees, and amidst the flying dirt and sand, a faint smell of blood wafted through the air. In the direction he struck, at least a dozen ferocious beasts perished instantly. A large number of kill notifications popped up. Sky-crushing. Indeed powerful. He, Chen Yichuan, watching the show, smiled. This guy, is he scolding while pointing at the mulberry tree? But well said. However, not long after, the tree was no longer a safe zone. What is most abundant in the southern forest? Without a doubt, snakes, rats, insects, and ants. After just a brief moment of watching the show, Chen Yichuan felt a chilling sensation coming from behind his head, a dangerous signal feedback from his mental strength. The young man dared not delay. He hooked his right foot back against the tree trunk and, during the process of lunging towards Mother Earth, pulled back his bowstring and shot out a piece of fingerbone. Snap! A light sound, the attacking mutated green snake was directly hit in the 7 inches. And Chen Yichuan used his toes to hook the tree trunk, spinning around like a hula hoop, and returned to the tree trunk. Kill. Experience 5. Seeing the experience points pop up in front of him, he realized this was a bamboo leaf green snake that didn't even have a level. It couldn't even be considered a ferocious beast. The basic experience points obtained by players for killing ferocious beasts are normally 10 times the beast level. For elite and lord levels, there are additional boosts. If it has no level, it uniformly adds 5 experience points. You're quite nimble. Have you practiced before? Not far away. Shi Xiaoyu asked after witnessing the previous scene. The rope dart in her hand had already been thrown countless times, and her experience was increasing by dozens. I often sleepwalk. Turns out you can also be speechless. Nonsense. Chen Yichuan's skills were indeed honed in his previous life. The things deep in his consciousness are still his own body, and reproducing them again is not difficult. But how to explain this? It would be better to answer irrelevant questions and dodge it. After a bit of teasing, Chen Yichuan's expression became serious. He had no interest in helping the Liu family kill the Lord, but he had a grind experience for himself. At that moment, the young man took out a bone fragment with his other hand, and the slingshot in his hand burst out with an illusion. As for aiming, below was densely packed with living targets. Do you need to aim? Just glancing is disrespectful to them. Kill. Experience 20. Kill. Experience 10. Kill. One after another, kill notifications and experience notifications continuously appeared before Chen Yichuan's eyes. Soon, congratulations on leveling up. Level 1. Free attribute points 5. Yes. Life Eating grants free attribute points with each level up. You can allocate them however you want, which leads to many players who don't know how to play randomly adding points in the early game. Even Chen Yichuan, in his previous life, was slow to realize this. Now that he has reloaded and started over, how could he make the same mistake again? 5 free attribute points. 3 points in strength, 1 point in spirit, and 1 point in speed. In the early game, with insufficient attack power, strength must be prioritized, with spirit and speed as supplements. Many players feel that adding spirit does not affect attack power, so they simply do not add it. They focus entirely on attack or attack speed as a supplement. But in reality, if you regard the body as a computer, then spirit is equivalent to the CPU. If the computational power does not improve, then everything else is empty talk. You cannot add it, but you also can add it all. Therefore, as a gradual supplement, allowing the body to adapt to the changes in attributes is the most reasonable and effective approach. After allocating points, the young man felt as if he had been reborn. He then glanced at the experience needed to reach the next level. Experience 10,000. Once the level is no longer 0, the experience required for leveling up skyrockets. Before level 10, each level up requires an additional 1,000 points of experience. Moreover, the greater the level difference between both sides, the less experience gained from kills. If you are one level higher, the experience gained is reduced by 10, and the base remains unchanged. In other words, if your level exceeds 10, even if you are level 20 killing level 10 or level 100 killing level 90, you gain no experience. Conversely, if you kill beyond your level, the experience doubles for each level you surpass. Formula XXY. It sounds like a lot, but think carefully. If Chinichuan wants to level up directly, he needs to kill an 11-level ferocious beast to do so. Even if he plays recklessly, the chance is only a tiny bit. The rules of the data-driven world leave no room for negotiation. Even if you lack 1 point of strength, if you can't kill it, you can't kill it. Dismissing the panel in front of him, Chinichuan couldn't help but grin. It's leveling time. Whoosh. Bang. Kill. Experience 90. Seeing this experience, Chinichuan was somewhat surprised and smirked. Hey, not bad luck. I hit a fragile 3-level monster. Using a slingshot to kill enemies is much harder to defend against compared to a rope dart. After all, who would expect a stone to become a deadly weapon? The rope dart has a distance limit. The longer the rope, the longer your reach. But a slingshot can be made with more resilient and elastic materials, further enhancing its lethality. The upper limit is higher. Continuing, however, this time, before Chinichuan could pull back the slingshot's rubber band, a voice rather rudely called out, Chinichuan? Shi Xiaoyu is also here, right? You two are really slow. What are you waiting for? Hold the Lord, and the team can start harvesting after fending off the beast tide. Chinichuan, comma. That means I absolutely detest people without a sense of boundaries. Chapter 26. You don't think I'm really calculating, do you? This unreserved voice, without asking, one would know it was from Lu Yunpan. Although the plan was set before departure, it was still annoying. Pulling the monster? Just pull it. Chun Ichuan chuckled to himself, but where to pull it? He took out a tooth bullet, turned around, and aimed at the location of the earth-cracking giant python, which was 514 meters away, with a wind speed of 3 meters per second, humidity unknown. Based on Yak's BXC, the angle of the projectile should be 47 degrees upward, full draw. Beside him, Shi Xiaoyu said, You're not a bullet. Why do you care about humidity? Just as Chun Ichuan loosened his grip, he tilted his head and twitched the corner of his mouth. You don't think I'm really calculating, do you? Isn't that so? What a joke. Can humans really learn math? Hiss. Oh, the parabola calculation was correct. It hit the bug hard. After making Shi Xiaoyu speechless twice, Chinichuan slightly straightened up. With his level 1, hitting was not a problem, but he might not even break through its defense. However, the beast's tooth had a special piercing effect. It couldn't hurt, but it would still sting, especially since Chun Ichuan was aiming with the tip forward. Just the next moment, the boy switched to a meatball. After this shot from Grandpa, it should at least have some aggro. Go. 2 seconds later, bong. The sound of the explosion echoed through the woods, and soon the ground began to tremble repeatedly. But that was not caused by the explosion. Rather, it was the earth-cracking giant python writhing continuously, like a black bear rubbing against a tree, like a crocodile rolling. The sudden situation stunned everyone. Their hands and feet busy dealing with the fierce beast, but their mouths couldn't stay quiet. What the hell is going on? What the hell exploded? Who brought gunpowder? Hey. Come on. Gunpowder can affect a level 13 Lord Beast? Something's off. The vibrations seem to be getting closer. The big long worm isn't coming this way. Right. No way. It has already come. Oh crap. Lu Yunpan, who was fighting fiercely among the beasts, perked up his ears, hearing everyone's voices clearly. Then he looked back. His expression started indifferent, then narrowed, puzzled, and finally widened in shock. Damn it. You idiot. Can you play properly? How did you pull a monster here? Chun Ichuan had an innocent look, glancing at Lu Yunpan with a bit of apology. I just leveled up to 1. His silence was deafening, but reality had no time to give him even a single word, as the earth-cracking giant python couldn't determine who attacked it. So after rushing over, its tail slammed forward. Giant tail earth crack, one of the Lord's skills. The terrifying force instantly smashed the ground in front of it, creating a long crack that extended over 10 meters before stopping. The shockwave from this skill also affected everyone and the beasts around. Minus 312. Stunned. Lasting 3 seconds. Minus 312. Stunned. A large area of damage and stun effects fell like raindrops on the ground during a heavy downpour, dense yet orderly. Everyone received the same damage, indicating it was a fixed damage value that ignored defense. Immediately after, the giant snake's tail swept across. No one was spared, whether beast or human. Fortunately, under the Bagua defensive formation, the personnel distribution was not dense, and this wave of attack from the earth-cracking giant python only affected Lu Yunpan and Lu Yunlu. The damage varied, but it was purely physical damage. Under the heavy blow, Lu Yunlu was sent flying straight into a tree, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ugh, it's all your fault, Chen Yichuan. Compared to his elder brother Lu Yunpan, Lu Yunlu's personality was more vengeful. He was already somewhat displeased with Chen Yichuan, and now this emotion exploded directly. After steadying himself, he charged straight at the former. Yunlu. Lu Yunpan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Lord must be focused. Something should be set aside for now. But, can't you tell what's more important? Lu Yunlu clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Chen Yichuan. You wait afterward. You'll be in for it? Chen Yichuan, however, did not care. If a dog stared at you, would you stare back? How about this wave of monsters? Are you too satisfied? Hearing this, Lu Yunpan nearly exploded. Pull it back, circle around. Just don't let this worm heal. Who the hell told you to pull it over here? I'm a newbie, how would I know so much? Chen Yichuan muttered. Lu Yunpan was so angry he nearly died. Plus he had internal injuries and couldn't help but cough up some blood. If it weren't for Chen Yichuan having value to the Lu family and needing to conserve energy to deal with the Lord, he would have wanted to deal with the latter himself. In today's world, strength is always the top priority, and Chen Yichuan's ability was a double-edged sword. Restraining his prejudice against the Lu family and keeping him would help enhance the Lu family's strength. Conversely, letting him run to another faction would be like aiding the enemy. The latter was something the Lu family absolutely did not want to see. If it came to that, it would be ruinous. They couldn't let it be a pawn for others. Lu Yunpan took a deep breath and swung a fist hard against the earth-cracking giant python, establishing aggro. Given that both sides were of equal level, the latter also felt some fear towards the former. The combination of the two finally made the earth-cracking giant python stop its restlessness. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Yunpan shot a glance at Chen Yichuan and said, "Now, you should understand, right?" Chen Yichuan raised the corner of his mouth, realizing that making this wave annoying was enough. If he caused more trouble, it would be more than he could bear. So he said, "Got it. Leave it to me." After saying that, a meatball bullet appeared in his hand again. As for what this thing was, rough blood heat bullet, made primarily from the venomous flesh of the fiery blood-red snake, mixed with other auxiliary materials and tanned. The blood heat toxin can cause a small-scale blood explosion, inducing a frenzy state for 5 seconds. Frenzy, extremely itchy, unable to perform normal attacks, unable to control other skills release, level restriction, effective only against targets below level 15. Crafting process, white rough. Big worm, look here. Chen Yichuan pulled back the bowstring fully and in an instant shot out the blood heat bullet. And in the blink of an eye, the earth-cracking giant python exploded with a bomb. Hiss! The earth-cracking giant python finally found its nemesis. It twisted its body and charged towards Chen Yichuan, preferring to swallow him whole rather than use skills. Itchy. Infuriatingly itchy. And it couldn't scratch it. Who can stand this? What did you do to it? Shi Xiaoyu was also a bit stunned at this scene. Chen Yichuan chuckled. I'm just a level 1 rookie. How else should I deal with the Lord? Should I expect to break its defense? Shi Xiaoyu. Chapter 27, I'm so done. You old 6. Level 1. How does this guy not look like a level 1 novice at all? By now, Shi Xiaoyu has somewhat lost her grip on this man beside her. What level 1 novice has so many little secrets hidden? The bloodthirsty potion is one thing, but his methods can even affect a level 13 lord. Moreover, that slingshot in his hand is not simple either. Hey, no time to chat with you. The big bug is here to play with me. After saying that, Chen Yichuan no longer lingered, and with a movement, he jumped to another tree. Now, with the temporary attributes, His speed has reached 9 points. Coupled with the leg strength from his power attribute, his speed through the forest has increased significantly. The earth-splitting giant python wants to chase him, but it needs to move left and right, so no matter how fast it is, it doesn't help. Even if it directly crashes into a tree trunk, it won't work. A fallen tree can't serve as a leverage point anymore, right? Besides, this forest is its home. Crashing into trees. Isn't that just like demolishing its home? Under such circumstances, within a minute, Chen Yichuan had already opened up a distance of nearly 100 meters. And this was still on purpose. Otherwise, if he ran too far, wouldn't the giant python's abandonment of him have been in vain? He had to maintain a distance where it couldn't catch up but could still see him. Keeping a spare tire, who wouldn't do that these days? Next, let the Liu family stealing the earth but losing the rice operation begin. They gathered a lot of people to come to this forest. Didn't they just want the first kill reward from the Lord? I won't let you have your way. Of course, sending a level 1 to fight a level 13 is still unrealistic. The bloodthirsty potion can bridge the gap between the two, but the earth-splitting giant python still has over 2,000 health left. What can 1 second accomplish? The temporary attributes are not in the amplification range. So taking the potion counts as 40 points of strength. Ignoring the combat power gap means 400 points of damage, and after critical hit, it's 800 points. Not enough to kill. Absolutely not enough. The next outcome would be dying in a 3-second weakened state. So, this plan can only be passed. No matter how against the heavens he is, or how many cheats he has, it's still not achievable. He can only look for another way. Looking at the overall situation, the only ones who can accomplish this are the Qin family. Additionally, a retreat route must be considered. Liu Yunlu wants to tear him apart. So appearing in front of him without absolute leverage is no different from seeking trouble. Now that he is officially a player, it's time to enter the second phase. After Chen Yichuan lured the earth-splitting giant python away, Liu Yunpan, who was commanding the defense against the beast tide, frowned, staring in the direction he left. What else is that guy hiding in his head? Obviously, the things that can influence a level 13 Lord Beast have truly caught Liu Yunpan's attention. If such things fall into the hands of others, Big Brother, we cannot let him go like this. Liu Yunlu also spoke up between us whether it's the life-sucking sword or the pill formula. Unlike other life-sucking worms, which merely had a longevity pill taken away, this not. I'm afraid it can't be untied. His words also considered his follower from before the apocalypse. Of course, he also had some displeasure towards Chen Yichuan. That guy's behavior reminded him of his previous anti-fans. Although after the Liu family gained power, he took the opportunity to deal with some of them and humiliated quite a few. But with such a character, how could he just let it go? Therefore, it's impossible for us to completely control him. I know this. Liu Yunpan said, not only do I know, but my father knows as well. So from the very beginning, our decision was if we can't have it, then destroy it. Just squeeze out the last bit of value from this guy. What about his things? Isn't that easy? Just lock him up, if he is willing to make those potions for us. Give him some food. Otherwise, if he starves to death, what does it have to do with me? Lu Xinyu, who had been listening to the conspiracy all along, suddenly curled her lips. You are still so sinister. Sinister? Liu Yunpan glanced over. My dear sister, this world doesn't need good people. To this statement, Lu Xinyu did not reply, but in her heart, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. She wasn't always like this. After responding to Lu Xinyu, Liu Yunpan continued. The beast tide level isn't high, so it's better to settle it quickly and take down that lord. If the first kill announcement doesn't come out, more and more people will come rushing in. Just as the Liu brothers were plotting something, the protagonist of the plot was leisurely luring monsters, noticing something was off. No, something is wrong. The reason is simple. The Jiangnan settlement is very large. The forces within are intricate, with varying strengths and competing interests. Based on this, why would a newly born lord in the northwest be known to the Liu family in the south? Moreover, it is a newly born lord still holding the first kill. Once such an existence appears, it would be covered up by various major forces in less than half a minute. How could it be discovered by the Liu family's radar? Not to mention there's another Qin family popping up. Could it be that the forces in the north are so well-fed that they voluntarily let go of their interests? The likelihood of this possibility is low. Therefore, There's no reason for a new lord to appear, and the news to leak to the Liu family in the south. Unless it was intentionally spread by the forces in the north. Almost only this possibility. But why? Chen Yichuan kept recalling what happened in his previous life. What interest would lead them to give up even the Lord's first kill? Or perhaps it was thrown out as a feint. At the very least, the value must exceed that. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought at this point in time, the 24th day after the life-sucking descended, the answer is still no. At this point, he can only take one step at a time. After once again leaping and landing, a stronghold resisting the beast tide appeared before Chen Yichuan. This was precisely the area under the responsibility of the Qin family. Was this guy really plotting? Following behind, Shi Xiaoyu tilted her head, trying to figure out Chen Yichuan's intentions. Hey, isn't that the Qin family stronghold? Could it be that he wants to? She quickly followed him. However, within just a few breaths, the earth-splitting giant python had already arrived at the back of the Qin family stronghold first. How could the commotion of that massive creature be hidden? Young Master Qin, something's wrong. This thing's aggro is not on us. The one speaking was a man in his 40s or 50s. He wasn't particularly strong, but he had seen enough of the actions of ferocious beasts. The giant python's target was clearly not their stronghold, but above, Chen Yichuan had already drawn his bowstring again and shot out another blood-heat bullet. However, having already suffered twice, how could the earth-splitting giant python fall for it again? The massive snake's head swiftly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullet shot by the boy. But just as it angrily turned back, glaring at the boy for a moment, a swift and unavoidable point of black appeared in the center of its vertical eye. If the earth-splitting giant python could talk, it would definitely say, "I'm so done. You old six." Chapter 28. People can't express their faces to this extent, right? Bang! On the massive snake's head, a burst of purple mist suddenly exploded, and two lines of text jumped out from the body of the earth-shattering giant python. Poisonous. Lasts 3 seconds. Poison. Unable to act. Loses 12 of health per second. Can be fatal. The middle-aged man who witnessed this moment felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and then his gaze instantly turned cold. Qin Xiao, what a great opportunity. Qin Chong certainly knew it. He didn't even need a reminder, and his figure had already burst forward. Sky-crushing heavy fist. Without a doubt, this was the skill attached to his sky-crushing gloves, and it was an instant skill that didn't require any charging time. The immobilized, earth-shattering giant python could only watch helplessly as the fist came crashing towards it, unable to dodge. Since the moment it became a lord, it had been thinking about how it would die, but it could never have imagined that it would meet such a death. Damn it, I still have one skill left to use. In the poisoned state, the already unhealthy, earth-shattering giant python directly lost all its health in 1 second. And with a heavy punch from Qin Chong, how could it possibly survive? The bright red kill notification contrasted sharply with its lifeless body lying on the ground. In the next moment, congratulations to player Qin Chong for achieving the first kill of the regional lord earth-shattering giant python. Reward: 100 years of lifespan, a purple lifespan roulette, and a first kill gift package. Congratulations to player Qin Chong. Congratulations. The announcement rang out 3 times in the world channel that all formal players could receive. No matter what you were doing, it would force a broadcast. This naturally included the Liu brothers who were dealing with the beast tide. Liu Yunpan's hand, which was wielding a knife, abruptly stopped in mid-air at the sound in his ear, his eyes twitching as if he had contracted a serious illness. How could this be? How could this be? Big brother. The Lord was. I'm not deaf. Liu Yunpan was filled with murderous intent. What a Qin Chong. Truly what a Qin Chong. The first kill of the Lord was snatched away, making their mission a complete waste. Not long after, Liu Tianyuan, far away in the southern Jiangnan settlement, sent a message asking what happened. How did the first kill go to that Qin kid? Didn't I say to find an opportunity to get rid of him? Useless. Useless. You worthless fools. Liu Yunpan couldn't help but scream. Useless. Good for nothing. You useless things. The members of the Vanguard team, upon hearing this, could only feel anger but not dare to speak. Look at what you're saying. Didn't you tell us to resist the beast tide? Is it our fault that the first kill was taken? This is just like blaming your wife for being unable to have children and saying you made her get sterilized. People can't express their faces to this extent. Of course, they would never dare to say this. Everyone follow me. Lu Yunpan, unable to tolerate any longer, thought that if he didn't go find trouble with the Qin family, he wouldn't be able to face himself. On the other side, witnessing the entire process, Shi Xiaoyu's mouth fell open, her heart in turmoil, unable to imagine how many secrets this man still had. A slingshot shot, and a level 13 lord couldn't he even move? What a cosmic joke. But at this moment, Chen Yichuan only felt pain in his flesh and a hint of suspicion. The pain was because he only had 2 of those bullets. Its name: Fiery Blood Snake Gallbladder Bullet, made from the gallbladder of the fiery blood red snake as the core material, mixed with other auxiliary materials. After hitting the target with the gallbladder toxin, it will inflict a poison status that lasts for 3 seconds. Poison, unable to act, loses 12 of health per second. Can be fatal. Level restriction, only effective against targets below level 15. Crafting process, white rough. This is why, when Chen Yichuan chose Fiery Blood Red Snake as the designated reward, it was judged to be the grand prize. In terms of effectiveness, it far surpassed a yellow longevity pill. The Fiery Blood Red Snake is a treasure all over. Snake meat and snake blood can be used to create blood heat bullets, pellets, arrowheads, poison pills, or coatings for various weapon enhancements. The snake tendons are extremely resilient and have varying elasticity based on level, making them excellent materials for making strings, although they are generally used for bowstrings. A slingshot. Who would take a slingshot out normally? Do you think this is for shooting birds when you were a kid? The gallbladder is one of the top 5 poisonous substances among low-level fierce beasts. Whether human or beast, it treats all below level 15 equally. Its wide applicability makes it much stronger than a simple longevity pill. Worthy of the grand prize. Everyone thought that Chen Yichuan had pulled out a fierce beast snake, but no one expected that he had pulled out a treasure snake. As for the suspicion, it was because he was certain that this feeling was right. At the moment the earth-shattering giant python fell dead, besides the broadcast in his ear, Chen Yichuan felt another disturbance. At first, he was just suspicious, but by this point he was already sure. It must be over there. Hey, where are you going? Shi Xiaoyu, who had been keeping her eyes locked on Chen Yichuan, called out as he suddenly moved. She didn't expect that Chen Yichuan would actually rely on himself to snatch the first kill of a lord from the Lu family, a family that didn't have much of an advantage. That thing doesn't care about who arrives first. The core factor that allowed Qin Chong to snatch the first kill is obvious to anyone. It was because of the earth-shattering giant python's poison state. Even if he had the sky-crushing, he still had to hit it, right? Without an output environment, even the Lu family would take a long time. I must find out. Unfortunately, the departing youth didn't even turn his head back, ignoring her voice and heading straight forward. Shi Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow, only to have a pair of eyes closely watching her from behind. How many secrets do you have? As her voice fell, she also quickened her pace. Just as she left, the Lu family group closely followed, their shadows lingering only for a moment. Where's Xianyu? In the front of the team, Lu Yunpan suddenly asked. That woman. Lu Yunlu seemed to lose his composure out of anger over the first kill being stolen, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Lu Yunpan. Yunlu. Lu Yunlu quickly corrected himself. What I meant was, where has Xianyu gone? Anyone will do. Hurry and find the lady back. The family will reward points. Unfortunately, they were now in a dense forest where fierce beasts could appear anywhere, and the danger of acting alone is easy to imagine. But just as everyone fell silent, how about I go? A voice attracted everyone's attention. Who is this brave person who dares to act alone? Chapter 29. The Mysterious Stone Alter You? A level 4 rookie. As everyone's gaze locked onto the past, they realized the speaker was the one with the lowest level in the team, Dongfeng Yinyan. However, as the mocking voice just began, Lu Yunlu quickly interrupted. Fine, it's you. His only goal was to draw the attention of others away. As for who went and whether they would die, what did that matter to him? As long as someone went, that was enough. Okay. Lu Yunpan nodded slightly in satisfaction. The family can promise you 100 points. You can exchange them for whatever you want later. Upon hearing about the 100 points, the members of the advanced team who hadn't spoken earlier were all envious. Among them, A few were just 100 points away from being able to exchange for longevity pills. Young master, there's no need to say more. You didn't go before, and now it's too late. Dongfang Yinyan. Hey, thank you, young master. All right, go. Yes. Watching Dongfang Yinyan leave, Lu Yunpan's gaze once again focused on the direction of the Qin family, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "Let us go." In the northern part of the dense forest, about 10 miles away from the place where the earth-splitting giant python had died, Chen Yichuan suddenly stopped at a tree, and in front of him was a stone altar that appeared to have been there for many years. Its shape was that of an equilateral geometric figure, but the lines were so numerous that it was almost circular, with a similar shape in the middle of the outer ring, albeit not a complete replica, but slightly offset. It resembled an intersecting hexagram, with the inner circle having rotated half a turn more than the outer circle. From a distance, the stone altar was covered with some moss, and there were vines around it, completely unlike anything that should exist in the original world. Even the Maya civilization, known for its mysteries, did not have such buildings. Moreover, this place was originally part of the territory of China. At this moment, there was a faint blue glow around the stone altar. It was indeed. Chen Yichuan had seen this type of altar in his past life, so he was extremely certain. Although he had never personally entered one, he knew that in his past life, the reason for the update of Life Devourer and the transition to the Great Job Change version was due to the appearance of a relic. That's right. It was a relic. The stone altar in front of him was a relic that did not belong to Chinese civilization, let alone Earth civilization. Its origin was still a mystery even in his past life. But upon recalling the traces of his past life, it seemed that the relic of the Great Job Change version should have appeared on the 46th day after the game's arrival, right? Why was this one appearing now? Moreover, this relic was actually activated because the earth-splitting giant python had died. That snake couldn't possibly be the guardian beast of the relic, could it? Chen Yichuan couldn't help but think this way, and just then, many figures holding weapons suddenly emerged from the east side of the stone altar. There were all kinds of weapons, knives, guns, swords, and halberds, numbering around 30 people. They must have released the news about the earth-splitting giant python, right? Chen Yichuan thought to himself, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and without any psychic skills, he couldn't hear the conversations over there. He could only see a few leading figures with excited expressions, as well as some cunning, half an inch of pride. Clearly, they at least knew about the existence of the relic, and they understood quite a bit. Otherwise, how could they have leaked the information about the earth-splitting giant python and appeared near the relic right after the giant snake had just died? Among the group, the leader had already walked to the top of the stone altar, holding an object that resembled a compass. As soon as he arrived, the blue light on the altar suddenly intensified. If it were night, this light could probably illuminate the night sky. After a moment, the slightly smaller inner circle of the altar began to tremble slightly, slowly revealing a dark passage leading downward, like an underground tunnel. However, Chen Yichuan couldn't see it clearly from afar. Shortly after the passage appeared, the group pulled out flashlights and entered one by one until the last person entered, and then the passage slowly closed. At this point, Chen Yichuan stood up generously, leaping down from the tree, wanting to approach the stone altar. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, the young man turned back with a light smile. Have you watched the show enough? Come out. His psychic power couldn't detect what was happening by the altar, but if it was just around him, he felt no pressure at all. If it weren't for the fact that the people following him had no killing intent, he would have struck first. I didn't intend to hide. It just wasn't the right time to appear earlier. You two left the team without permission, so I have a responsibility to come and take a look, don't I? Brother Chuan, I came to bring Miss Lu back. Chen Yichuan didn't expect that there were actually 3 tailing him. Moreover, they were following quite closely. But given the situation, he had to accept this fact. If it were someone else, it would be easy to kill them. But here, one was somewhat beneficial for his future dealings with the Lu family. One was a friend from his past life, and one, although surnamed Lu, seemed to have a bad relationship with the Lu family. Since they were all here and had seen everything, what do you plan to do next? Chen Yichuan crossed his arms, naturally pointing at the suddenly appearing relic. However, his tone carried a sense of whoever dares to report it. I will kill them. clearly just a level 1 rookie, yet he could exert such pressure, which was bizarre and perplexing. Yet it was the truth. Shi Xiaoyu and Dongfang Yinyan were both stunned, while Lu Xinyu stubbornly said, "But the passage is already closed. What can you do?" Her desire to explore the stone altar, which bore no resemblance to anything from Earth civilization, made her unconsciously ignore the pressure Chen Yichuan brought. The latter let out a deep breath. Yes, what can he do? If it were his past life, he would probably hesitate and let the opportunity slip away, but this life. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the others did not argue and simply followed him to the top of the stone altar, where the faint blue glow was still flickering. However, the stone stairs leading down were gone. That compass they had earlier should have been the key to entering, right? Without that, how are you going to open the door? Shi Xiaoyu asked after looking around. But Chen Yichuan just smiled and took out a piece of white bone about 3 feet long, resembling a long sword. Who said this door could only be opened with a key? Brother Chuan, you can't be. Before Dongfang Yinyan could finish her sentence, she saw Chen Yichuan thrust the bone fiercely into the center of the stone altar. Bang! A sudden dull sound echoed, and the center of the stone altar was pierced open by his bone. Shi Lu and Yin. Chapter 30. Ruins, passage for forks know you. Could you be more reckless? Lu Xinyu stared dumbfounded at the stone steps slowly appearing in front of her. This was almost identical to what that group of people had opened with a compass just a moment ago, right? Brother Chuan, impressive. Chen Yichuan smiled as he retracted the long sword bone and said, "Such an old-fashioned latch lock in a small ruin can't possibly stop my swordfish spine bone. Can it? Ruins? Old-fashioned latch lock?" Hearing this, the other 3 were equally dumbfounded. I mean, is there really a connection between these 2 terms? Ruins sound grand. Old-fashioned latch locks sound so lowly. Is it really reasonable for them to appear together? In fact, Chen Yichuan knew this thanks to an experience from his previous life. Let's go down together. But we need to be ready for battle at any moment, considering the noise we're making. After saying that, Chen Yichuan had already pulled back a tooth in his slingshot to half draw. Any disturbance, and he could launch it at his target in an instant. Don't ask him why he's so accurate with the slingshot. When he was a kid, he was mischievous and would shoot down bird nests, and over time, he became perfect at it. Practice makes perfect. The 3 behind him were a bit surprised, but tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to respond to any attack. The descending stone path was narrow, just wide enough for one person to pass through. The steps, perhaps due to the humidity, had a bit of moss on them, making them quite slippery. Moreover, there was only a faint light source to help identify the direction, making the whole process slow. Even if you have a speed of 20 or 30 points, you could only go down step by step. There were countless steps, and Chen Yichuan only knew that the entire process took more than 30 minutes. Just as the 2 girls behind him were starting to feel apprehensive, the corner ahead finally brightened up. However, just as the boy ahead poked his head out, a cold wind howled toward him. Thud, a wooden pole-long spear brushed past his face and directly pierced into the cracks of the stone passage, the spear tip trembling from the inertia. Following that, before the tremor ceased, the long spear was pulled back. It turned out the spear tip was tied to a rope for retrieval. But this action hadn't been completed yet when a light sound of flesh hitting echoed in the narrow passage. Due to the enclosed and somewhat spacious environment, even breathing had a faint echo. Not long after that subtle vibration, another sound thud followed, the sound of someone kneeling on the ground. And then there was the residual sound of a long spear clattering to the ground. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The speed was so fast that even Shi Xiaoyu, who specialized in quick attacks, couldn't react in time. She thought to herself that if it were her, she would find it hard to retaliate so quickly. Let's go. There's only one lookout. While the 3 were in a daze, Chen Yichuan had already called out. To him, killing a person was no different from stepping on an ant. In fact, it was even less thrilling than killing a Koan. Was he really a newbie who had just become an official player? Shi Xiaoyu thought this way, whether it was the hidden methods or the calmness he exhibited when killing. It didn't seem like him at all. Lu Xinyu felt a sense of being played with, recalling how she had brought him to the Zhenjiang defense zone before, where he had looked so timid. Now it seemed it was all an act, right? Because the stakes in his hands were still unclear and their effects had yet to manifest, He had chosen to be relatively low-key. Dongfang Yinyin, Brother Chuan, is awesome. After the four of them crawled out of the dark and damp path, their sight finally opened up. The ground had some bloodstains that hadn't dried yet, broken arrows, and a few bloodstained wood chips at a glance. It was clear that these were the traces left by old-fashioned mechanisms. Could it be that this place was really left behind by ancient people? Shi Xiaoyu glanced around and sighed slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyu stepped forward to check the identity of the person Chen Yichuan had killed, and after a moment, she showed a hint of surprise. It's someone from the Jing family. The Jing family? Chen Yichuan was also a bit surprised. Which Jing family? Although he asked this, he knew in his heart. The Jing family, known as the Tiger of South China, had a reputation built up before the arrival of Life Devourer, focusing on being brave and good at fighting. Even a level 1 newbie could fight and win against fierce beasts 3 or 4 levels higher, relying on skill. Thus, the strength of the Jing family rose rapidly. However, in his previous life, Chen Yichuan's understanding of the Jing family was limited to the title Tiger of South China. And he didn't know much more, not even who among them was stronger, let alone that they had explored ruins. But one thing was certain, the Jing family, titled Tiger of South China, was indeed a first-class force. Next, Lu Xinyu's introduction was consistent with his understanding. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Should we continue going in? Dongfang Yinyin, being somewhat simple-minded, was just a good person before the apocalypse, and now that she knew they had offended the Jing family, she instinctively wanted to retreat. But having come this far, if they turned back now, they wouldn't even get a sip of soup. Since we've come, I don't want to leave empty-handed. It seems quite fun, so I'm staying, Shi Xiaoyu stated. She was merely relying on the Lu family anyway. It didn't matter where she lived. The Jing family has a deep purpose in appearing here, and I want to stay and see. Although Lu Xinyu said this from the perspective of her family, her tone didn't sound too convincing. Upon hearing both girls say this, Dongfang Yinyin couldn't help but look a bit downcast, but in the end, a look of determination ignited on his large face. All right, then I'll stay too. Chen Yichuan understood his character well. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that in his previous life, if you're not afraid of death, just follow me. After saying this, Chen Yichuan walked ahead. The underground environment looked somewhat like the tomb passageways from tomb raiding movies, about 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters high. Enough for 4 people to walk side by side. However, for safety, the 4 still proceeded cautiously in a 1-to-1 formation. The passage was covered in moss, and a dampness lingered at the tip of their noses, hard to disperse. But as they ventured deeper into the passage, problems quickly arose. The heavens are considerate. 1 path for each person. Who wants to choose first? In front of the 4 were 4 separate forks, each with a noticeably different environment. Some were dry like yellow sand. Others were wet with puddles everywhere. Some were dark and lightless, and others were blazing bright. Is this really underground? Dongfang Yinyin looked ahead, her small eyes filled with confusion. Okay, I believe this isn't left behind by ancient people anymore. Shi Xiaoyu frowned slightly. In the underground, such environmental differences. Not to mention ancient people. Even modern times would require VR to achieve this, right? But where did it come from? Lu Xinyu was filled with confusion, wondering what the end of the passage would lead to. Who knows? Chen Yichuan turned his face and smiled. He only had a guess, but had remained a guess in his previous life. Let's choose one to go in and see what happens. Who's first? Chapter 31. Unknown Ruins Number 1. Assessment. As Chen Yichuan's voice fell, the other 3 couldn't help but glance at each other. The passage before them was like this. So the Jing family must have also entered one of them, leaving only 1 person as a lookout. But whether it was dangerous or not was still unknown. Forget it. My life is the least valuable, so I'll go first. Seeing the hesitation in the 3, Chen Yichuan boldly walked to the center of the 4 passages. If fate allows, I choose this one. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to respond, he directly walked into the dark passage. As the light flickered, the boy vanished without a trace. After that, the passage also disappeared, leaving only a brick wall in its place. This is a teleportation portal? No wonder there are all kinds of environments. The 2 women realized this and then heard a string of curses from behind. Damn it, now that I'm here, I might as well go for it. Seeing Chen Yichuan take the lead, Dongfang Yinyin seemed to be inspired, let out a howl. and then bravely entered the passage that resembled a desert, disappearing in an instant. Which one will you choose? With only 2 passages left, Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. The big guy is right, just do it. I'm afraid of the dark, so I'll choose this one. Lu Xinyu said, directly walking toward the side passage with puddles overflowing, which was relatively dark. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stepped inside. Shi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at this. I'm not afraid of the dark. Darkness is my camouflage color. After saying that, she also walked into the last remaining passage, the one blazing with light. The 2 girls' talk about darkness probably meant being tanned. In the dark passage, the boy walked slowly, trying not to make a sound with his footsteps. The only sound around was the dripping water from the stalactites above, echoing a slightly pleasant thud, thud. If asked why he chose this path, while others might have made a blind choice, Chen Yichuan was different. After entering the passage, he was certain of his speculation. The choice of passage, combined with the locket, the stone, altar entrance, all this knowledge came from a so-called interview program in his previous life. That was on the 63rd day after the game descended. The first base city on Earth, Chuanbei Base City, was established and on the eve of its founding. To dismantle the devouring maggot class, igniting hope for all humanity, Chuanbei Base City created a program. Through some formal players, it was broadcasted to the world chat channel of Devouring. Its name, Fortune Encounter. The content was to interview those who had experienced various fortunes and ultimately became strong, becoming influential figures, encouraging everyone to explore the new Earth through their stories. Unfortunately, not all formal players hoped for such a thing. The program didn't last long before it was halted. After all, no one wanted to see more people competing for opportunities, and many realized that the launch of Fortune Encounter was meant to dismantle the devouring maggot class, accustomed to being high and mighty, who still hoped for equal human rights. Unknown Ruins. Numero uno. Chen Yichuan was certain in his heart that everything here was not much different from what he learned about the Unknown Ruins #1 in Fortune Encounter in his previous life. The gap in time could even be negligible. He also clearly remembered that it was that dark passage that gave that interviewer an excellent opportunity. To think that the same passage would appear. Hey, I wonder if that lucky guy is inside. Chen Yichuan thought to himself, his footsteps never slowing as he approached, finally seeing a distant beam of light deep in the passage. Very faint, but also extremely bright. Contradictory, yet reasonable. Indeed, the boy paused slightly in his heart, but then made up his mind in the next instant. He pulled the slingshot to its maximum, the rubber band holding a beast's fang. In his mouth, a golden dragon fish muscle activation capsule rolled down into his stomach. Feeling the surge of power in an instant, he let go of his hand. Whoosh, perhaps due to the limited space of the passage. The beast fang bullet created an extremely slight air vibration during its flight, producing an echo. But it was only for a brief moment. By the time the figure ahead reacted, the beast fang had already pierced into the back of his neck, shattering his entire jaw. The death was incredibly tragic. Who? After seizing someone else's opportunity, Chen Yichuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt, thus letting out a long breath, although he had no conscience. Chen Yichuan never considered himself a selfless person. Compared to that, he was somewhat selfish, but certainly not to an extreme degree. If anyone should be blamed, it would be you for revealing your past opportunities and coincidentally having someone reborn to stumble upon it. Chen Yichuan shamelessly said, the odds are very low, aren't they? Maybe one day, in the future, someone will come from behind and take me down. The boy walked to the source of the light, stopping for a moment before bending down to take a look. Everything was normal in front of the deceased's grave. Jingzai, it was indeed correct. As for why he was sitting here, completely exposing his back to him, it was because, welcome, challenger. When Chen Yichuan stretched out his right hand and pressed against the stone wall ahead, a pleasant, melodious female voice echoed in the narrow space. I am the examiner of the Qianxing Trial Ground Passage number 03, and you will undergo a mental strength assessment. This is it. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan's heart suddenly filled with joy. Jingzai, after the great job change version, the first fire-type Grand Mage, the first true long-range profession since the arrival of Devouring. The root of it all was that he had once undergone this mental strength assessment, laying a solid foundation. It was also him who allowed humanity to re-recognize the game Devouring. Recognizing the core of global datization. Chinching Trial Ground, Passage Number 01, Desert. Welcome, Challenger. I am the examiner of the Chinching Trial Ground Passage Number 01, and you will undergo a strength assessment. In the passage where Dongfang Yin Yin was, there were no others present. Chinching Trial Ground, Passage Number 17, Blazing You. The woman covered her already punctured chest. Her eyes filled with unwillingness. How did you get in? Shi Xiaoyu heard this, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth under the blazing sun. I walked in. The woman before her caused her some trouble, but not much. The advantage of a professional is that they can fully exert their power with this advantage. Even with slightly lower attributes, they can still win. A normal player with 10 points of strength can only exert 7 or 8 points. But a professional can fully exert it, even exceeding the norm. The gap between the two is evident. The Jing family will never let you go. After saying this, the woman still held onto her unwillingness, dying with her eyes open. Chapter 32, Hidden Job Transfer Card. After defeating the enemy, Shi Xiaoyu also reached out and pressed against the stone wall in front of her. A gentle voice then followed. Welcome, Challenger. I am the examiner of Passage 17 in the 1,000-Star Trial Ground. What you will undergo is a skill assessment. An assessment. 1,000-Star Trial Ground. Passage 14, Wetland. Compare to Chen Yichuan's decisiveness, Dongfang Yinyin's luck, and Shi Xiaoyu's quick resolution of battle. Lu Xinyu found herself in a tough fight. In this wetland, there were actually 3 opponents at the same time. She tightened her long sword, and after a fierce battle lasting several moments, she managed to seriously injure 2 of them, but she herself also sustained injuries. How did you know about this place? When the fight reached a pause, the opponent across from her asked the same question as Shi Xiaoyu's adversary. Clearly, this place was discovered by the Jing family and had not been mentioned to anyone else, which is why they were perplexed by the presence of others. Is it not allowed to discover it by chance? Lu Xinyu, upon hearing this, instinctively concealed the existence of Chen Yichuan. This is absolutely impossible. The stone altar is right there. How could it be impossible? My Jing family has gone through great efforts. At this point, the person stopped speaking. In any case, it is impossible. Besides my Jing family, no one else could know about this place. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu flicked her longsword. Whether it is possible or not, you can go ask the King of Hell. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on the wetland and leaped into the air. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The sounds of clashing echoed continuously in this space. If there was an advantage for Lu Xinyu, it was probably that her level was slightly higher than that of the 3 opponents, although the overall strength of the Jing family surpassed that of the Lu family. But not everyone in the Jing family was strong. There would always be relatively weaker members. After several moments, the 2 sides were now at a standoff. The 2 heavily injured opponents had been defeated by Lu Xinyu, but the other one was evenly matched with her due to skill, fighting on both sides without a clear victory. But at this moment, an indescribable feeling pressed down on both of them, rendering them completely immobile. Congratulations, challengers. I am the examiner of Passage 14 in the 1,000-Star Trial Ground. You have passed the initial skill assessment, and in 3 minutes, you will enter the second phase. Skill assessment? The voice in their ears left both of them puzzled. Unfortunately, the pressure still weighed heavily on them. Passage 03. Mental Strength Assessment. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground, maintaining a slight vigilance at the entrance of the passage, while on the other side, he continuously completed the relics assessment. The so-called mental strength assessment, put simply, is the application of mental strength. From a subjective perspective, mental strength is also called volition, but here, it primarily manifests in intention. Countless blocks lay in Chen Yichuan's mind, which could only be moved by thinking. The goal was to arrange the blocks into the shape given by the so-called examiner. Every detail must be perfect. Chen Yichuan started with 8 blocks, stacking them over and over until now. The number of blocks he needed to move had reached 512, with each completion adding 1 more block. It seemed there was no so-called final level, and when he placed the 512th block of the current level in the correct position, he passed, entering difficulty level 7. Please stack the blocks into the given shape, but note that this level must be completed within 32 minutes. The young man raised an eyebrow. The number had doubled again, and there was also a time limit. How much longer does this damn assessment intend to go on? Of course, complaining aside, the assessment was here, and it had to be completed. 1024 blocks might be a bit difficult for others, as they might not be very familiar with the application of mental strength. But for Chen Yichuan, it was not difficult at all. It wasn't that he was strong. He was just familiar. Anyone from his past life who had already developed mental strength would find this no big deal. It was just a matter of time. The 32 minutes of difficulty level 7 wound T even use up. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the assessment was completed again. Passed. Entering difficulty level 8. Please stack the blocks, but note that this level must be completed within 30 minutes. Not done yet. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but roar in his heart. He was starting to wonder how many levels Jing Zhe had passed. Is being a fire mage really that hard? It seemed better to continue playing with the slingshot. Next, difficulty level 9. Difficulty level 10. Difficulty level 11. Until difficulty level 12. The number of blocks reached 32,768, with only 22 minutes of time, and Chen Yichuan just barely passed the assessment. Immediately following that, passed. Entering difficulty level 13. Chen Yichuan, more than 65,000 blocks, 20 minutes. This damn assessment really has no end, does it? This time, after experiencing the previous 12 assessments, Chen Yichuan, who was mentally exhausted, finally tasted the bitterness of failure. But for some reason, as he breathed a sigh of relief, his mental strength instantly restored to full. The fatigue vanished, and his energy was as full as if he had slept for 8 hours. Congratulations, Challenger. I am the examiner of Passage 03 in the 1,000-star trial ground. You have passed the mental strength assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of SSS. Before Chen Yichuan could regain his senses, the voice in his ear sounded again. Due to your outstanding performance, the 1,000-star trial ground will grant you a special reward. After the voice finished, the stone wall in front of the young man collapsed, and a soft glow quickly reflected 2 floating spheres. Special reward? Reflecting on the words just heard, Chen Yichuan no longer hesitated and reached out to press on the left sphere, immediately revealing a detailed panel. Hidden job transfer card ID binding. ID Chen Yichuan has been bound. Using this card, you can randomly transfer to one of the special hidden jobs and gain related abilities. Level restriction, level 0. Crafting material, gold, flawless. Job transfer card. Chen Yichuan stared at the information panel in front of him, momentarily stunned. Was this how Jing Zhe became a fire mage in his past life? But that's not right. Didn't he become a fire mage only after the great job transfer version was released, appearing in front of people? Could it be that guy was hiding his skills? Suddenly, the young man felt like he might have killed someone significant. This isn't just a scheming monster. It's an old coin, a hidden job. It doesn't say whether it's good or bad, but judging from the voice in my ear, it shouldn't be something common. This is a win, and the other sphere is job transfer alter. Chapter 33, the right to version update, is in hand. Transmigration alter. Using this item, you can set up a transmigration alter at any location within the service area for players to use when changing jobs. Note 1. Using this item will trigger a version update. Note 2. The included job changes are Warrior, Shield Soldier, Ranged Attack, Level Limit, 0. After reading the attribute panel in front of him, Chen Yichuan had only one thought in his mind. What the hell? Isn't this the thing that emerged on the 46th day after Life Devourer descended in my previous life? And it has entered the Great Job Change version. The version update of Note 1. Is it the Great Job Change version? What the hell? It's only the 25th day now. But anyway, these 2 items already belonged to him and had successfully been stored in the space ring. In other words, the right to version update is in his hands. Chen Yichuan let out a breath, forcing himself to calm down. At least for now, here, it is not a safe place. Let's talk about it when I go back. However, thinking back, in my previous life after the great job change, the first to rise was also the Jing family. Could it be that they got the transmigration altar in this now? One unknown relic and hid it for a while? It's not impossible. After putting away this special reward, a voice echoed in the young man's mind again. Special rewards have been distributed. Basic rewards are now being distributed. Please check, Challenger. As the voice fell, 3 orbs reappeared in the stone wall hole in front of Chun Ichuan, with the first orb clearly marked. Experience 2,500. Hey, after working hard for so long, it seems that the time was not wasted. The second orb is Premium Purple Wheel. Premium? Chun Ichuan picked it up and saw, all 10 options are positive. Ultimate Lifespan Wheel. Moreover, the lowest reward is all attributes 127 days. It's no wonder it's a wheel that can only be drawn once with 100 years of lifespan. The rewards are simply incomparable to the white wheel. As for the best reward, even Chun Ichuan gasped when he saw it, but unfortunately, he didn't have 100 years of lifespan, so he couldn't draw it. Next, there's the last orb. Range Profession Job Change Card ID Bound. ID Chun Ichuan is already bound. Using this card, you can designate a job change to one of the range professions and gain related ability enhancements. Level limit, level 0. Crafting quality, red, excellent. Another job change card, but it's ID bound again. He already had a hidden profession job change card, and now he had an additional designated profession one. Does it mean he has to choose one later? Unfortunately, such a relic has rewards that don't even include a lifespan elixir. Sigh, stingy. Please note, the assessment has ended. You will be teleported to the entrance in 3 seconds, and you cannot enter again. What the hell? Not happy. 1000-star trial ground, channel 01. I accidentally pressed too fast and became 02. I am guilty TT. It has been changed. Congratulations, Challenger. I am the examiner of channel 01 of the 1000-star trial ground, and you have passed the strength assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of A. Assessment rewards have been distributed. Please check. In front of Dongfang Yinyan, a sand dune that was originally more than half a meter high suddenly sank and turned into quicksand. Soon, a stone pillar slowly rose, holding 2 orbs. One is Experience 1250, and the other is a non-bound warrior profession job change card, strength type. Oh my god! 1000-star trial ground. Channel 17. Congratulations, Challenger. I am the examiner of Channel 17 of the 1000-star trial ground, and you have passed the agility assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of S. Assessment rewards have been distributed. Please check. In a blazing sky, a beam of light fell, just right onto the sweaty Shi Xiaoyu. 3 light orbs were also floating in that beam of light. Ha. What agility assessment. Avoiding sunlight. It's amazing that this place could think of that. Joking aside, Shi Xiaoyu did not forget to check the rewards in front of her. 3 light orbs. The first is also Experience. Experience 1500. The second, Premium Yellow Wheel. The third, Warrior Profession Job Change Card, Speed Type. Unfortunately, I am already a professional. Seeing the third reward, Shi Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Fortunately, this job change card is not bound, so she can keep it for later exchange for something she needs. Speaking of which, this 1000-star trial ground can actually give out job change cards as rewards, and it's in the form of assessments. What kind of trick are they playing? 1000-star trial ground, channel 14. Congratulations to you, challengers. You have passed the second phase of the skill assessment, and in 1 minute, you will enter the final assessment. Kill the enemy in front of you. The second phase assessment of the 14th wetland channel is, in simple terms, dealing with a fierce beast of equal level, and the so-called examiner evaluates the skill scores. The aim can also be inferred. Certain skills can improve combat efficiency. However, 1 minute later, the so-called enemy did not appear, but Lu Xinyu and another person both clearly understood that the assessment had already begun. In other words, the enemy is each other. We're back to the initial situation. There can only be one survivor between us, right? Let's cut the nonsense. In the case of a single goal, the so-called skill is just attacking the vital points with every move. However, Life Devourer has only descended for 25 days. Where do the players get their skills? Everyone started with a stick or a machete. It's already good enough to not swing it randomly. And in such circumstances, the Liu family and the Jing family clearly are not easy to deal with. Before the apocalypse, they had all been exposed to cold weapons to some extent. For example, the Liu family runs a martial arts school, and only Liu Yinlu was rebellious, running off to become a star, and even becoming a top player at that time. Lu Xinyu's choice to use a sword also had a certain foundation. Coincidentally, the opponent was also on the wide wetland, the sound of splash stepping on water, accompanied by the clanging sounds of clashing swords from both sides, gradually outlined a beautiful battle scene. Clearly, there was a level gap, but at this moment, the two seemed to be only clashing in skill. The battle lasted nearly 15 minutes, ending with Lu Xinyu's slight advantage as a conclusion, marking the end of the battle. Congratulations, Challenger. I am the examiner of Channel 14 of the 1,000-Star Trial Ground, and you have passed the skill assessment with a comprehensive quality rating of A. Assessment rewards have been distributed. Please check, Challenger. In the wetland, a stone platform slowly rose. The two light orbs. Experience 1,000 and Warrior Profession Job Change card, skill type, floated before Lu Xinyu. Finally, it's over. Chapter 34, A Moment of Carelessness. Missed the target outside the Qixing trial field on a stone platform, as Chun Yichuan was just teleported here. He heard the prompt sound of the Life Devourer game system in his mind. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 2. 5 free attribute points. 2,500 experience points seemed like a lot, but in reality, it was only enough for Chun Yichuan to level up by 1. After this, his experience bar changed directly to 1,600 2,000. Yes, after leveling up from 1 to 2, the required experience increased from 1,000 to 2,000 points. He allocated the 5 free attributes as 3 points in strength, 1 point in spirit, and 1 point in speed, making his strength reach 14 points when combined with the temporary attributes from the past 5 days. However, before he could start planning his next steps, he immediately heard a whistling sound in his ear. The young man quickly crouched to the side, barely dodging the incoming attack. In the next moment, he pulled back the slingshot in his hand, and as he released it, he clamped a bone stone in the bowstring, producing a sharp sound. The attacker had not yet recovered from the rhythm of his assault. He had raised his kicking leg, still off the ground, standing on one foot, resembling a character, while Chun Yichuan, crouching down, happened to be right below the intersection of the character and the vertical line. Puff! Oh, roar, 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 roar. A howl of pain that seemed to come from the soul echoed around the stone platform. Those who heard it gasped, and those who witnessed it shivered with fear. Due to the quick shot and moving target, Chun Yichuan's shot only grazed the target, but where he aimed, grazing was even more effective than hitting the bullseye. Those who witnessed this scene could only say. So, it turns out that the warning to watch out for me shooting you with a slingshot was not just talk. Someone really would do this. Oh war, oh roar, oh war. Chun Yichuan. Hiss. A moment of carelessness. I missed the target. I'll kill you. Boom. Just as the attacker was about to rise in pain, another stone shattered his skull. This time I hit the target. That kid is so arrogant. Everything happened in an instant, and seeing one of their own die at the hands of Chun Yichuan, a burly man raised his fist and smashed it down fiercely. His movements were like wind and thunder, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the young man, with a punch aimed at his head. Chun Yichuan's brows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself that this person's attack power was quite high. If he were hit head-on, he wouldn't die, but would end up severely injured. There was no choice. He could only rely on medicine to temporarily boost his attributes. But at that moment, ding! The attacker's punch directly struck the blade of a large sword. And only a shockwave sent the sudden appearance of a figure and Chun Yichuan flying back more than 10 meters together. Dayanzi, after stabilizing his stance, Chun Yichuan couldn't help but be surprised. Hee, Brother Chuan, I just saved your life. Dongfang, Yin Yin, thrust the large sword he held into the ground, dissipating all the force from the punch that had struck his sword, feeling his arm tingle. It was clear that the person's strength was considerable. Ah, thanks, Chun Yichuan replied, then frowned and looked around. At this moment, there were more than 20 people surrounding the stone platform. The leader, a man in his 50s, had a dignified expression. Shortly after, Shi Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu were also teleported to the surroundings of the stone platform in a flash of light, and by this time, the light blue glow on the stone platform had completely extinguished. One of the opposing men holding a compass stepped back onto the stone platform, but could no longer activate it. Count the numbers, the 50-year-old leader said in a deep voice. After a moment, Jing Zhu, Jing Zhe, Jing Li, Jing Yun, Jing Tsong, Jing Ya, all missing. With each name mentioned by a subordinate, Jing Cheng's brows furrowed deeper, and by the time Jingyu was mentioned, he directly stomped his foot and shattered the ground beneath him. Very good. Very good. Jing Chung was furious, realizing that they were like mantises stalking cicadas, unaware that a hawk was behind them. At this moment, he understood that these five were most likely in grave danger. Among them, Jingyu was even his youngest daughter. Kill them, leave no one alive. Hearing this, Shi, Lu, and Yin gripped their weapons tightly, but how could they possibly stand up to more than 20 people? However, waiting passively was not Chun Ichuan's style. Kill me? It won't be that easy. Before firing the projectile, he also whispered urgently, "We'll split up and retreat." As soon as his words fell, the projectile in his hand was directly shot to the ground, and dark smoke erupted, spreading rapidly like a nuclear explosion. With Chun Ichuan's prior warning, although the other three were surprised, they quickly chose a direction and fled. "But, why are you following me?" As the young man burst out of the smoke, he clearly noticed a figure with a darkened face following him, but he could still vaguely tell it was Lu Xinyu. Just a coincidence. She had half her face blackened and still showed no expression. Chun Ichuan wanted to say something, but before he could, a voice came from behind. "Stop. Only a fool would stand still. If you have the ability, don't chase." With a speed of 10 points, Chun Ichuan maneuvered through the forest, his efficiency not low, leading to the pursuers quickly being left behind. Only Lu Xinyu seemed impossible to shake off. Was it just a coincidence before? Now, Chun Ichuan said angrily, "Do you have to follow me? What? Do you want to break free from the control of the Lu family? Are you an Aries? So possessive." Chun Ichuan didn't actually want to break away from the Lu family right now. After all, his plan to corrode from the inside had not fully unfolded yet, and the Lu family was still in a good position. Letting them go like this left him unsatisfied. But now, he temporarily needed an absolutely safe personal space. Is that not allowed? You really are something. Boom! Daring to flirt while being chased. Do you really not take my Jing family seriously? Accompanied by a loud sound, a spry old man landed in front of Chun Ichuan. When he landed, the ground directly caved into a small pit, dust flying everywhere, his presence quite imposing. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Jing family, Jing Chung. After fleeing for hundreds of meters, he was still caught up. Chun Ichuan's heart sank. This old guy's level is not low. It seems we don't have time to discuss your zodiac sign. This old guy is very strong, and we can only deal with him together. No need for you to say. Chapter 35, collect. Why not collect junk instead? It's good for young people to have confidence. Jing Chung slowly stood up straight, his joints cracking with a creak, but blind confidence is not so wonderful. You too can't escape. Do you think you're Conan? What Conan? It's impossible to have a conversation with you, old man. It's like 100 steps to hit a dog. Whoosh. A beast tooth bullet suddenly shattered the air and shot out. Compared to before entering the 1,000-star trial ground, Chun Ichuan's current strength was a full 14 points. Even if he couldn't unleash it to the fullest, the power of this strike was at least over 10 points. Plus the 5 points of power from the fiery blood red snake muscle. The damage could definitely kill most players without any defense, including Jing Chung. Such power resulted in a terrifying shooting speed. Yet even so, Jing Chung still dodged the slingshot. This little brat really doesn't follow the usual path. No wonder Zaire died at your hands. The beast tooth bullet barely grazed the ends of Jing Cheng's hair, dealing 0 damage. But the hatred was maxed out. "I can't let you go." Just as the shout fell, Jing Chung immediately brought his 2 fingers together and charged at Chun Ichuan from below. Sword finger, sword holding. This sudden attack, if it were someone else, might have truly hit them, leading to Jing Chung beheading them. But not Chun Ichuan, because he had seen this kind of technique in his previous life. Strictly speaking, this belonged to the boxer category, but it wasn't about holding a win-win. Rather, each finger had its strengths. The middle 2 fingers were swords, the thumb was a cone, all 5 fingers together were claws, and a single finger was a gun. The essence lay in 2 words, inch strength. The advantages were obvious. Lethal power was considerable, but the flaw was that the attack range was too short. After dodging Jing Chung's sword, the boy suddenly kicked towards his waist. His speed was no less than Jing Cheng's. Seeing this, Jing Chung frowned, deeply understanding, why is this young man's combat skills so proficient? Just as the saying goes, time waits for no one. Jing Chung had only a moment to react. and had a block with his fingers at his waist to catch Chun Ichuan's leg. However, it seemed the boy was just trying to force him to defend. Upon seeing this, he simply ignored the kick and directly pulled back the slingshot without reloading, shooting it with the rubber band. Snap! Wow! Minus 134. Chun Ichuan's shot directly hit Jing Cheng's cheek, and as the damage popped up, his body was also propelled backward by the palm he had raised in defense, stumbling back several meters. Old man, your defense isn't very high. His strength, plus the slingshot's rubber band's 5 points, totaled only 19, yet he was able to deal 130 points of damage, and this wasn't even a full-strength attack, which shows a lot. Jing Cheng couldn't help but clench his fist and grit his teeth. How could he hold his old face high after being spoken like that by a junior? However, with the arrival of Life Devourer, everyone's starting line was level 0, so there was no distinction between seniors and juniors. At most, it was just that the older generation had a shorter initial lifespan. Speaking of which, this still put him at a disadvantage. That little brat with a sharp tongue, low defense, yet able to crush you with strength and speed. Chun Ichuan could calculate that his defense was low, and he could certainly reverse calculate how much strength the other had. He was just careless, but now, I want your life. As a villain, talking too much isn't good. Bang! Just as the boy's words fell, another black smoke bomb exploded on the ground, allowing him to escape once again. This black smoke bomb was refined from the ink pouch of the magic pattern octopus and was originally meant for escaping, easily blocking vision. Jing Cheng clearly didn't expect Chun Ichuan to use the same trick again. The next moment, two whoosh sounds came from not far away. Clearly the sound of the two escaping rapidly, forcing Jing Cheng to calm down and search for their tracking position again. But on the other side, damn, you emotionless girl, don't tell me this is another coincidence. As Lu Xinyu, who was following behind, was about to respond, the words emotionless girl pierced her eardrum, and a wave of sorrow instantly surged in her heart. I'll kill you. Woo! Lu Xinyu's sword, perhaps due to the added anger, was much faster. By the time the boy in front reacted, he could only shift slightly. That sword whistled past under him. Are you crazy? Lu Xinyu, however, said nothing and attacked again. Chun Ichuan dodged. She stabbed again. He dodged again. Enough. It was indeed enough. Whoosh! In Chun Ichuan's ear, he only heard a more intense sound of air disturbance, as two swords almost simultaneously came at him, leaving only a moment's gap, and he could only avoid the heavy and dodge the light. Swish! The iron sword slashed across his left leg. Blood immediately mixed with dirt splattered onto his pants. Step! The boy took 2 heavy steps back, his face turning pale immediately. Minus 190. The damage value popped up, and his left leg also sent waves of pain as Chun Ichuan looked at Lu Xinyu with increasing rage. When did this woman choose such a bad time to go crazy? Seeing this, Lu Xinyu also calmed down, quickly jumping back to create distance from Jing Cheng. But she didn't dare to get close to Chun Ichuan anymore. However, her expressionless face revealed no signs of remorse or anything else. Only the faint entanglement in her eyes was left for others to interpret her emotions. Keet, D, knowing that a long night leads to many dreams. Jing Cheng didn't give the two a moment's rest before combining his fingers again, charging forward. This time, the ferocity was far greater than before. Chun Ichuan's left leg was already injured, and wanting to dodge, the intense pain slowed his reaction by a beat. Who knew the next instant? Your life is mine. Lu Xinyu's speed seemed to have increased significantly in a short time, and a gust of wind swept past her feet, instantly placing her sword in front of Chun Ichuan. Jing Cheng's 2-finger sword could only clash against it helplessly. Ding! Clearly flesh and bone, yet when they clashed, they produced the sound of metal striking. Jing Cheng's 5 fingers were clearly well-trained, or he was a professional. Little girl, don't you also want to kill him? Our goal should be the same, right? Yes, Lu Xinyu said coldly, but he must die by my hands. However, just as the two were talking, you two take your time, I'll take my leave first. Although Chun Ichuan didn't know that Lu Xinyu wanted to kill him, he was puzzled as to why she would draw her sword to block an attack for him at this moment. But such a great opportunity. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take it? Kid, don't run. Hurry up. Your life. I'll collect it later. Chun Ichuan. What a glitch. My life is in my hands, not in the heavens. Collect, collect, collect. Why not collect junk instead? Never to be seen again. Chapter 36. Job change successful. Your profession is. Whoosh. The young figure finally emerged from the dense forest in the mountains with a light sound. A wide river immediately came into view, the cool breath of flowing water, accompanied by the sound of beastly howls, filled the ears and nose. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the final result was good. As for that woman Lu Sinew, what will happen to her? Good riddance, she should just die. Isn't it just a phrase like expressionless girl? She walks around every day without an expression. What else can you call it? Who is afraid of being talked about? First, find a safe place. With this thought in mind, Chen Yichuan directly followed the slope of the mountain towards the wide river. Generally speaking, there are often some caves between the river and the forest. They could be formed by soil erosion or dug out by ferocious beasts. Regardless of which, as long as the dangers inside are dealt with, it would be a temporarily safe dwelling. This was also the experience Chen Yichuan had accumulated from his past life. A few moments later, as the sun set in the west, hiss, the young man brushed aside some vegetation and finally found a hidden cave. At this moment, he was still holding several plants of various appearances. Even though they had already left the soil, a faint aura was still emanating from them. A flash of light appeared between Chen Yichuan's fingers, and he collected all the herbs before observing the environment around him. At the cave entrance, some large footprints were scattered in a regular pattern. It looked, hey, are those footprints from a bear-like ferocious beast? Chen Yichuan grabbed his slingshot and tightly pulled back a beast-tooth bullet and began to probe inside. With a temporary attribute of 11 points in spirit, he could clearly sense the movements of the wind and grass around him. Even the flight of a mosquito could be distinctly perceived. Finally, just as he was about to reach the bottom of the cave, a low roar suddenly came. The young man stared intently ahead, not daring to relax his grip on the slingshot for even a moment. Suddenly, a flash of green light caught his eye, followed closely by 2 red dots. Chen Yichuan knew that the red dots were probably the eyes of the bear-like ferocious beast, but the green light. A frog? Yes. Right next to that massive creature, a frog about the size of a palm, with beautiful patterns, was quietly perched there. Roar. It seemed that the bear noticed Chen Yichuan's gaze, and a roar full of threat suddenly hit the young man. A stench filled the air, making one feel nauseous. What a big guy. Haven't you brushed your teeth in days? The attitude is quite something. With that thought, Chen Yichuan directly released the slingshot, and the beast-tooth bullet shot out. But when it hit that big bear, -57, goodness, is it tough as iron? Chen Yichuan quickly checked his attribute panel. Name, Iron Tooth Battle Bear rank, Elite level, 4 vitality, 1657, 1714 strength, 24 spirit, 1 defense, 6 speed, 3 skill, earth-shattering strike combat power, 187. My goodness, this attribute is somewhat unfair, isn't it? Just as this thought arose in his mind, Chen Yichuan immediately distanced himself. He still had no means of close combat. Even if he had experience from his past life, he needed a suitable weapon, right? The reason ferocious beasts wreaked havoc when they first appeared was that their physical attributes far surpassed those of humans. Just like the Iron Tooth Battle Bear, not only is its innate strength formidable, but its defense is also extremely high. Moreover, as the level increases, these originally advantageous attributes can receive additional boosts. An elite-level ferocious beast possess unique skills. All of this makes it seem as if the server of Earth has given the ferocious beasts a cheat. Roar. After taking a hit from the beast-tooth bullet, the Iron Tooth Battle Bear immediately let out a painful and furious roar, but its body remained completely still, only spreading its front paws a little. It looked like it was protecting something. Could be some rare herbs? Chen Yichuan thought to himself. Or perhaps that frog? Roar. While the young man was pondering, the Iron Tooth Battle Bear let out a long roar, followed by a violent tremor. Earth-shattering strike. The rapid shockwave forced Chen Yichuan to retreat to the corner of the cave. Being hit by that shockwave could cause him to lose health. You beasts sure know how to cheat. Once the young man steadied himself, he exhaled heavily. The slingshot in his hand no longer provided him with much sense of security. To deal with this big guy, even though the beast-tooth bullet had some penetration power, how long would it take to kill it with that kind of damage? There was no way. In urgent circumstances, he could only use it. With that thought, a beautiful card appeared in his hand. It was the hidden profession transfer card. Although he also had a ranged profession transfer card, both were ID bound. But anyone could understand that a hidden profession must be stronger than a common profession, right? With a profession bonus. The odds of winning are certainly higher than being a blank slate. Originally, he didn't need a rush to use it, but now at this moment, Chen Yichuan was faced with only two choices. 1. Take down that bear. 2. Still take down that bear. As for the reason, would you allow someone who already knows your secret to leave safely and go fetch help? Others might not know, but Chen Yichuan wouldn't, that iron-tooth battle bear. Clearly wouldn't either. Ding. Do you want to use the hidden profession transfer card? Yes. The young man did not hesitate. The next moment, the card transformed into a stream of light and surged into his body. A mysterious feeling made the surrounding time seem to stop. This hidden profession transfer card randomly determines which profession to transfer to, and Chen Yichuan had no say in it. He didn't even know what he would become. Perhaps a gunner, a warrior, or maybe a mage, a wizard. Hidden professions, in short, could be any profession outside the common ones, but he never expected it to be. Job change successful. Random profession. Special breeder. Breeder? What the heck is this? How can a breeder be considered a hidden profession? Can this even count as a profession? However, before Chen Yichuan could express anything, the voice in his mind rang out again. Profession type. Secondary profession? Does that mean I can use another transfer card? The young man suddenly reacted, and he jumped several meters in excitement. At this moment, he had no time to care about what special breeder was. Once again, a card appeared in his hand. Range profession transfer card. After use, he could choose to transfer to a profession that specializes in ranged attacks. Ding. Do you want to use the ranged profession transfer card? Yes. Chapter 37. Ranger, Penetrator. Please choose one of the following professions as your career. 1. Mage. Apprentice Mage. A profession that can utilize mana in advance. Proficient in single or multiple elemental attacks with high damage. Profession level can be increased with character level. 2. Archer. Crossbow Archer. A profession skilled in using bow and crossbow-type weapons with strong penetrating ability. Penetrating ability can be enhanced with level. 3. Torvier. A profession that excels at throwing attacks with damage depending on the thrown object, but with high flexibility. 4. Ranger. Swift Strike Ranger. A profession that primarily uses ranged weapons, including bows, crossbows, and thrown objects for attacks. Adept at guerrilla tactics, quick and agile movements, and hunting in the woods, with special force bonuses for ranged weapons. The 4 options lay before Chen Yichuan, waiting for his choice. In his past life, Chen Yichuan was a warrior, with no specialization, just stronger in strength, suffering greatly in that aspect. Now, for specialized professions were right in front of him. The contrast was quite poignant, but only he could understand it. However, time was pressing, and he didn't have much time to consider the pros and cons of the 4 professions and their future development. He could only choose the best one based on his situation. That is 4 Ranger. Job change successful. Profession, Ranger. Just after this announcement, another voice echoed in Chen Yichuan's ears. Ranger profession exclusive attribute. Your strength can be maximized. Agility skill effects increase by 30, and ranged physical attack damage increase by 50. This attribute can evolve. Wow. Hearing this prompt, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but exclaim. After all, it's a professional. Damage is directly increased by half. And that's not all. Unique skill Penetrator has been activated. Penetrator. When your attack causes penetrating damage to the target, it will additionally inflict 10 of the target's health as damage. Holy crap. Boom. Chen Yichuan felt a shock in his ears, and the surrounding environment returned to its original state as time continued to pass. The iron-toothed battle bear was gradually closing in. But this time, the first bullet fired after the boy's job change as a ranger pierced through the iron-toothed battle bear's chest. -85. Penetration. -171. 2 lines of text popped up, and Chen Yichuan couldn't help but smile. This damage was incomparable to before the job change, especially with the extra damage from Penetrator. Even more terrifying, with such heavy damage, the iron-toothed battle bear let out an angry roar, deciding to abandon protecting its important belongings and charge directly at Chunichuan. Its advantage was strength. An earth-shattering slam had already been used, making it unavailable for a short time. There was no other way but to close in on the enemy. Want to get close? Dream on. With that thought, Chunichuan quickly fired 5 bone bullets. Full bow shot, shotgun. Self-inflicted. He held the 5 bone bullets in his hand, as the snake's tendons simply couldn't bear them, so when they burst forth, they could only be aimed straight ahead, making the attack pattern resemble that of a shotgun. Hence the name, shotgun. Boom! In a narrow cave, the sound of 2 bone bullets hitting the ground echoed back, while the other 3 struck the iron-toothed battle bear, forcing it to stop. -85, -85, -85. 3 lines of text almost appeared simultaneously. Unfortunately, none of them caused penetrating damage, but the damage was still considerable, and after this encounter, the iron-toothed battle bear's health had dropped to just over 1,000. Hey, still coming? Chunichuan drew another full bow, aiming a beast-tooth bullet at the iron-toothed battle bear's head. The cave environment was not favorable for the ranger profession, but it also hindered the iron-toothed battle bear's performance. In this situation, whoever's reach was longer had the greater chance of winning. The iron-toothed battle bear let out a low growl, clearly on guard against Chunichuan. Oh, not giving up? Then let me show you something serious. With that thought, the boy's fingers flashed, and a dark, spiky bullet immediately embedded itself into the bowstring. All right, locked on. Whoosh. Roar. The iron-toothed battle bear, unable to dodge, simply charged at Chunichuan's bullet with its head, as that was its most defended area. Unfortunately, the moment the bullet touched the bear's head, boom! Black smoke erupted on its head, and countless black spikes immediately pierced into various parts, including its eyes. -85, -9, and in this scene, 85 was the bullet's own damage, while the 9s were the damage from the spikes that erupted from the bullet. Additionally, there was poisoned, -137. Poisoned reduces 8 of health per second, can be fatal. With both base damage, ricochet damage, and a status effect, this bullet was undoubtedly Chunichuan's trump card. Spike bullet of the poisoned sea urchin. Made from the spikes of the poisoned sea urchin using a special technique, the state is highly unstable. Upon impact, it explodes, and the spikes can inflict 10 of the bullet's damage and cause the target to be poisoned for 3 seconds. Level restriction. Level 1. Crafting technique. White rough. Just enough spikes from one entire poisoned sea urchin to make this one bullet. Although the stock was extremely low, the effect was immediate. After this hit, the iron-toothed battle bear was left with only about 700 health points, which was also due to the benefits of the ranger profession. Otherwise, this bullet would have barely done 100 points of damage. 2 seconds later, health, 470, 1714. With health below a third, the iron-toothed battle bear finally escalated from caution to fear towards Chunichuan. Its paw was already showing signs of retreat, clearly wanting to escape. Unfortunately, having come this far, even if you wanted to leave, I wouldn't let you have your way. 85 points, 470 means 6 shots, accept your fate. The narrow cave passage was like the river of the underworld, leaving the iron-toothed battle bear nowhere to escape. 6 bullets, even if it dodged 1 or 2, the outcome wouldn't change. In the end, kill. Experience 1,200. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Level 3. 5 free attribute points. Hey, it's definitely satisfying to gain such experience from killing elite monsters at a low level. The experience from killing elite monsters is 10 times that of ordinary beasts, and with the bonus for defeating them at a higher level. While others only received 400 experience, it turned into 1,200 points for Chunichuan. As for the 5 free attribute points, Chunichuan added them to strength, spirit, and speed as usual. Meanwhile, as the iron-toothed battle bear fell, a yellow disc appeared on the ground. Chapter 38. So unpleasant. Is it delivered? The boy bent down, preparing to pick up the yellow wheel. But just then the beautifully patterned frog that had been next to the iron-toothed war bear happened to jump onto his finger, clinging tightly with its 4 limbs. Chunichuan instinctively wanted to shake it off. After all, frogs are often poisonous. However, a voice in his mind made him freeze in place. Subjob, Detected a special creature. Would you like to tame it as a pet? It was a message from the sub-job, the special breeder. This frog, upon closer inspection, it did seem somewhat different from ordinary fierce beasts. So it was classified as a special creature, perhaps sensing that Chun Ichuan was considering it. The little frog tilted its head and blinked its big eyes covered by a thin membrane. For some reason, the boy's mind automatically filled in the sound effect of blinking. Cartoon spring sound. MP3 then, as if guided by fate. Yes. At the moment he answered, a drop of bright red blood automatically seeped from various parts of Chun Ichuan's body, floating to the little frog's head. Thud, it merged into it. The little frog blinked again. Cartoon spring sound. MP3, 2. And then its entire body shimmered with green patterns, washing over it in a cycle of blood red like an animated rendering. Taming successful. Individual name. Elemental Spirit Frog. You can redefine the ID. Holy crap. It really. Chun Ichuan quickly swiped lightly on the Elemental Spirit Frog, opening its panel. In his previous life, he had heard of people who could control fierce beasts or pets, but he never expected that now. He had become one of them. Name, Elemental Spirit Frog. Nickname, None. Click to change. Owner, Chun Ichuan. Level, 0 vitality, 100 strength, 1 spirit, 5 defense, 1 speed, 2 skill. Elemental transformation, LV1. Combat power, 46. Looking at this attribute panel, as a human, Chun Ichuan admitted he felt sour. Level 0, 5 points in spirit. What happened to equality among all beings? Heaven, who the hell told you that? Elemental Spirit Frog. Doesn't sound like a good name. Let's change it. Saying this, the boy reached out and clicked on the nickname section, typing in Cunning Frog. This little guy jumped onto his finger to cling to him. So cunning, right? So, Cunning Frog is quite fitting, right? So unpleasant. A childish voice suddenly rang in Chun Ichuan's mind. So it was just an auditory hallucination. Shaking his head, Chun Ichuan reached out again and clicked the confirm button. So unpleasant. All right. The boy raised his hand and brought the Elemental Spirit Frog close to his eyes, and indeed it could talk. The Elemental Spirit Frog blinked. So unpleasant. How about just calling it unpleasant? To his surprise, as soon as Chun Ichuan said this, the Elemental Spirit Frog on his finger flipped over and bit his finger. So unpleasant. At this point, the boy could see that his Elemental Spirit Frog had a decent level of intelligence, but its ability to express itself was still lacking. After all, it was his pet. He should give it a good name. With this in mind, Chun Ichuan pressed down on confirm. Oh crap, I slipped. Change successful. Just as the voice echoed in his mind. Aya, bad owner, stupid owner, smelly owner. What kind of name is that? It's so unpleasant. The Cunning Frog flipped over onto Chun Ichuan's palm, its emerald green little claws tapping and smashing. Its big eyes full of, at least from the latter's perspective, it looked like indignation. So you can talk, huh? Of course. Of course. The Cunning Frog pouted. What a terrible name given by a bad owner. Chun Ichuan's lips twitched. What kind of pet is this? Not only does it require blood to acknowledge its master, but it also needs a nickname to communicate normally? Ridiculous. Well, it can't be helped, I slipped. Nonsense. The Cunning Frog didn't believe it at all. Stinky owner, you did it on purpose. All right, can I at least give you another name? Saying this, Chun Ichuan once again brought up the Elemental Spirit Frog's attribute panel, lightly tapping on the nickname option, but this time a prompt popped up. Changing nickname again requires 100 coins. Your balance is insufficient. The boy looked at the Cunning Frog, his eyes meaningfully conveying, see? This broken system is making your stinky and poor owner suffer. Cunning Frog, oi dunkare. I don't want to be called Cunning Frog. Then what do you want to be called? Chun Ichuan admitted he was bad at naming, so he simply threw the decision back. I'll change it when the owner has money later. Call. The Cunning Frog's voice dragged on longer and longer, seemingly having a name stuck in its throat, but unable to say it, as if something was blocking it. Chun Ichuan's lips twitched. It's over. It must be because of that drop of blood. Now it's completely unable to name itself. Call. Frog. Is this still a female frog? How about calling it Shinji Jua instead? That's even worse than Cunning Frog. All right, then it's Cunning Frog. No more changes. Upon hearing this, the Cunning Frog rolled its eyes and flipped over, probably choosing to die. Fine, 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 calling it Frog Frog will do, okay? Frog Frog immediately flipped back. It's a deal. Indeed, it's still worse than Cunning Frog. Under a series of death declarations from the elemental spirit frog, Chun Ichuan ultimately chose to compromise. The nickname would be Frog Frog, and the full name would be Cunning Frog. Next, he also roughly understood the capabilities of the elemental spirit frog. It was indeed a type of special creature, having just been born with 5 points in spirit attribute and possessing a unique skill, which is a characteristic of elite beasts in the fierce beast world. The elemental spirit frog is a long-range type fierce beast, or rather, a spirit beast. It possesses certain elemental attack capabilities, but needs to level up to gradually reveal them. As for its current skill, elemental transformation, it's merely a survival skill. And to call it transformation is less accurate than calling it assimilation. Earlier, the reason Chun Ichuan mistakenly thought the iron-toothed warbear was protecting it was that it had assimilated its elemental information into the bear cub. How did I not protect my cub? In reality, what the iron-toothed warbear was guarding was what lay behind it. J-Bone Altar. Finally found it. Chapter 39. Refining the Longevity Pill. J-Bone Calanda. Spiritual plant. Taking it year-round can extend life. And it is a supplementary material for refining the longevity pill. Quality, yellow. Age, 34 years. What lies before us is the spiritual plant guarded by the iron-toothed battle bear. In the context of the game Life Devourer, lifespan is equally important for ferocious beasts. Of course, they do not need a lottery. They simply want to extend their lifespan. This process is quite similar to enhancing strength. The age of the spiritual plant is directly increased after absorbing a certain amount of nutrients, not necessarily corresponding to how many years it has actually grown. The materials are finally gathered. Before entering this cave, the plants that Chun Ichuan was holding were also materials for refining the longevity pill. But they're somewhat less significant compared to Jade Bone Calanda. Whether there are ferocious beasts watching directly determines the rarity of the spiritual plant. The damp cave floor is lined with beast meat and spiritual plants, and the young man quickly recalls the method for refining the longevity pill in his mind. In Life Devourer, the refining of pills does not require an alchemy furnace or anything like that. As long as you have the recipe and the steps are correct, you can refine it. Of course, someone like Chun Ichuan who does not have an actual recipe is likely the only one. Who told him he has a good memory? After recalling it several times, he needs the materials according to the quantities and sequences in the steps, and then takes out a pile of dry grass and dead branches, as well as 2 dark bones from his spatial ring. These were also extracted from the corpses of ferocious beasts during the beast tide a few days ago. The owner was the demon horn swordfish. Indeed, just like the vertebra that previously pried open the gate of the unknown relic stone altar number 1, it came from the same type of ferocious beast. The most well-known characteristic of this demon horn swordfish is its bones are hard. The 2 bones that Chun Ichuan took out this time are not very smooth, but due to their sufficient hardness, they can produce sparks when rubbed together, functioning similarly to flint. Crack. A spark falls onto the pile of dry grass and dead branches, instantly igniting a flame. As the spark ignites, several semi-finished longevity pills are thrown into the fire. Yes, it's that crude. Rather than refining, it's more like baking. All the previous steps are basically no different from this one. Otherwise, the manufacturing process wouldn't show as crude. This isn't because Chun Ichuan can only do it crudely. It's just that without specialized tools and the required profession, he wouldn't even be able to avoid being crude. With a gentle fire, refining for 30 minutes. The young man constantly remembers that this final step determines whether it can succeed. The pile of dry grass under his control burns only a little, maintaining a gentle fire. Next to him, the patterns on Frog Frog's body have turned light red. In this state, even if she jumps into the fire, it wouldn't have much of an effect. This is the bizarre aspect of the elemental spirit frog. Unfortunately, without skills, she can only manage this much. By the way, Frog, do you need to stay outside all the time? What Chun Ichuan wanted to ask was whether there was some sort of pet space. Then, what else? Frog asked, all right, this little thing doesn't even know, but now there's no need to worry so much. The elemental spirit frog isn't very big, and if she wants to hide, she could just burrow into his hair, sleeves, or pockets. Anywhere is fine. Their conversation does not hinder the young man's actions. Whenever the dry grass and dead branches are about to burn out, he can always replenish them in time. Thus, after half an hour of gentle fire refining, a faint fragrance finally wafts through the air. Chun Ichuan takes out a small brush-like piece of grass and carefully extracts the pills from the ashes, brushing off the soot. Out of 5 semi-finished products, only 3 can be considered successful. The other 2 cracked during the process. He lifts one of them. White Longevity Pill, a secret pill that can directly increase lifespan, but due to the crude craftsmanship, it can only randomly increase lifespan by 1 to 5 years upon consumption. Level requirement, Level 0. Manufacturing process, white crude. The 3 white longevity pills have identical effects. This is still thanks to that yellow jade bone calanda. Otherwise, whether he could truly refine the longevity pill would still be uncertain. What fragrant pills? Frog blinked her lively big eyes. Master, can you give me one? Hearing this, Chun Ichuan instinctively wanted to say no, but the words changed at the tip of his tongue to, I only have these 3. I can't make any more. If luck is bad, these 3 might only increase lifespan by 3 years. I can find that kind of grass again. Are you sure? Frog nodded seriously, looking like she wasn't lying about the longevity pill. Chun Ichuan, half believing, handed her one but said, Okay, but if you can't find it. As he spoke, he inadvertently looked up at the already dusky sky outside. I'll just have roasted field frogs for dinner tonight. Eek! For the sake of her own safety, Frog quickly nodded vigorously. I can find it. I can definitely find it. She suddenly had a feeling that she had chosen the wrong master. It must be a misunderstanding, right? Here, take it. The young man divided one and brought it to Frog's mouth. The little creature's eyes rolled, and she opened her cherry blossom mouth to envelop the entire pill. The next moment, the medicinal power transformed into a pure energy that swelled Frog's small body by a circle. The patterns on her back flickered with light. In the end, she indeed swelled visibly. Chun Ichuan was indeed taken aback. The effect of a longevity pill on ferocious beasts was truly special. Afterward, the young man quickly opened Frog's attribute panel. Name, Elemental Spirit Frog nickname, Cunning Frogmaster, Chun Ichuan level, 3 Vitality, 1000 Strength, 2 Mentality, 14 Defense, 2 Speed, 5 Skill, Elemental Transformation, LV1, Combat Power, 130. A crude white longevity pill directly raised her from level 0 to level 3. This was indeed unexpected. This also shows that for ferocious beasts, lifespan is equivalent to experience and strength. Directly consuming longevity-type materials is also a shortcut to enhancing strength. Master, there is still residual energy. After the transformation, Frog conveyed this thought. In other words, this longevity pill not only raised her 3 levels. The reason it only reached level 3 is that Chun Ichuan is level 3, and a pet's level cannot surpass its master. Can it be preserved? No. Then how? Just as the young man spoke, a voice immediately echoed in his mind. Due to pet feedback, experience 200. This is possible. Although converting the energy that increases lifespan into experience points seems a bit of a loss, it's still better than nothing, right? Moreover, it seems that this pet should have quite a few uses. Chapter 40. Oh God, you finally opened your eyes. With the frog's panel removed, Chun Ichuan finally turned his attention back to the 2 longevity pills left in his hand, taking a deep breath. Heaven above, earth below, I swear today, I am willing to exchange the Liu family's century of prosperity for 10 years of longevity with these 2 pills. After saying this, the young man opened his mouth and swallowed the 2 pills. Then he directly opened the attribute panel. Name, Chun Ichuan Profession, Ranged Ranger, Secondary Profession, Hidden Special Breeder Level, 3 Experience, 1000 3000 Lifespan, 10 years and 150 days. Hiss, Liu family, No, oh God, you finally opened your eyes. With 10 years of lifespan now in hand, Chun Ichuan finally had the courage to face the yellow lifespan roulette that the Iron Tooth Battle Bear had revealed, which required 10 years to draw from. This roulette, without a doubt, was of low quality, as it had only one positive option, premium alchemy furnace. While alchemy can be done without a furnace, having one is still beneficial. This furnace is considered a special tool, and with it, he would only need the title to become a true alchemist or pill master. With the experience from his past life, the necessity of this furnace has increased significantly. At the very least, it would elevate the quality of the items he crafted, right? Chun Yichuan held the yellow roulette in his hands, silently chanting draw. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Severe Cold 2. Premium Alchemy Furnace 3. Beast Tide. 7. Late Stage Cancer. 10. Erase all things from the two-dimensional world dam. The last option is truly malicious. Fortunately, I can choose. If someone else were to draw this roulette and got that option by bad luck, wouldn't countless people end up crying? I'll choose. 2. The moment he made his choice, 10 years of lifespan turned to ash again. But compared to the premium alchemy furnace, what is 10 years of lifespan worth? This time, there was only one positive option on the yellow roulette. So, congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can choose one additional item from the following prizes as a hidden reward. 1. Shanghai Dragon Yelling Spear 2. Self-Heating Hot Pot from the C1 box 10 packs 3. All attributes 18, 3 days 4. All attributes 5, 15 days 5. White Longevity Pills 7 Hang. The hidden rewards are quite tempting, but it's a shame that you can only choose one each time. Alright, Chun Greedy Yichuan, that's our male lead, Little Chun. Among these 5 rewards, originally, the most urgent need was 5, but the White Longevity Pills. It's not that Chun Yichuan is too proud, but they really aren't enough. 7 pills stacked together aren't enough to draw a purple roulette. Good items are basically concentrated in the purple and above roulettes, similar to the life-sucking sword in the previous white roulette, which was purely an exception. If the chances weren't so low and there weren't so many unpleasant low-quality options, that roulette probably wouldn't even have appeared in Chun Yichuan's hands. Therefore, option 5 is excluded, 2 is directly ignored. 3 and 4, while providing some boost to combat power, to be honest, these temporary attributes can lead to discomfort in one's physical attributes if one gets used to them later. It's fine in daily life, but in battles. Therefore, for him, the greatest enhancement would be 1. The spear. It is the king of weapons, the most advantageous cold weapon in actual combat. In his past life, Chun Yichuan wielded a type of long weapon, but it was not a spear, it was a halberd. The difference from a spear is that a halberd is heavier and more domineering, but they also share a commonality. They are both long. Yet, the spear has more advantages than the halberd. Mastering the spear means you can wield the halberd without worry. I choose. 1. Reward has been issued. Who? Kong. As it appeared, this spear seemed to spin in midair before stabbing into the ground, resembling a dragon's roar. The young man stepped forward and pulled it out. Shanghai Dragon Yelling Spear. Made from the outer heavenly mysterious iron fused with the bones of the earth dragon, crafted through 81 times of tempering. When swung, it seems to emit dragon roars. Level restriction. Level 1. Basic attributes. Strength 12, attack speed 10, crafting quality. Yellow, excellent. Hee, not bad. Chun Yichuan waved the spear, and as he swung it past his side, it even pierced the cave wall, shattering some stones. Very good. After stowing away the Shanghai Dragon Yelling Spear, Chun Yichuan stripped off all the useful materials from the Iron Tooth Battle Bear. Bear paws and bear skin are both excellent materials for crafting. And next, frog. It's your time to perform. Whether it's the Jadebone Jalon or the Washing Marrow Willow, if you can't find them. Tonight we're stewing field frogs. The frog suddenly jolted and asked, Master, what is a field frog? It's a frog. Humans really know how to come up with nicknames. Is there any connection between those two words? Get to work, why bother with so much? Oh, in fact, the frog didn't exaggerate. Elemental spirit frogs are inherently sensitive to spiritual power, so finding spiritual plants containing spiritual energy is not a big problem. It's just that fire budding ling flower, a fire attribute spiritual plant, can be used as a raw material for fire attribute affinity enhancement potions. Quality. White. Year. 11 years. As you can see, it's easy to go wrong. Chun Yichuan suppressed the impending eruption of a volcano, and with a devilish smile, looked at the frog. Frog. Is this what you said you could find? The frog shivered. Frog. Frog didn't say it would be 100 correct. Chun Yichuan's mouth twitched wildly. All right, you can find it, but it might not be the right one, right? At this point, he was close to exploding. Not being able to find it is one thing, but bringing so many fierce beasts upon me. Just a fire-budding ling flower actually attracted a fire spirit leopard and a group of flame mountain cats. Master, go for it. Master is the best. Master is awesome. After shouting this, the frog directly flipped and burrowed into Chun Ichuan's collar. It might smell bad, but it's safe enough. Awesome. I'd rather you not say that. Complaints aside, with such a group of big cats attacking, it's impossible not to fight back. The young man jumped back suddenly, brandishing the Xianhai dragon-yelling spear, twirling it in a flourish before leaping into the fray. Compared to the halberd, the spear is indeed much lighter. Light, but not ineffective. One blood flower after another burst forth like mist, whether it was the fire spirit leopard or the flame mountain cat. One by one fell under his spear, with numerous damage indicators pouring down like a torrential rain. Such a spectacle can truly be described as spectacular. Oh, Master is so amazing. With that time spent flattering, why not help me find the J-Bone Jialan or something? Otherwise, aren't they these big cats? But cat meat is sour. Frog. Chapter 41. It's fine. Just sprinkle more cumin. Frog solemnly said. My meat is bitter. It's fine. Your master is a hungry ghost. Just sprinkle more cumin. I can accept it. The scheming frog. Then why can't cat meat be okay? All right, let's change the reason. I don't eat cat meat. Frog hugged herself, tightening her body, encountering a master who might want to slaughter her at any moment. She really wanted to say thanks. But thanks aside, blood had already dripped, and the master acknowledged it. What else could she do? The caring, treasure-hunting little frog, online now. Night fell. Deep in the forest, the roars of beasts gradually increased. Logically, the night should belong more to fierce beasts. But as long as there weren't large groups of people, the difference between humans and fierce beasts wasn't that significant. After all, everyone is a hunter. Chun Ichuan's silver spear was already soaked in blood. After nearly 3 hours, heaven didn't disappoint the diligent frog, allowing her to successfully find 2 20-year-old jade-bone calamus and several washing marrow willow spikes. Although washing marrow willow spikes are also longevity materials, they are auxiliary materials for refining yellow longevity pills, with the core being those 2 jade-bone calamus, one 23 years old and the other 28 years old. Enough for Chun Ichuan to refine a batch of white longevity pills. After resolving the immediate trouble, Chun Ichuan was thinking of finding a place to rest, but unexpectedly, a long beast roar came from his ear. Roar. Then, there was a painful scream from a human woman. Don't get me wrong. It was the kind of scream that really sounded painful. The boy flicked his spear and looked over, frowning slightly after a moment. Why does that voice sound a bit familiar? Who is it? Forget it. What does it have to do with me? This place, while not exactly a battlefield outside the realm, is still the territory of fierce beasts. Here, slaughter happens all the time. Those who meddle in other people's business often don't have a good end. Find a river, take a bath, and the day beautifully. Humming, Chun Ichuan also took out the scheming frog from his collar. Frog, do you like swimming? Ido. After saying that, she added, but there are many unreasonable big guys in the river. What are you afraid of? Just clean them up. Master is mighty. Unfortunately, the harsh reality is that the more you want to avoid dealing with something, the more it forces you to handle it. Here, we can reference a rather mature law, Murphy's Law. Amidst the roars, a slender shadow suddenly swept past Chun Ichuan's head. When it landed, the boy cast a slightly cold glance. You must have installed a camera on me, right? You can always find me. The woman who landed saw him speak, her eyes momentarily showing a hint of astonishment. She had only wanted to lure the monster to a place with other people to share the pressure. But who knew she would encounter Chun Ichuan? But in an instant, her eyes immediately returned to their previous state, calm with a hint of killing intent. So what if it is you? The boy wanted to speak, but a fierce beast's roar came from behind. Roar. He helplessly slung his spear, first dealing with this big guy before talking to you. With the roar, a shadow suddenly dashed past under the moonlight, skidding several meters upon hitting the ground, showing how fast it had come. Upon seeing it, even Chun Ichuan, who was well informed, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the hell? In his astonishment, the giant beast pounced. The boy had no choice but to hold the spear to block. Boom! The claws collided with the silver spear with a loud crash. Block! The entry popped up, and the boy's figure was forced back over 10 meters. In Devour Life, a successful block does not incur damage, and moreover, it can relate to the opponent's attribute panel. Name: Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. Rank: Elite, Mutated, Level 6 Vitality, 3,133, 34, 89 Strength, 37 Spirit, 5 Defense, 14 Speed, 23 Skills, Silver Moon Roar, Domain Moon Lake, Silver Thunder Combat Power, 429. After seeing this attribute panel, Chen Chuan just wanted to shout, "What the hell? Is this cheating? Does he not have this treatment as the male lead? Damn, emotionless girl. Where did you lure this damn thing from? Lu Xinyu, pause in her speech. I warn you. Take back what you just said. What time is it now? Still caring about these trivial matters?" Hearing this, Chen Chuan shouted, and used his spear to flick some dirt to block the opponent's line of sight, then said, "If you have the ability, deal with this guy yourself. If you don't, obediently answer the question." A mutated elite fierce beast, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger. This woman really knows how to lure monsters. The so-called mutated species can be understood as professionals among humans, or as geniuses among fierce beasts. The origins of such fierce beasts must be clarified. Otherwise, if a small one is dealt with and a big one comes, the bigger and older ones will be endless. Lu Xinyu suppressed the anger in her eyes and eventually calmed down, not knowing that this guy had come looking for her. The boy's mouth twitched slightly, so it's starving and came out to hunt, which is the most troublesome. But at least one thing can be confirmed. No older ones will come looking for them in a short time. No time to hesitate. Take it down. After saying that, Chen Chuan took the first move. The Xinhai Dragon Chant Spear instantly came crashing down like a crescent moon. But just as it was about to hit, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger suddenly jumped back, as if to play with him. It could have dodged earlier and more smoothly, but it chose to play with excitement. You like excitement? Be careful. Don't get yourself killed. As soon as the words fell, a cold light shot towards a Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, which was the spear thrown from the boy's hand. Whoosh! Faced with this sudden attack, the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger instinctively reacted to evade, but it didn't know that Chen Chuan was waiting for this moment. At the instant it jumped, pong! -45. Although the sharp beast's tooth had a strong penetrating ability, before it could pierce through the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, the beast's tooth bullet was burned to ashes by the current coursing through its body and scattered in the air. The last bit of damage was insignificant compared to the 3,000 plus health of this big cat. But as the saying goes, low damage is extremely humiliating. The Moon Pattern Silver Tiger originally had the mindset of playing and teasing this human, but it didn't expect that this human would bite back. How could it endure? Suddenly, roar Silver Moon, roar! A sudden dizziness struck the boy's head like a hammer. The pill. Chapter 42. A roasted frog in my clothes, dizzy. Lasts for 2 seconds. Damn, this pill. Upon receiving the system's abnormal status alert, Chen Chuan wanted to change his tactic, but it was already too late. The only option was to endure the upcoming attack. However, before he could brace himself for the attack from the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, he instead felt a sword approaching swiftly from behind him. In less than half a second, he couldn't withstand that terrifying force and was sent flying back. Roar! With that roar, Chen Chuan couldn't escape a palm strike, being knocked back several meters and crashing into a tree. Severe injury. -1,157. Warning. Health has dropped below 25. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled from the boy's mouth. This single palm strike took over 1,000 health points. It was truly terrifying. The disparity in battle power and defensive attributes was too great. If it weren't for his all attributes 7 still having some time left, with only 1 point of defense, he would probably have been instantly killed. Battle damage calculation. Base damage, own battle power, opponent's battle power. What the sun? With just 300 health points left, Chen Chuan dared not approach to attack again. Although the core of life, devouring, resembles an online game, it's a real game existing in reality. Dying means truly dying. Furthermore, although injuries are represented by numbers, the pain in the body is unavoidable. Being slammed against the tree by the Moon Pattern Silver Tiger, Chen Chuan felt like his bones were about to shatter. Are you dead? asked Loose Sinew from not far away. The boy turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Isn't it your fault for bringing that big cat here? If mutated elite monsters were that easy to deal with, all of humanity would be rushing to fight them. Loose Sinew wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. Although she was also a victim, it was indeed her actions that led to Chen Yichuan getting involved. This responsibility couldn't be avoided. Since that was the case, she wasn't prepared to say more. Give me 2 longevity pills, help me. You're quite generous. Chen Yichuan replied with a bit of sarcasm, then took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. His previous injuries healed significantly in an instant. The effect was far better than the blood serum patch of the magic pattern octopus. What kind of band-aid could have this effect? Wouldn't it sell like hotcakes? As for what this was, blood serum gel pill of the magic pattern octopus, a gelatinous pill infused with the blood serum of the magic pattern octopus. Restores 50 health per second for 2 seconds after consumption. Level restriction. Usable below level 5. Crafting process. White, rough. Compared to this blood serum gel pill, the Band-Aid is simply scraps. Of course, the production rates of the two are certainly different. The serum from one magic pattern octopus can either be made into 10 gel pills or nearly 100 patches. They can also be mixed, but the total amount won't differ much. You really have hidden quite a bit. Chen Yichuan turned back and chuckled. What you're saying is that I can spill everything to my enemy. That would be no different from Jesus' mother after recovering his status. The boy once again prepared to charge into battle. Wait, the gun was thrown away. He was now charging with a slingshot. Before he even arrived, he had already flung a handful of gravel at the moon-patterned silver tiger. Against a mutated elite monster, this crudely made slingshot couldn't deal much damage. But it was still good for harassment. The gravel shot out like buckshot, forcing the moon-patterned silver tiger to jump back to avoid it. Although it knew the damage was low, being hit would still hurt, right? If it could dodge, why take a hit? Taking advantage of this opening, Chen Yichuan didn't waste any time and executed a quick step, gripping the Shanhai Longyin spear tightly. The damage from the slingshot wasn't enough now. He could only use the Shanhai Longyin spear to push back. But with such a disparity in attributes, he couldn't just go in to stab, poke, or sweep. He had to leverage his ranger class advantage. Shoot! The boy quickly picked up some sand and gravel to obstruct the moon-patterned silver tiger's line of sight, then immediately distanced himself. Hey, find a way to limit that big cat's movements. Even 1 second would be enough. I'm not calling you. Lu Xinyu responded directly. In this area, there were only her and Chen Yichuan. That hey wouldn't be directed at anyone else. That emotionless girl helped me. You might as well just call me Hey. Lu Xinyu said coldly, her gaze betraying her desire to stab Chen Yichuan. The thing she hated most was when others pointed at her face. The last person to do that is already under a mound of grass. If it weren't for all the other matters getting in the way. Hey, hurry up. Chen Yichuan, with the long spear in hand, was already looking quite disheveled from the moon-patterned silver tiger's attacks. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu gritted her teeth, ultimately giving in to her own dilemma. My method needs some time to prepare. Just wait a bit. The moon-patterned silver tiger was a mutated elite level. With the information from the Lu family, they certainly knew of its existence. Killing a mutated elite level monster would yield profits comparable to a lord level, and it wouldn't be reported to the entire server by the life-devouring system. This was a chance to make a fortune quietly. If there was an opportunity, why not take it? It was also for this reason that Lu Xinyu was willing to bring out her methods. Hurry up, Chen Yichuan urged, knowing he had a total speed of 11 points. If it weren't for his experience from a past life holding him up, he would have already been caught by the moon-patterned silver tiger and played to death. Feline predators aren't very friendly to their prey. They eat it only after having their fun. Can't hurry, just wait. Damn it. Knowing urging was useless, Chen Yichuan simply put away the long spear, took out the slingshot, and directly pulled out one black projectile after another from his space ring. With a bang, when it hit the moon-patterned silver tiger, it exploded into a cloud of black mist that lingered for a long time. This wasn't any alchemical product. It was just the waste from the intestines of those aquatic ferocious beasts. One word, stinky. While needing these things, Chen Yichuan at least wasted 10 pieces of intestinal membrane, cutting the animal's intestines into small pieces to use as gloves. It was utterly disgusting. In the end, What wrapped around the outside was just some useless fish skin. Otherwise, would he even consider using it? As it exploded, a nauseating odor that made everything retch and withered all grass instantly became a huge stain under the moonlight. If it were daytime, this place would be completely dark. Not only was it smelly, -45, it even dealt damage. Lu Xinyu, who was preparing for something, couldn't hold it any longer. Ah, what stench! What did you do? Chen Yichuan's froggy friend in his sleeve was also frothing at the mouth, even stinkier than its master. Ugh, ugh. A roasted frog in my clothes. Gulp. Swallowing sound. Chapter 43. After living so long, it's the first time I've encountered such a filthy human. The terrible stench made the moon-patterned silver tiger furious, but before it could finish roaring, an overwhelming feeling of nausea swept over it. This is something no living being can endure. A single type of smell is fine. It can even serve as pheromones for identifying kin. But once mixed together, what kind of hybrid is this? What's worse is, big cat, you're so huge. Your demand must be quite high, right? Come on, Pong. Moon-patterned silver tiger eye. However, this stench bomb would disperse regardless of whether it hit him or not. The foul smell would spread, and there was no way to block it. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but pinch his nose. The amount from it, too, was a bit too much. Even you can't stand it, master. The frog protested repeatedly. I apply to go out for fresh air. No coming out. The boy shouted in his mind. You can't come out even if you throw up inside. Hide well. No. No more roasting frogs? Chen Yichuan temporarily ignored the naive frog, as there was still Lu Xinyu outside. It was better to expose the frog's matter later. After firing 2 stench bombs, the boy immediately retreated with his gun. Due to the moon-patterned silver tiger zone imposing aura, combined with this terrible stench, even lurking snakes and insect-like beasts were absent from the surroundings. Otherwise, how could Chen Yichuan be so at ease? Hey, how much longer do you need? This was clearly a question for Lu Xinyu. Just give me 10 more seconds. You can pray that I have 10 more seconds to live. The boy twitched his mouth. There was no choice but to close the distance again. The moon-patterned silver tiger was just nauseatingly stinky, not immobile, so it wasn't the best time yet. To exert the penetrator effect, it must be ensured that it couldn't evade. Seeing Chen Yichuan approach again, the moon-patterned silver tiger's eyes reddened. Roar. However, Pong. A stench bomb just burst into its mouth. Hee hee. That mouth is much bigger than a bird's nest. Moon-patterned silver tiger. It has lived for so long, evolving from a little milk tiger to a mutated elite. And this is the first time it has encountered such a filthy human. Throwing feces into a cat's mouth? Can't you do something decent? The key point is that this feces also exploded. Ugh, ugh. Roar. Ugh. Chen Yichuan couldn't help it. Taha. Taha. But just as the laughter fell, ziz, a sudden silver thunder struck right in front of Chen Yichuan, scorching the ground. If this silver thunder had struck him, the outcome was unimaginable. It's likely the moon-patterned silver tiger was disoriented by the stench. Otherwise, in the next moment, under the moonlight, the silver-black circular domain suddenly expanded, with fine lightning flickering within like ripples in water. The radius of the domain was about 6 meters. Undoubtedly, this was another skill of the moon-patterned silver tiger, besides Silver Moon Roar: Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Rather than a skill, it was more like a domain. After all, it was a mutated beast. Other beasts below level 10 could at most use a bit of spiritual power to create shockwaves or spit fireballs, but mutated level. The current domain was far more exaggerated than any fireball or shockwave. Emotionless girl, hurry up. Just a bit more. Lu Xinyu clenched her delicate fists, but it was very likely that she wouldn't even have 1 second. Stop whining. Hurry up. Chen Yichuan knew that this was her signal of readiness, and immediately retreated to over 10 meters away, gripping the Xinhai Dragon Roar gun with the tip aimed, slightly leaning back. On the other side, Lu Xinyu was also ready. She held a spliced metal hoop that first hovered in her palm. Then Lu Xinyu suddenly flipped her palm, and, at the same time, the hoop was pulled by this force, spinning suddenly and rapidly enlarging. After getting it moving, she maintained her gesture and turned clockwise once. The hoop was lifted by one force after another, revolving around Lu Xinyu's moving center, performing an expanding circumferential motion. The radius grew from half a meter to 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. This process wasn't slow. Lu Xinyu took less than 3 breaths to reach in front of the moon-patterned silver tiger, but ultimately, she had to step into the range of that moon lake's silver thunder. A moment of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly dispelled. Then, she stepped into the domain. A current brought a terrifying burning sensation that crawled all over Lu Xinyu. But at that same moment, the metal hoop also touched the moon-patterned silver tiger. She suddenly looked down and shouted, "Now's your chance." But Chen Yichuan didn't wait foolishly for her to speak. Seeing the metal hoop land on the moon-patterned silver tiger, he swallowed a pill, and at the same time, bang! The gap between these two sounds was almost instantaneous. Yet the silver thunder on the moon-patterned silver tiger suddenly halted. In the next moment, a shocking number popped up, minus 4,140. Chen Yichuan's original strength was 10 points, plus 7 points from temporary attributes, and 12 points from the Xianhai Dragon Roar gun, totaling 29 points. However, even so, it shouldn't deal over 4,000 damage, right? Why could it? Without a doubt, it was due to the bloodthirsty potion of the double-finned frenzy shark he had consumed earlier. Initially at level 0, now at level 3, the damage difference was astronomical. After 10 times, the strength reached 290 points, directly penetrating the moon-patterned silver tiger's defense of only 14 points, resulting in a base damage of 2,760 points, and adding the penetrator bonus led to the final value. As for why Lu Xinyu, who was glaring at him, still risked enduring 3 seconds of weakness, it was because of the kill. Experience 2,400. Congratulations on leveling up. Current abnormal status has been cleared. Current level 4, 5 free attribute points. The sudden feeling of weakness that surged up vanished in an instant. After all, Chen Yichuan was a person who had been through a lot and understood some hidden settings of Life Devour. Whenever leveling up could remove abnormal statuses, he had calculated this point, knowing he didn't need to endure that 3 seconds of weakness. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to consume the bloodthirsty potion. No matter how great the rewards for killing the moon-patterned silver tiger were, he couldn't joke with his own life, right? For the 5 attribute points from leveling up, Chen Yichuan still distributed them according to the ratio of 3, 1, 1. Phew! The boy leaped down from the tree and turned his gaze to Lu Xinyu's position. Well done. Emotionless. As he uttered the last 2 words, Lu Xinyu happened to raise her head. At that moment, the word was stuck firmly in Chen Yichuan's throat. What's up with your face? Chapter 44. Wow, there's a big surprise in here? Face. No. It's facial paralysis. After a self-deprecating laugh, Lu Xinyu raised her hand to touch her right cheek, the rough skin resembling a continuous mountain range, primarily in light yellow and black. The most exaggerated part was a claw mark that crossed her nose and a third of her lip, almost tearing her face in half. Ugly? No. Perhaps terrifying would be a more accurate description. In contrast, her left face looked like that of a celestial being. Such a face was indeed too cruel for her. All of this originated from the first year of the Devouring Era, June 30th, 2028. On the 10th day of the descent. It was a purple roulette lottery organized by the Lu family before the establishment of the settlement, and, unfortunately, the lottery result was beast tide. The beast tide drawn from the purple roulette was almost a disaster for humanity at that time. It was no less than a volcanic eruption before the apocalypse. Although, under the combined suppression of the few strong individuals available at that time, the beast tide was calmed. The Lu family, being the first to bear the brunt, suffered casualties. The most severely affected ones even died on that very day. And it was at that time that Lu Xinyu ended up with half of her face completely disfigured. She was originally a beautiful angel, a water lily emerging from the water, but after her severe injuries, although recovery potions stopped the bleeding, the scars would forever remain on her face. The contrast between her past and present made her contemplate death for a time, until her father, Lu Tianyuan, handed her a silicone mask. The system of this world had just been established, and living with a different face would always have its solutions. Lu Xinyu. Perhaps, on some future roulette. We need you, Lu family. We need you even more. Ultimately, she reached out to take the mask. And since then, no expression could be seen on Lu Sinyu's face again. I must clarify, I didn't know about this before calling you that. Chen Yichuan, although he didn't consider himself a good person, would not stoop to the level of rubbing salt into others' wounds. It's a matter of basic morality, not conscience. So, Lu Xinyu raised the left corner of her mouth, since the right side couldn't lift. Do you want to apologize? Consider it an explanation. Hearing this, she gently clenched her fist, but then released it, realizing that she couldn't kill Chen Yichuan, no matter how angry or murderous she felt. Without the strength, she simply couldn't do it. The moon-patterned silver tiger had already died at his hands, so why would she be able to? Whatever, sorry for scaring you. The boy didn't reply immediately, but walked to the corpse of the moon-patterned silver tiger and retrieved the long spear that pierced through it. Indeed, just now he had used the mysterious skeleton dragon roar spear as a javelin, piercing through the big cat, dealing over 4,000 damage and killing it instantly. After pulling out the spear, he smashed its skull and swiftly placed a dark green, smooth orb into a space ring before starting to process the other flesh. As a mutated elite beast, the moon-patterned silver tiger naturally had treasures all over its body. The silver-blue patterned tiger skin was an excellent material for making lightning-resistant equipment. The leg and spine meat could be used for alchemy, and the bones could be refined into weapons or boiled to create soups that temporarily enhance attributes. There was even the extremely resilient tiger tail tendons. After pulling out the entire tendon, Chen Yichuan flicked in his hand. This is great material for making slingshots. Just need to find a substitute for the Ba Wan Huaya root handle. Too bad, no roulette came out. You are quite familiar with the materials of fierce beasts? Lu Xinyu asked from behind him. The boy paused slightly. What do you think? Looking at her expression, Chen Yichuan finally let out a breath. Don't act like a resentful woman. You also have a share of the materials from this big cat. You can choose either the tiger skin, tiger meat, or tiger bones. The main force is you. Just give me a little. Lu Xinyu said this, but her tone didn't seem to indicate that she wanted it very much. It was as if there was something implied. Sigh, there is indeed such a thing. Really? At that moment, she seemed to suddenly come alive. I haven't even said what it is. But you know what I'm asking. And you said there is such a thing. The boy was momentarily speechless. Women are indeed the best at picking at details. When she is serious, don't think any words can escape. Forget it. Helping an enemy doesn't do me any good. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu fell silent again, her eyes showing some conflict, but before she could speak again, Chen Yichuan put away the long spear and said, "Let us leave first. A dead mutated elite will soon attract attention here." After saying this, he lightly jumped away from the spot, halfway up the mountain. In fact, when Chen Yichuan said this, faint beast roars were already approaching this way. In the early stages of the devouring, mutated fierce beasts were as rare as professionals among humans. One that dies means one less, so of course, it would cause a commotion. Although Lu Xinyu wanted to say something, she knew that Chen Yichuan's words were not false. So she had to leave first and plan later. It was until they ran more than 10 kilometers that the two found a place to settle in a cave in a mountain gorge. Guarding the cave was a sharp-clawed platypus, but it was only level 3, so Lu Xinyu easily killed it with one sword strike, probably earning very little experience. Go ahead. What? Lu Xinyu suddenly seemed caught off guard. Chen Yichuan didn't mind helping her remember, fixing his sharp gaze on her and asking, "What benefits do you get from helping an enemy?" Upon hearing this, she fell silent for a moment again. But the boy next to her seemed to wait with keen interest, and from his gaze, she could guess the answer he wanted. But that answer, as she pondered, the itching on her cheek made her raise her right hand again. The hardened skin, like a ravine, should exist, but felt a bit prickly. Just like the Lu brothers' attitude towards her, stiff and as foreign as dead skin. "I'm just a tool." Chen Yichuan was momentarily stunned, but then laughed. "Oh? This is getting interesting, go on. My surname is Luo." Wow, there's a big surprise in here. The surname Luo Xinyu. Luo Xiyu? The founder of the Chuanbei Bay City, the daughter of Luo Beichuan, the king of Chuanbei, Luo Xiyu. It was rumored that Luo Xiyu was traveling in the south when the devouring occurred. Later, after the establishment of the Chuanbei Bay City, her father, Luo Beichuan, found his daughter, but due to inconvenience, she was never shown to the public. This Luo Xiyu and Lu Xinyu, could they be the same person? A storm surged in Chen Yichuan's mind until, when the world turned into this, I happened to be traveling with friends and happened to be trapped in Jiangnan. And it was Lu Tianyuan who took me in. Chen Yichuan. What the hell? Chapter 45. My name is Luo Shiyu. Lu Xinyu does not have the surname Lu. Her surname is Luo. It is because she was taken in by Lu Tianyuan that she has the surname Lu. Therefore, she is very likely the daughter of Luo Beichuan, Luo Shiyu. The only uncertainty is whether Luo Beichuan's reason for not showing his daughter to others is because of her facial injury. But there can't be such a coincidence in this world, right? Chen Yichuan had many thoughts in his mind, but he maintained a relatively calm expression and pretended to be composed as he asked. Taken in? So I should just believe whatever you say. You don't believe? Why should I believe you? The boy retorted bluntly. Lu Xinyu was taken aback. Yes. Why should he believe her? Right now, at this moment. She was the one trying to convince him to help an enemy. This excuse to absolve the Lu family was fundamentally untenable, at least from others' perspectives. The probability of it being made up was almost 100. Only Chen Yichuan would think so much. But there was nothing she could do except to increase her bargaining chips. At least in her view, this was a bargaining chip. The one who refined a longevity pill is not me, but your sister. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan's mouth involuntarily opened slightly. He had only guessed before, but unexpectedly. It turned out to be true? Good job, Fang Yining. However, to be honest, it was shocking, but let's not talk about it. With her love-struck brain, no one would even collect her body if she died one day. Implying, I don't believe it. Lu Xinyu clearly caught on to this, but apart from that, how could she clarify her relationship with the Lu family? In a moment of urgency, she simply, then how do you want me to prove it? You have to tell me your real name, right? After dragging this out for so long, he finally found a chance to ask this question. She truly did not expect Chen Yichuan to propose such a method. What is the use of saying it? Even if I know, what can I do? We can't meet, can we? You're overthinking it. But if you want someone to help you, you have to introduce yourself, right? Lu Xinyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Indeed, she was a bit flustered. My name is Luo Shiyu. Chen Yichuan's heart surged with waves, and he almost asked which Shiyu or which you at that moment. At this moment, he was almost certain of her identity. Even the name is the same. Same name, same surname. Similar experiences, this can't still be a coincidence, right? However, even so, he still pretended to be calm and asked, since you say you were taken in by Lu Tianyuan, then why? I don't believe Lu Tianyuan would take in someone useless. Very simple, because I am useful. Oh, the boy showed a bit of surprise, but there was also a hint of doubt. It's nothing. It's just that the hoop from earlier worked well during the beast tide. The Lu family has weathered a few beast tides this way. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan finally felt relieved. The beast tide, though a disaster, is also a threat to ordinary people without combat power. For forces like the Lu family, if they have means to cope, they would even wish to draw out the beast tide. What comes out of the roulette is much easier to deal with than what the ferocious beasts organize naturally. And a large number of ferocious beasts represent a large amount of profit. After all, one major way to acquire lifespan roulette is to kill ferocious beasts. Lu Xinyu. No, Luo Shiyu's metal hoop spins up after all, no less than a high-speed saw blade. Simply a ferocious beast harvesting machine, right? No wonder Lu Tianyuan would look at her differently. I hope what you said is true. What do you mean? Luo Shiyu was taken aback and asked. Wait. Chen Yichuan did not explain much. He just took out a piece of somewhat smelly tough fish skin from his spatial ring, scraped off the inner layer of fat with a scraper, and handed it to her. This fish skin mask. Although it can't be the same as your original one, but it's no problem to extend and cover half of your face. But what I want is not. The boy did not let her finish her sentence and took over. I know, but do you think those materials are easy to find? I'm not Doraemon. Luo Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Then she pulled the fish skin mask to extend it and stick it on her right face. Its excellent toughness quickly covering every rough spot on her face. It didn't look as realistic as a silicone mask. Instead, it somewhat exposed the scars. However, the color of the fish skin made the scars on her right face look more like she was wearing a half mask, allowing her left face to return to normal. It can't be expressionless anymore. She glanced at herself through the puddle under the moonlight. It looked not bad. At least, it wasn't so hideous. Just like walking on a stage that forever belongs to your own masquerade ball. Very cool. ISNT it? The boy smiled and said. Luo Shiyu raised the left corner of her mouth. You must have deceived a lot of girls before the apocalypse, right? Chen Yichuan shrugged and did not answer. But then she heard, what materials do you need to completely heal my face? After a slight hesitation, Chen Yichuan finally spoke, clearly stating, 1 ounce of Zhong Chui milk over 100 years, a piece of tender meat from the tail of Frost Earth Dragon, and 1 piece of magic cotton willow heart. I'll prepare the auxiliary materials. The more Luo Shiyu listened, the more confused she became. Why have I never heard of these? What coincidence? I haven't heard of them either. At this moment, Luo Shiyu was also certain of her previous guess. Chen Yichuan must have obtained a relatively complete bestiary of ferocious beast materials, or even a complete analysis of ferocious beast materials. Otherwise, how could he explain his thorough knowledge of ferocious beast materials? Moreover, the few materials he mentioned, even he himself has heard of, which further indicates that they do exist. He just hasn't seen them yet. I will find them. Good luck. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yichuan also moved his body. Having rested enough, I'm leaving. Where to? Of course, back to the Jiangnan settlement. Am I supposed to stay outside as a wild person? Still going back to the Zhenjiang defense zone? Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan laughed. Do you think Lu Yunpan would let me go, or Lu Yunlu? Or maybe Lu Tianyuan? Luo Shiyu was left speechless, because what Chen Yichuan said was the truth. Then what are your plans? What? You want to track my movements? I'm already a formal player. Just add me as a friend, and whenever you gather the materials, just come find me. Hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Luo Shiyu knew she had asked too much. All right. Let us part ways here. After adding each other as friends, Chen Yichuan left the temporary resting cave without looking back, heading towards the Jiangnan settlement under the moonlight. The dangers of the jungle at night are ultimately greater than during the day. Whether it's humans or ferocious beasts, although both are hunters, they're also prey. Chapter 46 New Skill, Domain, Silver Thunder of Moon Lake. Jiangnan Settlement. The Lu family mansion. The family head, Lu Tanyuan, was fuming, while below him stood the 2 brothers, Lu Yunpan and Lu Yunlu. 2 useless fools. A solemn aura swept through the air with his angry voice, indicating that Lu Tianyuan's level was probably not low. The only flaw was that he had no profession. Not only did he fail to claim the Lord's first kill, but he also lost his sister, not even a blood relation. Lu Yunlu couldn't help but mutter. Who would have thought that in the next moment? Bang! A sudden wave of powerful energy knocked Lu Yunlu over, flipping him a few times in the air before he landed on the ground, his head scraping along for nearly a meter. It looked painful. How many times have I told you? She's of great use to us. Treat her like a real sister. Dad! Lu Yunlu raised his head, tears welling up his eyes as he called out. Calling his father. Lu Yunlu felt a twitch in his eyelid, unsure of how helpless he felt inside. His father, must have read too many novels when he was young. Just because he reversed the situation, he thinks he is the main character every day. No matter how you spin it, he is just a male supporting role, right? The trope of a useless character turning things around is long gone. What about Chen Yichuan? After venting his anger, Lu Tianyuan temporarily shifted his focus. Continuing to dwell on this wouldn't yield any good results, just adding to the frustration. Ran. In less than a second, Lu Yunpan followed in his brother's footsteps. Not a single thing done well. What use do I have for you 2 brothers? Facing their father in this state, Lu Yunpan had already gotten used to keeping silent. After all, if you don't let him finish his second middle school, you want to give up. Use all connections I have. That guy named Chen Yichuan, if my Lu family can't get it, then others. Shouldn't he even think about it? Yes. Thus, the matter concluded. When Chen Yichuan returned to the edge of the Jiangnan settlement, it was already early the next day. When the numbers on the life card timer all reached 0, Life Devourer descended, marking the beginning of day 26. All attributes 7 with only 6 hours left after that. The young man looked at the fence in front of him, gathered strength in his legs, and jumped over using a piece of higher ruins. Bang! Dust flew up upon landing. Originally, he could have chosen not to return to this Jiangnan settlement, but the Lu family had not been eradicated, and the life-sucking sword was still in enemy hands. Leaving now would be too early. Revenge on Liu was one reason. Retrieving the life-sucking sword was another. After all, it was an artifact-like existence. If he didn't bring it back, how could he find peace in his heart? Now, two paths lay before him. One, to survive without making waves. Two, to start showing off. Which to choose? Chen Yichuan didn't rush to decide, but began to survey his surroundings. The Zhenjiang defense area should be in that direction. Dian, don't you dare die easily. Due to his personality, he didn't have many friends in his previous life. And Dongfang Yinyan was one of the rare ones. If he could keep him safe, he wanted to. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to add him as a friend earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, as he thought about this, the scheming frog in his collar poked its head out, its big watery eyes staring at the sky. Master, it feels a bit strange here. The frog feels a little uncomfortable. Just a little uncomfortable? Chen Yichuan was surprised and couldn't help but ask. He understood that the frog was likely referring to the ultrasonic beast driving tower, but that thing only had a significant effect on beasts with underdeveloped brains. The frog feeling a little uncomfortable clearly didn't fall into that category. This was a place where humans gathered. Just endure for a bit. It wouldn't be uncomfortable for long. After confirming the direction of the Zhenjiang defense area, Chen Yichuan set off, but the journey was long, and he couldn't rely solely on walking. He could only follow the main road and see if he could come across abandoned cars. Although he had a speed of 12 points with temporary attributes, without any agility or movement techniques, his speed limit could only reach 10 points. That is, 10 meters per second. It sounded fast, but when converted to an hourly speed, it was only 36 kilometers per hour. According to the game map on the life card, Chen Yichuan was approximately 154 kilometers away from his destination. Even without eating or drinking, it would take more than 4 hours to get there. But this was just the theoretical maximum speed, right? In reality, maintaining that speed would consume a lot of stamina. It couldn't last long. Resting and eating were essential. Life Devourer was a good game, but the environment was real. Humans had pain perception, stamina could be depleted, hunger would make one faint. Unless one had a special constitution or took drugs, these factors couldn't be avoided. Half an hour later, Chen Yichuan finally found a Wuling minivan stuck in the guardrail beside a collapsed highway. On the car window, a claw print stood out prominently, and inside the driver's seat were only some tattered clothes and dry blood. However, buzzing haha, the boy laughed heartily. After all, it's a divine vehicle, huh? Amazing. The entire passenger seat was jammed into the guardrail, and it could still run, with a means of transportation. Reaching the Zhenjiang defense area would only take a little over 2 hours. He pulled the car door, and with a sudden burst of strength, he yanked the minivan out of the guardrail. With such a big movement, the engine surprisingly didn't shut off. However, the engine running and the noise attracted nearby beasts. Although Chen Yichuan was within the settlement, who said there were no beasts? The settlement. In short, it was the area covered by the ultrasonic beast driving tower, an area at least as large as several major cities before the apocalypse combined. How could humans capable of free movement cover the entire settlement? In places with no people, there would inevitably be beasts. Moreover, most highways were originally built in wild forest areas, and the ultrasonic beast driving towers primarily drove away airborne beasts. Those on the ground, for the most part, would only feel uncomfortable like the frog. They couldn't be chased away. Come on, just right to test out my new skill. Domain. Silver Thunder of Moon Lake, how did it come about? Of course, it was given by that big cat earlier. Do you remember the dark cyan bead that Chen Yichuan picked from the head of the moon pattern silver tiger? That thing is only produced by mutated beasts, and in later generations. It was called Skill Spirit Bead. It is one of the main channels for players to acquire skills. Generally speaking, Skill Spirit Beads record all the skills mastered by the corresponding beast. But players can only learn those that do not contain biological characteristics. What does that mean? For example, the two skills of the moon pattern silver tiger, Silver Moon Roar and Domain, Silver Thunder of Moon Lake. The former belongs to a tiger's roar. Thus, it is a skill that contains biological characteristics and cannot be learned. Therefore, the only one that can be learned is Domain, Silver Thunder of Moon Lake. This is also why Chen Yichuan secretly hid that bead. Some secrets are better kept to himself for the time being. Chapter 47. Hidden effects of skills? 2 hours earlier, before Chun Ichuan arrived at the Jiangnan settlement, he had to find a safe zone in the wild due to fatigue from his long journey. After catching his breath, the young man held a round, dark blue orb in his hand. Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. Domain skill, establishes a circular, movable lightning domain with a radius of 3 meters, can evolve, centered on the user. Enemies entering the domain will continuously suffer lightning attacks, and random lightning strikes will occur within the domain. Individuals hit by lightning will enter a paralysis state every 3 seconds. Paralysis, limited action, cannot perform normal attacks. The damage from lightning attacks is 3 times the caster's mental attribute. The damage from random lightning strikes is 10 times the mental attribute. While the lightning domain exists, it consumes 10 spirit points from the caster every second. Skill cooldown time, 30 seconds after the domain closes. Due to the inability to learn Silver Moon Roar, this skill spirit orb only has the attribute of domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. The boy clenched the spirit orb tightly and silently thought. Learning skills can enhance combat power and increase damage in battle. As long as it is available and meets the requirements, it must be learned. In the next moment, a confirmation box popped up in front of Chun Ichuan. You are about to learn Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. As a result of this skill, you will unlock the spirit attribute early and classify it as Thunder. Confirm. The spirit attribute consists of 8 categories: wind, fire, earth, wood, water, thunder, ice, and dark, each with different characteristics and interconnections. The thunder attribute has strong destructive power, inherent penetration, and a paralysis effect, making it the perfect attribute for a ranger. What is there to hesitate about? Not long after thinking confirm, the spirit orb transformed into a flash of light and entered Chun Ichuan's body. A progress bar appeared on the panel in front of him, slowly moving forward. Normally, players need to reach level 10 to unlock the spirit attribute. However, this is only unlocking. To use it, they must successfully learn skills that consume spirit points to exert its effects. But there are exceptions, like Chun Ichuan, who learn skills requiring spirit points early. In the early stages of devouring life, such situations are extremely rare, as the existence of skill spirit orbs is not yet known to humanity. And the only channel to obtain skills is the roulette. Yes, it's purely based on luck. However, whether white or yellow, most drawn skills are martial-type skills that do not require spirit points and can be mastered as long as physical conditions are met. Skills requiring spirit points can only be drawn from at least a purple roulette. How many players can afford a purple roulette in the early stages? About half an hour passed. Learning completed. The spirit attribute has been activated. Category: Thunder. Huff. Feeling the new power surging within him, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He then pulled out his attribute panel from the side. Name: Chun Ichuan. Profession: Ranged Ranger. Secondary profession: Hidden Special Breeder. Level: for experience, 1184,000. Lifespan: 120 days. Blood chi: 1748. Spirit: 900. Category: Thunder. Strength: 13-7. Mental: 5-7. Defense: 1-7. Speed: 5-7. Skills: Penetrator, LV1. Domain: Moon Lake Silver Thunder, LV1. Combat power: 346 with 900 spirit points. It means Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder can last for up to 90 seconds. That's enough. Back to the present. After confirming he couldn't avoid a fight, the young man decisively shouted, Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder. As his voice fell, a silver lightning flashed in his young eyes, and then, as his body became a conductor, he sank into the ground. In just a moment, zizz, as the lightning pool formed, Chun Ichuan felt a surge of energy quietly flowing away. It was the feeling of spirit flowing away, and during this process, his entire spirit felt somewhat. Perhaps it could be described as magnanimous, like that feeling of vastness when facing the sea. In reality, this is the state of mental power operating at full capacity. The spirit attribute does not belong to all attributes, but is linked to one of them. Mental. To put it plainly, it is a kind of potential energy. Do you remember the setting of mental? Yes, it is consciousness. Without spirit, the mental state is invisible, or rather unclear. With spirit, the mental state becomes visible. Professions like mages and warlocks also rely on spirit to exist. In short, spirit is the external manifestation of the mental state. As for the level of this value, it can be simply represented by the formula XY 100, where X is mental and Y is level. Thus, it is said to be neither belonging to all attributes nor being disconnected from them. Come on, kids. The young man stepped forward, and the lightning pool moved with him. In fact, domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder serves more as a protective measure, as Chunichuan's main attack method is ranged attack. Opening the domain can prevent fierce beasts from ambushing him up close. Life is precious. If he dies, there is no way to resurrect. He must be cautious. Just 3 seconds after activating the domain, fierce beasts began to swarm in. This area primarily consisted of wild boars, small beasts, wild monkeys, birds, and snakes. Their individual combat power is average, but their only advantage is they are numerous. Gugwa. As they approached, a giant wild boar over 2 meters tall suddenly let out a roar. When its front feet smashed down, a piece of concrete from the highway was directly lifted up, and Chunichuan was right at that lifted in. Damn! Luckily, he wasn't a fool. The moment the concrete lifted, he pulled back the slingshot and shot down. Minus 562. Paralysis. The first bullet did not kill the wild boar, but Chunichuan was not in a hurry. While still in midair, a long spear appeared in his hand, and he shot down fiercely. Minus 780. Kill. Experience 40. As the notification appeared, the young man's figure also fell, lightly stepping onto the back of the wild boar before violently pulling out the spear that had pierced through it. His eyes, slightly red, resembled a reaper returning from hell. Normal attacks actually carry the lightning attribute. The young man was somewhat surprised. Could it be the hidden effect attached to Moon Lake Silver Thunder? After all, the spirit attribute is of the thunder category, and he is a conductive body. When the lightning domain is activated, the thunder attribute spirit flows through his body to the slingshot and is then launched with the bullet. If that's the case, it makes sense that the bullets fired from the slingshot carry the lightning attribute. Reality does have its advantages. At the very least, it still follows the most basic physical principles. Let's begin the hunting moment. Chapter 48. Well, let's just roast it and eat it. The ferocious beasts living inside human settlements occasionally face waves of extermination, so even the highest-ranked ones are only around level 6 to 7. Moreover, there are no elite monsters, making it a hunting ground for Chunichuan, who possesses temporary attributes and is a professional. Covered in blood, he darted through the area, and in less than a minute, over 100 ferocious beasts had perished under his gun. Until, Master, wait, there is something good over there. This voice naturally came from the frog in his collar. The bond between the master and pet allowed for brainwave communication. So even though Chunichuan was in a killing frenzy, the transmission of sound was uninterrupted. It even made him feel a bit clearer in mind. What good thing? It's a very good thing. Chunichuan was left confused, but after spending some time together, he had a grasp of the frog's ability as a treasure seeker. If she said it was a good thing, it definitely was. At the very least, it was something that emitted strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Whether it was good or not depended on the perspective. All right, you've caught my attention. With that thought, Chunichuan followed the direction pointed by the frog, breaking through the encirclement of ferocious beasts, and along the way, he didn't forget to pick up the dropped loot. However, when he reached the end of the path, he found himself in a dense, shadowy forest. Great, more trees to navigate? Just as the boy's muttering subsided. No, master, it's below here. Below? Chunichuan was a bit bewildered. In front of him were mountains and forests, and underneath was a concrete highway surface. Below, could it really be underground? Unexpectedly, the frog jumped out in a panic, bouncing on a section of the pavement under the moonlight. Right here, right here. The boy looked skeptical. Frog, don't trick me, okay? No, right here. Fine. It wasn't like he couldn't get through. He stood up slightly, confirmed that no ferocious beasts were chasing him, and thrust his long gun hard into the ground. Boom! The impact made the entire pavement tremble, and the Shinhai longing gun emitted a long dragon's roar as the tremor lasted for several seconds. Damn, so tough. The Shinhai longing gun was crafted to a fine quality at the yellow level. If it couldn't penetrate, what could? Was it something mixed into the concrete during construction? Some kind of mineral that mutated after absorbing spiritual energy when the devourer descended? Thinking this, Chun Ichuan changed his position and thrust again. This time, the long gun pierced the concrete surface, going in nearly half a foot deep without any resistance. He replicated the same action at several spots around him until he had turned the ground into a shape resembling piles of honeycomb coal, confirming the size of that thing. Not too big, not too small, about the size of a wash basin. The boy used the long gun to jab into the ground, leveraging the principle of leverage to gently pry, and then he heard a thud as the middle of the pockmarked surface suddenly caved in. Since he had already determined its shape, it didn't take long to extract it from the pavement. When the good thing that the frog mentioned finally revealed itself, Chun Ichuan realized it was actually a starfish spirit titanium, or a mineral containing a large amount of spiritual energy, with extremely high hardness and strong toughness and ductility, an excellent material for weapon making. Quality: purple. Is this it? Chun Ichuan held the starfish spirit titanium in his hands and asked. Indeed, it was a good item. Using it as a slingshot handle should yield good attributes. However, it still seemed a bit far from very, very good, right? Sure enough. No, it's still below. Still need to go down? The frog nodded. Yes. It must be that big rock affecting my judgment. How was he tricking you, master? All right. With the starfish spirit titanium as a starting point, Chun Ichuan put in a lot of effort and actually tore off a piece of the pavement, revealing the stone base underneath, half of which was already showing red earth. And the area the frog pointed to was right inside that red earth. At this point, the boy had a bold guess. If the starfish spirit titanium was just a gatekeeper stone, then the real treasure was probably, holy crap, starry blue ginseng. Just by digging up a small piece of red earth, the roots that were just revealed made Chun Ichuan's breath become heavier, until he pulled out its original form. Starry blue ginseng, spirit plant. A spirit plant grown with star essence as nourishment, a main material for refining high-level longevity pills above black grade. Containing extremely high spiritual energy, quality, purple, age, 912 years. What the heck? Over 900 years of starry blue ginseng? So, the starfish spirit titanium was just a channel for it to absorb star essence, right? Like the green leaves of a pineapple that are only for photosynthesis. The essence is actually underground. This is it. The frog excitedly jumped onto the surface of the blue ginseng, her desire evident, or rather, she didn't even try to hide it. The starry blue ginseng is a material for refining high-level longevity pills above black grade. In other words, it contains at least 1,000 years of longevity essence. For humans, it's a good thing, but for ferocious beasts, or spirit beasts, it's even more of a deadly temptation. Chun Ichuan quickly put it away. He was almost drooling. He couldn't just give it to you. A black longevity pill could potentially increase lifespan by 10,000 years. If he could refine it, it would be a significant early gain for him. I just want a root, please, master. After the blue ginseng was put away, the frog, suddenly losing her landing spot, let out a startled cry, but halfway through, she transformed into wind attributes, flowing down to cling tightly to the boy's waist. No, Chun Ichuan firmly refused. Even a single root was too extravagant for you right now. Food must be eaten bite by bite. To put plainly, he couldn't bear to part with it. Okay, stop looking so lost. If you can't have the blue ginseng root, how about I give you a skill to learn? Really? Master, have I ever tricked you? The frog thought for a moment. Well, let's just roast it and eat it. Eek. Master, I was wrong. The master and pet made their way back to the position of the Wuling Shenche, and along the way, Chun Ichuan collected some useful materials. This was the skill he promised the frog. The hidden secondary occupation special breeder would certainly not just give him the ability to tame pet beasts. Breeding is not just feeding. It refers to cultivating and caring for animals. Moreover, it has the word special in front, meaning not only can he tame special creatures, but it also gave him the ability to cultivate special creatures. What is the purpose of cultivation? Of course, it's to nurture talent. Looking at the ferocious beast materials laid out before him, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but fantasize. I can already imagine the scenes to come. Chapter 49, Gatling Frog. Master, what is all of this? Hearing the question from Frog, Chun Chuan cleared his throat and pointed to the first item. One pouch of flame-bellied mouse, 30 grams of fire flower. After the introduction, he looked at Frog and said, Frog, transform into fire attribute and eat this pouch first. Huh? This? What's wrong with this? It looks really smelly. How could that be? Chun Chuan said. Just as Frog was about to retort, he followed up with, there are even smellier things ahead. Master, can I not eat it? The boy showed a devilish smile. Be good, Frog. I just want to cultivate you into a Gatling frog. What's wrong with that? Eat the pouch of flame-bellied mouse, then chew and swallow the fire flower after that. Be obedient, eat. The scheming frog was extremely reluctant. She was just a frog. Why did she have to eat a mouse? Are mosquitoes no longer tasty? Or are beetles no longer sweet? But under her master's overwhelming authority, she ultimately couldn't escape this calamity and obediently complied. Afterwards, a window popped up in front of Chun Chuan. Evolution Plan 1 in progress. Remaining 13 minutes 59 seconds. Time passed quickly. Evolution successful. The individual named Scheming Frog has gained corresponding growth. Learn skill. Fireball Explosion. Fireball Explosion instantly shoots a fireball with a radius of 0.5 meters forward. Upon hitting the target, it will cause fire attribute explosive damage and has a 15 chance to cause burning, lasting for 5 seconds. Burning reduces 3 of health value per second, strength and speed weakened to 50. The damage of the fireball explosion is 2.5 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill Spirit Power Cost, 30 points. Skill Cooldown Time, 5 seconds. Huh? Frog was surprised, clearly sensing her own changes. So, I learned this just like that? Now you know that Master is not trying to harm you, right? I still want more, Master. All right. Chun Chuan pointed to the second item. Then let's move on to this. One segment of Dark Surge Earth Dragon's Tail. One portion of Rainy Night Daffodil's Flower Core. The materials from ferocious beasts and spiritual plants were mostly collected by Chun Chuan on the way. After capturing Frog as a pet beast, all the information regarding the elemental spirit frog species was stored in his mind. How to cultivate it, and the direction of cultivation were all recorded for reference. Of course, he could also create his own. In fact, when he learned all this, Chun Chuan already had doubts in his mind. The Life Devourer had only descended to Earth for 26 days. Where did these records come from? Could it be that this game is a reflection of a real world? If so, what is the channel of this reflection? However, he didn't delve into it. He had no time to investigate at the moment, as his own future was still uncertain. Focusing on these matters would be putting the cart before the horse, right? Evolution Plan 1 in progress. Remaining 11 minutes 59 seconds. Evolution successful. The individual named Scheming Frog has gained corresponding growth. Learn skill. Chain Water Ball. Chain Water Ball rapidly shoots 3 to 9 small water balls forward, then charges and shoots a giant water ball with a radius of 1 meter. The attack damage of small water balls is 0.8 times the caster's mental attribute, and the attack damage of a large water ball is 1.6 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill Spirit Power Cost, 45 points. Skill Cooldown Time, 8 seconds. Fireball Water Ball, and then half of the heart of the burrowing porcupine. Evolution Plan 1. Evolution successful. Has gained corresponding growth. Learn skill. Dust Burial. Dust Burial rapidly scatters dust in the forward 135-degree sector. Targets affected will receive a certain amount of Earth attribute damage, with a 12 chance of entering a blind state. Duration depending on corresponding resistance. Blind. Loss of vision. Perception range reduced by 90. Dust damage is 1.8 times the caster's mental attribute. Skill Spirit Power Cost, 45 points. Skill Cooldown Time, 8 seconds. The trunk of the Wuling Divine Car was filled with materials collected by Chun Chuan, all basic attribute materials. But they could be used as preliminary materials to cultivate elemental spirit frog. In the next hour, after the fireball, water ball, and dust throw, there are also wind pressure cannon, vine binding, flickering lightning, ice spike fall, and shadow stealth. Ribbit. I can't eat anymore, Master. When Frog could no longer eat even a bit more, all 8 basic attribute skills were finally arranged. Looking at the attribute panel, it was already vastly different from before. Name, Elemental Spirit Frog nickname. Scheming Frogmaster, Chen Ichuan level. For health, 1300 spirit power, 2100 strength, 3 mental, 17 defense, 3 speed, 6 skills, elemental transformation, LV1, fireball explosion, LV1, chain water ball, LV1, dust burial, LV1, wind pressure cannon, LV1, vine binding, LV1, flickering lightning, LV1, ice spike fall, LV1, shadow stealth, LV1, combat power, 629. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing the densely packed text in the skills section, Chen Ichuan, as the master, couldn't help but feel a bit sour. The prototype of the Gatling frog has already formed, right? Sigh. If only it were that simple for me to learn skills too. My combat power is even lower than yours now, Frog. Hee hee. That's all thanks to Master's cultivation. Frog also didn't forget her roots. If relying on herself, not to mention whether she could learn so many skills, the process wouldn't be this simple, right? To become stronger, ferocious beasts indeed need to eat and drink, and then rely on their bodies to digest and absorb. But this method carries a high degree of randomness. Moreover, the required time is definitely not just this little bit. However, at this moment, besides elemental transformation, all other skills on Frog's panel were displayed in faint black text, with a small note below. Note, all skills except for elemental transformation must be transformed into the same attribute to be activated. Indeed, if there were no such limitation, elemental spirit frogs would be too overpowered, but is already quite exaggerated. There are hardly any beings in this world that can master all 8 attributes, right? But this also determines that the number of elemental spirit frogs will not be high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be special organisms. According to the brief analysis of the special breeder profession, the spiritual beasts that can be classified as special organisms must meet one absolute prerequisite: naturally born. In other words, the elemental spirit frog did not evolve from a native species on Earth. What is the truth of this world? Chapter 50, it's simple. Just take it outside to spend. A vroom sound of the engine starting echoed as the Wuling Shunshe slowly began to move. Inside the driver's seat, the young man skillfully coordinated the clutch with his left foot and the accelerator with his right, directly starting in 3rd gear. Although the passenger seat had a big hole, it was just a shell, so who cares? The rear wheels screeched against the ground, creating a piercing scream, and in the next moment, they kicked up splashes of water from the still-drying blood on the ground, speeding away. Along the way, they encountered quite a few ferocious beasts, but none dared to approach easily due to the imposing presence of the Wuling Shunshe. Starting from the blood pool, with sparks flying alongside the blood splashes. Which little cutie would dare to get close? Who wants to risk their life? Adding up the time spent, by the time Chen Ichuan arrived, the sky was already lightening. It was at this moment that the notification rang out. All attributes level 7 have expired. The attributes that had fought alongside him for 5 days ultimately faded away with time. Zhenjiang Defense Area, outskirts. Car sounds. A member responsible for guarding the perimeter lifted his head at the sound. Nowadays, the sound of a car engine was as rare as a South China tiger's roar before the apocalypse. Hard not to notice. Soon, this questioning sound also attracted the attention of those around. What the hell? What kind of divine vehicle is this? Can it even drive with a big hole in the passenger seat? Look at you, so ignorant. Haven't you seen the national divine vehicle? I wouldn't be surprised if 7 or 8 tattooed big men could get out of it. As everyone was discussing, the car didn't drive straight in, but turned slightly before a young man kicked open the non-existent car door and stepped out. Wow, Brother Chuan. It really was him. Brother Chuan is back? In this Zhenjiang defense area, Chen Ichuan had quite a reputation. After all, his previous operation with just a slingshot was more impressive than a sniper's. Later, a pickup truck from the Liu family took someone away, and most people remembered it vividly. It was rare for someone who left the defense area to come back. Brothers, have you seen that big-eyed Dongfang Yin? Chen Ichuan asked as he got out of the car. The surrounding people then realized he was here to look for someone and exchange glances, but no one indicated they had seen him. Is he the big guy who left with you, Brother Chuan? Yes, that's him. Haven't seen him? Chen Ichuan asked in return. He should have arrived here earlier than me. Hey, Brother Chuan, once you go out, who comes back? A crew-cut man couldn't help but say, his tone slightly sour. What do you mean by that? Chen Ichuan pretended not to know. Deep down, he already had an answer. He initially thought the Liu family would throw the big guy back to the defense area, but unexpectedly, they were utilizing him. The border defense area, to put it bluntly, was just cannon fodder. In terms of hierarchy, it was just a notch above the life-eating maggots. Not much different from those vanguard teams that went to encircle and kill the Lord, all serving the various powers. However, the latter had a better fate than the former. Sure enough, the crew-cut man explained it all next. Pretending to be relieved, Chen Chuan no longer pressed for details, but instead asked, "What about Zhao Ge? He has T left too, right?" Just as his words fell. "Ha ha ha. Brother Chuan, you still remember me?" The hearty laughter faded as Hao Zhao's figure approached from not far away. Of course. How could I leave my brothers behind? This guy was still the same, always accompanied by a pretty girl. To fill their stomachs, these women were willing to offer their bodies. After all, for some women, being played to death was better than starving. While speaking, Hao Zhao had already walked up to Chen Chuan. "How's it going, Brother Chuan? Did you bring back anything good this time?" "Actually, I did." Chen Chuan didn't comment on Hao Zhao's actions, but he wasn't annoyed either. Besides, being able to start smoothly in the Zhenjiang defense area was partly his contribution. "Do you want a roulette? A superb roulette? Don't even think about it. If I had that, I would have drawn it myself, a piece of high quality." All right, Brother Chuan, can we talk privately for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Hao Zhao didn't hesitate and directly pulled Chen Chuan to the side, clearly indicating that the roulette wasn't his main purpose. Under the gazes of others, the two turned and twisted, making their way into a ruin. Once they arrived, "Brother, let us not beat around the bush. When are you taking me to spend some time currency?" The young man understood at once. It turned out this guy was planning on time currency, and it seemed the last injection he got had quite a kick. "How much do you have saved?" He didn't waste words. If he hadn't save enough to go out, it wouldn't be enough to spend anyway. After pondering for a moment, Hao Zhao finally gave a rough estimate. Not much time currency, since it's rare, probably around 1 or 200. But seconds and minutes are plentiful. It would take at least 2 white-level space rings to hold it all. That much. The young man was slightly surprised. If he could fill 2 white space rings, that would be at least 500,000 coins, right? Space rings are also graded, and distinguishing them is simple. Generally, the color of the roulette determines the grade. A white space ring has a storage space of 1 cubic meter, which is a cube with a side length of 1 meter. However, the space inside automatically organizes and stacks. No matter how messy you store things, they would be neatly arranged. And you only need to use mental force to communicate with it when taking things out. The premise is that you must have a concept of what you stored. If you forget what the items look like after storing them, you won't be able to take them out. Unless one day humans can manipulate the space power inside. That sounds about right. Hao Zhao nodded. If calculated in time, it should be around 300 to 400. The young man nodded in relief. 500,000 time currency sounds like a lot. Imagining 2 cubic meters is quite large, but their exchange rate is not like RMB. 60-second coins exchange for 1-minute coin, and 60-minute coins exchange for 1-hour coin. If all 500,000 were second coins, that would only be less than 139-hour coins. All are minute coins. That's impossible. Most of the ferocious beasts in the border defense area hover around level 3. It would be great to drop second coins, and minute coins are rare, while hour coins are even more precious. Hao Zhao had been saving this half bucket of time coins for over 10 days. God knows how many beast tides he went through. In total, it's about 500 hour coins. Not a lot, but also not too few. I also have over 100 hour coins. Chen Chuan had killed quite a few ferocious beasts these days, and of course he had acquired some time currency. But compared to the materials from the beasts, time currency was like gold coins in an online game. Just pick them up, who cares how much? He wasn't a brick mover. "So, brother, how should we spend this money?" Hao Zhao clearly couldn't hold back anymore. "Hey, simple. Just take it outside to spend." Chapter 51. Is that kid planning to go for a day trip? No. Hao Zhao was momentarily bewildered. What you said is no different from not saying anything at all. Whose money isn't spent outside? Which outside are you talking about? The young man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Right now, which outside do we have? Are you saying? He said, looking up at the sky outside. Oh my, there's still people doing business out there? Chen Chuan was speechless. He was now certain that this guy had made it this far purely by luck. Shouldn't we think about where time currency came from? Sigh. Talking to someone who can't think outside the box is somewhat exhausting. Brother Zhao, how about this? Let's at each other as friends first. When I'm ready to set off, I'll find you. As for now, I have other, more important things to do. Other things? What could be more important than this? Hao Zhao was feeling anxious, with a strong urge to spend the money he had, but couldn't. Not knowing was fine, but now that he knew, how could he keep it in? There is, and it's much more important. After Chen Yichuan finished speaking, he casually asked, by the way, Brother Zhao, where do people usually go after leaving here? After leaving? Hao Zhao didn't think too much about it, and just shared what he knew, generally. They joined the Liu family's Outland Battlefield exploration team. Those with little time left may directly join the vanguard. Exploration team? Chen Yichuan knew what that was, but he couldn't show it here. Ah, little brother, you should know that this game called Devouring Life has been around for so long, humanity's understanding of it is still very limited. To put it simply, it's been 26 days since Devouring Life arrived. What can you do in less than a month? Even the current social system is built up piece by piece, and there are already classes like the Devouring Maggots. The social system is far from perfect. In a perfect system, there wouldn't be so-called useless people. This is also due to a fundamental reason. Humanity's understanding of the game Devouring Life is too limited. In other words, we haven't fully adapted to it yet. The existence of the exploration team is a means for humanity to adapt to it. Through exploring the Outland Battlefield, we gradually understand and comprehend some basic principles of Devouring Life, and then we can slowly adapt. This is a process, a slow but essential process. Humanity has evolved for over 200,000 years, and it's always been this way. So where is this exploration team? Little brother, are you looking for someone? Chen Yichuan waved his hand. Not really. Just the big guy who set off with me before. I haven't seen him this time, just curious. Oh, in that case, you can head north from here. Following the Sui River, you should be able to find a few exploration team camps. North, huh? Okay, thanks. After that, the young man bid farewell to everyone and left the Zhenjiang defense zone. At this time, Liu Tianyuan's orders had just been issued, and the rewards given made some people in the defense zone feel even more frustrated. They were so close. That was so far. The only family capable of mass-producing longevity pills. Fortunately, because he was worried that other forces might notice Chen Yichuan's uniqueness, Liu Tianyuan did not send people to hunt him down wildly. He only pursued him secretly. With this, Chen Yichuan had a smooth journey, until a message popped up in front of him. Shi Xiaoyu, the Liu family is looking for you. This was the chat system granted by the life card, which could only be used between formal players. Previously, Chen Yichuan and Shi Xiaoyu had already exchanged friend requests. Oh, is that kid planning to go for a day trip? Not long after, Liu Xinyu, the Liu family is looking for you. Were these two not in cahoots? Even the punctuation was the same. But since that was the case, the plan had to change a bit. The exploration camp could wait for now. Let's go there first. Jiangnan Settlement, northern part. A half-collapsed civilian house, backed by a rushing river. In that river, countless ferocious beasts were climbing ashore from the water. But no matter where they crawled out from, they would be met with fierce attacks from several players. If they got injured, the players would immediately return to the civilian area to hand over to another team. After several back-and-forth exchanges, they could finally get a moment of rest, because that river was the largest river in Huaxia before the apocalypse. After the arrival of Devouring Life, countless sea beasts surged into the inland continuously, almost every moment. And now, those who stood against them were one of the founders of the Jiangnan settlement, Jiulong City. Jiulong City had military origins. Its leader was a general from before the apocalypse, and the majority of its members were former soldiers, police officers, etc. These people truly exemplified the saying, when there is a war, they must return. If it weren't for Jiulong City blocking the most ferocious sea beasts from the river basin, the Jiangnan settlement would not have been established, and humanity would not have so many survivors now. On the 26th day after the arrival of Devouring Life, these official predecessors could only do this much. At the Jiulong City Command Center, the main camp, a vehicle is coming towards us. Ugh! Inside the camp, a middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed slowly opened them, seemingly awakened from his slumber by the shout. A car? What car? A nearly scrapped wooling van. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't think of which of the current forces would do such a thing. A few people came? One? Yes, just one. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man concluded that a lone person charging at Jiulong City was unlikely. They were probably a newcomer seeking refuge. Let him in. As a force that blocked the ferocious beasts of the river basin, Jiulong City undoubtedly belonged to a first-tier force. After all, the more ferocious beasts they killed, the more resources like wheels and materials they would drop, and the stronger the players under them would become. In contrast, second-tier and third-tier forces were responsible for guarding areas with significantly fewer ferocious beasts than those in the rivers and seas, so resource collection was slower, and their strength improvement was naturally slower. To obtain more resources, the lower-tier forces inevitably competed for dominance, and conflicts would inevitably arise. This kind of situation had been dealt with by Jiulong City's leader more than once, but unfortunately, there were simply not enough hands, so they had to let some tributaries go, sacrificing the car to protect the leader. Yes, after his subordinate responded, the middle-aged man soon heard the sound of a car engine outside the tent, which suddenly stopped after a while, indicating it had parked. A moment later, a young man lifted the curtain of the tent. Chapter 52. Excellent Orca Blood Gel Capsule. Yu Zhanfeng slightly raised his head, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly subdued it. However, it was still caught by the boy who lifted the curtain and entered. He immediately followed up with a question. "Young man, are you looking for me?" "General Yu," the boy said as soon as he opened his mouth. "You still recognize me, the descendant of the famous General Yu Fei, a renowned military leader before the apocalypse. Of course, I know you." Hearing this, Yu Zhanfeng frowned. "Stop flattering me. If you want to join Jiulong City, you don't need to come directly to me. Just find any blockade camp and prove yourself with strength. But if you're here to just eat and wait to die, then you're not welcome." The implication in his words was clear. "I don't support idle people here. I don't want any parasites." Chen Yichuan was not surprised. After all, this was the iron-blooded Manuel Zhanfeng, who, during the early days of the descent, led a team into a horde of ferocious beasts and forcibly seized several mountain peaks, which later became the Jiangnan settlement. Zhanfeng, as his name suggests, if not for this, he wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with Jiulong City now. Of course not. Yu Zhanfeng raised his eyes, indicating that Chen Yichuan could begin to speak. "General Yu, there's no General Yu anymore. Just call me Dragonhead." "All right then, Dragonhead. Before I start, there's something you might want to take a look at first." After saying that, Chen Yichuan directly displayed a property panel. Transfer Sanctuary. Using this item, you can establish a transfer sanctuary at any location within the service area for players to use for job transfers. Note 1. Using this item will trigger a version update. Note 2. The included job transfers are Warrior, Shield Soldier, Ranged Attack. Level Restriction, 0. Not bad. Chen Yichuan's choice to cooperate with Jiulong City is exactly this transfer sanctuary. While he could quietly use it to set up the transfer sanctuary wherever he wanted, that way. First, it would be hard to defend, easily making it a gift for others. Second, the benefits could not be maximized. The significance of this item for a large force is far greater than normal imagination. What does it mean for everyone to be able to change jobs? The reason existing job holders are rare and sought after is precisely because their combat power is stronger, right? If the combat power of the entire force could be improved. This thing, the fatigued demeanor that Yu Zhanfeng had originally shown, immediately vanished, and he jumped up from his seat. "Where did you get this?" "From a purple roulette." "Here," Chen Yichuan told a lie. After all, the number 1 unknown relic was too involved, with the Jing family as shadow in it. If he said this item came from the relic, it would only cause more trouble. After all, the Jing family strength is on par with Jiulong City, both being top tier. One occupies a great river, and the other occupies a great mountain. One river and one mountain have created the 2 top-tier forces of the Jiangnan settlement, and of course, many second and third-tier small forces have emerged beneath them. Moreover, he had also offended that old guy Jing Cheng, saying it came from a purple roulette wouldn't be too far-fetched and would have relatively high credibility. Purple roulette? Yu Zhanfeng was inevitably surprised. He had seen it before, but Jiulong City had too many complex considerations. They wouldn't easily draw from the purple roulette. What they drew a bad option. The benefits of this transfer sanctuary are undoubtedly enormous. But in comparison, there are also risks involved. It's a good item, But kid, have you thought about it? If I set up this sanctuary within Jiulong City's territory, what would happen? Without thinking, Chun Ichuan replied, it would face the most exaggerated onslaught led by the Jing family. Because trying to set it up quietly is impossible. Once this sanctuary is used, Life Devourer will trigger a major version update, and at that time, all formal players will know where the sanctuary is. Is there any need to imagine the outcome? You seem to know the distribution of forces in the Jiangnan settlement quite well. Yu Zhanfeng smiled, that's right. Such a good item, they will definitely come to snatch it. And with many people, Jiulong City won't be able to stop it. By that time, not just you, even I along with Jiulong City, might be completely devoured by the ferocious beasts during the internal strife of humanity. After hearing this, Chen Ichuan nodded in agreement. This is indeed the most naked reality. The temptation of the transfer sanctuary is enough to cause such a huge uproar. In the previous life, the Jing family might have considered this point, which is why they delayed its opening and did not choose to set it up within the Jing family's territory. Although it ultimately did not become their own possession, the sanctuary became shared among several families, allowing them to retain absolute and powerful strength. Since you already know this, why bring out to cooperate with me? Yu Zhanfeng asked when he saw Chen Ichuan nodding but not expressing his stance. This time, the boy finally spoke. What if I can make Jiulong City withstand the pressure from all sides and ultimately control this transfer sanctuary? Oh, that's quite interesting. Yu Zhanfeng showed no sign of looking down on him. If it had been someone else, like Lu Tianyuan or Jing Cheng, they would have probably mocked Chen Ichuan for being overconfident. After all, their tolerance was just that limited. What do you plan to do? Dragonhead, what do you think of Jiulong City's combat power? As soon as this topic came up, Yu Zhanfeng felt a sense of pride. If I say second, no one dares to say they are first, but facing the onslaught from all the other forces in the Jiangnan settlement, our numbers are insufficient. What if there is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the boy directly threw a glass bottle to Yu Zhanfeng. The latter caught it quickly. Excellent Orca blood gel capsule, made from the blood orca, mixed with various spiritual plant materials. After consumption, can temporarily increase all attributes by 25 points. Effect lasts for 3 minutes. Due to the excellent crafting process neutralizing the drug resistance, reconsumption does not reduce the duration. Level restriction. Level 5 to 15. Crafting quality. White, excellent. This, after reading it, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but take a few steps forward, no longer holding back his probing intentions, and said, the effect is even better than raging sea and sky. Dragonhead knows that? Chen Ichuan said with a half-smile. Damn it. Seeing his expression, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but laugh in anger. Don't pretend with me. Since you entered this camp, you knew I recognized you, right? Chen Ichuan smiled. Isn't Dragonhead planning to tell Lu Tianyuan about my whereabouts? That old bastard has been relying on his endless longevity pills, and hasn't he given me a good face in days. If it weren't for the many people I need to take care of. As he spoke, Yu Zhanfeng raised his eyebrow. Chun kid, do you have a grudge against the Lu family? Chen Ichuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. If it weren't for the fact that the Lu family's actions had already spread to this northern area, it could only mean that Yu Zhanfeng's judgment of people was incredibly accurate. Chapter 53, Azure Flame, Yao Flame Furnace. Can it be eaten? Not really, it's just that there's a bit of a deep-seated grudge. Watching Chen Ichuan shrug indifferently and reflecting on what he said, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but exhale. You young people are becoming more and more contradictory in your speech. Chen Ichuan remained non-committal. But in reality, the enmity between the Lu family and him, was it not a deep-seated grudge from a previous life that forced him to a dead end? It's just that this life hasn't been that extreme yet. All right, enough small talk. Can you do mass production of this? Chen Ichuan nodded and said, the meat of one blood tiger whale is enough to make 3,000 pills. As long as the materials are sufficient, it's not a problem to satisfy everyone in Jiulong City. Good. Yu Zhanfeng was definitely not one to hesitate once he determined the advantage was on his side. So why hesitate? Let's just do it. The blood tiger whale, huh? This time, I'll personally go find it for you. Once the entire army is equipped with these pills, your altar will be settled in the south of the Yangtze River. The blood and flesh of the blood tiger whale have such effects, which also means that this species won't be plentiful. Just like the blood red snake, which is full of treasures. But during a massive beast tide, you can hardly see a few of them, and sometimes you can't even see its name outside of the roulette. Most of the spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts, of the Blood series are like this. In his previous life, Chun Yi-chuan, as an alchemist, vaguely remembered that this was because they had a common ancestor, but he didn't know the details. After that, Yu Zhanfeng took only half a day to bring back a blood tiger whale over 5 meters long. It is said that he personally dived into the Yangtze River, following the current to the sea just to find it. This operation was undeniably risky. Although in the early stages of life, Devourer, the level of powerful ferocious beasts was not far from that of human experts. Ferocious beasts indeed had a few more days of development time in humans, which meant there were stronger ones. He still remembered that in his previous life, on the 91st day after the arrival, there was a giant squid with a level of 81 that for some reason rushed to the shore and slaughtered half of a base city. It was ultimately only through the combined efforts of human experts that it was forced back. Yes, just forced back, not killed. How many pills can you make from this one? At most 3,005. Chun Yi-chuan roughly estimated. Actually making nearly 4,000 wouldn't be a problem. But he couldn't just hand all of them out, right? The remaining materials, with increased dosage, could be used to refine a batch of pills with stronger potency. These are all life-saving items, although increasing the dosage would inevitably destroy the balance and cause the body to develop a resistance compared to the temporarily increased attributes. The side effects could be completely ignored. Furthermore, as long as the craftsmanship is improved, the drug resistance brought by excellent craftsmanship would cover it. Now that he has a pill furnace, he just needs to get a secondary alchemist position to elevate the pill-making process to excellent quality. Speaking of the pill furnace, Azure Flame Yao Flame Furnace, Premium Pill Furnace, forged from Azure Flame Xian Iron through countless rounds of tempering. The medicines produced in this furnace will naturally be of higher quality. Effect analysis improves alchemy craftsmanship by 1 level. Level restriction, level 1. This pill furnace is clearly not a product of Earth. The only explanation is that it arrived with Life Devourer, and it had already existed for quite some time before its arrival. The excellent blood whale gel pill that Chun Yi-chuan took out was refined using this Azure Flame Yao Flame Furnace. Otherwise, the craftsmanship wouldn't have reached excellent. 3,005. When Yu Zhanfeng heard this number, he seemed to do a quick mental calculation in his head. Just enough for a small team to fight for 6 minutes. All right, you start refining, and I'll have someone keep an eye out for more blood tiger whales. Chun Yi-chuan was momentarily stunned by this. Jiulong City. Does it have so many official players? A preliminary estimate would be around 6,500, and it's still increasing every day. Yu Zhanfeng nodded at this and added, but 70% of the manpower has to be stationed along the Yangtze River to resist ferocious beasts. So the manpower available to resist various assaults is around 3,000. 6,500. He indeed underestimated the level of first-rate force. Even if it didn't cut a bit off, the pills wouldn't be enough for 3,000 people to use. Not everyone can have just one chance, right? Rush in and be a real man for 3 minutes? However, how about this? Long 2, you don't need to look for the blood tiger whale anymore. I'll give you a list, gather the materials according to it, and I have a better plan. A better plan? Yu Zhanfeng was momentarily taken aback by this. But since it came from Chun Yi-chuan's mouth, its credibility immediately increased. Although his strength lies in occupying territory, he was not a fool. Putting everything together, if he still couldn't see that Chun Yi-chuan had secrets, then he might as well not be the Long 2 and just hand over the position. All right, you go ahead and do it. I'll send someone to look for the materials on the list. Fine. In the following days, Chun Yi-chuan's life enjoyed the first regularity after restarting his life. Every day, he spent some time refining hundreds of blood whale gel pills. And the rest of the time, he did his own things. What things? Leveling up, getting stronger. Another thing was to confirm his future path. His profession was tentatively set as ranger, so he had to plan his future route. In simple terms, with the experience from his previous life, could he still just be an ordinary ranger? His slingshot was a unique path. The spear was only used for close combat and changing moves. The main attack method had to be the slingshot, just because bang, 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 bang. In the quiet room, on the left was the cut blood tiger whale meat, and on the right were various prepared auxiliary materials. In the center was a jade green, nearly round three-legged furnace with a maximum diameter of about 90 centimeters, which was the azure flame Yao flame furnace. At this moment, the furnace was continuously burning with orange-red flames, and the lid was shaking nonstop. The young man sat beside it, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. The proportions were all correct. It should be able to refine something. Now, he was not an alchemist, and many things were just formulas. During the refining process, he couldn't intervene at all and had no means to interfere. Even if he failed, he could only accept it. Other than waiting, there was nothing else he could do. Finally, 3 minutes later, the flames in the furnace began to slowly extinguish. When everything settled down, the furnace spat out more than 10 lumps of earth. These lumps were primarily deep gray with irregular orange-red patterns, and a wave of hot fire element energy caused the small frog in the young man's chest to turn the corresponding orange-red color. "Master, what is this? Such rich fire element energy," the frog exclaimed. Just as Chen Yichuan was about to answer, he heard the question, "Can it be eaten?" Chapter 54. Don't be afraid, it won't explode. Can it be eaten? You will know in a moment. The scheming frog, Ribbit. A few minutes later, a person and a frog arrived at a camp on the shore, where they were blocking the ferocious beasts of Jianghai. 3 or 4 soldiers in camouflage uniforms cast their gazes upon them. Of course, they couldn't see the frog hidden in Chen Yichuan's collar. Before his own strength became completely formidable, he would not choose to expose the existence of the frog, as that would only add to the trouble. "Brothers, can I borrow a slightly higher place to test a new weapon?" "New weapon?" A soldier with 2 stripes on his shoulder responded to Chen Yichuan. "Brother, you didn't bring anything, did you? But if you need a high place, how about that watchtower? With Yu Zhanfeng around." The soldiers had heard a bit about Chen Yichuan. "All right, thanks." After a moment, the boy climbed directly to the top of the watchtower, which also left more visibility for the lookout soldiers. The wait wasn't too long. 3 o'clock direction, 9 ice wall king crabs. Level 5, 3. Suddenly, a shout echoed. The meaning of level 5, 3 was that among the 9 ice wall king crabs, there was an elite level estimated to be level 5, while the others were estimated to be level 3. Normally, without contact, the information about the ferocious beasts wouldn't be visible. One could only rely on estimates. This shout came from the watchtower shortly after it was heard. First and second squads. Oil on the knives. First squad, follow me up. Second squad, stand by. Adapt to the situation. This shout came from the same soldier who initially responded to Chen Yichuan. Ice wall king crab, a ferocious beast that naturally possesses ice attributes, with a shell as tough as 9 cold ice. Coating the knife with oil and igniting it can effectively counter their defenses. Of course, the main output means is still skills. But, brothers, don't be anxious yet. On the watchtower, Chen Yichuan straightened his body, and the slingshot in his hand was also pulled tight. "Let me try the new weapon first. These big spiders are just right." "Huh?" The private Tao, he turned back to look, but only saw a boy pulling the slingshot tight, aiming at the ice wall king crabs. What was going on? However, the boy on the watchtower didn't seem to be waiting for his response, and released his right hand, letting the projectile fly. Swoosh! The sound of the projectile cutting through the air echoed shortly after. Boom! By the riverbank, a scalding heat wave suddenly swept up, causing the surrounding air to become much hotter. Those nearby, including Tao Yi, were already sweating on their foreheads. At the riverbank, the scene had completely changed. On the ground, an irregular circular area about 5 meters in diameter was divided into several sections shaped like a field. Each section looked as if volcanic lava was slowly flowing, and the ice wall king crabs that were fully enveloped within this area, except for the largest one, were all thoroughly cooked in place. Moreover, the flowing lava was continuously burning that elite ice wall king crab, and even though it kept releasing cold air, it struggled to withstand. The scheming frog hidden in Chen Yichuan's collar couldn't help but shiver. Cannot eat, absolutely cannot eat. Eating it would kill the frog. The soldiers were all dumbfounded. What the hell? This? New weapon? Is it a nuclear bomb? Isn't that radioactive? Are you an idiot? Did you see a mushroom cloud? The shocking discussions continued to echo, eventually reaching Yu Zhanfeng's ears. Nuclear bomb? Upon hearing these two words, Yu Zhanfeng was also stunned. Don't mess around, what about the scene? Send me a copy of it through the game system. A few seconds later, when the image appeared before his eyes. Holy crap, he definitely wasn't someone who read few books, but seeing such a scene, he couldn't think of any other adjectives to express his feelings. Should he come up with something flowery like, "You are truly impressive"? Who has time for that? What is this? The soldiers below weakly replied, "Dragonhead, didn't we say nuclear bomb? Where's he? I'm going to ask him myself." Area 271. When the hurried Yu Zhanfeng arrived at Area 271, Chinichuan had already been surrounded by a group of soldiers. As for that elite ice wall king crab, it had long been dismembered. Chinichuan was taking the most valuable pieces of crab roe and 3 pairs of large pincers, claiming he was going to refine medicine. "Kid!" Yu Zhanfeng shouted from the outside. Hearing his voice, the soldiers made way, as they were also eager to ask Chinichuan if there were any more of that nuclear bomb. Who would want such terrifying power? Dragonhead. The boy chuckled. Did I surprise you too? Of course. If you make a bigger commotion, the entire Jiangnan settlement would know. Stop that. What the hell is it? Nothing much, just my specially made special projectile. Saying this, the boy directly shared a property panel with Yu Zhanfeng, as only he could receive this attribute information. Ground-rupturing lava bomb. Refinement item, one-time consumable. A refinement item rich in fire and earth elemental energy can be used as a crossbow bolt, arrow, or thrown object. Effect analysis. When it explodes upon touching the ground, the dual elements of fire and earth within will trigger spiritual energy to affect the surroundings, creating an irreversible flowing lava area with extremely high damage. Rated damage. Elemental damage at the time of explosion is 10 times the mental attribute of the caster. The flowing lava will cause continuous burn damage to targets with fire attribute resistance lower than 85 until the lava cools and solidifies. Level restriction, 10 or activated by spiritual power. Production process, yellow, excellent. This. Yu Zhanfeng felt numb, and the cause of that nuclear explosion scene was this thing? Especially when he saw the small ball of earth in Chinichuan's hand. His eyes widened as he took a small step back. If it exploded, don't be afraid, it won't explode. As soon as Chinichuan said this, a nearby soldier suddenly couldn't hold back and spoke up. Yu Zhanfeng's old face turned red. Which of you is laughing at me? Get me armed off-road along the river. Before sunset, I want your monster-killing report in Area 001. The soldier was directly dumbfounded, but Yu Zhanfeng didn't leave him much leeway, not even giving him time to complain. He immediately took off running. It was now 10:11 a.m. Sunset was at 6:56 p.m. There were only 8 hours and 45 minutes left. The distance from Area 271 to Area 001 along the coast was 270 kilometers, and at the maximum limit of 10 kilometers each, it would take 450 minutes, no eating, drinking, or resting for 5 hours. This was simply challenging the limits. This thing. After dealing with that soldier, Yu Zhanfeng turned back to Chinichuan. But before he could finish speaking, impossible, absolutely impossible. Unless. Chinichuan's eyes twitched. Damn it, I spoke too fast. Chapter 55. Some facts sound like a joke, right? Unless what? Nothing. Do you think I would believe that? The boy twitched the corner of his mouth, knowing that he couldn't get around this one. After all, the commotion he caused was indeed a bit too much. There's no way to escape this, no options. In fact, this is also the path chosen by Chinichuan, which he calls the Special Ammo Ranger. Ranger, a profession that primarily uses ranged weapons for attack, skilled in guerrilla tactics, adept at swift strikes, often roaming in the woods, with ranged weapons having special power bonuses. This is a very broad category. To put it simply, a ranger is like a long-range assassin, but without using hidden weapons. They follow the route of throwing bombs to take you down. Of course, they can also throw spears. Some might say this is an archer, but it's not. An archer is limited to bows and arrows, honing their skills with the bow. While the ranger's playstyle is similar to an archer, they're not an archer. Perhaps from the perspective of specialization, they cannot compare to an archer, but they are versatile, even said to be changeable, because there are too many devices that can be used for range attacks. What Chen Yichuan has mastered allows him to create all sorts of varied, differently effective devices, which means he can handle many more situations. This is the Special Ammo, a ranger who specializes in special ammo. Special Ammo Ranger. Unless Yu Zhanfeng stared at Chen Yichuan, seemingly trying to read something from his eyes. The latter also knew he was waiting for his answer. Helpless. Unless you can get enough roulette wheels with the alchemist profession on them, and enough longevity pills if you can do that, there could be as many special ammo as you want. As soon as the boy finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Yu Zhanfeng twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you joking with me? Chen Yichuan shrugged. Some facts sound like a joke. Then why can you do it now? Because I have a secret. Yu Zhanfeng. This is like saying nothing. Let's go, everyone. Come back when there's a new weapon to test. The crowd wanted to stop him, but when they thought of Chen Yichuan's words, they didn't have the courage to stop him. If there were that many profession roulette wheels, wouldn't Jilong City have taken them all? There's so many people waiting to be fed. How could they possibly save them? Helpless, the soldiers could only watch him disappear step by step from their sight, while the flowing lava on the shore constantly reminded them that what just happened was not a dream. 2 days later, on the 28th day of the descent, Chen Yichuan specifically found a barren area outside the defense zone, occasionally encountering ferocious beasts, but not as frequently as by the riverbank. The purpose, of course, was no longer for himself. Not long after arriving, an iron-shelled silver crab seemed to have caught the scent of prey and crawled out from the riverbank. Hee. Is it coming? Frog, it's your turn. Yes, it's the second step of Frog's evolution plan 1. Familiarize and enhance the skills mastered. Smart readers may have already noticed that whether it's players or pets, all mastered skills on the panel have levels. And the only way to level up skills is through hard training. There are no shortcuts. All right, watch this frog. As soon as the slightly immature voice in the boy's mind faded, the patterns all over Frog's body turned orange-red, and at the same time, a fierce energy converged in its little mouth. The next moment, as Frog opened its mouth, the fireball also expanded to a diameter of 1 meter at the moment it was spewed out, a process that was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The size of the fireball stood in stark contrast to her small size. Simply put, after the fireball was expelled from the mouth, it quickly reacted violently with the spiritual energy in the air, causing it to expand. This is the charm of spiritual energy. In the next moment, boom! The fire attribute explosion almost instantly engulfed the iron-shelled silver crab. Minus 4,752. Kill. Experience 6. Seeing this damage, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even though there was a level difference, this damage likely depended more on the power difference. Self-power, opponent power, final damage multiplier. Power increase-decrease is always the last calculation. The most obvious area for increasing power is skills. A skill growing by 50 points of power, and if the proficiency of the skill can be improved, the power gained is even exponential. Each level increase in skill proficiency adds different amounts of power. A simple and easy-to-understand formula is x, y1, 100, where x is the value, and y is the current level of the skill. The review section is incorrect. Take this as the standard. In short, if a skill is refined to LV5, it will directly increase power by 400 points, and it stacks. This means that just one skill, when refined to LV5, can increase power by 50 points. However, is it really that simple? When Frog finished this fireball explosion, Chen Yichuan had already opened Frog's attribute panel and directly clicked on the skill proficiency item. The proficiency of all mastered skills was displayed in a list format. Element conversion LV1, 46. Field by l'explosion LV1, 3. Chain waterball LV1, 1. Shadow stealth LV1, 1. Only increased by 2 proficiency. Chen Yichuan initially held the idea that pets might be easier than players, but alas, it turned out to be a pipe dream. Looking at his own Piercer LV1, 11. Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder LV1, 5. The goal has yet to be achieved. Comrades still need to work hard. A long way to go. Let's continue, Frog. The master is with you. Ribbit, MMM. On the 29th day of the descent, in the morning, the boy had just opened his eyes. Hao Zhao. Brother Chuan, where are you? I got several pieces of heaven. Can we set off? Got several pieces of heaven. Chen Yichuan was suddenly a bit dazed, and it took him a while to realize that Hao Zhao was referring to heaven coins in the time currency, equivalent to 24-hour coins. However, the boy did not reply immediately, but instead focused on the Qingyan Yao flame furnace in the center of the room. At this moment, the fire had dissipated, and some pills had already accumulated at the furnace's mouth. Without a doubt, these were excellent tiger whale blood gel pills, totaling over 100. The furnace's capacity is limited, and each batch can only produce this much. As of now, the fierce blood tiger whale from 3 days ago has been completely refined into pills. Total quantity, 3,504 pills. Hee done. Chapter 56, is there a possibility that I can see your ID? The blood gel capsules have been refined, and what remains is the better method. Among the materials listed by Chen Yichuan, Yu Zhanfeng has already sent people to gather about 70 to 80% of them. The remaining few are spirit plants, and according to the latest news received, they have already been collected. It is estimated they will be delivered today. With such a large scale and number of people in Jiulong City, it is impossible to rely solely on armed off-roading for transportation. There are always modes of transport available. In fact, in response to the current environment, some old transportation tools have been brought back into use. It was only when Chen Yichuan was called to the square to receive the materials that he learned that the most representative one was actually a propeller plane. Dragonhead, IU-1S1. The boy pointed to the sky. Where on earth did you dig up those things from? It's a miracle they can still fly. Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. You little brat don't understand anything. The takeoff conditions for this thing aren't that strict and it's fuel efficient. That last sentence is the key, right? Nonsense. Do you think there's still crude oil available? Before the productivity is restored, every drop of fuel counts. While the two were talking, the propeller plane had already landed and taxied, stopping within 10 meters. You can't deny it. The takeoff and landing conditions of this plane are indeed very forgiving, and it doesn't need to fly that high. It can easily skim low under the ultrasonic beast driving tower, making it faster than a car for travel. Old planes are still old planes. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Once the engine completely stopped and the propeller came to a halt, two soldiers in camouflage uniforms descended from the plane. The two quickly ran a few steps before stopping in front of Yu Zhanfeng. Saluting, report, Dragonhead, the material collection mission has been completed. Special Operations Team 029-12 is now back. Please give instructions. Hand the stuff to this kid. After returning the salute, Yu Zhanfeng tilted his head to indicate Chen Yichuan beside him. Yes. Then a white-level spatial ring was handed to Chen Yichuan, who also learned to salute before taking it. After checking it briefly, everything is ready. Hearing this, Yu Zhanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. So, should we choose an auspicious day or start right now? Chen Yichuan shook his head. For the rising human race, every day of increased strength is an auspicious day. Isn't it? Once this was said, many people nearby expressed their agreement. Strength is too important in today's world. Let me prepare. We can start this afternoon. Good. Yu Zhanfeng didn't say much and didn't ask what Chen Yichuan was going to do. After all, he could only offer trust. Moreover, after spending these days together, he also discovered that Chen Yichuan, like him, was someone who shared a common enemy. Perhaps it wasn't accurate, but he was willing to trust his instincts. After obtaining the materials, Chen Yichuan also sent a message back to Hao Zhao. Chen Yichuan, I'm in the northern part of the settlement, Jiulong City. Who would have thought that not long after? You have a friend request. Please check. The boy was stunned when he heard this. Then clicked on the notification, only to see the other party's ID was Dongfang Yinyan. How did this big guy? Chen Yichuan did not hesitate to accept the request, and less than a moment later, a message immediately came through. Dongfang Yinyan, Brother Chuan, it's Dian. It's that big fool for sure. Chen Yichuan, is there a possibility that I can see your ID? Dongfang Yinyan. Dongfang Yinyan, let's not talk about that. Brother Chuan, I heard from Zhao Ge that you're in Jiulong City. Should we go look for you together? Chen Yichuan, yes, in the 254 to 273 area, close to the downstream area. After replying, the boy understood that Hao Zhao must have learned from others that he had previously looked for Dongfang Yinyan, which is why he found him in the exploration team. But if it weren't for that, it could only be the Liu family's operation. However, at this moment, He was no longer afraid of exposing his location. After 3 days, both he and Wawa had significantly improved their combat power. His level had also risen to level 8. Attribute panel name, Chun Ichuan occupation, ranged attack ranger secondary occupation, hidden special breeder level, 8 experience, 860, 8000 lifespan, 117 days blood chi, 4677 spirit power, 1700 affiliation, lightning strength, 25 spirit, 9 defense, 1 speed, 9 skills, penetrator, LV2, domain, Moon Lake Silver Lightning, LV1, combat power, 483 yes. Besides a level increase, his unique ranger skill penetrator has also reached LV2. Penetrator LV2, 3, 1. LV2. When your attack deals penetrating damage to the target, it will additionally inflict damage equal to 15 of the target's blood chi. The penetrating damage has increased by 5. It seems like a small improvement, but if it's a long-lasting battle, that 5 can be quite significant. Because Chun Ichuan has now refined special bullets that can achieve 100 penetration. Their base damage ISNT high, but once penetrated, the enhancement from penetrator becomes a solid damage move. However, when it comes to the panel, it's still necessary to look at Wawa's pet panel name, Elemental Spirit Frog nickname, Scheming Frog owner, Chun Ichuan level, 8 blood chi, 2500 spirit power, 3700 strength, 5 spirit, 29 defense, 5 speed, 10 skills, elemental transformation, LV2, fireball blast, LV2, combat power, 957. I never include panels with unchanged data. Old readers know this, due to the need to hone fireball blast. The proficiency of Wawa's innate skill elemental transformation has also increased. Elemental transformation LV2, 14. 9. Changes its elemental composition according to the elemental environment, including but not limited to the basic 8 attributes. Skill cooldown time, 0, 4 seconds. Hey, Gatling Frog is here. If the reload speed ISNT fast enough, can still be called Gatling? Fireball Blast LV2, 09. After compressing energy, it instantly sprays a fireball with a radius of 0.7 meters forward. Upon hitting the target, it will cause fire attribute explosion damage, with an 18 chance of causing burns that last for 8 seconds. The explosion damage of the fireball is 3 times the caster's spirit attribute. Skill spirit power consumption, 25 points. Skill cooldown time, 2 seconds. The enhancement of Fireball Blast is relatively more significant, with the fireball getting larger, burn chance increasing, damage rising, spirit power consumption decreasing, and cooldown time shortening. Normally, the proficiency increase of an attack skill should have effects like these. With the support of these 2 skills, this little guy's combat power has already surpassed her owneress by more than double. But this is also attributed to those 8 basic elemental skills. Come on, waves. Chapter 57. The Establishment of the Altar, Version Update, and Storms on the Horizon. At noon on this day, in the core base of Julong City, Chun Ichuan had finished refining all the materials he had collected, but these were not for direct use. The materials that Yu Zhanfeng gathered all had a common characteristic. They were rich in blood energy. What is blood energy? It is referred to as chi and blood, essence. Whether human or beast, without blood energy, there can be no existence. Blood energy is the root, the foundation, the source of power. In the previous life, due to the extreme scarcity of fiery blood materials, alchemists racked their brains and used lower-grade materials to create an immovable, inettable product of fiery blood. The blood energy surge array. Using a large number of spirit plants rich in blood energy as array points, spirit mines as array veins, and finally using pure fiery blood materials as the array I to activate this array. However, the fiery blood element used as the array I must be sufficiently rich. Otherwise, it cannot sustain the formation, wasting all the other materials. Based on this, Chun Ichuan had to contribute the few good things he had kept to himself. Heart muscle gel capsules of the fiery blood orca. The raw material is taken from the fiery blood orca, made by tanning its heart muscle and blood mixed with various spirit plant auxiliary materials. After consumption, It can temporarily increase all attributes by 50 points, with the effect lasting for 8 minutes. Due to excellent crafting techniques, neutralizing the drug resistance, reconsumption does not reduce the duration. Level restriction, level 10 to 15, crafting quality, purple, excellent. The reason this item exists is that the heart of the fiery blood orca is inherently superior to other parts in terms of blood and flesh, classified as yellow grade material. Therefore, it can only be upgraded to purple grade through the purification and refining of the Qingyan Yao flame furnace. If Chen Yichuan still had the means of an alchemist, it wouldn't be impossible to push it to black grade refinement. Using this as the array, I would definitely be sufficient. The array points and array veins have now been completed, leaving only the activation of the array eye, and the grand array would be set up. But before that, here, in the camp of Jilong City, Yu Zhanfeng, along with 2 trusted aides, was beside Chen Yichuan. Their purpose here was naturally to set up the job change altar. You're sure that the better method you mentioned is useful? Don't worry, I won't dig my own grave. When the time comes, all members stationed here in Jilong City will feel the surge of blood energy. Yu Zhanfeng was filled with doubts. Could it be that exaggerated? You'll know when the time comes. All right, for confidentiality, Yu Zhanfeng did not mention the matter of the job change altar to anyone, including his own aides. And now, all that was left was the final push. Let us begin. Chen Yichuan didn't hesitate, immediately taking out a small stone altar from his spatial ring. Without waiting for Yu Zhanfeng's aides to express their astonishment at what it was, he bent down and pressed it to the ground. Confirm the establishment of the job change altar here, and announce the location to the entire server? If so, the game version will update. Confirm. The young man spoke in a low voice. The next moment, the small stone altar pressed to the ground seemed to embed itself into the surface, merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment, and then rapidly expanded outward like an expanding machine. In less than half a minute, the originally palm-sized stone altar now had a diameter exceeding 5 meters, and its overall shape could be described as multi-edge geometry. Of course, that was just the outline. In the center of the altar was a triangular stone pillar about 1 meter high, topped with a hexagonal stone platform, faintly glowing with a blue fluorescence. From this stone pillar, circles of stone patterns expanded outward to the edges. Each circle had half a side more than the previous one, resembling the production site of this altar, Unknown Ruins No. 1. And at this moment, each of these stone patterns was flickering with a faint fluorescence. This is the job change altar. Yu Zhanfeng stared at the altar, slightly dazed, but the next moment he didn't forget the key point. All members of the 3rd squad enter high combat readiness. Yes, hearing the order, the soldiers didn't know why they were preparing for battle, but executing orders had already become their muscle memory. The next moment. Attention! 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 All formal players of Devour Life heard this sound in their minds simultaneously, and it rang 3 times in succession. In the past, such a commotion only occurred during the first kill of a Lord-level beast. And this time, players quietly awaited the notification that was about to come. Many of them could feel that this event was likely beyond a first kill. Not long after, in 5 minutes, the game will undergo its first version update. This update is expected to take 10 hours. Version number 1.0.2, version alias, great job change, in 5 minutes. Again, 3 consecutive announcements. The last words made all players perk up, discussing excitedly with those beside them. Great job change. What does a great job change mean? But before they could figure it out, the voice in their minds came again. After the version update, the job change altar available for all players will be open to everyone. Coordinates: East longitude 115. 4. North latitude 29. 9. After the version update, what? Everyone can change jobs and become a professional. Where? What are these east and north coordinates? Can someone explain? As soon as the system's notification finished, all Devour Life players, whether they were fighting monsters or resting, almost all became excited. Job changers. This identity, which could only be obtained through the roulette, is now available to everyone. The mood of all players at this moment could only be described with one word: boiling. However, not long after, the system's notification rang again. Congratulations to player Chen Yichuan for discovering the job change altar and successfully setting it up. Achieving the Hidden Achievement Facilitator. Rewards. Lifespan 120 years. Heavenly Coins 50. Premium Yellow Roulette 3. Congratulations to player Chen Yichuan. Congratulations, Chen Yichuan. In the Liu family mansion. Liu Tianyuan couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows upon hearing this name. Impossible. It must be a namesake, right? Chen Yichuan. Luo Xiu's flawless half-face slightly froze. Could it be the reward obtained in that 1,000 stars trial ground? This guy. Shi Xiaoyu listened to the voice in her mind. The thoughts she had cast aside were picked up again. Indeed, compared to Liu Yunpan, you are much more interesting. On the way to Jiulong City. Huh. My brother Chuan? Awesome. Little brother is truly impressive. I'm getting more and more excited. Outside the settlement area, in a certain exploration team of the Liu family under the Vanguard camp, a man just pulled his knife from the corpse of a fierce beast. And in his somewhat fierce eyes, jealousy flickered due to the voice in his mind. Why is it him? Why him? Chapter 58 Special Physique. Devouring Life Battle Body. Jiulong City, Main Camp. Yu Zhanfeng and others naturally heard the system's announcement. And it was only at this point that his two confidants fully understood the truth of the matter. Of course, the details could only be guessed. 10 hours. Yu Zhanfeng frowned slightly. Could it be that they had to guard this place for 10 hours? Not just that. Chen Yichuan, rarely serious, stated that since they landed on the holy altar to master it, they would have to guard it forever. This is an undeniable fact. How could Yu Zhanfeng not know? Therefore, this battle must be fought, ringing out so that everyone sees Jiulong City as a thorn lodged in their hearts, wanting to pull it out, but fearing it would pierce their hearts. His statement stirred the hearts of many soldiers around. It seems that the words of a general inspire morale. Even Chen Yichuan couldn't help but feel blood boiling. With a flick of his right hand, a purple wheel appeared in his grasp. Then let me lend you a helping hand, Dragonhead. What a kid, just earned 100 years of life, and now he wants to squander it. Yu Zhanfeng said this, but everyone could tell that what shocked him was not the squandering, but the purple wheel in Chen Yichuan's hand. This item is not something an ordinary beast could drop, right? At least among low-level beasts. Only a lord-level beast could produce it. But Yu Zhanfeng racked his brain to remember which lord was killed by Chen Yichuan, and he couldn't recall. What about this purple wheel? Forgive him for his limited understanding. He really couldn't think of it. The youth chuckled. If what is on it is all good stuff, is it still considered squandering? After saying that, Chen Yichuan directly activated the purple wheel, shouting. All the soldiers beside him looked at each other, probably almost asking, aren't you going to pay respect to the gods first? At least give that old thing in the West some face. They had no idea that Chen Yichuan was already enjoying the heavenly music in his ears. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Purple Longevity Pill 2. 9 Nether Cold Iron 800 kilograms 3. Fiery Blood Materials 30 kilograms 4. Universe License to Show Off 5. Spirit Drive Aircraft 6. Special Physique 7. Hidden Job Transfer Card Non-Binding 8. Yellow Longevity Pill Recipe 9. Spirit Weapon Heavenly Fiery Bow 10. 1,000 barrels of gasoline 1 ton barrel. TSK Tisk. All 10 options are high quality. This is really hard to choose. After all, it's the premium purple wheel, right? None of them are trash. The longevity pills go without saying. The products of the wheel don't even have a probability. One dose is 1,000 years. White for 10 years, yellow for 100 years, purple. Naturally, 1,000 years. 2 pills mean 2,000 years. This mouth-watering number, if it were someone else, they would probably choose one without a second thought, right? Human history has just entered a little over 2,000 years in the Anno Domini era. 2, 3. Don't need to consider. As 4. I want to choose. Honestly, 5. I didn't expect to see it so soon, but it doesn't have much significance at this stage. This thing only gradually appeared over 100 days after arriving in the previous life. In short, it's a means of transportation, and its energy source is spiritual power, hence it's called Spirit Drive. 6, a bit uncertain. 7 is purely a trading item, and 8 is even less worth considering. He knows the recipe, and it's a black grade one, but he lacks the identity of a pharmacist. After all, high-level longevity pills can't just be crafted by knowing the recipe. 9 and 10 are completely excluded. After analyzing so much, in reality, all the thoughts flashed through Chun Ichuan's mind in an instant. So it seems he can only choose between 1 and 6? At least, in dealing with the current situation, only these two options provide the most benefit. The longevity is needless to say, apart from this purple wheel. He still has quite a few other wheels left. There will definitely be more wheels coming in later. But option 6 also has its value. The probability of a special physique appearing on the wheel is lower than that of an ID-bound job transfer card, and among all the other wheels Chun Ichuan owns, the most valuable is the longevity pill. Physique? To say it bluntly, it's wishful thinking. At this moment, Chun Ichuan deeply realized that being able to choose is also a headache. Choosing 1 out of 10 can be gradually eliminated, but this choice between 2 is really difficult. And his hesitation. Strange, why is it taking so long to draw a prize? Maybe it's already been drawn, just that it's something we can't see. But that shouldn't make him dazed, right? Though the voices around were small, Chun Ichuan was deaf. He heard every word clearly. However, this indirectly helped him make his decision. 6. He shouted this out directly. Congratulations on winning. Special physique, devouring life battle body. Devouring life battle body. An ancient bloodline physique that has been lost. It is said that beings inheriting this physique can comprehend a trace of the world's essence. Effect analysis. When you kill a target, there's a 1 chance to absorb the remaining lifespan of the opponent. If the opponent is in an abnormal state, this probability increases to 3. If they are fearful, this probability increases to 10. You can devour your own lifespan to gain attribute boosts. The more lifespan you devour, the stronger the boost. The extent depends on level. Currently, 1 day of lifespan grants a 1 increase in all attributes. This physique is indeed 6. Who would have thought that as soon as Chun Ichuan's words fell? 7. Comrades, you didn't even call out the numbers. Why are you saying 7? The soldiers beside him looked at their comrade with disdain and shook their heads, sigh. Is it over? Hearing the sound, Yu Zhanfeng also inquired. Not bad. Then that's fine. If you don't ask, I won't say. That's the best way to handle a wheel lottery. The kind of devouring maggot. Saying too much is just the blood and tears of an imperfect system. In fact, the way Julong City handles this is the best solution for dealing with such apocalyptic scenarios. When everyone is strong, humanity is strong. Only then can the crisis of ferocious beasts be resolved and human culture be rebuilt. The game update has begun, but this update can be understood as a non-stop update, which will not affect players who are currently playing. Therefore, players can fully utilize the 10 hours of the update to gather their teams and come over. Time flies. Soon, it reached the 2nd hour of the update. The closest force to Julong City had already gathered 1 kilometer outside the main camp, and these people came from the Jing family. Inside the main camp, Yu Zhanfeng showed a mocking expression. That old guy Jing Cheng is always the first one who can't sit still. Chapter 59, 1 River, 1 Mountain Dragon Head. Aren't you going to greet them? A trusted confidant said beside Yu Zhanfeng. The latter chuckled lightly, then replied, that old guy wouldn't just foolishly charge in here and make himself a wedding dress for others. He's waiting for the other forces to arrive, gathering a wave of like-minded people to attack my Julong City, and then fight for the ownership of the holy altar. Beside them, Chun Ichuan smiled without speaking. Not making a wedding dress for others? Unfortunately, he had done that once. Perhaps that's not the right way to describe it. Back to the main point. Don't worry, as long as they dare to step into the range I've set, they will definitely regret it. Saying this, Chun Ichuan took out the heart muscle gel pill he had prepared beforehand and pressed it into the eye of the formation he had set up in the middle of the camp. Once the gel pill, which was equivalent to energy, was pressed down, a faint blood aura suddenly surged within an 800-meter radius of the entire Julong City camp. The formation was now considered activated. It doesn't feel like much? After feeling it for a moment, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The boy couldn't help but laugh. If it felt like this, wouldn't others get a boost too? What advantage would that give us? Yu Zhanfeng felt embarrassed. Indeed, if there was no distinction between friend and foe, what difference would it make compared to having no enhancement? So what should we do? Simple. Chun Ichuan smiled. This formation is called the Surging Blood Chi Formation, which can keep the fierce blood elements within the body in an active state at all times. Fierce blood elements? Did the dragon head forget about those 3,000 pills? Yu Zhanfeng was momentarily stunned. You mean, as long as they take the tiger whale fierce blood gel pill and stay within the range of this formation, the enhancement 1T expire? The boy nodded with a smile and directly displayed the attributes of the formation. Surging blood chi formation. While in this formation, the fierce blood elements within the body can be maintained without dispersing, and the effect is increased by 30. It is ineffective for outsiders entering this formation. Formation range. A circle with a radius of 800 meters centered on the eye of the formation. Just a few simple lines made Yu Zhanfeng overjoyed. Great, great. Pass my word. All members of the third squad, take the fierce blood gel pill, and then stay within the 800-meter radius of the camp. Try not to leave, and prepare well for this mountain head defense battle. Yes, don't worry, Dragon Head. Occupying the mountain head is what we do best. As they waited, half an hour passed. 1 kilometer away, Jing Chung, who had been closing his eyes until now, suddenly opened them, stood up, and lightly jumped to a flat area. Looking out. Is that Fu Jianbao from the Windfire platform? Bradarfu? At this moment, behind the Jing family's location, a team of around 200 was rushing over. Among the team, only one uncovered truck carried over 50 people, while the rest were running. At the front of the truck, a dark-skinned bald man also looked over upon hearing this. So it's Brother Jing. After cupping his hands, he continued, it's indeed me, Fu Jianbao. The various forces in this Jiangnan gathering place have some connections with the higher-level powers, and the Windfire platform has a subtle subordinate relationship with the Jing family. Speaking of Fu Jianbao, Brother Fu, you're here for the job change holy altar as well, right? Jing Chung asked. Yes. Fu Jianbao said with a heavy tone, since being pushed down by the Liu family, the resources available to my Windfire platform have been decreasing, and the level of our members hasn't gone up. Let us cooperate. Jing Chung said directly, just relying on me alone to take Julong City is a bit difficult. After all, there are many fierce beasts on the other side, and we can't mobilize everyone. At this point, how could Fu Jianbao disagree? All right. In the 9 to 17 days of the descent, during these 8 days, the original Jiangnan gathering place could be said to have a situation of one river, one mountain controlling the pavilions and towers. The river refers to Julong City, and the mountain refers to the Jing family. The pavilions and towers are the 4 second-rate forces under the jurisdiction of the river and the mountain. As the saying goes, control. The pavilions belong to the mountain, while the towers rely on the river. The pavilion among them refers to the Wind-Fire platform. The other 3 Arlon Xian Pavilion, Nahai Tower, and Sui Xiang Pavilion. After the 2 forces merged, Jing Chung walked to the front. At this time, the third squad of Julong City was already lined up and ready. Let me see if Julong City still has the spirit of the former Julong army. After a brief pause, Jing Chung took a deep breath. Sending his energy to his mouth, those occupying the mountain head come out and say a few words. This voice was imbued with spiritual power, allowing the entire Julong City camp to hear it clearly. Jing Chung clearly had mastered spiritual power, not just unlocking it so simply. Now that the old man had shouted, Yu Zhanfeng would naturally not continue to hide. He opened the tent and went out, arriving at the front of Julong City's formation in about a minute. Ha! Yu Zhanfeng grinned, laughing heartily. Old man, hasn't it only been half an hour? Can't sit still? Unlike you, who occupies the latrine and doesn't know how to move. Ridiculous. Who would move out after occupying the mountain head? Would you? Jing Chung's old face twitched. Stop wasting words. Yield the job change holy altar, and you and I can coexist peacefully. Yu Zhanfeng directly rolled his eyes. T-Sich. You old fool. You little brat who hasn't even matured yet. After being called an old fool, Jing Chung could no longer hold back. He suddenly moved, using 2 fingers as a sword, and took a quick step toward Yu Zhanfeng. However, as he approached, Yu Zhanfeng sidestepped and swept his right leg at his waist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jing Chung was nearly kicked to the ground, looking quite embarrassing. Finger sword, Jing Chung? Yu Zhanfeng mocked flowery fists and embroidered legs. Jing Chung furious, had veins popping on his forehead, and the frequency of his attacks became increasingly fierce, but each time, they were evaded by Yu Zhanfeng. The gap in their close combat skills was not ordinary. Jing Cheng's moves were effective against players without combat experience, but they were clearly insufficient against soldiers from before the apocalypse. After so many exchanges, I haven't seen you make much progress, successor of the 10-finger sword technique. Is this all you've got? While dodging, Yu Zhanfeng counterattacked. Although he was hit by Jing Cheng at times, overall, he still had the upper hand. This guy was infuriating, taunting while fighting. Jiulong City and Jing family, one occupying the river and the other relying on the mountain, both being first-rate forces, would naturally have conflicts, but each time, Yu Zhanfeng had the edge. Thus, he just made that remark. In the end, Jing Cheng simply flipped the table. Everyone, attack. Chapter 60. Jing Cheng. Upon hearing Jing Cheng's command, Yu Zhanfeng chuckled coldly, causing the former to feel a wave of doubt. However, the latter's offensive left him no time to ponder. He was not a professional. He merely had a skill that required spiritual power, combined with his own finger technique martial arts, which gave him some strength. In contrast, Yu Zhanfeng was a genuine professional fighter. There was even a level difference between the two, and, in terms of strength, Jing Cheng was no match for Yu Zhanfeng. But why were the two sides considered top tier on par? Even if you blocked me, what of it? In terms of overall strength, your Jiulong City is no match for my Jing family. Defeat is only a matter of time. Just as Jing Cheng was saying this, he suddenly heard a scream, as a man in a t-shirt flew past him and landed on the ground. His butt hitting the ground and sliding at least 10 meters. Jing Cheng. Impossible, this must be an accident. How could you support thousands with half the river? Your overall strength can't be. This one is worse than the last. He landed face first. Jing Cheng. Jing Cheng. Winky face. Impossible. This can't be. My people's average level is at least 3 to 5 levels higher than yours in Jiulong City. Bunch of useless fools. Although he shouted this, as the people from the Jing family were sent flying or pushed back one by one, Jing Cheng had no choice but to believe it. Until, something's wrong. These guys from Jiulong City are acting like they've been pumped with adrenaline. Fu Jianbai jumped back several meters, his large sword stabbing into the ground and dragging for nearly a meter before dissipating the residual energy in his body. This power. No, something's definitely wrong. He, the strongest of Fengwo Tai, even if part of his territory was taken by the Liu family, a skinny dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Yet he was forced out by a small soldier. At this moment, Jing Cheng finally reacted. What kind of trick are you playing? Nothing. Yu Zhanfeng feigned innocence. Surely it's because your people have become weaker due to lack of training, right? Jing Cheng gritted his teeth in anger, but had no choice. He didn't expect Yu Zhanfeng to be honest. After all, if it were him, he would also hide his secrets. All personnel, retreat temporarily. The situation was unfavorable, and he could only grit his teeth and avoid the sharp edge. For now, he could only wait for other forces to gather and overwhelm them with numbers to possibly chew through this hard bone. They wanted to retreat, and Yu Zhanfeng certainly wouldn't stop them. After all, there was the class-changed sanctuary to protect. Furthermore, once they left the blood-boiling formation, the enhancement would be lost. With version updates and the sanctuary providing cover, Jiulong City's weakness would not be exposed for now, so let them retreat. What should we do, brother? In the temporary camp, Fu Jianbai asked worriedly. If they allowed Jiulong City to control that sanctuary, their strength would eventually make them the absolute number one in Jiangnan. By that time, what would happen to us? You think I don't know? Jing Cheng said angrily, don't worry. We're not the only ones interested in that thing. More and more will come here. But Jiulong City also has the manpower from Nanhai Tower and Suixiang Pavilion. Not to mention that woman from Nanhai Tower. Jing Cheng grunted, so what? My Jing family now has several professionals too. Sword hero? If she dares to come, let's see if I can kill her. Fu Jianbai had nothing more to say at this point. After all, there was only one way to solve the problem, and they could only strive for it. Otherwise, who knows what would happen to the hard-earned life they had. He was originally just a coal miner, and when the devourer descended, he happened to have a weapon in hand and, along with a group of co-workers, managed to kill a few low-level beasts, gradually developing from there. Later, as his level rose, he encountered Jing Chung and established Fengwotai. If everything went back to the beginning, he didn't dare to think, nor did he want to think. For hours into the game update, the people from Suixiang Pavilion rushed over upon hearing the news, but were blocked by the people from Langsinting on the outskirts and could not enter to provide support. Another 20 minutes later, the people from Nanhai Tower contacted Yu Zhanfeng, saying they had arrived. However, Sword Hero and Mo Huaizhu was blocked halfway by an assassin from the Liu family, and the others couldn't leave her behind. Seeing an enemy. Aren't they particularly furious? In the Jiulong city camp, Chen Yichuan shook his head in realization. This was indeed unexpected. Originally, the Liu family and the Jing family had little interaction and had no need to rush to support this old guy Jing Chung, who knew a personal feud would emerge out of nowhere. That assassin was undoubtedly Shi Xiaoyu. With her personality, how could the Liu family hold her back? It was merely a matter of interests. Liu Tianyuan had the strength but would not easily fall out with her. They could only let her be. By now, one river and one mountain, pavilions and towers had all mobilized around the class change sanctuary, and what remained were some minor forces that couldn't be named. However, those might have long been lurking around the Jiulong city camp. They were few in number and small in scale, just enough to pick up the scraps. Of course, not all were like that. Outside the Jiulong city camp, at the Jing family position, Southeast Association, the name sounds impressive, but in reality, there were only a few dozen people. But it was fine. At this moment, I need anyone. Jing Chung looked at the man coming to surrender and showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yu Dongnan had no expression on his face, but deep inside he silently vowed. Underestimate me? 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River, don't bully. However, Jing Chung was too lazy to pay attention to him, and instead stood up to count the number of people. Until this moment, they had gathered more than 5,000 people in their position, significantly more than Jiulong City could muster. It was time to end this farce. In the afternoon, the update had already started for 5 hours, with only half the time left to complete. If they still couldn't seize the class change sanctuary by then, the professionals from Jiulong City would only become more numerous, and their strength would only become stronger. This is not a possibility, but a certainty. Never underestimate the dominance of an army. Never. Everyone, fill Jiulong City's camp and seize the class change sanctuary. Jing Chung clenched his fists. Success or failure depended on this one move. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongnan's eyes rolled. In the next moment, he shouted in the temporarily established team channel, "Edge OB, wait for the right moment." Jiulong City, the camp. Yu Zhanfeng stared at the sand table in front of him, a serious expression finally appearing on his face. As the number of people surrounding the camp had increased 5 to 6 times compared to 3 hours ago. According to the prearranged tactics, hold the line. After saying that, he looked at Chen Yichuan. "Chun kid, your special ammunition. Is it enough?" The youth chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. It will definitely leave a deep impression on them." Chapter 61. The battle begins. The lava bombs show their might. In the entire camp of Jiulong City, within a radius of 800 meters. This range might not seem intuitive just by looking at the numbers, but its area is larger than 281 football fields. Over 2 million square meters. 10,000 large 3-bedroom units. It's okay if you can't imagine it. It's just very big. Therefore, with over 3,000 people packed inside, there is still plenty of space to move around. However, the sand table in front of Yu Zhanfeng is not filled with people in a whole circle. Instead, it is arranged in a staggered manner, with gaps between areas for quick support. And in the rear, there are formations guarding the Great River, so they are not afraid of surprise attacks. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the many ferocious beasts in the river and the insufficient supply of blood-boiling gel capsules, there would be no need to arrange troops against the mere 5,000 people temporarily gathered by the Jing family. They could just push through directly. As the final defensive battle commenced, Chen Yichuan had also arrived at his combat position, the nearest makeshift lookout tower to the camp. With his abilities, he could single-handedly defend the job change sanctuary located within the camp. However, Yu Zhanfeng certainly would not skimp on manpower. Within a 50-meter radius of the sanctuary, personnel were deployed, leaving only Chun Yichuan in the middle. After all, the job-change sanctuary belongs to Chun Yichuan, and his choice to set it up in Jiulong City was based on cooperation, not a gift. Yu Zhanfeng did not engage in any petty tricks regarding this matter. A true iron-blooded man would disdain such things. With a blood-boiling array in place, even though Jiulong City's numbers were at a disadvantage, they did not find themselves too overwhelmed when the battle first began. It was just that the Jing family chose an aggressive strategy, leading to many individuals fighting 2 or even 3 opponents at once, resulting in a breach. With the effects of the blood-boiling factor, a pair of fists could rival 4 hands, but if more, Yu Zhanfeng had long anticipated such a situation, which is why he did not allow the various defensive lines to be too far apart. Upon discovering the Jing family's concentrated attack, reinforcements hurried from both sides and even further away. Of course, not all reinforcements were sent. About 10 people remained at the temporary strongholds, with support from surrounding positions. The front area of the camp managed to hold on, but gradually, as the Jing family intensified their efforts, disregarding their own casualties. Dragon's Lair. Call for Dragon's Lair. In the camp, Yu Zhanfeng's chat channel was always in receiving mode, and at this moment, he received news from the front line. The pressure on the front line at Outpost 086 is too great. They can't hold on. Yu Zhanfeng frowned, deep in thought, when a voice came through the team frequency. It's okay, let's him in. The voice came from the ID Chin Yichuan. Listen to him. Yu Zhanfeng immediately issued the order. Yes, 800 meters is not too far. Within 10 minutes of continuous pulling, Chen Yichuan at the lookout tower saw vague figures approaching. They're coming. The young man grinned as he took out a new slingshot, the Y-shaped mouth already aimed at the incoming target. That's right, a new slingshot, made with starfish spirit titanium for the bow and moon-patterned silver tiger for the elastic band. This brand-new slingshot was crafted. The previous one wasn't ineffective. It was just too weak. Back then, Chen Yichuan had only come up with the idea on a whim, and the materials weren't the best, merely optimizing what he already had. But now that he had confirmed his ranger profession, he naturally needed to use good materials to make weapons. The new slingshot is aimed. As he spoke, the young man immediately released his right hand, launching the special bomb, Earthquake Lava Bomb. Swoosh! As a wave of scorching heat swept overhead. The soldiers of Jiulong City instinctively ducked, not for any other reason, but because they had seen it before. Ever since the first successful test explosion, he had changed several locations to specifically test various special ammunition, and the Earthquake Lava Bomb had been used more than once. The pursuing members of the Jing family were somewhat puzzled by this scene. Just as they were about to advance further, who would have thought? Boom! The terrifying heat instantly transformed into a shockwave, and the high temperature quickly engulfed the group of players chasing after. The damage from the fiery explosion, combined with the burns from the lava, caused one player to drop to a critical health status in less than 3 seconds. What the hell? Lava? Are you kidding me? Others were not faring any better. They hastily fled the fiery area. But waiting for them were the swords and knives of Jiulong City soldiers. Even if they weren't blown apart by the Earthquake Lava Bomb, there were still nearby players ready to finish them off. Even if the finishing blow didn't kill. Sizzle. A sudden bolt of lightning struck that player unexpectedly, leaving him charred black as coal. This is the power of the new slingshot. A double defense specifically for catching fish that slip through the net. Just how fierce can it be? However, the young man on the lookout tower rubbed his chin. Tao E, help me record this. The instantaneous damage of the Earthquake Lava Bomb is still low. Needs improvement. Tao E, a private first class from Area 271, had directly become Chun Yichuan's assistant after the last time, specifically following him to test various special ammunition. All right, the sound came through. Many soldiers couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, thinking, aren't you satisfied with this? Do you have to kill them all at once to be happy? If Chen Yichuan could hear this, he would probably respond directly. I'm researching this stuff to blow people up all at once. If it doesn't kill. What is the hassle? ISNT it faster to just throw a rock. Guarantee 1 shot for a small cutie and 2 shots for 3 ugly monsters. Dispose of the bodies. Near the fiery area, several soldiers stepped forward to clear away the already empty-blooded individuals to the side, their faces showing no emotional fluctuations. Dead people. On this day of a life-devouring arrival, this was the most normal thing. They were either torn apart by ferocious beasts or fell in the struggle for the interests of their compatriots. In the competition for the job change sanctuary, injuries and deaths are inevitable. One can only say that with Chun Yichuan, a former alchemist, Jiulong City could reduce a lot of deaths, though injuries were unavoidable. Since Yu Zhanfeng accepted this cooperation, he naturally considered this aspect. Deep down, he was also a warrior. It's just that before the arrival of life devouring, the world had not given him the chance to fight. Now, his fighting spirit was finally beginning to be released. The soldiers were indifferent to death, and Chen Yichuan was even more so. In his past life, he had even crawled out of a pile of corpses. Western Side Outpost 012, requesting support. Eastern Side Outpost 077, requesting support. As the battle unfolded, flames erupted everywhere, and combat entered a white-hot phase. But with Yu Zhanfeng as the mastermind, the soldiers were not too flustered. However, the pressure each person faced was significantly greater than usual. Chen Yichuan's earthquake lava bomb had shocked others more than once. Until H.M. Lu Yunpan. Chapter 62, Thunder Sea Spirit Bow. The one with the blade. Chen Yichuan held a telescope in his hand and spotted a man 600 meters away. It was none other than Lu Yunpan. But isn't the Lu family entangled with Naihai Tower? How did this guy end up near the camp of Jiulong City? Did the skirmish end? However, since he's here, let's collect some interest first. He had received a game system reward for setting up the transfer sanctuary, and since the sanctuary was in Jiulong City, even a Lu family would know he was there. Under these circumstances, it would be strange if they didn't come. Jing Cheng didn't know that Chen Yichuan was the one who had entered the unknown ruins of number 1, as he had only seen the person but didn't know his name. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back until the update was halfway through and would have rushed in early. Chen Yichuan glanced at the game update progress. Remaining 3 hours, 17 minutes, 42 seconds. Forget it. Let you hop around for a while longer. The ownership of the transfer sanctuary had yet to be settled, and it was still too early to seek revenge on the Lu family. It wouldn't help his plans at all. After his rebirth, his designated reward ability had long made his goals extend beyond mere revenge against the Lu family. That would only serve as a brief satisfaction on his journey. Nothing more. Time soon passed by another hour, as dusk fell and darkness enveloped the world. The remaining time for the update dwindled to the final 2 hours. Jing Cheng could no longer sit still. What's going on? 3 hours have passed, and it still hasn't been captured? In the camp, Jing Cheng couldn't help but shout in anger. In those 3 hours, the casualty rate on the front line had already exceeded 30. Out of 5,000, fewer than 3,500 remained. Yet on the Jiulong City side, only a little over 300 had fallen, and they were all low level. The Jing family had made attempts to breach the camp's vicinity, but each time they had gone in, they had come back empty-handed, with most casualties occurring on that side. In contrast, the edge area had mainly been repelled and injured. What kind of monsters are in this Jiulong City camp? Jing Cheng regretted that there were no satellites in the world right now. He hadn't brought a telescope either, as who could have predicted that the situation would develop like this? Brother Jing, I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. We must take a gamble. Fu Jianbo said beside him. Currently, those charging forward were mostly at levels 3 to 7, with very few above level 8 and none above level 10. In other words, the high-level fighters were still lurking outside. What Fu Jianbo meant by taking a gamble was having the high-level fighters enter and launch a final assault. Jing Cheng clenched his fists, realizing that things had indeed come to this point. It had to be done. After saying that, he ordered in the team channel, all high-level professionals, go down. In the last 2 hours, even if we can't capture the sanctuary, make sure to inflict heavy casualties on Jiulong City. Driven by profit, Jing Cheng had temporarily pushed the threat of the fierce beast to the back of his mind. They had not held a high position before the arrival of life devourer, and now it was very likely they could return to a pre-liberation state. So how could they not care? It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The era of life devourer, the night of the 29th day of the descent. led by the Jing family. The robbery army entered the final assault phase, with high-level players exceeding level 10 and mastering spiritual power attributes all entering the fray. 20 minutes later. Remaining time, 1 hour 41 minutes 2 seconds. Chun, be careful. That old man Jing Chung can't sit still anymore. From the lookout tower. Ah, I see it. Chun Yichuan smiled. A satisfying meal awaits. Dragonhead, retract the battle line. All right. After Yu Zhanfeng responded, a message appeared in the team channel. Everyone, retract the battle line. Fall back to within 300 meters of the camp. Prepare to encircle and kill. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers, though exhausted, resolutely took action due to the sacrifice of their comrades. Many were injured, but following orders had become their muscle memory. Perhaps only this group of people could possess the strongest combat power in the apocalypse. In the camp, the lookout tower was now empty, as the upcoming situation would only increase the likelihood of injury for those standing in a less mobile area. Instead, moving around would better exert their combat power. Chun Yichuan arrived behind a ruin and suddenly lowered his head to speak to the frog in his collar. Frog, it's all up to you now. Quack. Don't worry, master. That's right. The satisfying meal can't rely solely on Chun Yichuan. A distance of hundreds of meters is at most a matter of 1 or 2 minutes for players above level 10. Those with good footwork could even be faster. Just as he left the lookout tower, Chun Yichuan sensed an abnormal fluctuation nearby. His spirit was at 9 points. And when he was in a state of calm, he could sense movements within 70 or 80 meters nearby. Of course, it wasn't clairvoyance, just a perception of the fluctuation of breath. This was also the function of the spirit's will. As long as one has more than 1 point of spirit, all players can experience it. But among the 4 main attributes, ordinary players would rather invest in defense than in spirit. When they don't understand, who knows its usefulness? After all, it isn't as intuitive as the other 3 attributes. Back on track. Shortly after Chun Yichuan sensed that fluctuation, a swift figure darted past him. A man wielding a tang knife, heading straight for the camp. It was understandable, given that time was running short. This was probably also Jing Cheng's intention. With the high-level fighters entering, there was no need to play around and could go straight to the point. Hee, playing the old 6, I like that the most. The young man gripped a beast tooth, pulling the tiger tail elastic to its limit. The bow made of starfish spirit titanium slightly bent. During this process, a faint lightning flashed across the beast tooth, originating from his new slingshot. Thunder Sea Spirit Bow, slingshot, made with starfish spirit titanium for the handle and moon-patterned silver tiger tail for the elastic. It has a 7.5 chance of striking with lightning upon attack due to the inclusion of lightning attribute materials. Basic attributes: strength 15, range 20 meters, level restriction, above level 5. Crafting quality, yellow rough. Unfortunately, Chun Yichuan had no experience in refining weapons. Otherwise, this slingshot could have been made even better. After all, the materials were yellow grade. The sound of a hard object slicing through the air just began, and the man with the tang knife ahead suddenly froze. He turned sharply to block the shot with his knife. But the speed of the beast's tooth was still too fast. Puff! A light sound came as it pierced through his left shoulder, spilling some flesh and blood. Minus 240. Penetration. Minus 918. Goodness, that is quite a bit of blood. Chun Yichuan's penetrator was already level 2, allowing penetration to deal 15 of the opponent's total health as damage. And this shot dealt over 900 damage, which meant his health exceeded 6,000 points. Health points depend on strength, defense, and level. The damage from the projectile itself also indicated that the opponent's defense wasn't too low. Amidst his thoughts, the knife-wielding man shouted in anger, "Bastard! What kind of skill is a sneak attack?" Chapter 63. Special Bullet Lightning Penetration. The man with the knife endured the intense pain of his left shoulder being penetrated, glaring angrily at Chun Yichuan behind him. He was very confident in his defense, and that injury was the best proof. But the second one, penetration? You're a professional too? Chun Yichuan did not respond, merely drawing the bowstring again. Buddy, I advise you not to go in that direction anymore or else you will die. The man with the knife took a deep breath, looking at his already blood-stopped left shoulder. Sufficient defense value can enhance physique and speed up recovery. He angrily swung his knife, saying, "Come at me fair and square." "Oh, huh?" The man with the knife suddenly found it hard to react. He thought, "Did I just say something so cool?" And you go, "Oh?" But at that moment, he saw Chun Ichuan suddenly release his right hand. As everyone knows, with a slingshot, once you see the hand release, there's not much time left to react. A normal slingshot launches projectiles at an initial speed of about 45 to 90 meters per second, with a drop-off of no more than 30 within 100 meters. To the human eye, it's like a blink. But that was a normal slingshot. Was Chun Ichuan's slingshot normal? Just in terms of initial speed, his slingshot shot at least over 200 meters per second, almost comparable to a pistol bullet, making it nearly indistinguishable to the human eye. As for the drop-off, with an extra 20 meters of range, it was at least 150 meters. If you were using a special bullet, like that explosive earthquake lava bomb, the entire parabolic path would be at least 500 to 600 meters. With that firing speed, how could a knife man dodge? Just a moment ago, he saw Chun Ichuan's right hand release, and the next moment, he felt his heart stop suddenly. Sizzle. A silver-blue electric current pierced through his chest like a spear, leaving him frozen, as if time had stopped. At that moment, the youth slowly spoke. "Special bullet lightning penetration." 2 lines of damage text immediately followed. Critical weakness, minus 1836. Weakened. Penetration, minus 918. Critical weakness, hitting the target's critical weakness, if the defense is broken. The target's health is reduced to 1 point, if not broken. The target's health is reduced by 30 of its maximum value and enters a weakened state for 5 seconds. Clearly, Chun Ichuan did not break the defense. The electric current simply passed through the heart, causing that critical weakness damage. However, this was not the end. How could it be memorable without deep pain? The next moment, he raised his right arm, fingers spread with his palm, aimed at the knife man. Sleeve canon flamme explosion. Pong. In a weakened state, the knife man's speed and defense were poor, and this sudden fireball was frighteningly fast, making it impossible to dodge. Minus 1,347. Boom. The intense fire explosion instantly blasted the knife man into the air. The youth drew the bowstring. "I love shooting at flying targets. If I'm not mistaken, you have 823 health left." The knife man, suspended in midair, finally felt fear at that moment. All he wanted to say was, "Newton. No, brother Nyo. Grandpa Nyo. Ancestor Nyo. Can't you let me fall a bit quicker? I'm going to die." "Don't. Let's talk about this." There's nothing to say. The youth smirked. "Beast tooth bullet piercing your kidney." The knife man, with no leverage while airborne, could only watch helplessly as the beast tooth bullet shot towards him, facing nothing but death. Just as Chun Ichuan calculated, he had barely over 800 health left, and if the attack caused penetration, it would be certain death. Even without penetration, could he manage to dodge the next arrow shot after landing awkwardly? At that moment, he seemed to clearly see the flight trajectory of the beast tooth bullet, and the last bit of time that belonged to him seemed to stretch infinitely. On the 16th day of arrival, he gambled with the last 13 years of his life, stacking 3 white wheels with nothing to show for it, and finally drew a yellow wheel that gave him a swordsman job change card. He thought his life was about to take a turn for the better, ready to soar. But who knew today? I'm not reconciled. Not reconciled. Unfortunately, because miracles don't happen often, that's what makes them miracles. Minus 479. Penetration. Minus 918. Kill. 2 lines of text represented the end of a vibrant life in less than 5 seconds. And this time, life devour. Lifespan increased by 1 year and 52 days. Not bad luck, but it's a shame this good fortune ran into a short-lived person. Probably didn't stop drawing before. This life devour battle body has finally made its debut today. From the corpse, Chun Ichuan also pulled out 2 superior white wheels and 1 inferior yellow wheel. Still has some stock. Okay, let us find the next victim. As the voice fell, the youth gently patted the little cutie in his sleeve. "Well done, Froggy. Hee. The sounds of battle around the entire Julong City encampment rose and fell, with the clang of swords, guns, and halberds, or the dull thuds of fists hitting flesh. High-level battles often needed to last for a while. Someone like Chun Ichuan who solved the fight in just a few seconds. Wow, what a freak. Not far from him, A high-level warrior from Jiolong City trembled at the corners of his mouth. He felt that if it were him, he would only need to be not careful to fall into Chen Yichuan's hands. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a message came through the team channel. Chen Yichuan, according to the previously formulated plan, gradually draw them together. Create a big wave. Tao E. The Western 011 stronghold has already taken 3. Chen Yichuan. Received. The package will be delivered soon. Hiya. Looking at the information in the team channel, this high-level warrior couldn't help but shiver, silently mourning for the unfortunate souls at the Western 011 stronghold for 3 milliseconds. On the other side, shortly after receiving the message, Chen Yichuan also arrived at the location mentioned by Tao E. Unfortunately, Chen Yichuan? The one speaking was actually Lu Yunpan. Oh, young Master Lu? Long time no see, I really miss you. Don't be so sarcastic. I shouldn't have let you leave the team back then. The altar was obtained at that time, right? Heh, you're my father. Do I have to tell you everything? If you can live, your mouth has gotten tough, huh? Lu Yunpan was furious upon hearing this, thinking, today I'll make up for my previous mistake. Your life, I will take now. Saying this, Lu Yunpan directly drew the life-absorbing sword from his waist and leaped into the air. Cross/kill. Just as his voice fell, the sword in his hand drew 2 streaks of spiritual light across the air, and finally, with a diagonal slash, he unleashed the entire sword wave. Chen Yichuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Such a fast sword move. Chapter 64. Alchemy, who doesn't keep secrets. If it were before, Chen Yichuan would undoubtedly have been unable to avoid this move, but now. Sleeve cannon, wind pressure. The boy raised his right hand, and his open palm directly fired the wind pressure cannon, which canceled out Lu Yunpan's cross sword wave midway. The 2 streams of spiritual energy collided, immediately creating a slight spiritual explosion that spread outward. Haha, this is all you have. Chen Yichuan retracted his right hand, his gaze mocking, saying, if you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. What the hell? You've also changed classes? Lu Yunpan's face was filled with disbelief, completely not expecting that a wrong decision at the time would lead to such an enemy for the Lu family. But he could only blame his own greed. Always wanted to dig out the wealth in Chen Yichuan's mind. In the end, all this guy needed was just that one opportunity. However, if we trace everything back to the root, it was also Luo Shiyu's scar on her face that gave Chen Yichuan this chance. If Lu Tianyuan knew about this, he wouldn't know how to treat his daughter. What does it have to do with you? The boy coldly replied, if you don't make a move, I won't be polite. After saying that, a beast bone bullet flew through the air, but due to the uneven terrain, with Chen Yichuan being higher and Lu Yunpan lower, the flight trajectory of the beast bone bullet was something the latter could catch. The instinctive reaction made him raise his sword, and with a ping, he blocked the arrow. You bastard. Full bow bullet, shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Ping. Damn it. Triple shot. Beast tooth. Whoosh, whoosh. Ding. Not done yet. Special bullet. Thunder piercing. In the previous few rounds, Lu Yunpan had been blocking with his sword, and this time he habitually did the same. However, at the moment he blocked, the arrow transformed into thunder and pierced through like a spear, and 2 lines of damage numbers immediately popped up. -25. Armor break. Penetration. -2,653. Thunder-piercing bullet. Alchemical item. One-time consumable. Contains extremely unstable thunder elements. Can be used as crossbow bolts, arrow bolts, or thrown items. Effect analysis. When hitting a target, the raging thunder elements within will pierce through the target's body like a spear. And if the caster's mental attribute is higher than the target's, it will cause an armor break effect lasting 3 seconds. Armor break. Defense value becomes ineffective. Rated damage. The thunder element damage for piercing is 1. 5 times the caster's mental attribute. Level restriction. 10 or activated by spiritual power. Crafting process. Yellow, excellent. The thunder-piercing bullet is what Chen Yichuan created, capable of causing penetrating damage with a 100 success rate. However, this special bullet has a fatal flaw. It must hit the opponent. In other words, if it doesn't hit, it's no different from stone. Its impact is evidently not as strong as the earth-split lava bullet. Moreover, the materials for crafting this thunder-piercing bullet are not easy to obtain. He had mixed some into the material list for Yu Zhanfeng's blood surge array, which allowed him to produce about 10 shots. Heh alchemy. Who doesn't keep secrets? Lu Yunpan, holding the soul-sucking sword, was stunned for a moment. No, what the hell? What's going on? Lu Yunpan's heart was raging. He was already level 15, and how could Chen Yichuan, who had just received the life card, deal such terrifying damage to him? He couldn't understand, and there was even a hint of fear. Seeing his expression, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but mock. Let you keep whining? It's annoying. Damn it. Don't be so uselessly furious. You only have a higher level than me. What else is there to be proud of? As he spoke, the boy shot another ordinary beast bone bullet, but the latter, now like a startled bird, had no courage to use his sword to block. Moreover, he was currently under the armor break status. Of course, during those 3 seconds, 2 breaths passed, and Chen Yichuan couldn't do much for now, unless the timing and location were right. It would be hard to take advantage. Having dodged this shot, Lu Yunpan no longer recklessly advanced. After a few moments, he retreated back to the temporary camp and said to a few people beside him, "What are you waiting for? Let us attack together and take down these people. The 9-Dragon City is almost ready." In a short time, there were already more than the 3 people Tao Yi mentioned at the Western Outpost 011. Counting Lu Yunpan, there were a total of 6, including 2 professionals. High combat refers to those with high battle power, not all of whom are professionals. Like Lu Yunpan, he was just a high-level player. He could use spiritual power because he had learned related skills. Hearing Lu Yunpan's words, several people from different factions exchanged glances and nodded. The sky was dark, and updates would stop. Once the 9-Dragon City possessed the class change altar and had more professionals, their current momentum would definitely be suppressed. Their activity range would only become narrower. Additionally, there was also Jing Cheng's death order. It's all or nothing. The group of high combatants was ready to attack. And Chen Yichuan was not worried, but rather pleased. However, after a moment of thought, he said to a few high combatants from 9-Dragon City beside him, "Don't attack yet. Lead them to a place with more people." "Can we do that? How big do you want to play?" One of the high combatants expressed some concern. After all, there was even one inside who was at a higher level than him. If it weren't for the blood surge array, he might have already been defeated in the process of engaging with the opponent before Chen Yichuan arrived. It's possible. Chen Yichuan was not being arrogant. He was at least 80 confident. Moreover, if this didn't work, there would be no need to defend the altar. The high combatant fell silent upon hearing this. Because this was indeed the case, no matter what. There would be a wave of group attacks in the final defense of the altar. It was inevitable. And if it really developed to the last moment, 9-Dragon City might not even be able to hold out. In terms of average strength, in a war of attrition, 9-Dragon City undoubtedly ranked first. But in terms of high-end combat power, it was lacking. After all, resources were limited, but those who could share the resources were much more than other forces. Furthermore, Yu Zhanfeng didn't use the soul-sucking maggot approach. It was completely open. If you wanted to roll the dice, you had to rely on your own abilities to get it, and then draw lots to enhance combat power. With this, resources would definitely be dispersed, and there would be no stock left. As the battle progressed to this point, it was all about high combat. The sad thing is, without the blood surge array, 9-Dragon City might not even last half an hour. After confirming the strategy, Chen Yichuan shouted in the team frequency, "Chen Yichuan, Yu Zhanfeng, Dragonhead, how's the front line contraction going?" It wasn't long before there was a reply in the channel. "Yu Zhanfeng, 200 meters in front of the main camp. That old guy Jing Cheng is there too." Chen Yichuan, "Great, let's go." Chapter 65. It's me, you're... No matter how you put it, it's only the 29th day since the arrival of Life Devouring, and players have only been figuring out the gameplay for a little over 3 weeks. How many high-level players can that produce? Referring to those above level 10. The ones gathered here in Kowloon City are almost 70 of the high-level players in Jiangnan. In numerical terms, that's 34. There are only 48 recorded in total, and among those 34 gathered in Kowloon City, more than half have been drawn to the front stronghold by the tactics devised by Chen Yichuan and Yu Zhanfeng. At this moment, as the game update enters its final hour, you want to make a fuss over this? At the front lines, Jing Cheng's face was dark as he said, "The transmigration altar holds extraordinary significance for all humanity. It's not something that you, Kowloon City, can monopolize. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng immediately laughed. You shameless old man, can't break through on the first attack, can't get in on the second, and now that time is running out. You're resorting to an empathy approach? What's the difference between your moves and that guy named Ma? You. Jing Cheng was momentarily speechless. How dare this Yu Zhanfeng compare him to that phony? Ridiculous. Since reasoning doesn't work, then let's steal it. This time, before Jing Cheng could finish speaking, a clear, youthful voice interrupted. Old man, wasn't this your plan from the start? Jing Cheng instinctively retorted. Who asked this brash kid? Your mouth. But at this point, his words abruptly stopped, for in his eyes appeared the figure that had kept him awake for nights. It's you. Just as the old man's shout faded, a furious voice from behind shouted, Chen Yichuan, don't run. Upon hearing that name, Jing Cheng glanced at the young face before him and recalled the name that the system announced 9 hours ago. In that moment, everything clicked into place. It's you. It's actually you. Time rewinds to when the Great Transmigration version just started. Jing family's private courtyard finally appeared. The altar, Chen Yichuan. Seizing my Jing family's fortune, even if I die 100 deaths, would be worth it. Master, the altar should belong to us. Yes, we even got the location of the altar, but in the end, it benefited that kid named Chen Yichuan. Indeed, the map and details of unknown ruins no. One were obtained by the Jing family during a roulette draw. It was that compass. So they knew that the earth-splitting giant python was merely the guardian. And it had to die for the location of the ruins to be revealed, with the compass as the key. Therefore, after finding the earth-splitting giant python, the Jing family led it to an area detectable by the human radar and quietly spread the news. If not for their intentional actions, how would the Liu family have known of the earth-splitting giant python's existence? A Lord-level beast was enough to attract the attention of all players near the ruins. Whether they were family forces or wandering adventurers, all would be drawn there. Once the Lord was dead, the Jing family, stationed nearby, could rush over for exploration. But who knew that there would later be a program called Fortune, and within the team was Jing Zhe, the fool who exposed the fortune, while someone also shared their experience of prying open the old ruins lock. Even more absurd, a reborn person watched all of this. Listening to the comments below, Jing Cheng felt even more frustrated with nowhere to vent. He suddenly exploded with anger. You still dare to say? One of the 4 people that appeared outside the stone altar that day must have been that Chen Yichuan. Yet in the end, not a single one could be left behind. The crowd lowered their heads helplessly, not daring to respond. But in their hearts they thought, aren't you the one who lost track of 2 as well? How can you still blame us? Shameless old face. Yes. After the pursuit of Chen Yichuan was obstructed by Luo Shiyu, Jing Cheng ended up losing track of Luo Shiyu as well and had to return empty-handed. After all, the forest was so vast with countless beasts, including many lords, making it difficult to track. This was Jing Cheng's self-justification at the time. Gather the manpower. Head to Kowloon City. It's you. Jing Cheng's fury erupted completely at this moment. If it weren't for Chen Yichuan, why would he bother with all this? Although he might end up guarding the altar, at least he wouldn't be so passive, right? All right, it's me. It's me, your hero, little Yichuan. Everyone nearby. What kind of ancient relic is this? Chen Yichuan was never a serious person. His previous life's resentment and the situation of being a life-devouring maggot upon his rebirth suppressed his nature. Now that he was starting anew, with a designated divine blessing upon him, his mindset naturally became different. At this time, Liu Yunpan, who was closely pursuing, also turned his eyes, knowing that Jing Cheng had a grudge with Chen Yichuan. Uncle Jing, Jing Cheng and his father, Liu Tianyuan, were of the same generation, so calling him Uncle Jing was not out of place. However, just as the call fell, noise, boon, as Chen Yichuan's slingshot's elastic band twanged. A cloud of black dust suddenly exploded beneath Liu Yunpan's feet. The next moment, the others collectively, ugh, what is this? It stinks. My eyes. Get away, hurry, disperse. Old 8, my uncle, please stop using your divine abilities. Pua. As a situation developed like this, Yu Zhanfeng was also a loss, turning his head and unable to help but ask, Chen kid, what did you throw over there? It's nothing. Just some secret fish roe. Tao, he scratched his head, but they were shouting it stinks. Isn't fish roe supposed to smell fishy? I meant, the sauce inside the fish intestines. Isn't that just shit? Ugh. I mean, there's no need to be this disgusting, right? Yu Zhanfeng's face was full of disdain. I might not even want to hit him later. But to be fair, well done. Thief, you think you're playing dirty? Huh. Jing Chung roared in fury, finally unable to hold back as he charged out of the black mist, rushing straight at Chen Yichuan. Behind him, all the high-level players of the Jing faction also surged out. Not for any other reason, it really stinks. Seeing this, Yu Zhanfeng was about to step in to stop them. After all, the only one who could fight with Jing Chung here was him, as both their levels were close to 20. Jing Chung was level 19, and Yu Zhanfeng was level 17. But the latter was a fist master, with exquisite applications of strength, which gave him an edge over Jing Chung. That's the advantage of being a professional. Otherwise, the transmigration altar wouldn't have attracted the entire Jiangnan gathering here. But before Yu Zhanfeng could make his move, Chen Yichuan acted first. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. Sleeve universe rooted and twisted. Chapter 66 Feast. Just as the young man finished speaking, Gao Zhan, who had rushed out of the stinky smoke, collided head-on with a wall of green vines, making it impossible to evade. Green Vine Binding, LV1. It gathers with element energy to quickly create a green vine forest 15 meters long and 8 meters wide in front of it. The green vines are controllable, can entangle, and can also serve as a defensive green wall. They can regenerate once after being cut. The defense power of the green vines is 2. 1 times that of the caster's mental attribute. Skill spirit power consumption, 210 points. Skill cooldown time, 10 seconds. Not bad. This vine forest is one of Frog's 8 elemental basic skills. Green Vine Binding. As soon as the green vine forest appeared, the boy clenched his fist and shouted bind. This is called Chuan's borrowed frog move. The protagonist Chuan is so familiar with it that it feels no different from using his own skills. From the appearance of the vine forest to the start of the binding, it took less than 2 seconds, and no one from the Jing family, including Jing Chung, could react in time. By the time they thought to dodge, their hands and feet were already tightly bound by the green vines. What is this? Damn it! Damn it! Chen Yichuan, if you have the ability, don't use such despicable tricks. Fight me in a straightforward manner, you bastard. I quit, I'm out. The ground was covered in green vines, and not only was the Jing family panicking, but the people from Jiulong City were also dumbfounded. Wow, what is this? Hey, magician, this is some motherfucking magic, isn't it? You could just say it. Why curse? Since the arrival of life devouring, players' understanding of spirit plants has barely reached one. How could they have encountered such a situation? Frog's green vine binding is made from a tender sprout taken from a recently sprouted spirit vine king in the deep forest of Yu Mountain, combined with other materials to cultivate it. Speaking of which, we have to thank that old thief Jing Chung for his relentless pursuit all the way. And at this moment, quit. The young man ignored the shock of his side and jumped straight to a high point. When your inner greed rises and you come to this place, you can no longer quit. Special bullet, endless poison. Endless poison bullet, a crafted item, a one-time consumable, made from a mixture of several spirit plants and ferocious beast toxins. Can be used as a crossbow bolt, bow bolt, or thrown object. Effect analysis. After touching the ground, it will produce a large area of biological toxic smoke, causing poisoning effects on those who come into contact with or inhale it, lasting 6 seconds. Poisoning reduces 8 of health per second, can be fatal, rated damage. None. Level restriction. 10 are activated by spirit power. Crafting process. Yellow. Excellent. The purple-black thick smoke exploded in an instant, quickly filling the entire green vine forest, followed by poisoning. Lasting 6 seconds. Poisoning. Poisoning. Large numbers of poisoning entries emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, and purple-black damage numbers kept popping up. An 8 loss of health per second is not light. Not to mention the discomfort in the body while poisoned. At this stage, players have little resistance to poison, with 6 seconds of poisoning time and 8 poisoning damage. They basically have to take it all. The vast majority of abnormal states have resistances, which can also be called tenacity. The higher the corresponding resistance value, The shorter the time endured when the body produces the corresponding abnormal state, and the lower the damage received. Hurry, hurry, and leave this area, with vine bindings and poisoning appearing one after another. Who knows what else might come next? Upon hearing this, everyone wanted to use swords to cut the green vines. But with their hands and feet bound, how could they cut? Unless they forcibly broke free with strength, just like, drink. Inside the vine forest, a loud roar was heard, and a vigorous figure surged into the air, seemingly breaking through with brute force. But waiting for him was, can you even jump? Sleeve Universe Desert Burial. Swish. Similarly jumping into the air with force, Chun Ichuan waved his hand, and a cloud of yellow sand fell from the sky. Because it appeared too abruptly, Jing Chung, who had just rushed out, was directly blinded by the dust. Wow! After a loud shout, his body fell as if losing its support, leaving behind a line of entries in the air. Blindness, lasting 10 seconds, got into his eyes, and there was no way to avoid blindness. A 15 probability had forcibly pulled him to 100. The people below, still poisoned, completely broke down, knowing that there would be more surprises. This person is simply a demon. We all use swords to chop and cut, at most just releasing a skill to play some rushing slashes. You directly unleash AoE? Can you at least act like a person? And Jing Chung, who fell back into the green vine forest, was soon bound again by the vines, this time not just his hands and feet, but also his neck, body, and thighs, almost turning him into a green zongzi. Jing Chung screamed, but he couldn't exert any strength. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhanfen couldn't help but shiver. In this situation, he wouldn't be able to hold up either. What kind of means does this Chun Ichuan have? It's too outrageous. Frog, well done. Chun Ichuan praised Frog in his heart. Let him run. If I don't bind him tightly, wouldn't it be a waste of the skill the master found for me? Chun Ichuan chuckled. But this is just for now. Once players start having various abnormal resistances, the impressive package won't be so easy to handle. In fact, this time they caught them off guard. After all, they had never seen such an attack method. Next, as Chun Ichuan fell from the air, he once again drew a full bow. Special bullet, Earth Rift Lava, among the special bullets that Chun Ichuan had made. In terms of damage and impact, the Earth Rift Lava bullet was still the strongest, when a small black dot rapidly enlarged in front of him. All the high-level players bound below were stunned. One of them, driven by a strong desire to survive, temporarily broke free from the green vines, but unfortunately. Boom! In an instant explosion, the green vine forest was ultimately transformed into a sea of lava fire. It reached the momentary fire and earth element damage of 10 times Chun Ichuan's spirit power, causing many people to see terrifying damage entries popping up on their bodies. And 2 even died as a result. The damage caused by spirit power cannot be resisted solely by defense. Defense can only offset 30 of the spirit power damage, and only when the defense value exceeds the damage of the spirit power output. The rest, as much as the spirit power can block, it blocks. If it can't block, one can only obediently take the damage. In simple terms, defense is physical defense, and it can only offset a part of the spirit power damage that acts on the body. Mental attributes have the effect of magical defense. In the previous life, it was only after realizing this that players gradually began to pay attention to mental attributes, and clearly, that has not happened yet. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 67. Kill Lu Yunpan. The stench, the bindings, the poisoning, the sand throwing, and finally, a volcanic eruption. In just a few seconds, everything they experienced was unprecedented. They just wanted to ask, what kind of devil's feast is this? Can skills really be used endlessly? Is this really human? Are we really in the same world? Are we really playing the same game? I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it. Run. A few high-level players from the Jing faction, who were lucky enough to have a bit more spirit and higher defenses, barely withstood this round of attacks. But they almost crawled out of the lava area and quickly retreated. The fear and panic on their faces were as if they had walked through the gates of hell, staring ahead, unwilling to come any closer. This impression was truly deeply etched into their bones. At such times, retreating was like a rolling stone on a mountain. Once it started, it couldn't be stopped. In a short while, Out of the original 10 high-level players from the Jing faction, only 7 remained, including Jing Cheng and Lu Yunpan. At this moment, the outcome of the job change, altar battle, was already determined. Even if Jing Cheng wanted to fight back, he would be powerless. Looking at the remaining time, 0 hours, 46 minutes, and 57 seconds. The night moon hung high, and this battle was finally coming to an end. Of course, this did not mean the end. When the countdown reached 0, it would only mark the beginning of another prolonged battle. Let me go. Let me go. Jing Cheng, who was completely immobilized, ultimately admitted defeat, even though he still had half health. At this moment, he understood that if Chen Yichuan didn't stop, he would eventually be ground to death. Lu Yunpan shared this realization. However, instead of begging for mercy, he, Chen Yichuan, you want to kill me? Then I want to let you off easily. Bound and unable to move, his eyes turned blood red, as if activating some irreversible enhancement. Then, with a crack, his upper body expanded, tearing his clothes and breaking the vines that bound him. As his muscles swelled, in the end, nothing was left. Among the remaining high-level players from the Jing faction, there was a woman who blushed at this scene and turned her head away with a tisk. In some cases, muscle expansion wouldn't help combat power at all. It was just eye-popping. Jing Cheng twitched his mouth. This kid should just admit defeat. On the other side, Chen Yichuan also twitched at the corner of his eye. It turns out Hulk's shorts were just to sell more movie tickets. You still have time to joke around? That big guy looks tough to deal with. Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but comment. But in reality, Chen Yichuan was only saying this casually. His thoughts were becoming serious. The Lu family could rise, and there was indeed a reason for it. Was it a direct enhancement on the bloodline? However, the side effects should be considerable. He speculated in his heart. Otherwise, Lu Yunpan would have used it from the start. Meanwhile, Lu Yunpan's transformation was reaching its final stages. He lifted his head, his blood-red eyes glaring directly at Chen Yichuan. Chen Yichuan. But the only response to his mad shout was a beast-toothed bullet. Ding. With a crisp sound, the giant Lu Yunpan's head was knocked to the left by the beast-toothed bullet, leaving only a shallow scar. The boy's actions undoubtedly enraged him. Before his roar could finish, his massive body leaped up like a frog, and as he fell, he directly pierced the ground with his sword, sending a large amount of rubble flying towards Chen Yichuan. Chen Yichuan was about to dodge. Dan Su Beng San feet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Zhanfeng, squatting slightly in a horse stance, threw a punch that formed a wall of air, blocking all the rubble one by one. What the heck? Is this hitting a cow across the mountain? Chen Yichuan was shocked by this scene. His impressive package was frustrating, but when it came to being cool, it had to be someone like Yu Zhanfeng. That punch, so cool. It wasn't that mysterious. It was just a punch hitting the front spirit wall. The boy fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Is there really a difference? However, reality didn't give the two much time to rest. Seeing his attack blocked by Yu Zhanfeng, Lu Yunpan continued to attack without hesitation. This time, he directly cracked the ground beneath him, jumping into the air, 7 or 8 meters off the ground, revealing. Okay, so you don't take my slingshot seriously, huh? Chen Yichuan instantly drew his bow. Special bullet random response version Thunder Light Piercing Bird. Flying saucer targets are my specialty. Whoosh zap. The giant Lu Yunpan in midair suddenly felt his whole body tighten, as if half of his life was taken in an instant, and the momentum of his forward fall vanished, causing him to crash down. A so-called fatal blow, nothing could compare, -63, armor penetration. Lu Yunpan's spirit is lower than Chen Yichuan's, so armor penetration occurs, fatal weakness. -5,307. Weakened. Fatal blow. Penetration. -2,653. A stack of damage notifications appeared, and Chen Yichuan's smile also turned cold. Everything the Lu family owes me. Should start collecting interest. As he finished speaking, a metal round bullet was shot from the slingshot. Special bullet Heavenly Falling Heart. Heavenly Falling Heart bullet. A crafted item, one-time consumable. The shell is made of hard meteorite iron, with explosive materials sealed inside. Can be used as a crossbow bolt or arrow. Effect analysis. Upon hitting the target, the explosive material inside will ignite rapidly and break through the meteorite shell, producing strong thrust for a forward spiral motion. Due to its sharp tip, it can pierce through hard materials, simultaneously causing armor penetration effect, lasting 6 seconds. Armor penetration. Defense value becomes ineffective. Rated damage. Instantaneous damage upon hitting is 5 times the shooter's strength attribute. Level requirement. Level 8 and above. Production quality. Yellow. Excellent. Thud. The metal round bullet just hit, and the explosive material inside immediately detonated, forming a beautiful flame flower in its spiral. The thrust from the slingshot and the flames even prevented Liu Yunpan from falling, and in the end, pun. The flame flower pierced through his massive body, and the blood that spurted out was instantly turned into black carbon. Minus 1,695. Armor penetration. Minus 2,653. Kill. The reason Chun Ichuan chose this special bullet was that it dealt physical damage, unrelated to spirit attributes. And since Liu Yunpan was in an armor penetration state, physical damage could hit its full effect. Liu Yunpan thus perished. Chapter 68. You're so lucky. I'm scared when an enormous body fell from the sky and remained still. The morale of the Jing family completely collapsed. However, long before that, the family head Jing Chung had already admitted defeat. So what was there left to hold on to? Defeat was inevitable. In fact, if it weren't for that guy, Chun Ichuan, taking charge, the outcome could have been quite different. After all, in his previous life, the transfer sanctuary was run by multiple families, not just one. Looking at Liu Yunpan, who was slumped on the ground and had reverted to his original form, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but let out a long breath. This is just the beginning. Before long, several soldiers retrieved the items from Liu Yunpan's body. Mr. Chun, this is the opponent's space ring and the sword that fell on the ground. Upon seeing this, the young man took a deep breath before reaching out to take the long sword. Life-eating drinking realm. Long sword, single-edged. Made primarily of Chunshan tungsten iron. Through countless rounds of tempering, embedded with a core that contains a trace of the world's origin, rumored to be crafted by a realm master. Basic attributes: strength 16, attack speed 30, effect analysis. Life-eating. If this sword kills a target, there is a 1 chance to absorb the target's remaining lifespan. If the target has an abnormal state, this chance increases to 3, and if they are fearful, it increases to 10. Drinking realm. This sword is not a standalone item and can resonate with any life-eating type equipment to enhance the life-eating effect. Level restriction. Level 1 and above. Crafting quality. Yellow, flawless. Chun Ichuan had seen the sword's attributes when he first drew it, but now, upon looking at it again, he had long lost the initial excitement. Not only because of his rebirth, but also due to the life-eating battle body. However, soon after, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Drinking realm of life-eating. Drinking realm has been activated, and the life-eating effect has been upgraded. The young man was taken aback. Is his life-eating battle body also considered life-eating equipment? Can it activate drinking realm? This. Check. Chun Ichuan silently thought, and the property details of life-eating immediately appeared. Life-eating. Drinking realm 2. If this sword kills a target, there is a 3 chance to absorb the target's remaining lifespan. If the target has an abnormal state, this chance increases to 9, and if they are fearful, it increases to 30. Deactivate upon removing one of the equipped items. It actually tripled the probability. In simple terms, it's a set effect, right? With Drinking Realm 2, it indicates that there will also be Drinking Realm 3, Drinking Realm 4, etc. When he first drew this life-eating Drinking Realm, it was snatched away by the Liu family shortly after, and he hadn't thought much about it. Moreover, in his previous life, aside from this sword, he had not heard of any other life-eating equipment. Haha, this is a pleasant surprise. The young man thought this and put away the long sword, tossing Liu Yunpan's space ring into his own ring as well. This operation is commonly known as stacking space, abbreviated stacking room. Afterwards, his gaze fell on the remaining members of the Jing family, bound by the vines in the green vine forest. These people were all quite obedient. They no longer struggled, waiting for Chun Ichuan to come and dispose of them. Leader, how should we deal with these people? Yu Zhanfeng was taken aback. He didn't expect Chun Ichuan to hand over the disposal rights to him. But after a moment of shock, he replied, "You decide. I handle it. Of course, you captured them. Suddenly grasping the power of life and death over so many people, Chen Yichuan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Regardless of his past life or this life, he had truly never experienced this. Jing family, Jing clan, the Tiger of South China. In his previous life, they were renowned, eventually becoming one of the 5 major families of the Longnan Bay City in Jiangnan. Now, their lives or deaths were all in his hands. While pondering, Chen Yichuan had already walked to Jing Cheng, who was tied up like a green rice dumpling in front of him, and suddenly asked, "How about it? Old man, do you still want to transfer sanctuary?" Jing Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, but he had to lower his head towards him. "And no, I don't want it." Humiliation, resentment, strong negative emotions swirled in Jing Cheng's heart. As the head of a family, and an elder over 50, to be humiliated by such a young man, especially having his life and death in this person's hands. But no matter how resentful or humiliated, if he wanted to live, he had to admit defeat. Don't want it? That's good. At this point, the young man raised his hand. In the eyes of Jing Cheng and the other high-ranking members of the Jing family showed a glimmer of hope. But what they awaited was not the release of the vines, but rather no, choking, strangling, crooked neck, pulling, breaking waist. Among the remaining 7 people, Lu Yunpan had died first, followed by 5 others. Regardless of gender, size, or appearance, Chen Yichuan showed no favoritism. All killed. It's strange that the Jing family would later become one of the 5 major families of Longnan Bay City. Whether strong or lucky, these are all potential enemies. I'm sorry, I was too far away earlier and couldn't control it so finely. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to suffer what you just did before dying. Thief, you dare. Bang! A silver spear, a muffled sound, and the shimmering light pierced through the chest of the one who spoke. Poor Jing Cheng's defense was not high enough to withstand Chen Yichuan's strength. Otherwise, even if bound, he would have been helpless. Critical weakness. Break defense. Minus 13,698. Near death. Critical weakness. Hitting the target's critical weakness. If the defense is broken, the target's health is reduced to 1 point. The heart is undoubtedly a critical weakness. Jing Cheng's mouth and nose bled. The fear of death quickly overshadowing his anger at the imminent annihilation of his entire family, blood bubbles spilling from his mouth as he begged for mercy. Spare me. Honestly, we don't have much enmity. Chen Yichuan took out his slingshot, the Y-shaped fork aimed directly at Jing Cheng. But, you're so lucky, I'm scared. Smack. Kill. Life eating. Lifespan increased by 97 years and 199 days. Current lifespan, 119 years and 2 days. Oh, the old man is quite afraid of death. After doing all this, the green vine forest lost its meaning. Once Frog's spiritual power was cut off, it quickly transformed into a sky full of spiritual energy, dispersing away. All the space rings and weapons were collected by Chen Yichuan. Then he returned to the Jiolong city camp. You told me to handle it, so the aftermath is up to you. Yu Zhanfeng. Stop looking, clean up the battlefield. Yes. Chapter 69. ISNT it just a bit odd for a ranger to know some spells. Half an hour later. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 consecutive sounds made the night much noisier. Then, game version update completed. Version number 102-2028-07-19-21. 51-55. Game version. Game. Major notifications in the game system are generally announced 3 times in a row. And this system update completion means that the class transfer altar is officially in use. The era of mass class transfers has arrived at this moment. However, the location of the altar is right at the center of Kowloon City. This means that to use it, one must either join Kowloon City or obtain their permission. Unless you can conquer Kowloon City and unlock the usage rights of the altar. However, before players could contemplate their next plans, the system chimed in again. Congratulations on the game update completion. All players will receive double experience points for the next 72 hours. We hope all players actively engage in the game and search for more version Easter eggs. Congratulations on the game. Congratulations. 72 hours of double experience. Ha ha ha. Finally, something exciting. Let us team up for the outer battlefield. We need a ranged player. Anyone interested? Ranged? Are you thinking about Peach? Do you need to try again to see how low the damage of bows and arrows is? Are you just going to tickle the beasts? They won't thank you for it. Damn, who said that? I've seen someone using a slingshot. They were amazing. In the World Channel, players finally found a way to vent. The previous class transfer altar guard battle was indeed a bit stifling. Although not all players participated, everyone could imagine how intense the battlefield would be. The double experience for these 3 days can also be seen as a breather granted to Kowloon City by the system. At least players' attention won't be entirely focused on the altar. Kowloon City, main camp. In front of the altar, glowing with a bluish light, Yu Zhanfeng, Chun Ichuan, and a group of high-level fighters from Kowloon City were gathered here. The situation ahead would only become more dangerous than today. Danger could strike at any moment, and attacks could come from any direction. Since we have obtained the altar, we must utilize it. After briefly opening the floor, Yu Zhanfeng immediately tilted his head and signaled, "Ling Feng, you go first." This Ling Feng is Yu Zhanfeng's right-hand man. All right. Chun Ichuan naturally had no objections to Yu Zhanfeng's arrangement. The competition for Kowloon City had resulted in significant losses, and the casualties were not just cold numbers. Since it was earned with their lives, it should be used by them. Previously, Yu Zhanfeng also had no objections when he directly killed Jing Cheng and others. From his perspective, he would have made the same choice as Chun Ichuan and would have been even more ruthless. He was once a soldier and understood that this world needed order. Both the Jing family and its affiliated powers, as well as various second-rate forces like the Liu family, all represented the tumors of order. Yu Zhanfeng only wanted to eradicate them. A world where the strong are respected is indeed powerful. But if the weak have no hope, then humanity will also lose hope. In a truly complete order, the strong need to be strong, and the weak also need hope. But if the tumors are not removed and the parasitic classes are not eliminated, a complete order cannot be established. So at that time, even if Chun Ichuan had a soft heart and didn't kill Jing Cheng, he would have taken advantage of the old man not recovering yet and taken him out. To get back to the point, when Ling Feng stepped onto the class transfer altar and pressed his right hand on the stone platform, the originally weak bluish light suddenly became dazzling. Immediately after, a panel appeared before his eyes. You may choose from the following professions. 1. Warrior. 2. Mage. 3. Shield soldier. 4. Ranged attacker. Note: once selected, it cannot be changed. Only these 4? Yu Zhanfeng looked at the blue panel and couldn't help but ask, as he also assumed that Chun Ichuan knew the details. After all, it's something he brought out. What? No martial artist? What Yu Zhanfeng referred to as naturally his own profession. A warrior is essentially a martial artist. At this moment, Ling Feng also received the basic information for each profession and turned to Yu Zhanfeng, saying, "Boss, these 4 professions are not hard to understand. Warriors specialize in strength. Mages specialize in spirit, shield soldiers specialize in defense, and ranged attackers specialize in speed. Each profession also has a secondary attribute, but that depends on the individual." After Ling Feng finished speaking, Chun Ichuan further explained. For example, your martial artist is a warrior who specializes in strength, while also enhancing the secondary attribute of defense to improve physique. My ranger specializes in speed, while also enhancing the secondary attribute of strength to increase damage. Of course, this is all definitional. Any player can freely allocate points according to their own understanding. Just as Chun Ichuan finished speaking, Yu Zhanfeng suddenly turned his head. "Aren't you a mage?" "No, but you're not. With those sleeve cannons, sleeve cosmos, and what Yu Zhanfeng referred to was clearly Chun Ichuan's various attack methods." But as soon as he finished speaking, who said only mages can do those things? Can't a ranger learn some spells? Everyone else. What the hell? We understand that a ranger is simply someone who plays with bows and arrows, crossbows, throwing spears, or tossing a shot put. At most, someone who plays with a slingshot like you. Who in their right mind would use a slingshot that looks like a volcanic eruption or a lightning drill? Plus, waving your sleeves, fireballs, water balloons, and dust burial. Why not just shout Buddha Kingdom in the palm while you're at it? It's absurd. In short, just choose a profession based on your preferred attributes, and the corresponding profession will have bonuses on the main attributes. Ling Feng broke the silence at this moment. Hearing this, everyone finally came to their senses. Although it was somewhat different from the imagined wall of professions, it was still better than being a blank slate. After a slight disappointment, Yu Zhanfeng quickly understood. In any case, this is something everyone can use. No need for roulette draw anymore. Let us just keep it simple. Don't be picky. Yes. Ling Feng continued. Okay. In response, Ling Feng did not hesitate and pressed on the warrior option. Before this, he had been playing with blades, and his upgraded attributes were mostly in strength, so of course, he chose warrior. In fact, many players are like this, or they pick speed. After all, the benefits of strength and speed are the most obvious and most useful in combat. After Ling Feng selected warrior, you have selected warrior, checking body attributes. Strength qualified. Defense qualified. Speed not qualified. Unable to change class. Chapter 70. Where are you? I'm coming to seek refuge with you. Is this really happening? Seeing the prompt in front of him, Yu Zhanfeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ling Feng, does the prompt say how much speed is needed to change jobs? Ling Feng on the stone platform seemed to have operated a bit. I can see it. My level requires at least 12 points. Is it related to the level? Ling Feng nodded. I deduced that if I were level 1, the warrior job change requirement is strength 3, and for every level up, the strength requirement increases by 2 points. After level 5, there are requirements for defense and speed, starting at 2, then 1 point for each subsequent level. Plugging in my level, it needs 9 points. A simple calculation shows that Ling Feng is level 12. Dragon Head, I'll come back later. I'll wait until I level up once more and raise my speed before changing jobs. After saying that, Ling Feng also stepped down from the stone platform. His attributes could allow him to change to a shield warrior, but since he could choose, why settle? All right, no need to force it. Tao Yi. Upon hearing this, Tao Yi walked straight up to the stone platform. Then, without hesitation, he clicked on shield warrior. Heya, Xuan Yi. From now on, I'll be following you. Chen Yichuan smiled and nodded, welcoming him. You have selected shield warrior. Detecting body attributes. Defense qualified. Strength qualified. Job change task has been issued. Please check and complete the task to change to shield warrior. Task. What kind of task is it? Yu Zhanfeng was like a curious baby, unable to help but ask whenever he saw something different. It's not difficult. Just kill 3 defensive type beasts that are higher level than me and collect materials from them. Indeed not difficult. In the sea region, shrimp, crabs, and turtles can all be considered defensive types. Yu Zhanfeng nodded, with Ling Feng and Tao Yi leading the way. He had a preliminary understanding of the job change sacred altar and said, all right, next, you have selected warrior. Huaxia Jiangbei, the job change sacred altar, is right there, right? Under the moonlight, a middle-aged man gazed at the surging river, knowing that there were many fierce beasts in the river, but the sacred altar was not something that only Jiangnan could enjoy. Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a voice suddenly came. The sacred beast will support you. Go ahead. Only the voice was heard, but the person was not seen. It's not the right time yet. Just wait a bit. You, very wise. I shouldn't have. Used the wrong words, right? The owner of the voice was watching the middle-aged man below through a piece of transparent glass, with a look in his eyes that resembled amusement. Then came a complaint. When can I go back? Life is hard. After that, there was another sound in this space, just like what people on earth say. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first sweep out the house. No, it's to tire them. Like cattle and horses. Starve them. Lose 3 circles in weight. Empty and poor. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you, the pessimistic guy. Just keep an eye on things. I'll take a nap. Still napping? Not checking the previous disturbance? Can't be checked. If you have the ability, go check it yourself. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Chen Yichuan sat up from his camp, slowly exhaling a long breath. Reflecting on his past life at this time, he was still struggling in the border defense area, fighting for a couple of the lowest quality white longevity pills. And now, everything feels like a big dream, yet incredibly real. 3 new messages. Dongfang Yinyan, Chuan Ge, we will arrive at Jiulong City in 2 hours. Are we doing double experience? The we that this big fool mentioned probably refers to Hao Zhao. Hao Zhao, huh? Congratulations, Chuan Laudi. You found a job change, sacred altar. Can I shamelessly benefit from it? Chen Yichuan smiled and chuckled. This Hao Zhao really knows how to be shameless when he needs to be. He is not a professional. So the job change, sacred altar, is naturally only beneficial for him. Why not take the chance? There's another message. Shi Xiaoyu, where are you? I'm coming to seek refuge with you. Okay. Not a single wasted word in that message. The intention is direct enough. This also reminded Chen Yichuan of I'm still a virgin. Chen Yichuan replied one by one. Let's do it. I'm also under someone else's roof. It's not my call. Julong City. If Chen Yichuan really went to say, Yu Zhanfeng would definitely agree, and there would be no second words. But just for Hao Zhao, he didn't need to. It's not that he doesn't value friendship. After all, this guy only helped him by coincidence. Not enough to be called a favor. However, not long after he replied, Hao Zhao, how about this? When we arrive, can you introduce me? As expected, this guy would not give up easily. I'll try my best. After dismissing the chat interface, Chen Yichuan briefly considered the double experience matter. Utilizing it was a must, but where to use it was crucial. In any case, the out-of-bounds battlefield was unavoidable. That would be much more dangerous than the previous forest. He absolutely couldn't go alone. A small team was essential, and the supplies on the battlefield were also very important. While thinking this, 2 hours passed quickly. Dongfang Yin, Chuangu, we have arrived. Okay, send me a location. Julong City, the main camp. Dragon Head, let me introduce you to these two. I met them in other places, consider them friends. Chen Yichuan lifted the curtain of the main camp, and his voice synchronized with the sound. Yu Zhanfeng raised his head upon hearing this. The young man pointed and introduced one by one. Dongfang Yin, Hao Zhao. I, on behalf of Julong City. Welcome both of you. I won't say any polite words. I'm here mainly to borrow a few people. Borrow people? Yu Zhanfeng really wanted to interrupt, thinking that Chen Yichuan was bringing people to use the job change sacred altar for double experience. How could such a good thing be missed? How many do you need? Tao Yi, Shang Tianxiang. This character is played by the #1 big shot flying blue sky. And that sharpshooter of yours, Tang Bei. You won't be reluctant to part with them, right? Wow, you really know how to pick. I only have a few high-level fighters, and you want to take 2 at once? Damn, with the sacred altar available, your manpower will only keep increasing. You really don't want to part with them? Who wouldn't he? Take them away. Hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Yu Zhanfeng immediately waved his hand. But there was one thing. All 3 of them are good hands in my Julong army. How you take them away, how you bring them back. Don't worry. In response to such a request, Chen Yichuan had no extra words to say. He could only promise to do his best. However, the people he wanted were not nameless individuals. They were all notable figures from his past life, and such people might have better survival abilities than him. All right, I want to say more. Everything will go smoothly. At this point, he suddenly seemed to realize something and asked Dongfang Yin and Hao Zhao. By the way, speaking of the altar, have you both chosen your professions? The altar is just empty right now. How about this? No. Chapter 71 People always remember some strange things. Hearing a twist of phrase from Yu Zhanfeng, Dongfang Yin was completely stunned, while Hao Zhao immediately caught the hint of profit, almost rushing to shake hands with the former. Dongfang Yin was confused because the phrase sounded like, have you eaten? Want to eat something while you're at it? That shouldn't be a full meal, right? As for Hao Zhao, it goes without saying, this guy had been harboring this idea even before reaching Julong City. The two had 2 different reactions. However, the latter caused Yu Zhanfeng to subtly furrow his brows. A person's subconscious reaction cannot be hidden, even if they can hold back their words. The slight expressions on their faces will betray them in an instant. Nevertheless, he nodded. Of course, it could be used at any time. Although Yu Zhanfeng specializes in occupying the high ground, stabilizing the previous Julong army and establishing the current Julong City, how could he be a fool? Chen Yichuan took the initiative to bring someone to introduce to him, even if he didn't explicitly state that intention. The usage rights of the holy altar should still be granted. It's just emotional intelligence, after all. Ultimately, the transfer to the holy altar was also brought by Chen Yichuan. Then I'll be rude and just take it. Where's the holy altar? Yu Zhanfeng smiled and then asked the soldier to take the 2 to the holy altar, while Chen Yichuan stayed in the camp waiting for Tao, Yi, and the others. Once the 2 walked far away, Yu Zhanfeng spoke again. Chen kid, where did you find this excellent friend? Chen Yichuan naturally knew he was referring to Hao Zhao and couldn't help but explain, I would really call him a friend. He just helped me out earlier. Keep that in mind. Yu Zhanfeng then understood. So this accidental encounter actually helped you repay a favor? Of course, he's a good person. Go away. Nonsense. While the two were joking, Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang, and Tang Bei arrived one after another. From last night until now, the three had completed their transfer tasks, and each became different professions. Tao Yi, needless to say, became a shield soldier. Sheng Tianxiang, however, could not escape the fate wheel of the previous life, and transferred to mage. Chen Yichuan still remembered that the owner of this name was a well-known alternative in the previous life at Longnan Bay City, magic swordsman. A man who became a mage, but loved wielding a sword. The last one, Tang Bei, was different from the warrior in his previous life. He transferred to ranged attacker, which was also why Chen Yichuan could point him out. After all, this is a different point, and he wanted to know what would happen to Tang Bei. Of course, this could also just be his sensitivity as a reborn person. Now that all three were present, and knowing about the double experience matters, I'm preparing to form a small team to go to the outer battlefield. Are you interested? With everyone gathered, Chen Yichuan didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I don't need to state my position. Brother Chuan, I'm following you. Tao Yi was the first to speak. Following closely, Sheng Tianxiang also said, I just transferred, and I indeed need a more complex environment to train. No problem. As for the last one, Tang Bei. Go. Chen Yichuan didn't react immediately. It turned out Tang Bei had this kind of personality. Don't mind him. This guy is just a taciturn fellow, but he is actually warm-hearted. You'll know more about it later. Yu Zhanfeng timely interjected to explain. This indeed surprised Chen Yichuan. However, it was very much in line with the rumored Tang Bei from the previous life, known as the Silent Sniper. Of course, he didn't play with ordinary sniping. It was said that he created his own heavy artillery sniper. That's right. Even though he was a warrior, he indeed had such a title in his previous life. Otherwise, Chen Yichuan wouldn't have been able to remember this name among countless players. Just like Sheng Tianxiang's magic swordsman, it was memorable due to its uniqueness. People always unconsciously remember some strange things. So, during their conversation, Dongfang Yinyin and Hao Zhao had also returned after receiving their transfer tasks, and surprisingly, they both became warriors. Upon hearing Chen Yichuan's upcoming plan, the two also expressed their willingness to follow. Dongfang Yinyin didn't need to say much. Since the Unknown Ruins #1, he had held a respect for Chen Yichuan, but later lost contact with him and ended up in the Liu family's expedition team. Hao Zhao's goal was more direct. He was nearly going crazy thinking about spending money. However, just as they were about to set off, this temporarily formed small team welcomed its last member, Shi Xiaoyu. Enemies, acquaintances meet, especially happily. Sister Little Fish. It's Xiaoyu, the elegant Xia. The female Yu, Gusu. It's Little Fish. Sister Little Fish. Forget it. Thus, the team heading to the outer battlefield was finalized at 7 members. Team leader Chen Yichuan, ranged attacker ranger, slingshot soldier and mage. Team members: Dongfang Yinyin, warrior undefined. Swordsman: Hao Zhao, warrior undefined. Swordsman: Tao Yi, shield soldier shield fighter, and also a fist fighter. Sheng Tianxiang, mage magic swordsman. Swordsman: Tang Bai, ranged attacker archer, sniper. Shi Xiaoyu, warrior assassin, rope dart soldier. The 7-member team was tentatively set to depart in the afternoon, with the destination being the outer battlefield downstream of the Yangtze River, Jiangdong Battlefield. That place was the area with the most exaggerated invasion of sea monsters. Due to a large number of sea monsters coming ashore, the monster population there was constantly changing, especially with amphibious monsters being abundant. Almost every day, news of new monsters would emerge. Of course, the opportunities there were also the most. However, danger and opportunity ultimately coexist. Jiangnan Settlement, South. Liu Family Mansion. You went to Jiangdong Battlefield? Yes. Liu Tianyuan clenched his fists upon hearing this. Chen Yichuan, I will definitely avenge the grudge against my grandson. What you have taken, the Liu family will also reclaim completely. Issue a bounty for me, 30 white longevity pills, to capture Chen Yichuan. If alive, the reward doubles. Head of the family, ISNT this too. Not much. Before Liu Tianyuan could speak, A somewhat indifferent, delicate voice suddenly came from the side of the house, and then a girl with a face full of freckles, not exceeding 1.6 meters in height, walked in through the open blackout glass door. Just 30, as long as it's done, don't say double. Triple is fine too. Upon hearing this, the person immediately fell silent, but Lu Tianyuan suddenly turned his head and asked, "Why are you here?" "It was boring, so I came out for some fresh air." "Where's my brother Lu?" Lu Tianyuan glanced over, but didn't say much, only saying, "You can't miss the double experience opportunity. I sent someone to take him to the South Sea battlefield." The freckled girl was taken aback. "What did you say? Why didn't you tell me? What if brother Lu gets hurt?" "Old man, can you afford to pay?" Lu Tianyuan forced himself to suppress his anger, only saying on the periphery, "Besides, with your good brother's band-aid, he won't die. I don't care. You bring brother Lu back." This, Chapter 72, Beyond the Safe Zone, the defense area of human civilization. The freckled-faced girl, disregarding Lu Tianyuan's difficulties, continued to press. "I don't care. You have to bring brother Lu back now. It's just grinding experience. There are so many devouring maggots. Can't we just summon a beast tide?" Hearing this, Lu Tianyuan was completely speechless. Devouring maggots. No matter how you put it, there's still resources. Things are everywhere. Why summon more? But faced with this young lady, he had no choice but to compromise. "All right, I will call him back." After that, he quickly changed the subject. "But you're willing to pay such a high price for Chinichuan? Grinding a few pills is nothing." The freckled-faced girl pouted. "I just didn't expect that guy could still be alive. He was clearly on his last breath. Why not just swallow it?" Lu Tianyuan felt a headache coming on. "You really are just grinding pills, but the materials are what my Lu family is looking for. Even if it's just a white longevity pill, the materials are still hard to find. The only consolation is that one batch of materials can produce more than one longevity pill. On this point, our interests are indeed aligned." "Who's aligned with you?" Fong Yining shot him a glare. "Hurry up and bring my brother Lu back." Lu Tianyuan. "Old man, why are you frowning?" "Itchy, just itchy." Jing family courtyard. Dozens of players surrounded the courtyard early at dawn, and at the forefront was a brown-haired man who looked to be only 27 or 28. By noon, it had been nearly 6 hours since the courtyard was surrounded. The players gathered here either smiled with interest or stared intently at the Jing family's women huddled in the corner out of fear, their eyes gleaming with undisguised meaning. At the main entrance of the courtyard, a man in his early 30s kept his gaze locked on the brown-haired man who was a few years younger than him. And when a fierce ray of sunlight shone into his eyes at noon, it seemed to instantly burn away his patience. "Jing Hua, how much longer do you plan to hold on? Jing Cheng is dead. The Jing family's 5 claws have perished. Your Jing family is no longer what it used to be. Don't you understand? My father just passed, and you rascals are already so rampant. Isn't that a bit too much?" The brown-haired man, however, showed no psychological burden at all, his face full of mockery. Jing Cheng guarded this riverside mountain range and gained a lot, yet he had to seek death by trying to seize what? The transmigration altar? Now look, he lost his life and his family. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Now it's time for this mountain to be under my Southeast Guild's control. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Budget Mountain Gate, and I might still consider letting you live." Jing Hua, however, completely did not believe him, only darkening his face. "Do you think I'm still in swaddling clothes? If I give you the Baja Mountain Gate, will my Jing family still have a way to live?" Sigh. Finally, waiting for Jing Hua to express his stance. "You Dongnian also lost the last bit of hope. Forget it if you won't give it. I'll have to find it myself." After saying that, he waved his hand. "Kill them all. Women can be played with, but leave their lives." Jing Hua glared at him with leopard-like eyes. "All members of the Jing family, follow me to resist the foreign enemies." The transmigration altar defense battle yesterday did not only result in losses for the Jing family. The launching pavilion and Fenghua platform that originally belonged to the Jing family also suffered considerable damage. This directly led to the two forces now having to merge into one to fight against the fierce beasts while resisting the encroachment of other forces. The other two pavilions, Naihai Tower and Suixiang Pavilion, also suffered varying degrees of losses, but compared to the first two attackers, they were somewhat better off. It can be said that this incident was equivalent to reshuffling the deck in the Jiangnan gathering place. Some lost, while others gained. And our instigator at this moment was leading a temporarily formed team, officially embarking on the journey to the out-of-bounds battlefield. Out-of-bounds battlefield, a place beyond human settlements. This is the concept of the out-of-bounds battlefield, but it is just a general definition. In reality, the entire Earth is currently divided into several major regions. The out-of-bounds battlefield is just one of them. The Earth, this server, originally had 71 of its area covered by oceans, now called BC Forbidden Zone. The remaining land and the boundary line between the BC Forbidden Zone and the land is called Landing Zone. Of the remaining 29 of land, originally about 16 was habitable by humans. But now, due to the fierce beasts, this area has sharply decreased to 5. 69. It is called the Safe Zone. Due to different local names, it is also called Paradise or Gathering Place. At least it hasn't been completely occupied by fierce beasts, allowing for survival. The area between the Safe Zone and the Landing Zone. The half closer to the Safe Zone is named the Buffer Zone, with a lower density of fierce beasts, while the half closer to the Landing Zone is the so-called out-of-bounds battlefield. The designated name is Cultural Defense Area. It is the defense area of human civilization beyond the Safe Zone. And the final remaining 13 is collectively called the Absolute Beast Domain, simply because those areas have never been suitable for human survival. After the devouring descended, the animals that originally lived in those areas naturally became stronger in the process of survival of the fittest. How strong? At least in the previous life, Chun Ichuan had never heard of anyone coming out alive after entering those areas. BC Forbidden Zone, Landing Zone, Cultural Defense Area, Buffer Zone, Safe Zone, Absolute Beast Domain. This is the current overview of the map of this server on Earth. East of the Great River, downstream. The 7-member team, led by Chun Ichuan, rode in a Wuling Shunche, charging out of the defensive zone of Jiulong City, completely ignoring the earlier buffer zone, and directly approaching the cultural defense area by the sea. It is one of the out-of-bounds battlefields, Jiangdong Battlefield, downstream of the Great River, at the estuary. It has become a place rarely visited by humans, occasionally hosting small-scale exploration teams, with very few crowds. Those small exploration teams are also the few people left in the out-of-bounds battlefield after the devouring descended and did not retreat in time to join the main force. Because they are few in number and small in target, they can better evade fierce beasts, and their survival rate is even higher. The 7-member team set off in the afternoon, and around 4 o'clock reached the edge of the Jiangdong battlefield following the remaining roads. It's not that they didn't continue further in. It's just, we're out of fuel. Be careful. Those beasts have already noticed us and are closing in. Sheng Tianxiang, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. After transitioning to mage, his mental attributes were somewhat enhanced, making his perception much sharper. Chun Ichuan was not surprised. This was not the dense forest in the buffer zone outside the Longxi defense zone, but a real out-of-bounds battlefield. What are you afraid of? They're all experienced treasures. Get out of the car. Right, let's take them down. Hao Zhao laughed heartily. He was still on his warrior transition task, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Chapter 73, Mastering a New Skill. Delayed Spirit Explosion. The ferocious beasts living in the outer battlefield are far more bloodthirsty and frenzied than those in the buffer zone. Their hunting grounds encompass not only humans, but also other ferocious beasts on their menu, and slaughter occurs every moment. For them, tender human flesh is a rare delicacy. On the Wuling Shinche, 7 people got out together. Chun Ichuan patted his hand and said, "Whose space ring still has room? Put the car away. This broken car is out of gas. What do you still want to do with it?" It was Shi Xiaoyu who spoke. Although she was puzzled, her body was very honest. With a slight wave of her hand, she put the car into her space ring. Her space ring is of the yellow grade, which is quite rare at this stage. Yellow grade space ring, a cubic space with a side length of 10 meters. The outer battlefield has everything, including gasoline. Chun Ichuan replied, "Unless you can accept walking completely on foot when we need to hurry later, otherwise we have to keep this car." While the two were talking, a small group of ferocious beasts had already crawled to the front of the team, just 10 meters away. "Be careful." Tang Bei raised his sniper rifle and said indifferently, It was a sword-toothed shark crocodile, a mutated hybrid species. Shang Tianxiang took out the big sword from his back, and a surge of spirit power was already flowing subtly. This guy has indeed embarked on the path of the demon swordsman. As for that surge of spirit power, it is a basic skill after transitioning to a mage, similar to Chun Ichuan's piercer. The mage is a spirit releaser, and the effect is also very simple. Regardless of what weapon is used, even if it is just fists, spirit power could be externalized as an attack method. To put it simply, it is like magic damage from a basic attack. Of course, the damage will have a certain increase. Don't be fooled by the fact that the effect is not as good as piercer, but the requirements for piercer are not low. Not everyone has the means to easily penetrate a target. Okay? Back to the point. The group of sword-toothed shark crocodiles targeting Chun Ichuan and his group numbered 13. Due to their camouflaged armor on their backs, they were hard to detect while crawling slowly. However, their characteristic low, prolonged sound of hulu contradicted this. Not enough to split. Let's see your speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Ichuan quickly shot out a beast-tooth bullet that accurately pierced through the rear of one sword-toothed shark crocodile skull, connecting to the spine. The fatal weak point. Defense broken. Minus 4,498. Penetrate. Minus 674. Kill. Experience 40. EXP 2. 3 lines of text popped up in succession, causing the group of sword-toothed shark crocodiles to become agitated. The death of their companion made them realize that this group of tender meat was not easy to deal with. Wow. Brother Chuan, you really caught them off guard. Huh? Dongfang Yinyin couldn't help but complain upon seeing this, and then disregarding everything else, she stepped forward with her sword, her lower limbs bulging with rugged muscle lines. In the next moment, she directly lunged out a Phantom. Phantom 3 Swords, Part 1. It wasn't that he was anxious, but while he was complaining, the rest of the team had already started killing. Don't look at the sword-toothed shark crocodile's armored scales. It is a power-type, ferocious beast. It has some defense, but it's not particularly high, and it corresponds to the warrior class transition task. Dongfang Yinyin has not completed her transition yet. Part 2. Part 3. After 3 swords, the tail of one sword-toothed shark crocodile was cut off, and the next moment the sword stabbed fiercely into its neck. Kill. Experience 36. EXP 2. The sword-toothed shark crocodile that Dongfang Yinyin killed was 1 level lower than her, so the experience value was reduced by 10, yielding only 18 points. Seeing this scene, Chun Ichuan chuckled. It's just a low-level beast at the edge of the battlefield. Killing it doesn't give much experience. Sleeve canon flamme explosion. Kill. Experience 80. Dongfang Yinyin. Damn, if the experience isn't much, then don't kill it, Brother Chuan. Leave it for me, okay? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Big Yinzi was dejected and didn't want to argue anymore. Not long after, all 13 crocodiles were killed, and everyone had a look of ease on their faces, except for Chun Ichuan, who was resting his chin on his hand. My damage is still not high enough. I need to get a skill. Skill? Tao, he asked from the side. How to get it? Simple. As soon as Chun Ichuan's voice fell, a premium yellow roulette appeared in his hand. Undoubtedly the reward given to him by the system for achieving the hidden achievement facilitator. The premium roulette produced by the system is of better quality than the normal dropped excellent items. There are 10 options, all positive. Are you going to draw? Shi Xiaoyu suddenly leaned over, her gaze instinctively glancing at the prizes on the roulette. You mean, all 10 are good? Tao, no way. Tang Bei, what are they? Hearing this, the others couldn't help but gather around. But even if all 10 are good, the chance of drawing the skills on them isn't high, right? Look at that proportion. It's less than 3, the smallest section. Shang Tianxiang pointed to a certain prize on the roulette and said. However, Hao Zhao waved his hand and said, hey, it's just 10 years of lifespan, and there are no trash rewards. It's good to have fun drawing. When he said this, he felt a little sour, but at this moment, the boy had already raised the roulette in his hand and shouted, draw in the face of impending doom and unpredictable human hearts, since good things have been brought out. They shouldn't be kept on oneself for too long. As the saying goes, a long night brings many dreams. In the next moment, a heavenly sound rang out. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Yellow Longevity Pill 1-2. Lord level Ferocious Beast Devouring Purple Python. Level 7, 3. Bone sculpting flower 3-4. Ver menos 1-7 static figurine 5. Spirit driving speed boots 1 pair 6. All attributes 50, 8 hours 7. Strength, speed 30, 12 hours 8. One existing skill level 1, randomly 1 9. Directly master a new skill corresponding to a profession 10. 10 barrels of gasoline, 1 ton barrel. Rewards from the roulette vary by level, and their value corresponds to the current stage. Among the 10 rewards, the one that offers the greatest improvement for Chinichuan is undoubtedly 6, but in the long run, it must be 9. So, there's no need to hesitate. 9. He responded in his heart. In the next moment, congratulations on winning. Master a new skill. Delayed Spirit Explosion. Delayed Spirit Explosion, attachment skill. You can add Delayed Spirit Explosion to arrows, crossbows, thrown objects, etc. as a means of long-range physical attack. Effect analysis. After adding Delayed Spirit Explosion, the ranged object will produce a Spirit Explosion within 1 to 3 seconds after hitting the target, causing 3 times the damage of the caster's power attribute. Skill consumption of Spirit Power. Each edition consumes 50 Spirit Power from the caster. Skill cooldown time. 7 seconds. As soon as the skill attribute panel appeared, the boy's mind once again. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Chapter 74. Indeed, one cannot always have good luck. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can choose an additional hidden reward from the following prizes. The smallest one must be the grand prize, right? Chun Ichuan quickly checked. 1. 10 pieces of yellow level dark attribute materials 2. Ancient Tang knife, sharp edge 3. 30 pieces bottle of satiety pill 4. All attributes 20, 3 days 5. Designate a skill to increase proficiency by 50 as soon as the 5 rewards appeared. Chun Ichuan immediately eliminated the first 3 options. The dark attribute materials are not useful at this stage. He is not skilled with the knife, and he does not need the satiety pills. 4 and 5. One of these 2 must be chosen. Before making a choice, Chun Ichuan waved his hand to open the proficiency of the skills he had mastered. Penetrator LV2, 11. 31. Domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, LV1, 57. 7. Delayed Spirit Blast, LV1, 0. 0. Increasing proficiency by 50 is only enough to raise domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder to LV2, which is not very beneficial. Right now, having the attributes for a short period is even better. I choose 4. Reward has been issued. 20 points of all attributes surged into his body, and Chun Ichuan immediately felt a sense of spiritual elevation. Not bad luck, I got it. Wow, did he really get it? Sheng Tianxiang next to him couldn't help but exclaim. Just a little bit. Are you kidding me? Of course not. As his voice fell, Chun Ichuan directly pulled out his slingshot and aimed at the corpse of the saber-toothed shark crocodile 10 meters away, using just an ordinary stone. Just as the others were curious about his actions, a pong explosion directly drew all eyes. Oh my, where did that? Boom, exploded. What the hell? An explosion inside. The boy retracted the slingshot in his hand and simply said, just a small skill, nothing to brag about. Everyone, hey, wait for me. Without caring about the reactions of others, Chun Ichuan took out a premium yellow roulette again, raised it to take a look. This one is also nice. It has a movement skill. This time, it was Hao Zhao's turn to be curious, but as soon as he leaned over to take a look, goodness, this area is less than 1. How could it be possible to draw it? How do you know if you don't try? What if I get lucky? Chun Ichuan replied with a smile, then raised the roulette and shouted, draw, please specify the prize you want. 1. 5,000 liters of 99 gasoline 2. 1 Lamborghini Supercar, Revuelto, 3. Choose 1 mastered skill to LV14. 999 pure gold watch 5. Movement skill, light chasing thunder shadow step 6. Purple space ring, 30 meters, 7. 15 pieces of white longevity pills 8. 5,000 experience points 9. Randomly increase the proficiency of 1 skill by 9510. Hidden, other dimensional made rem, 7 fragments. Among these 10 prizes, the one Chun Ichuan was most interested in was actually 10, because he had never heard of it. And it's a hidden prize? Although the Death Deal event has collapsed human civilization, it has only been a month, and the crystallization of human civilization has not yet been lost in the long river of history. Who is Rem? How could Chinichuan not know? That essay character from a virtual work. What would happen if he collected all the fragments? Could it be that 7-foot Rem fragments can summon little Rem? You, looking forward to it. Moreover, the area on the roulette is only about 0.3, which is the smallest piece, undoubtedly the grand prize. But I choose 5. Even though 5 is not the smallest grand prize, Chinichuan chose it, because it is the most beneficial. As for Rem, let us consider that after my abilities have completely risen, since the roulette has already appeared, it means there will definitely be more in the future. Congratulations on winning. Mastered new skill. Light Chasing Thunder Shadow Step. Light Chasing Thunder Shadow Step. Movement skill, footwork skill. Chase that light, leave only that shadow. Move with the light, swift as thunder. Effect analysis. You can exert all speed attributes and stack damage for the next attack, each time you move 1,000 meters with this movement skill. It can stack 50 thunder attribute damage for the next attack, doubles in a thunder environment. Thunder Shadow Instant Movement. Activate your own thunder spirit to communicate with the outside world. You can set up a thunder channel in advance for a one-time position teleportation, maximum distance of 300 meters, requiring a one-time consumption of 30 of spiritual power, no cooldown. Skill consumes spiritual power. Maintaining movement requires 3 points of spiritual power per second. Skill cooldown time, 75 seconds after. How is it? What did you draw? Seeing Chinichuan standing there in a daze for a few seconds, Hao Zhao quickly asked. Not bad luck, I got it. Hearing what the boy said, everyone's expressions seemed to say, can you be any calmer? That's the grand prize, the grand prize. In their view, the difference between option 5 at 1 and option 10 at 0.3 is actually not that big. Whether or not they can see the specific rewards above is irrelevant. They just can't draw it. All right, next piece. Wow, still drawing? The system gave me 3 pieces. Am I going to let them get moldy if I don't draw? Everyone was speechless, but they could understand. If it were them with 3 roulettes, they wouldn't be able to resist either. But let us be honest, can't you draw quietly? Must you show off publicly? Chinichuan chuckled. The first 2 roulettes, including the hidden rewards, gave him attack skills, movement skills, and temporary attributes. Next, the only thing that could enhance combat power was, please specify the prize you want. 1. Yunnan Baiyao Compound Dexamethasone Ointment 10 tubes 1 box 2. Kong Shuifu Old Phlegm Sauerkraut Beef Noodles 1 box 3. Level up by 1. 10. Purple Longevity Pill 1 piece. Unfortunately, they're ISNT, but Chinichuan was not discouraged after all. Not every roulette has good things, but he still chose to draw. Even though he didn't earn much, it definitely wouldn't be a loss. 10. The best reward is undoubtedly this Purple Longevity Pill. Congratulations on winning. Purple Longevity Pill 1 piece. Purple Longevity Pill, a flawless longevity pill produced by the roulette. Taking it can directly increase lifespan by 1,000 years. Level requirement 0. Crafting process, purple, flawless. Don't be fooled by the big number of 1,000 years. Think about it. In his previous life, Chinichuan had a lifespan of millions of years. This mere 1,000 years really doesn't make any waves in his heart. Indeed, one cannot always have good luck. Looking at the suddenly appearing purple longevity pill in Chinichuan's hand and hearing his words, everyone present fell silent one by one. Congratulations on winning the grand prize. Chapter 75, New Ability. Can I get more rewards by paying with my lifespan? Congratulations on winning the grand prize. You can choose 1 additional hidden reward from the following prizes. The purple longevity pill as the grand prize naturally triggers the hidden reward. 1. Inghun Jade Ring Huangzhong Accessory. Ring, used for archery, worn on the right thumb to hook the string. 2. Thunderbolt Shells 10-3. Strength 30, 7 days. 4. Yellow Longevity Pill Recipe 5. Secondary Profession Card Alchemist when the 5 rewards appear before him. Even Chinichuan was momentarily stunned. Compared to this, he would have preferred an uncomplicated 5-choice option. However, among these 5, 1, 2, and 5 are all great. 1's obviously equipment and currently the most useful for him, as it can directly enhance his combat power. 2 is a type of special ammunition infused with the power of natural thunder, and it's produced by the roulette. Special ammunition can be crafted, and the system will also have it, and it will be more powerful. 5 goes without saying. If considering the long term, it must be 5, as the identity of an alchemist is essential for him. Choosing one from 3, he didn't want to give up any of them. Damn, can't they be separated? Do they have to come as a set of 3? Chun Ichuan shouted in his heart. It's tormenting, so tormenting. At this point, because of his hesitation, the other members of the team thought he was feeling down and started to complain. No, this is a purple longevity pill. Purple. Hao Zhao had a posture that seemed ready to snatch it away. Brother Chuan, you're being a bit too much. It's not like that. You're not satisfied with a purple longevity pill. Cultivators need to practice until they can live for 1,000 years. Sai, Toyi, Shank, Tianxiang, and Tang Bei expressed their opinions in turn. Then, Shi Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. This wasn't the first time he'd been so showy. Better get used to it. I agree. Dongfang Yin chimed in foolishly. Chun Ichuan twitched his lips. You guys don't understand anything. Some things you will never understand. Just then, as the boys' complaints faded, you can pay 66 years of lifespan to choose 2 hidden rewards. Or pay 666 years of lifespan to choose 3 hidden rewards. There's such a thing. Hearing this, Chun Ichuan couldn't help but feel delighted. He had the ability to specify rewards, and as long as he had the capital, his lifespan would only increase. So paying with lifespan to get more rewards was pretty much the same as getting them for free. With this in mind, he directly swallowed the purple longevity pill in his hand. The others could only feel envious. Then, I pay 666 years of lifespan to choose rewards 1, 2, and 5. Rewards have been issued to the spatial storage equipment. It really cost a life, but it's quite humane. These 3 rewards are all physical rewards. If he could bring them all out, Chun Ichuan was confident he could store them in his spatial ring before others saw them. But there would always be some movement. Once leaked, it would be like a crime for having treasure. Among the 6 companions, he did not have absolute trust in any of them. Of course, this included Dongfang Yin. Although they were friends in a past life, who knows if sufficient benefits would bend him. Some things are better avoided. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Sensing the addition of 3 items in his spatial ring, Chun Ichuan quickly checked the details. Inghan Jade Ring Huangzhong, a jade ring sealing a wisp of heroic spirit, can be worn as a necklace or a finger ring. After wearing it, one can gain the blessing of the heroic spirit, receiving attribute bonuses. Heroic Spirit Blessing Arrow Piercing the Sky activates the heroic spirit, enhancing one's own physical attacks, increasing the force by 23. 3. Damage by 233, and adding a knockback effect. Knockback. Must knock back. Consumption and cooldown. Each activation of Heroic Spirit consumes 233 points of spiritual power and lasts for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 233 minutes for each activation. Thunderbolt Shells. Special ammunition, a one-time consumable, infused with the power of natural thunder. Can be used as crossbow bolts, arrow ammunition, or throwable items. Effect analysis. Upon hitting any target, the natural thunder energy contained will be instantly released, forming a temporary thunderstorm domain, with natural thunder automatically locking onto targets within the domain, causing massive thunder damage. Rated damage. This damage is the rated damage of natural thunder and is not affected by the caster's mental attributes. Level restriction. 10, or activated by spiritual power. Crafting process. Purple, flawless. Secondary profession card alchemist. Using this card, you can directly change your profession to that of an alchemist and gain related abilities. Level restriction. Level 0. Crafting process. Black, flawless. These 3 items, traded for 666 years of lifespan, are undoubtedly worth it. Even if one went for a normal lottery, consuming the same lifespan might not yield the same rewards. One word, worth it. Alright, let's continue. Although Chun Ichuan had put them through a tough time, the team quickly tidied up the battlefield and continued down the riverbank. Of course, they were traveling at the maximum speed of 10 meters per second. No matter how high the beast density in this outer battlefield was, it couldn't fill every area, as beasts also have territorial awareness. After traveling about 3 kilometers along the riverbank, a foul smell suddenly assaulted their noses. on the ground. Some severed limbs and broken arms were nauseating. In the team, Tang Bei bent down to take a look and said, "Still warm, just died not long ago." Hearing this, Chun Ichuan suddenly thought of something. Everyone spread out. Just as Chun Ichuan's voice fell, the ground beneath the seven began to shake and tremble, and just before everyone finally managed to escape, boom! Two sections of ground suddenly closed together like the jaws of a giant beast, causing a violent tremor that made the nearby beasts retreat hurriedly. Because that thing, Chun Ichuan, who had replaced his weapon with the Xianhai chanting gun, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn, is there really a ground jaw monster in the midstream? Thankfully, we ran fast. The others were still shaken, but the three from Julong City showed no surprise. Because this ground jaw monster was not uncommon in the Jiangdong battlefield. Just like a trap in the woods, it could catch you off guard if you weren't quick enough. Don't even talk about meat pie. You might end up as meat sauce, and everything that was smashed would become nutrients for this ground jaw monster. But ultimately, this thing was not just a type of fierce beast. It was controlled by another existence, manipulating the ground. Everyone, get back. Sima Dongshi, dare to scare me? Sleeve canon flamme explosion. Chapter 76. So handsome. Being handsome to the point of awe, the ground mouth monster is actually a general term players use for its attack method. In reality, it is a mutated lichen, which is a type of lichen that has absorbed spiritual energy, also known as spiritual plants. However, those classified as spiritual plants generally do not possess strong offensive capabilities. Their method of self-defense often involves attracting nearby, ferocious beasts to protect them. There are not many types that actively attack, and this ground mouth monster is one of the more common varieties in the Jiangdong region. Dense clusters of lichen spiritual plants grow a layer of protective coloration, blending into their environment, whether it be soil, ruins, or even a ground littered with beast bones. Their roots intertwine and become entangled about a foot underground, facilitating rapid reproduction of both male and female plants while simultaneously excavating the ground in the area. When someone or a ferocious beast passes by and they happen to need nutrients, these lichen spiritual plants can quickly channel their power into their roots, creating an instant elasticity that propels two sections of ground upwards. The two pieces of ground that are launched will snap shut like a massive mouth, crushing the prey into pulp and extracting the nutrients within. The entire attack from start to finish generally does not exceed 3 seconds, making its hit rate quite high, if it weren't for the slight tremor of the swollen roots being detected in advance. Even Chun Ichuan would have been caught off guard. Poof! Chun Ichuan commanded his frog to suddenly slam down a fireball explosion onto the ground, which almost instantaneously ignited the camouflage layer of the lichen spiritual plants, causing the fire to spread immediately. The speed was as swift as igniting oil flowing on the ground. The multitude of damage indicators was ready to drive those with a fear of dense crowds insane. Clearly, the number of lichen spiritual plants was extremely high. Wow! Shi Xiaoyu, who had never seen such a scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this? Just a bunch of weeds." Chun Ichuan looked indifferently at the scene before him, and as the flames began to diminish, he raised his hand again. Sleeve cannon, flame burst. Another one. This time, the lichen spiritual plants. The ground mouth monster could no longer remain still. The entire ground visibly bulged. In the central area, countless brown threads suddenly erupted. Be careful. That's its main root. Just take care of yourself, and try to keep your distance. Chun Ichuan certainly knew, but upon hearing Tao Yi's reminder, he still responded, feeling inexplicably touched. Regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned concern, at least it was care, right? Most spiritual plants do not move, and their attack methods consist of roots, stems, and leaves. This lichen obviously falls into that category. After the boy's command fell, he was the first to shoot out a regular pebble. When fighting ferocious beasts, caution is paramount, regardless of the method used. One must first establish a connection with the ferocious beast to obtain its attribute panel before proceeding with further strategies. This is the best approach. Pong! The pebble struck, and a chunk broke off the main root stem, with a damage indicator immediately popping up -830. Chun Ichuan's objective had naturally been achieved, but... Name, Mimetic Lichen rank. Elite, mutated, level. 11 vitality. 10,168 10998 strength. 31 mentality. 42 defense. 19 speed. 2 skills. Root dance, field deception, nutrient absorption, combat power. 579 over 10,000 in health. Still an elite mutated type. Difficult to deal with, but as long as I can kill this thing, the experience should be considerable. Chen Yichuan frowned slightly. Should I go for it? Why not? Hao Zhao was already rolling up his sleeves, and as soon as he finished speaking, he directly slashed at the lichen in front of him with his sword. However, the damage that popped up next was not from the elite mimetic lichen at all. Clearly, only attacking the main root can truly inflict damage on it. That won't work. Tao, he said upon seeing this. That's a mimetic lichen. Of course it won't work. Not only that, but it wouldn't take long before they could recover. In the Jiangdong battlefield, the difficulty of subduing the ground mouth monster is also the highest. Sheng Tianxiang added, unless you can use ranged methods to take out its main root. Hearing this, Hao Zhao instantly felt a bit discouraged. He was playing as a warrior, and not to mention that his class transfer quest hadn't been completed. Even if it were completed, he still lacked range attack methods. Did someone mention ranged methods? Chen Yichuan chuckled and raised his right hand. Boom! I haven't even fired yet. The damage indicator. -322. Fixed damage. -235. It was me. The voice came from Tang Bei. But the weapon he used. Wait, that's M99? BM99, a 12. 7mm caliber semi-automatic sniper rifle. Packs a powerful punch, has low recoil, and boasts high shooting accuracy. If full power rounds are used, even at a distance of a kilometer, it could take out the enemy's head. In today's context, even non-defense type, ferocious beasts below level 20 would find it hard to withstand. However, there's one point. Production capacity has stagnated, and using one round means one less bullet. The boss is really generous. I'm using steel balls, Tang Bei said expressionlessly, and the next moment, he pulled the trigger again. Boom. Fixed target, boring. Chen Yichuan's corner of the mouth twitched, but instinctively, he drew his bow and shot. Pong. Indeed. Others. Just you two can hit the main root in the middle, and yet you complain about the target not being good? Can you stand it? I can't stand it. This time, the one speaking was Sheng Tianxiang. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the handle of his great sword and fiercely dragged it across the ground, producing sparks while releasing a sword energy. Release spirit, demon sealing slash. -117. Others. Such a Chinibu move. U1S1, it didn't even get me mad. A series of operations as fierce as a tiger, and upon seeing the damage. Chen Yichuan. So handsome. I'm in awe. Sheng Tianxiang. Come on, you guys hit. Just when the others thought he was complaining, another voice came through. Anyway, I've already gained experience. The four who had yet to deal damage. All right, so that's how you want to play? Shi Xiaoyu said repeatedly, then grabbed the end of her grappling hook, spun her delicate body half a turn, and then threw it forcefully. Thud. -188. Dongfang Yin. Good job, little fish sister. You're just pretending, right? Tao Yi. Let us be real. This is a bit infuriating. Hao Zhao, damn. In a fit of rage, Hao Zhao picked up a rock and threw it. But unexpectedly, the main root of the mimetic lichen suddenly shook, deflecting Shi Xiaoyu's grappling hook tip. And a root struck the stone Hao Zhao threw, following the projectile's arc and hitting him. Snap. Chapter 77. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, a short separation feels better than a new marriage. La la la. When Hao Zhao crawled out from a pile of rubble, his face covered in dirt, his indignation was impossible to hide. Why me? Why'd I get picked? He was so furious that he even thought about charging in to battle the mimetic lichen main root for 300 rounds, but with his long sword in hand. He stopped halfway. He suddenly realized that the thing was now in a fully activated state, and it could crush him in less than a second. Charging in would be tantamount to delivering himself as a gift. Let us give you a break for now. All right, enough playing around. Let us get serious. Chen Yichuan took the initiative, originally just to obtain the attribute panel, but now that he had the data in hand, he could fight without holding back. The mimetic lichen had 3 skills: Root Whip, Wild Veil, and Ground Drain. Root Whip was clearly a physical root strike. Ground Drain was a healing skill common among spirit plants, but only Wild Vale left Chen Ichuan a bit uncertain. The number of spirit plants and life-eating was even greater than that of fierce beasts, even if he had been reborn. He couldn't possibly know them all and could only judge that it was likely a skill with a large area of effect. The specific effect would have to be forced out later. Next, delayed spirit explosion. The young man shouted, pulling back the bowstring. And a surge of spiritual power, like a thread shot into. Beast-tooth bullet. The speed of the mimetic lichen was only 2 points. But that referred to its movement speed. This guy wouldn't move at all. And with only 2 points of reaction speed, in Chen Ichuan's eyes, it was equivalent to 0. A single beast-tooth bullet, after applying delayed spear explosion, directly crashed into the root connecting the main root to the ground, leaving the mimetic lichen no time to dodge. Puff! The bullet penetrated, and the basic physical damage was dealt first, followed by the spirit explosion 1 second later. Minus 830. Minus 2,100. Delayed spirit explosion could deal 3 times the damage of the caster's strength attribute. Chen Ichuan's panel strength was 25 points, with a temporary boost of 20 points and an additional 15 points from the Thunder Sea Spirit Bow, totaling 70 points of strength. The base damage was thus 700, and 3 times that, 2,100. With over 10,000 health, it's not that hard to take down. Wow! Dongfang, Yin Yin exclaimed, Brother Chuan, is this your new skill? Just as the words left his mouth, there was no time for flattery, retreat. Tang Bei held his M99, firing a steel ball bullet that shot out, using the recoil to swiftly retreat over 10 meters until he stopped at a high point of rubble. The others were quick as well, soon pulling away. It turned out that after Chen Ichuan dealt nearly 3,000 points of damage to the mimetic lichen with a single delayed spear explosion, this immobile creature went into a frenzy of growth. It couldn't move, but it could grow. Given enough nutrients, it could cover the entire Earth in no time. Originally, the area was about 20 meters in diameter, but now it had grown to over 30. It sounded like it had only grown 10 meters, a 50 increase. But in terms of area, that was over double. The frantically growing branches of the mimetic lichen, after their roots penetrated the soil, quickly absorbed spiritual power to drive their roots deeper. Like a long-awaited rain after a drought, a short separation feels better than a new marriage. They all wanted to dig deeper. Chen Ichuan finally realized that this was probably the mimetic lichen's second skill, Wild Vale. Expanding the area was just the first step, and at this point, there was no retreat. Attack the ground. Stop this thing from rooting itself. Hurry. Good. The others responded in unison. Especially the 3 from Geelong City, after seeing this scene, quickly realized that if the mimetic lichen were allowed to grow and root indiscriminately, that mouth would become too big to handle. The moment Chen Ichuan shouted a reminder, he no longer held back, immediately taking out a ground rift lava bomb, fully drawing his bow and shooting it downwards. Minus 2073. A sea of fire erupted, and the instant damage from the explosion was 10 times Chen Ichuan's spiritual attribute. With his original 9 points, plus temporary attributes multiplied by 10, it amounted to 290 points. Unfortunately, the main attribute of the mimetic lichen was also spiritual, and its original 42 points seemed to have doubled under the influence of the skill Wild Vale, allowing it to withstand a significant amount of damage. Such a massive instant damage caused the mimetic lichen to completely focus its aggro on Chen Ichuan, and its dense roots lashed out like whips. No matter how fast the young man was, he couldn't avoid being hit. But before long, the lava flow from the ground rift lava bomb turned many of the roots to ashes, leaving them lifeless. The fire resistance of spirit plants, except for special cases, generally did not exceed 85. This burn was unavoidable. 330 was displayed repeatedly, with 7 or 8 lines popping up. This meant that under the burning state, 3 of health points were lost every second, and in addition, strength and speed were reduced by 50. Indeed, burning grass should be done with fire. Not far away, Tao raised a shield high, ready to smash down, but upon seeing this scene, he felt stuck in midair, thinking, I just feel like we're a bit unnecessary. The knife raised by Hao Zhao also stopped midway. his eyes glued to the lava flow erupting from the ground rift lava bomb. Whoa, wait, don't lie down yet. Julong City's nest isn't enough. We don't have any for ourselves. Sheng Tianxiang hurriedly shouted, stop. This was just basic practice. Sit. No, stand properly. Dongfang Yanyan. Stand properly? Brother Chuan, when did you learn this skill? I've known for a long time. Tang Bei's expression was unchanging. In fact, I wanted to ask when the fireball popped out of your sleeve earlier. The third one who had never seen the ground rift lava bomb, Shi Xiaoyu, followed up, what exactly are you? Chen Yichuan. I am not a thing. You are the thing. Your whole family is a thing. I am a human, Shi Xiaoyu retorted naturally, from the Suedi area over there. The lichen retracted. Now's our chance. Perhaps due to his sharp instincts as a sniper, Tang Bei was always the first to remind everyone of the current situation, and each time he spoke, the M99 in his hand would fire a steel ball. He was from the ranged attack profession, and after changing jobs, he also had a profession-exclusive skill called Bombardier. The fixed damage entries he previously dealt were brought by this exclusive skill. Some might wonder, shouldn't it be Piercer? No, Piercer is a unique skill of the Ranger, not of ranged attack. In short, a Ranger is a ranged attacker, but a ranged attacker is not necessarily a Ranger. Seeing the mimetic lichen retreating, Chun Yichuan naturally wouldn't allow it. This was a mutated elite monster. Worth a lot. Haha, wanna leave? Not so easy. Special bullet. Thunderlight, armor piercing. Chapter 78. The man bathed in lightning. Damage over 10,000. G. -15. The lightning penetrating bullet hit, and the silver current instantly pierced through like a spear. The damage caused by the mental attribute itself wasn't too high, but it had. Penetration, -1,649. Penetration damage. Once a level 2 penetrator causes a penetrating injury, regardless of how thick your health is, it directly takes away 15 of your health. Equal treatment. All beings are equal. After being injured again, the main root of the mimetic lichen had already dropped below 30, entering a critical kill threshold. The next moment it was seen that its stem, driven by a strong survival instinct, danced wildly, not only attacking Chen Yichuan, but also stimulating some ordinary mimetic lichens to grow rapidly. Wanting to block the attack like a wall. The speed was not slow, so it looked like a green wall visibly rising before one's eyes. Following that, the mimetic lichen used its third skill, Absorb Ground, with its thick stems bursting forth with fine threads, crazily burrowing into the ground. Meanwhile, its health was rapidly recovering. It was recovering 1,000 points per second, and in just 3 seconds, the 2 bullets fired by Chen Yichuan were rendered useless. This thing is a bit of a cheat. Shi Xiaoyu frowned. Having a lot of health was one thing, but recovering so quickly was another. Boom! A steel ball bullet suddenly passed through the green wall, but Tang Bei, who fired, shook his head slightly. It could penetrate, but the main root had hidden itself. It was like hitting nothing. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Tao Yi asked. Sigh. Chen Yichuan sighed. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but it seemed he had no choice but to show off now. Huh. Just as 2 sounds arose, Chen Yichuan suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder. A lightning domain with a radius of 3 meters suddenly unfolded with his soft shout, and the parts of the mimetic lichen at the edge of the domain were directly electrified into char. Let you see what it means to be the man bathed in lightning. As the words fell, the young man directly took out a silver spear and leisurely approached the growth area of the mimetic lichen. Whenever the edge of the domain touched the lichen, the lightning attacks came as expected. Occasionally, there would be lightning strikes crashing down, shattering the green wall formed by the lichen. Unfortunately, since most of the lichens were around levels 1 to 3, for Chen Yichuan, they were just sinking experience and, even doubled, it was only 6 to 18 points of experience, while he needed experience for 1,688 8,000 psi. These low-level monsters really don't give much experience. I'm not going to waste time with you. Light-chasing Thunder Shadow. As his soft shout fell, Chen Yichuan directly used the movement skill with Domain. Moon Lake Silver Thunder, but instead of moving in, he circled around. His speed was originally 9 points, but now with temporary attributes, his movement could reach a maximum speed of 29 points, which is 29 meters per second, equivalent to level 11 wind force. That is to say, a typhoon. As he circled, this speed, while not invisible, still stirred up gusts of wind and thunder. The cool breeze also made one feel a bit numb all over. Is this the Flash? The sudden scene left everyone else present in shock, as this speed was somewhat outrageous. In the early stages of Life Devourer, movement skills were originally scarce, and being able to exceed a speed of 10 was as rare as shooting stars. Anyone would be dumbfounded by Chun Ichuan's operation. During this time, the young man had circled countless times around the mimetic lichen territory, stacking the lightning damage to the 5th layer. Just then, he suddenly jumped high with his movement skill and landed before leaping into the air again. Delayed spirit explosion. Triple lightning penetrating bullet. In an instant, a lightning penetrating bullet, mixed with silver-white current, shot down explosively the moment the young man leaped over the green wall. The delayed spirit explosion could stack up to 3 layers, which was an idea he had come up with on the spot. This was because of the explanation for skill consuming spirit power. Each additional layer consumes 50 spirit power from the caster. It was each additional layer, not deducting once per casting. So Chun Ichuan thought, can he add several layers to increase the power of the delayed spirit explosion? The fact proved it could be done. As for why it was only triple, the reason was simple. He couldn't hold on anymore. After stacking to the 3rd layer, he felt that if he stacked the bullet one more time, it would definitely explode in his hand. That would be counterproductive. The triple delayed spirit explosion, combined with the 5 layers of lightning damage in the lightning environment domain, Moon Lake Silver Thunder, plus penetration damage. This shot would surely be earth-shattering. There were many elaborations, but in reality, from the moment it burst to the moment it hit, it was just a fleeting instant. The next moment, -22, -830. This was just the first wave of damage in an instant, with the upper being mental and the lower being physical, the basic damage of the bullet hit. Due to the mimetic lichen's slightly higher mental attribute, the first damage wasn't very high, but a bolt of lightning exploded from the point where the bullet hit, like ripened wheat in autumn, and in an instant, it penetrated through the main root of the mimetic lichen, stacking 5 layers of lightning damage. The explosive damage of the triple delayed spirit explosion and the penetration damage of the lightning penetrating bullet. 3 damages erupted at the same time. -2,768. Lightning explosive power damage. -4,982. Triple delayed spirit explosion damage. Penetration. -1,650. In total, the damage had already exceeded 10,000. The absorbed ground of the mimetic lichen did not fully restore its health, so this shot caused a kill. Experience 4,400. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 9. Free attribute points, 5. At this moment, not only Chun Ichuan, but also others who had dealt damage to the main root of the mimetic lichen received a portion of the experience. However, since they did not achieve the kill, the experience they received was only about 1/10 of Chun Ichuan's. Of course, the focus was not on experience, but on, wow, Brother Chuan, he looked up, watching Chun Ichuan land hurriedly, and then looked at the gradually withering mimetic lichen, unable to help but be stunned. Did he really kill it? Although he did not receive experience, he had seen the scene of the mimetic lichen dying before. Experience was awarded. It couldn't be fake. Sheng Tianxiang also had an expression of surprise that couldn't be wiped away. That was a mutated elite, not an ordinary beast. Tang Bei pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "One day, I will also be able to shoot and kill an elite beast with one shot. There will be such a day." Shi Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, her high ponytail swaying like a tuft of hair, one hand hugging her chest, the other supporting her face. Well, very strong and also very cool. Chapter 79. The curtain falls on the Jing family, exiting the stage. This. Dongfang Yinyan and Hao Zhao both looked bewildered, even more so than the other 4. They were even less familiar with Chun Ichuan's methods. Among the two, Dongfang Yinyan at least knew a little, while Hao Zhao was completely clueless. Time to wrap up. With a somewhat smug tone, Chun Ichuan's voice snapped the two back to reality. "Wow, Brother Chuan, you're already this strong?" Dongfang Yinyan, in his usual silly manner, immediately asked, "How did you do it?" "I want to take down an elite monster with one sword too." Previously, Chen Yichuan had shocked them by killing a ferocious beast with a slingshot. And now he had directly upgraded to being worshipped. "It's just leveling up. I got this strong by practicing." Faced with this question, Chen Yichuan simply made up an answer. What else could he say? "I'm using hacks." Huh. Dongfang Yinyan obviously didn't believe him, but without further explanation from Chen Yichuan, he couldn't probe deeper and could only stand there, wanting to say something but stopping short. The three from Jilong City didn't find anything wrong. After all, during the first few days when Chen Yichuan arrived in Jilong City, he had already shocked them enough. Even if he killed a lord with a slingshot now, they would be surprised. A man who could create magma lightning poison bombs, what couldn't he do? Stop dawdling, let's dismember it and move on. There is still plenty of time for double experience. As Chen Yichuan spoke, he walked to the main route of the mimicry lichen, and with a sudden flick of the Xiankai longing spear, a green pearl was revealed in the middle of the main route. Without a doubt, that was a spirit pearl that could only be produced by mutated ferocious beasts. If the conditions weren't met, even killing a lord wouldn't yield one. But if they were met, even an ordinary ferocious beast could produce it. Besides the spirit pearl, the remaining materials were also good, including a yellow roulette with 3 options on the front, reaching the medium grade level. Chen Yichuan wasn't selfish, but since he had contributed the most effort, the roulette naturally belonged to him, and the other materials were distributed among everyone. Even the 3 who contributed almost nothing got a share, albeit a small one. Let us go, continue forward. Not long after Chen Yichuan and the others left, about 300 to 400 meters away from their location, a group of men cautiously revealed their heads. "Boss," confirmed. "He is the one who has been moving for 300 years. A yellow-haired man with a pompadour said excitedly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the man he referred to as boss scolded him. "Nonsense. Those 30 white longevity pills are at most excellent, randomly adding lifespan. If luck is bad, it might only be 30 years. Isn't that a bit too unlucky?" The pompadour yellow-haired man thought his boss was being overly pessimistic. Randomly adding 1 to 9 years. How could every pill be the lowest 1 year? Whether it's unlucky or not has nothing to do with us. Mei Tianfu said indifferently. "In the end, we're just here to scout the path. Report the information to the Southeast Association. At least they provide us with something ready-made. Also, even if you want to go solo, consider your capabilities, okay?" He was naturally referring to the earlier scene where Chen Yichuan instantly killed the mimicry lichen. Hearing this, the pompadour yellow-haired man shivered all over and finally gave up. All right. In the Jing family's villa, a battle of offense and defense had ended several hours ago. The Jing family plaque at the entrance had been knocked down and smashed to pieces. Once flourishing in the past as the Tiger of South China, the Jing family had early exited the stage in this life due to Chen Yichuan's influence. Of course, it was merely a tumor of the new order, and exiting was just exiting. In the main hall of the villa, Yu Dongnan rested his chin on his hand, listening to his subordinate's report. Understood. After roughly grasping the situation, Yu Dongnan waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave for the time being. Then, he glanced sideways at the distant sky and said, "Sir, you've heard the situation clearly. How do you want us to proceed?" After a while, the side door of the main hall was suddenly kicked open. "What kind of surveillance is this? I can't even hear anything." Yu Dongnan twitched his mouth and coughed. Perhaps the microphone wasn't installed? Let me repeat. The man who suddenly burst in was around 50 years old, with a neat crew cut and streaks of silver hair, looking somewhat pretentious. Hearing Yu Dongnan's words, the man straightened his face and nodded. Next, the former summarized the key points of what had just happened. After a while, sending people to their deaths. Yu Dongnan was momentarily stunned. "Sir, what did you say?" Just when he almost thought that was really the meaning, the middle-aged man finally added. "The chairman said that the magnetic field on that guy is a bit strange. Your people will temporarily have a hard time dealing with him. It's no different from sending them to their deaths. Then, it's best if they don't die, but we must hinder him for now. Once we find out the reason inside, we could take further action. But that's not." Yu Dongnan's next words were left unspoken, but the middle-aged man could understand. "As cannon fodder? I didn't mean that. All right, it's not something too deep to hide, and I'm not an idiot. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Aren't there's still some people who originally belonged to the Jing family left? Just let them go. Upon hearing this, Yu Dongnan wanted to say something but stopped himself, eventually nodding. Understood. Although they were originally from the Jing family, how could he be willing? The purpose of assimilating the Jing family and incorporating their manpower was to strengthen the Southeast Association, not to gather more cannon fodder. After all, formal players are ultimately a scarce resource nowadays. There's nothing to complain about. The Sacred Beast Association will grant you everything. 1,000 years, 10,000 years of lifespan is simple. Contributing more makes it possible to reach 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years without issue. Yu Dongnan had no expression on his face, but inside he was already twitching. Is this just pie in the sky? He chose to rely on this so-called Sacred Beast Association only because of certain interests, and also because what it offered was indeed beneficial for gaining people's hearts. In today's world, the value of interests and people's hearts far exceeds anything else. Interests can enhance strength, while people's hearts can consolidate strength. Yes, Yu Dongnan responded, then called his subordinates. You gather a few brothers and head to the Jiangdong battlefield together. Kill that 300-year-old? Yes. Yu Dongnan pondered for a while before nodding, then waved his hand to dismiss the people. In his heart, he also marked a cross on this Sacred Beast Association. Conclusion: not a good thing. Chapter 80. You really say everything directly. As the sun set, the sky turned an eerie orange-red. In the central part of the Jiangdong battlefield, after defeating the mutated elite-level mimicking lichen, Chun Yichuan and his team ventured about 50 miles deeper into the battlefield. Although there were battles along the way, they were no longer as perilous. The deeper they went, the more elite-level fierce beasts they encountered, which meant one fact: there were lord-level fierce beasts nearby. Since the arrival of Devourer, people had figured out some of the obvious rules, including the hierarchy of fierce beasts. First, fierce beasts are born from the ordinary level, gradually advancing to elite, and then to lord. Only with a sufficient number of ordinary-level beast groups can elite-level beasts be born. Similarly, only with a sufficient number of elite-level beasts can lord-level beasts emerge. However, there's a variable in this process, known as mutation. The conditions for mutation are not absolute, but one prerequisite is certain: a high concentration of spiritual energy. Without enough energy, how can fierce beasts mutate? As a number of nearby elite-level fierce beasts increased, Chun Yichuan instinctively slowed his pace, eventually choosing to set up camp in a thicket about 5 kilometers from the river. Let us rest here tonight. Although everyone had their levels, they were still far from the stage of fasting and concentrating their spirit. They would still get hungry and tired, needing food and rest. Afterward, the eerie orange-red was replaced by a deep blue, and the flames around the tents were extinguished. After all, lighting a fire in the wild is like announcing to the fierce beasts, "Come quick, there's fresh tender meat here." Beasts fear fire? That was a thing of the past. Let us take turns keeping watch. I'll go first. Tang Bei hammered the last nail into the ground, then found a slightly higher spot, closed his eyes with the M99 sniper rifle in his hands to rest. Among the 7, perhaps only Chun Yichuan had a higher mental power than him, and his perception range was naturally the widest. During the quiet of night, a certain amount of mental power could make keeping watch much more efficient. Okay, I'll take over after you. Tao nodded and then took over the night watch for a while, perhaps due to their background as soldiers of the 9 Dragons army before the apocalypse. The 3 had already gotten used to assigning night watch duties. The other members didn't hesitate either and quickly crawled into the tents to sleep. There was no separation of genders. In this world, there wouldn't be any operations like removing makeup or taking a shower in the wild. So no one could complain about the blood smell on each other. Dividing tents would also affect the response speed in case of emergencies. Shi Xiaoyu knew this too. Inside the tent, she wrapped herself in a sleeping bag and directly squeezed herself next to Chun Yichuan, leaving only a width of 30 centimeters. But she still forced her way in. What is so soft? Her chest. You really say everything directly. A bit small. Shi Xiaoyu. Tao, he took a deep breath and turned to lie on his side, facing away from Chun Yichuan, saying, "I'm air. Shen Jiangshan, em gras." Hao Zhao blinked. "Then I'm a tree?" Dongfang Yinyin concluded. No, what are you all talking about? I don't understand anything. Can someone explain? Tao Sheng. And how? You must be a bit slow. Chen Yichuan. You guys are really asking for it, right? Just because today is Qixi. You can't assume all male-female pairings are couples or spouses, right? It could also be your 7th uncle's daughter's cousin's little son and your 7th aunt's son's cousin's big wife. Really? Am I ugly? As Chen Yichuan finished speaking, Shi Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Not ugly, the boy instinctively replied. Just a bit fishy. There's blood. How can not be fishy? Just as Chen Yichuan was about to say something, his brow suddenly furrowed. Air, grass, trees, and that silly one. Fierce beasts are coming. Tao, he immediately got up and walked out of the tent. Damn it, fierce beasts are affecting my brother Chuan's work? I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What if my brother doesn't get up in the future? Hao Zhao followed him out, Tang Bei. What kind of beast is it? Magic Sound Mouse, a large group. Tang Bei jumped down from the tree, pulling the bolt on his M99, automatically taking position behind Tao, back to back. Soon, the other 4 also crawled out of the tent. Chen Yichuan took out a slingshot and aimed in one direction. Careful, there's a big one. Brother Chuan, you can actually finish it first. Stop talking nonsense. That big guy might be Lord level. Don't let your guard down. Stay close together. Don't go to open spaces. Fierce beasts like the magic sound mouse rely on quantity over quality in their population. There aren't many elite level, let alone Lord level. This means something is off. Hearing Chen Yichuan's words, Tao, he also put away his expression, gripping his steel shield tightly, while his other hand held a wide-bladed short knife about 2 feet long. The shield warrior isn't just for defense. Counterattack is the mainstream. They're coming. Suddenly, Tang Bei's voice came from Chen Yichuan's side. The next moment, a deafening sound wave rushed in. The sound was like the overwhelming roar of a plane taking off, making one feel their head spinning and even their vision blurred slightly. Clearly, the magic sound mice hadn't arrived yet, but the attack had already reached. At this moment, Tao Yi, Sheng Tianxiang, braving the magic sound, suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this shout, Tao Yi seemed to instantly understand the former's intent, and he slammed his steel shield into the ground, shouting, Guardian. Guardian, LV1. A special skill for the shield warrior. You can condense spiritual energy to set up a guardian field. During this period, your defense value increases by 300, consuming 1 of spiritual energy per second. Selfless Guardian. When your vitality reaches 35, you can activate this skill to attract all attacks within a radius of 3 meters to yourself. Spiritual energy cost, 100 points. Skill cooldown, 12 minutes after Guardian is lifted. Selfless Guardian has no cooldown. Selfless Guardian. As soon as Tao Yi shouted this, everyone felt their ears clear. But the former's mouth and nose suddenly burst with blood. But Sheng Tianxiang wasn't slow either. In an instant, he inserted a thick incense stick about the width of a finger in front of the squad and lit it. The next moment, a shallow dark shield suddenly opened up. And Tao Yi hurriedly canceled the selfless Guardian, wiping away the blood from his mouth and nose. Damn, Angel, your reaction was 0. 3 seconds slower than last time. You almost blew me up. Angel, the nickname Sheng Tianxiang had in the 9 Dragons army. Chapter 81. Sleeve Cannon Gatling Mode. If you call me Angel again, do you believe I'll slow down by another 0? 2 seconds next time? I wrote it wrong in the last chapter. It's a nickname, not a code name. It's been corrected QAQ, damn. Brother Xiang, Dad Xiang, is it wrong? Tao Yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This kind of cooperation between the two had already happened 3 times since entering the Jiangdong battlefield. In simple terms, Tao Yi dealt damage while Sheng Tianxiang used Ink Color Guardian to create a shield. Ink Color Guardian, specially made incense, a one-time consumable, defense-type incense. When ignited, will create a circular shield with a radius of 5 meters centered on the incense. Effect analysis. Shield health is 30,000 points. An outputting spiritual power from within the shield can restore its health. If the shield is broken, it will inflict 1,000 fixed damage to all individuals within 1 meter of the edge. Level restriction, 7 to 15 levels. Crafting quality, yellow, excellent. The crafting quality of an item depends on the material basis and the creator. Even the roughest craftsmanship won't lower the quality of the base materials. From the excellent quality, it's clear that this thing was undoubtedly made by Chen Yichuan. It's also in the roulette, but if it came from the roulette, how could it be excellent? As soon as the shallow ink color shield appeared, the surrounding sound waves immediately quieted down, but the shield's health was continuously decreasing, losing about 50 points per second. Calculating like this, it can only last for a maximum of 10 minutes? How big of a rat swarm is this? Shang Tianxiang pressed his hand on the shield, frowning slightly. After this operation, the magic sound rat swarm had already appeared in front of everyone. What's there to fear? The ink color guardian is enough. Chen Yichuan took a step forward and said, "The urgent task is to find the biggest one. If we don't kill it, this rat swarm won't disperse." The base-level magic sound rats that make up the rat tide are unlikely to be high-level, and they might not even have levels. At that level, they can't be killed endlessly. How many rats can there be in a single rat tide? No one has counted because it's simply impossible to count. 100,000? No, 1,000,000, even tens of millions is possible. After the mutation into the ferocious beast magic sound rat, their reproductive ability has been significantly enhanced. Indeed, this magic sound rat is the brown rat that once infested every corner of the earth. The kind of rat that everyone has at least one or two in their homes. Before the apocalypse, pests, rats, and insects, after the arrival of Devour Life, have only become worse. How to find them? It was Tang Bei who spoke. If he could see, he wouldn't be so passive. The M99 is powerful, and the steel balls he fires combined with the Bombardier skill add-on also deal decent damage. But facing a swarm of ferocious beasts and not being able to find the leader, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Simple. This time it was Chen Yichuan who spoke. Just hurt them, and the biggest one will come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. "Hey, are we starting?" Tao, he wiped the bloodstains from his face, and the emotion in his eyes turned to admiration. The next moment, Sleeve Canon Flamme Explosion, a fireball with a radius of nearly 1.5 meters was blasted out as Chen Yichuan waved his hand, creating a gap in the magic sound rat swarm. However, this gap was quickly filled by the subsequent surge of magic sound rats. The situation did not change because of this single fireball. It seems we need to put in more effort, Ribbit. The boy communicated with the frog in his sleeve in his mind, and the latter immediately responded, "I've been ready." Hearing this, Chen Yichuan smirked and said, "Tianxiang, keep charging the shield. I need to give this group of big rats some strong medicine." "All right." Immediately, the boy raised his right hand in a very dramatic gesture, mimicking pulling the trigger motion, leaving Tang Bei, who was actually holding a gun, stunned. Sleeve cannon Gatling mode. Suddenly, the lightning on his right foot surged, jumping 5 meters high, while his left foot released another bolt of lightning straight down to the ground, using that downward force to hover in the air. Undoubtedly, this was the light shadow step, just used differently. Most skills in Devour Life don't specify how to use them. Once mastered, it doesn't matter how you choose to use them. Then, Chen Yichuan raised his hand downward. Flamme Explosion. A massive fireball crashed down. Chain water bombs. Boon, boon, boon. One water bomb after another struck fiercely around the edge of the shallow ink-color shield. And finally, water giant cannon. Boon. Sand rain descends. Sandstorm Burial Sleeve Cannon Edition. The dust burial scattered from the fan sector, due to its descent from above, covered a much larger area than if thrown forward from the ground. These sands also deal damage, and for some unlevel magic sound rats, it's enough to kill them instantly. Then, wind pressure cannon. A wind cannon hit the ground, followed by a shockwave that blew away hundreds of magic sound rats. The scene far more exaggerated than if launched from the ground. Electromagnetic thunderstorm. As the sound fell, a chain of lightning surged from the boy's sleeve, which he then pulled, wrapping around the shallow ink-color shield. Spinning burst. This skill undoubtedly came from the frog's previously unseen skill, swaying lightning. But that doesn't mean Chen Yichuan didn't practice it specifically. Swaying lightning, LV1, condenses lightning elemental energy to generate a lightning chain with an infinite straight-line distance. The lightning chain can drag and pull, causing damage to individuals swept by the chain. Effect analysis. The effective attack range of the lightning chain is 15 meters. and the attack damage is 4. 5 times the caster's mental attribute. The length beyond 15 meters can only cause a brief paralysis effect. Skill mana cost, 30 points per second. Skill cooldown time, 12 seconds after release. Although it could be used continuously, Chen Yichuan didn't do so. After just one rotation, he switched to another technique. Ice Spike Fall. The boy swung his right hand diagonally, and an ice spike fell into the magic sound rat swarm, sending a wave of magic sound rats flying and freezing the nearby individuals into ice sculptures. Ice Spike Fall. Derived from the frog's ice attribute basic skill, Ice Spike Drop. Ice Spike Drop, LV1, communicates with the water elemental energy in the world and lowers its temperature to generate an ice spike, then drops it forward. Effect analysis. The struck individual will take explosion damage from the ice spike, which is 3 times the caster's mental attribute. The explosion will create an ice attribute shockwave with a radius of 3 meters. And individuals affected by the shockwave will take half of the explosion damage and enter a frozen state for 5 seconds. Frozen, unable to act. Defense decreases by 15 after release. Skill mana cost, 285 points. Skill cooldown time, 11. 6 seconds. Wow, is this for real? Sheng Tianxiang, who was continuously charging the Ink Color Guardian, was directly stunned. Why don't you become a mage? Chapter 82. Brother Chuan, do you still need a thigh pendant? Hee, it's not over yet. As Chen Yichuan finished speaking in midair, he once again spread his fingers into a palm. Fire explosion. Fog day. Is the cooldown over? Brothers, it's time to start mourning for the magic sound mouse swarm. I feel like Brother Chuan won't stop. Tao, he was beside him, smirking while looking full of admiration. Although this wasn't a special bullet, it didn't affect his admiration at all. But did the situation on site really need him to comment? Chen Yichuan maintained his footing in the air with a bolt of lightning underfoot. Every time he raised his hand, a skill was unleashed. Perhaps it wasn't as exaggerated as a Gatling gun's da-da-da-da, but in terms of fire rate, this was definitely fast in terms of skills. By utilizing the different cooldown times of each skill and alternating their use, every skill would finish cooling down just in time to connect with the next one. The replenishment speed of the magic sound mice swarm gradually couldn't keep up with his killing speed. This was truly a case of one person holding up an entire swarm of mice. My God, what a beast! Sheng Tianxiang sighed while pressing his shield, suddenly feeling that his mage was basically a joke, right? He couldn't even compete with a ranger. Although he knew Chen Yichuan was outrageous, it was only at this moment that he truly realized what outrageous meant. Hearing this, Hao Zhao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If that's the case, then we people are even worse than beasts, right? However, while the two were talking, Chen Yichuan in midair suddenly stopped the lightning beneath him and plummeted down. Get ready, everyone, brace yourselves. Upon hearing this, Tao immediately grabbed his steel shield, thinking about migrating to Anhui province. His body might not be possible, but I can consider helping with my head. Just as the words left his mouth. Do you want to see how big a guy really is first? Tang Bei put down his sniper rifle, his face somewhat excited, and, at that moment, he grabbed a new magazine and topped it up with a click sound. Chen Yichuan smiled upon seeing this. Didn't you say you wanted to collect it? This new magazine is equipped for the M99, but the ammunition inside originated from Chen Yichuan's hands. The team had killed quite a few fierce beasts on their way here, passing through several safe zones. And Chen Yichuan used those gaps to replenish the special ammo he had consumed and concocted some new toys. Among them was the previous Ink Guardian. I've decided to follow you with Mao Tao. From now on, you're my ammo depot. Mao Tao, Tao Yi's code name. You're really not being polite. Chen Yichuan laughed and scolded. But it doesn't matter, it's just a casual thing. Tang Bei's words didn't make Chen Yichuan particularly happy. But if this could earn him someone's loyalty, that wouldn't be bad, provided it was genuine loyalty. His trust level for anyone right now wouldn't be full. Even for Dongfang Yinyan, it was the same. In his past life, he didn't trust others too much due to his relationship with the Liu family and the backstabbing sister, having the ability of an alchemist, but not recruiting followers. As a result, he was later trapped to death by the Liu family's gathered personnel. In this life, he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Here it comes. With this thought, Tang Bei suddenly shouted, Tianxiang, Withdraw your spiritual energy output. The rest is the Lord's tug of war. If we can't kill that big one, all the effort tonight will be for nothing. Okay. Sheng Tianxiang responded and also lowered his palm. In fact, even if Chun Yichuan didn't say it, his remaining spiritual energy wouldn't last much longer. He then tossed a pill to recover spiritual energy into his mouth. Heavenly Soul Raimi's extract, an essence liquid made from the essence of Heavenly Soul Raimi, which can restore 30 of spiritual energy per second for 3 seconds after consumption. Level restriction, usable below level 10. Crafting quality, yellow, excellent. Undoubtedly, this was also Chun Yichuan's masterpiece. The cool medicine entered his stomach, and Sheng Tianxiang's nearly empty blue bar instantly overflowed. The recovery of spiritual energy even restored his mental state a bit. Even the fatigue of the day disappeared. Spiritual energy was originally related to spirit, and the recovery of spiritual energy naturally equated to the recovery of spirit, and vice versa. Refreshing. So, Brother Chuan, do you still need a thigh pendant? Chun Yichuan laughed. The thighs are just about full. There's still room on the calves. You coming or not? Coming. Definitely coming. As they spoke, Tang Bei suddenly pulled the trigger, and the M99's muzzle suddenly released a blazing flame. Even the barrel turned slightly red. However, after all, it was a product of postmodern technology, so it wouldn't completely melt. In the next moment, the pitch-black night was also ignited with blazing red. Whoa! Tang Bei was surprised by his own shot. This felt like shooting out a stream of lava. Brother Chuan, you will be my god from now on. Ha ha! The usually taciturn Tang Bei was so excited by this scene that he forgot to act cool. His shot of lava also hit the target, the magic sound mouse king. There was no doubt that this was concocted by Chun Yichuan. The materials were the same as the Earth Split lava bomb, only it was the liquid version. And the container was naturally the shell of an M99 specific bullet. Normally, it couldn't be loaded, but after going through the Qingyan blazing furnace, it was maintained in a special stable state, and only when the shell was subjected to violent collision would it explode completely within a few seconds. This moment was just right for a sniper rifle to fire. Chun Yichuan smiled for a moment, but quickly reminded, don't get too excited. The magic sound mouse king is coming. Really? One peanut can't fill it, right? After saying that, Tang Bei fired the M99 again, but this time, the lava exploded among the mouse swarm, leaving an irregular area with a length of 2 to 3 meters on the edges. This was the defect after being made into a bullet. It might explode before hitting the target. After all, it was a temporary production. How could it be perfect? Tang Bei's gaze sharpened, resting his chin on his hand, pondering something. In comparison, your peanut is small. Let me feed you a big one. As he spoke, the slingshot in Chun Yichuan's hand also snapped, and due to the excellent materials, the lethality of this slingshot was not inferior to that of the M99. At short distances, the initial speed of the explosive shot was already approaching. Boom! The familiar explosive sound burst in everyone's ears, and the next moment, a magma ground several times more intense than Tang Bei's suddenly formed. And this shot of Earth Split lava bomb also struck the magic Sound Mouse King's chest. Minus 6,430. Burn. Burn. Minus 596. The instant damage of this bullet was 10 times Chun Yichuan's spiritual attribute. Of course, it couldn't last the entire time, only at the moment of the explosion, and only if it hit the center. But that was already enough to be outrageous. Brother Chuan, you call this a peanut? More like roasted chestnuts. Chapter 83. Just say whether it has a leader or not. There's no time for you to be shocked. This big rat still has over 10,000 health left. Everyone, let us go. Hearing this, the group quickly nodded. The health deducted from a magic sound rat king, due to the burn status, can also be used to estimate its remaining health. Burn reduces 3 of health per second. Strength and speed are weakened to 50. I've put the attribute panel in the team frequency. The one who spoke was Tang Bei. He was the one who brought down the Magic Sound Rat King's health, so he certainly has the panel. Name, Magic Sound Rat King rank, Lord level, 12 health, 12, 743-19, 887 foot strength, 57 spirit, 69 defense, 41 speed, 19 skills, Rat Swarm Commander, Magic Sound Blast Combat Power, 1128. Hee hee, Only 2 skills, and it's just a bit tanky. Let us get it. Hao Zhao saw this scene and immediately drew his long knife. He didn't have any range skills and could only fight in close combat. He needed to secure some assist points to gain experience. Since the start, he had gained the least experience. Chen Yichuan was already close to level 10 at level 9, and the highest, Sheng Tianxiang, was now at level 12, while he was still at level 7. Once, he had been one of the highest level players in the Zhenjiang defense zone. Of course, when he goes back now, he would still be, just because people make others feel inferior. However, as he rushed out, "Hey, don't be impulsive." Tao, he wanted to stop him, but couldn't and could only watch as Hao Zhao was slapped back into the Dark Guardian by a giant black hand, suffering a blow that nearly killed him. Cuff, cuff, cuff. After coughing up a mouthful of black blood, he stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Didn't it only have 2 skills? Yes, only 2. So what about this? The first skill, Rat Swarm Commander. Tao, he spread his hands. What's the problem? It F King. Controls so many magic sound rats. Slapping me. Just say whether it has a leader or not. Hao Zhao. What the hell? Chen Yichuan was also helpless at this point, saying, using skills and thinking you can just plain A with a lord. Do you think you're a bald cape hero? Hao Zhao felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. But to be fair, he was indeed a bit reckless. Cough, cough. Got it. But my skills are also close range. Can you guys create some opportunities for me? Just as he finished speaking, Chen Yichuan sensed a hint of something off. Was it because he couldn't keep his face and felt a bit resentful? This Hao Zhao. No problem. Dongfang Yinyan, however, didn't pick up on anything, swinging her great sword and responding, and the next moment she charged out. Because the magic sound Rat King had already taken the initiative to attack. It wouldn't just stand there waiting for Chen Yichuan and the others to discuss strategies. The strength of the Dark Guardian was continuously weakening, and it wasn't unaware of that. Moreover, Chen Yichuan had caused it significant losses. The casualties from that wave of Gatling bombardment meant the rat swarm would need to breed for at least 10 days without rest to replenish, and the food required was a staggering number. The territory it had painstakingly occupied could very well change hands because of this. This grudge. It wouldn't rest until it was avenged. Phantom 3 swords. Charging out, Dongfang Yinyan gripped the sword hilt tightly, her figure disappearing from the spot after a short shout, as if she had truly become a phantom. Whoosh. 1. The first sword, the sound long and distant. 2. The second sword, the sound loud and near. 3. The third sword, the sound heavy and crashing into the ground. In the end, 3 sword marks were etched onto the magic sound Rat King. It simply had no strength to dodge such rapid strikes. Dongfang Yinyan's Phantom 3 swords had been honed through constant practice, and its level had even reached the critical point of upgrading from LV2 to LV3. Originally a relatively fast positional strike, it had now incorporated certain techniques. Otherwise, that moment of sudden flash wouldn't have been possible. After Dongfang Yinyan, Tao Yi, who also specialized in close combat, set up his stance, quickly smashing through several blocking magic sound rats with a steel shield, and finally leaped before the magic sound rat king. Heavy shield, 3,000-pound smash. 3,000 pounds, over 2,720 gene, 3 tons, equivalent to 2 chopped pepper fish heads piled on top of each other and slammed down. Not too precise, just providing an imaginative range. The magic sound rat king wanted to dodge, but at this moment, the 2 directions on the left and right were firmly locked by others, leaving it no choice but to endure this blow. The heavy shield smash was the attacking method of shield warriors, with battle shields and defensive shields as 2 directions. The former focuses on strength, while the latter focuses on defense. Boom. The magic sound rat king took the blow of Tao E's shield head-on. It didn't immediately back down, but confronted it. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoyu and Sheng Tianxiang, who were locking down the sides of the rat king, sprang into action. Shadowless Trace Flower Spear. The girl's delicate shout fell, and the soft spear in her hand instantly unleashed a dazzling blade shadow like flowing cherry blossoms. Clearly a weapon that requires a back-and-forth motion, but in her hands, it seemed as if countless darts were continuously attacking. Each hit didn't deal much damage, but made the magic sound Rat King's health rapidly decline. On the other side, Shang Tianxiang also refused to be outdone. After changing to mage, his originally explored spirit attribute had now evolved into spiritual power, and as he rotated the sword hilt, strands of spiritual power flew out. Magic sword, 1,000 kills, 100 violent slaughters. Although he shouted it with style, this move was actually a skill Shang Tianxiang had modified based on the spirit user from the mage class. To put it simply, it was just a crazy plain A. However, the spirit user was like a basic skill while doing plain meaning it had a base damage, 10 times, 100 consecutive slashes. The damage he dealt was surprisingly not much worse than Xiaoyu's. Seeing everyone dealing damage, Hao Zhao could no longer hold back, crossed his long knife, and charged straight towards the magic sound rat king. Only when he got close did he unleash his skill. Dragging knife technique, earth-shattering thrust. Hao Zhao used his left hand to drag the long knife on the ground until he was just in front of the rat king, then made a small jump. And after landing, he rose like a dragon, releasing the skill at that moment. The blade struck the magic sound rat king, carving a deep wound into its front abdomen. Minus 1,101. Bleeding. Minus 596. The damage was considerable, plus the bleeding effect added to it. Bleeding reduces 3 of health per second. Can be fatal, but the flaw of this move was ultimately obvious. Too close, and the wind-up was considerable, if not used properly. It was easy for both sides to suffer. At this moment, after enduring attacks from 4 people in a row, the magic sound rat king finally. Squeak. Chapter 84. Promoted 3 levels. The sudden sound wave cannon was deafening, instantly blasting the 4 people surrounding it away. Demonic sound wave cannon. Have you seen the sound wave tank that attacks Hulk? Sound waves with a high enough frequency can even turn a person's brain into mush, rendering them completely foolish. Although the 4 who were blasted away were not that bad, they were deaf. Blind. For 5 seconds. Deaf. Blind. Deaf. The damage from the Mouse King's demonic sound wave cannon was secondary. The main effects were the deafness and blindness statuses. Once hit by these 2 statuses, turning into a humanoid lobster and being thrown into a horde of mice would lead to what kind of consequences? It's not hard to imagine that they would soon be devoured by the endless swarm of mice. The demonic sound Mouse King was also preparing to do just that. The once calm horde of mice surged again at this moment, but Chen Yichuan would not let that happen. Domain Moonlit, Lake Silver Thunder. A flash of lightning passed through the boy's eyes, and then a circular lightning formation with a radius of 3 meters unfolded beneath his feet, instantly arriving beside the 4 who had been blasted away. All the demonic sound mice that approached were electrified into charred remains by the flowing lightning pool. Squeak, squeak. Upon noticing this loss, the demonic sound Mouse King quickly called off the attack, locking its gaze filled with hatred onto Chen Yichuan. The next moment, with a howl, a large number of demonic sound mice frantically gathered together. Just like when they dealt with Hao Zhao at the beginning, they formed a giant hand, preparing to strike down. Hey, Chen Yichuan scoffed. You think you can do whatever you want with me? Saying this, the boy immediately took out a metal bullet from his spatial ring and shouted, Delayed Spirit Explosion Heavenly Falling Heart Diamond. The Heavenly Falling Heart Diamond bullet, with the delayed Spirit Explosion effect, struck right at the palm of the giant hand formed by the countless demonic sound mice before it could fall. Poon hummed the impact of the bullet hitting its target, along with the self-rotation of the Heavenly Falling Heart Diamond, instantly countered the downward force of the giant hand, even starting to push back. However, the standoff did not last long, as the rotating Heavenly Falling Heart Diamond bullet exploded with a bang. Due to its rotation just before the explosion, the range of the Spirit Explosion was much wider than normal, directly blowing off half of the giant hand. Boom! -4. 656. Armor piercing. Instant damage dealt to the demonic sound mouse with a defense value of only 1. -4. 656. Massive amounts of damage popped up, among which was a hit belonging to the demonic sound Mouse King. -3. 446. Armor piercing. Moreover, due to the large number of low-level demonic sound mice dying as a result, a system notification sounded in the boy's mind. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 10. 5 free attribute points. Quantity built quality directly pushed his level beyond single digits. Hey, I leveled up. Looks like I killed quite a few. Chen Yichuan chuckled. How much experience could he gain from killing those mostly unranked demonic sound mice at his previous level of 9? In the end, even double experience would only yield single-digit points. It was entirely based on absolute numbers. And seeing that his attack failed to kill Chen Yichuan, but instead helped him level up, the demonic sound mouse king was momentarily a bit broken. What does it mean to lose both the lady and the soldiers? This is it. But it was even worse for it, as it was close to dying itself, truly illustrating what it means by momentary pleasure leads to a full cremation ground. Just as the assembled giant hand regained stability, Tang Bei behind put down his sniper rifle and said, "Brother Chuan, this thing is going to run." Don't ask why he was holding a gun. It's just better for focusing his spirit. Your mental power is quite high. Chen Yichuan was surprised upon hearing this. After reaching a certain level, mental attributes can indeed predict the next move of ferocious beasts. So, don't underestimate spirit just because there's no actual power increase. Tang Bei smiled upon hearing this and said, "This attribute is quite good." The boy smiled without speaking and did not delve deeper, as there was still a big rat to deal with, and the facts proved that Tang Bei was right. The reformed hand of the demonic sound mice did not choose to attack, but suddenly collapsed and scattered in all directions. Under the moonlight, the sky looked as if it was raining ink dots. But having already hit the wounded demonic sound mouse king with a delayed spirit explosion, Chen Yichuan naturally had to pursue the victory. If a boss monster wants to escape, it is difficult to keep it without some solid abilities. Coincidentally, Chen Yichuan had Lightning Shadow Instant Movement. Lightning Shadow Instant Movement activates one's own lightning spirit power to communicate with the outside world, allowing for the pre-establishment of a lightning channel for a single position teleportation. Maximum distance of 300 meters requires a one-time consumption of 30 spirit power, no cooldown. Zing! Like a bolt of lightning, the boy's figure swiftly passed through the countless mouse horde, reaching above where the Mouse King was, and fired another bullet. Special Bullet Lightning Penetration. The lightning penetration bullet could only exert 5 times the mental attribute, which was still insufficient to break through the defense of the demonic sound mouse king. But don't forget the real killing point of this special bullet. Unbroken defense. -1. Penetration. -2. 983. This damage finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Squeak. Killed. Experience. 22,000. At the same time, the system notification, which had just calmed down, sounded again. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 12. 30 free attribute points. The level skyrocketed, and the joy of leveling up almost made Chen Yichuan exclaim. Over 20,000 experience directly allowed him to level up twice. Originally, leveling from 10 to 11 required 15,000 experience points, but after reaching level 10, the redundant experience gained from killing the large number of demonic sound mice added to this just broke through the required experience. At this moment, exactly experience, 86,20,000. The reason leveling up becomes difficult after level 10 is that each subsequent level requires 5,000 more points than the previous one, which is not something one can casually grind out. The difficulty of leveling up in Life Devouring is several times harder than those one hit 999 levels template online games. But the difficulty in leveling also has its benefits, as every time you level up, the free attribute points gained will be 3 times that of before, meaning 15 points per level. At the same time, if you are a class-based character, the corresponding leading attributes will also receive additional boosts. For Chen Yichuan, as a ranger, the primary attribute is strength, and the secondary is speed. Therefore, after level 10, every level up grants an additional 3 points of strength and 1 point of speed. This time, leveling up twice brought him to a new height with those extra points plus the 30 free points. 18 points of strength, 8 points of spirit, 8 points of speed, 1 point of defense. That's right, defense. After level 10, even if you're not a defensive class, you still need some defense to improve your constitution. Otherwise, in the end, some skills simply cannot be cast. Attribute allocation successful. Chapter 85 Rare. Indeed very rare, the 4 basic attributes of Life Devourer seem simple and easy to understand. In reality, Each one has its own connotation. Strength refers to physical power. It includes the strength of limbs, torso, muscles, and bones, which is the tangible part. Spirit is the energy of consciousness. It includes thoughts, perception, reactions, energy, etc. All the intangible things fall under the spirit. Defense is constitution and resistance. The higher the defense, the stronger the constitution, the greater the body's endurance. And the stronger the resistance to external forces. The higher the defense, the greater the resistance and resilience to abnormal states. And mastering resistance and resilience also requires a certain level of defense. Speed is agility and explosiveness. The higher the speed, the higher the agility. And the stronger the body's elasticity, many evasive actions also require muscle rebound for support. The higher the speed, the stronger the explosive power, because the faster the speed, the greater the mass. Thus, ultra-high speed equates to ultragravity. For example, a 50-kilogram hammer dropped directly versus one accelerated to 20 kilometers per hour before dropping. The damage caused by the latter is definitely greater. This time, Chen Yichuan chose defense, naturally to enhance his constitution and resistance. The 22,000 experience points that allowed him to level up twice seemed outrageous, but in reality, it had harsh conditions, namely killing a lord-level beast. Only then could he reap 100 times the basic experience. Now, his attribute panel also welcomed a significant change. Attribute panel name: Chen Yichuan occupation, ranged ranger secondary occupation, hidden special breeder, alchemist from previous secondary occupation card, level 12 experience, 8620,000 lifespan, 423 years 1 day blood chi, 15,212 spirit power, 3,000 foot element, lightning strength, 52 spirit, 18 defense, 2 speed, 20 skills, new delayed spirit explosion, LV1, new light chase thunder shadow step, LV1, combat power, 942 he. This is a normal attribute panel. Chen Yichuan chuckled in his heart. When he first resurrected, having only half a year's lifespan was a headache for anyone who looked at him. But now he had finally achieved the freedom to draw. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about whether to draw from the good yellow or purple roulette. As long as they were good items, he could draw them on the spot. For example, wow, Brother Chuan, it's happening. There's a purple roulette. After the death of the demon Sound Mouse King, Tao Yi, who was responsible for drawing the prize, suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Unfortunately, the demon Sound Mouse, as a relatively common beast, had already lost its first kill for the group lord. So, how's the quality? Hearing this, Tao Yi carefully checked, but moments later, he had a bitter expression on his face. It's all my fault, my luck really sucks. Medium quality? Asked Sheng Tianxiang beside him. Low quality. Ah, this. A purple roulette, low quality. This is not a low-quality white roulette. The white one can still be worth a try, at most wasting a year of life, but drawing from a purple roulette costs 100 years of lifespan. It may not be a huge difference, but it's still a matter of gold and silver. Never mind, it's still purple. Your brother Chuan is blessed, even if it's just one. I'll show you. After his words fell, Chen Yichuan also came to the corpse of the demon Sound Mouse King and took the roulette from Tao. There was indeed only one option on the front, but it was Glaze Heart Protector. Surprisingly, its armor? How rare. What he needed most now was defense. After all, he didn't have any points in the first 10 levels. However, upon hearing Chen Yichuan's words, the few people around him were not so optimistic. With Hao Zhao taking the lead, rare indeed very rare, it only occupies a little over one of the area. Cough, cough. Dongfang Yin couldn't help but lightly cough. Zhao Gu, the rarity you're talking about isn't the same as what I understand, right? Brother Chuan, you're not going to draw, are you? This has. What the heck? Life-devouring bone-grinding disease? In Life Devourer, things that coincide with the game's name are either extremely good, like life-devouring battle body, or extremely bad, like the life-devouring bone-grinding disease in front of us. There has never been anything between the two. This disease appears quite often, as it frequently shows up in white roulettes. Its effect is as the name suggests. Pain like devouring life, grinding bones. Moreover, so far, no medicine has appeared that can cure this disease. What are you afraid of? It only occupies 13. It's not that easy to hit, Chen Yichuan said with a smile. And even if he hit it, a mere disease could trouble me? No. What do you mean even if? Brother Chuan, hurry up and spit, spit, spit. You can't not believe in Murphy's Law. But at this moment, Shi Xiaoyu spoke up. I just feel that he definitely won to draw this, and the probability of drawing Heart Protector is actually higher. Upon hearing this, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this a woman's sixth sense? However, to be honest, if it weren't for his cheat, he really couldn't dismiss Murphy's Law, saying even if I hit is something he wouldn't dare to utter. That is no different from playing with your life. Because in the realm of drawing lots, Murphy's Law will not spare anyone who is blindly confident. Forget all that. Hesitation only leads to defeat. Decisiveness is the way to get it for free. Draw. Others. No. Whether it's defeat or get it for free, neither is good. Right? It's one thing not to be superstitious, but why be negative about drawing lots? Negative times negative equals positive. At this moment, however, Chen Yichuan had already turned a deaf ear. Please specify the prize you want. 1. Life-devouring bone-grinding disease. 2. Early-stage blood cancer. 3. Level down by 3 levels. 4. Broken Demon Slayer blades and Nitsu Agatsuma figurine. 16. 1. 5. Mysterious trash 1 foot. 10. Glaze Heart Protector. Chen Yichuan did not hesitate. I choose. 10. Congratulations on winning. Glaze Heart Protector. When a piece of armor as thin as gauze yet crystal clear appeared in Chen Yichuan's hand. What the heck? I can't believe it. I actually hit it. Ha ha. Hand it over. While enjoying the shock of others, Chen Yichuan suddenly raised an eyebrow. And in the next moment, the armor in his hand disappeared, replaced by the mystic skeleton dragon roar spear that unleashed a series of dragon roars. Roar boom! A dull sound erupted as if 2 iron fists smashed against the spear shaft, creating a momentary tremor. The young man holding the spear was knocked back several steps, finally unable to avoid a backflip to dissipate all the force. And it was only then that he realized the newcomer was a man with limbs as developed as a gorilla. Kid, your reaction speed isn't slow. But unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking. Chapter 86. Decisive Kill. The ambusher turns around with a fierce blow. Chen Yichuan felt a bit numb in both hands, but he managed to block it. After steadying himself, he retracted his spear and raised an eyebrow. I wondered where that disharmonious voice came from. Turns out it's just a gorilla screeching. The gorilla man immediately retorted, Kid, show some respect with your mouth. Huh, interesting. You want to kill me and still expect me to respect you? After a few back-and-forth exchanges, the others finally reacted. The first to speak was Tao Yi, who pointed ahead. That's right. Are you stupid or what? The other party was clearly targeting Chen Yichuan, so why should he maintain respect for a strong opponent? At this moment, Sheng Tianxiang and the others were also on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, wary of a sudden charge from the opponent. In the meantime, a few others accompanying the gorilla man arrived one after another. With their confidence restored, the gorilla man became more assertive. He was quick-tongued and unwilling to back down. Let me help you. With that, he clashed his hands together, and with a dull thud, he spun around in place before launching a thunderstorm diamond fist. Chen Yichuan widened his eyes. I said you were a gorilla, and you really are one. Huh. Despite his words, the young man's actions were not slow. He immediately loaded his slingshot and fired a shot. Special bullet, Thunderlight Barrier. Don't ask. Just know that this is a new gadget made by Chen Yichuan. He gathered most of the materials only after arriving at the Jiangdong battlefield. Of course, it also had a lot to do with his alchemist side profession. Many things cannot be crafted without a proper recipe. Thunderlight Barrier Bullet, a crafted item. A one-time consumable, reduced in size with a special structure and infused with lightning attribute spiritual energy, can be used as crossbow bolts, arrow bolts, or thrown objects. Effect analysis. Once this bullet is fired, it will instantly create a barrier with the lightning elements inside, forming an electromagnetic shield that blocks all passing objects and spiritual energy. The barrier lasts for 5 seconds before disappearing. The limit threshold for blocking is the caster's level 10. Rated damage. Individuals touched will receive lightning damage equal to 5 times the caster's mental attribute. Level limit. 10 or activated by spiritual energy. Crafting process, yellow, excellent. Under the night sky, the thunderlight barrier illuminated the area, and when it suddenly exploded, it completely blocked the Gorilla Man's thunderstorm diamond fist. Even after fully dissipating, the barrier still remained. What if the Gorilla Man wasn't shocked? It would be impossible. His thunderstorm diamond fist had already been honed to level 3. Looking at the Jiangnan settlement, there were probably very few skills at LV3. There's nothing to be surprised about. I have plenty of things like this. Special bullet, earth shatter lava. A bullet hit the ground under the Gorilla Man's feet before Chen Yichuan's words even finished. The firing speed of the Thunder Sea Spirit Bow was not comparable to that of the previous Snake Tendon Bow, and the terrifying initial velocity left little time for the opponent to think. Crimson Magma immediately exploded in A-character shape. The Gorilla Man's eyes bulged. What the hell? Magma? Are you kidding me? Can humans create something like this? The explosive damage at that moment was -30, 374. Burning damage, -1, 126. What the hell? The terrifying damage left the Gorilla Man with no time to care about the pain. Driven by the instinct to survive, he jumped out of the lava area. Immediately afterward, he pulled out a healing pill and swallowed it down. The overwhelming energy instantly healed his surface injuries, dispelled abnormal states, and his health was restored in an instant. Undoubtedly, this was a healing pill from the roulette. Its rarity goes without saying. If he wasn't scared out of his wits, the Gorilla Man wouldn't have pulled out this pill. Life Devourer is a game, but everyone only has one life. Ha! Jing Kuai, how are you? The sudden scene not only shocked the Gorilla Man, but also stunned the others who witnessed it. They had never experienced the unforgettable feast of the Class Change Altar Battle, nor had they witnessed the fight between everyone and the Demon Sound Rat King so naturally. They didn't know about the existence of the Earth Shatter Lava Bullet. After the shock came fear. Crazy. Yudong, it must be crazy. How could we possibly? Before Jing Kuai could finish, Chen Yichuan had already walked up to him not far away. Jing Kuai? You're the brat of that old guy Jing Cheng, right? So, you want revenge? You have no chance. With that, Chen Yichuan fired a beast tooth bullet directly at Jing Kuai's right shoulder joint. Dislocated? It's not that simple. The right arm simply fell off. After a moment of shock, intense pain filled Jing Kuai's mind in an instant, and his screams echoed through the night, startling a series of beast roars. We were only sent by Yudongnan, not to take revenge for the family head. A young man beside Jing Kuai shouted hoarsely, his eyes flashing with fleeting resentment. Judging by his appearance, he should be Jing Kuai's son or nephew. Chen Yichuan sighed upon hearing this. There was no point in saying more. They couldn't save this life. As the young man's words fell, scattered bullets passed through the heads of the few people in front of him. His strength was now at 87 points, and none of the people in front of him could possibly have a defense exceeding that value. Strength, base 52, temporary 20, slingshot 15. The attack hit the head directly, and there was no doubt they would die. Unexpectedly, you're quite decisive. After those few died, Shi Xiaoyu suddenly broke the silence. Dongfang Yinyin and Hao Zhao felt nothing, while the three from Julong City, due to their previous military background, found it hard to be too decisive against their fellow countrymen. Of course, that was except during the defense battle. After all, those individuals wanted to kill them, so how could they just sit and wait? Thus, Chen Yichuan's actions still left them somewhat stunned. When Brother Chuan killed Jing Cheng, he was just as decisive as just now. Tao He took a deep breath and spoke as if explaining. Hearing this, Chen Yichuan turned around. After all, swoosh. A sudden flash of cold light struck his right knee just as Chen Yichuan turned around, piercing right through his kneecap. Blood gushed, and bones were exposed. But in the next moment, the young man pulled back the bowstring and shot out a spiraling fire bullet, which halfway through transformed into a firebird and sped away. Beep. To everyone's ears, it seemed they heard a phoenix cry. This bullet is called Spiral Flame Phoenix Bullet. Damn it, where do you get so many strange things from? Chapter 87. Spirit Collapse Annihilation Arrow under the moonlit night, right in front of the firebird's path. A transparent shield suddenly appeared, causing the soaring firebird to perish together. This firebird is, of course, Chun Ichuan's new toy. Spinning Flame Phoenix Bullet. Crafted item, single-use consumable. Made by infusing fire attribute spiritual power into a special pattern, accompanied by the cry of a phoenix upon firing. Can be used as crossbow or bow ammunition. Effect analysis. Upon firing, the blazing bullet ignites itself and absorbs sufficient spiritual power while tracking and striking the target. Rated damage. The individual hit by the fire phoenix will receive fire damage equivalent to 2 times the caster's mental attribute. If the burn resistance is below 65, they will enter a burning state lasting for 5 seconds. Level restriction 10 or activated with spiritual power. Crafting quality yellow, excellent. Another item from the roulette. Chun Ichuan thought to himself, this group is not from the retaliation of the Jing family, but they are clearly organized with a singular purpose. The answer is already at hand. Liu family. But that Jing Kuai, and the name in the mouth of the person guarding Jing Kuai. Yu Dongnian? Who is that? In his past life memories, there was no such character. While thinking, Chun Ichuan took out a blood serum gel capsule of the magical patterned octopus from his ring and swallowed it. This item, when at the white, rough level, only works on players below level 5. White, levels 5 to 11, but once it reaches yellow, excellent. The level cap is raised to level 17. If asked where Chun Ichuan got the yellow level magical patterned octopus materials, yellow, levels 15 to 21. Julong City is guarding the mid-lower reaches of a great river, and the main invasion route for sea monsters is right there. Would they lack for octopuses? This is the main material for crafting healing and recovery pills. How could they not kill it upon seeing it? Recovery health pill? You have that too. Seeing that Chun Ichuan quickly recovered from severe knee injury, the man in the tree couldn't help but exclaim. Only the roulette's recovery health pill could heal injuries so rapidly, right? Compared to this, you should just come down first. Sleeve cannon flame burst. Chun Ichuan and Frog could communicate in the form of brain waves, allowing them to attack as thoughts arose, of course. Provided Frog could react in time. Damn it. The man in the tree cursed, but he was helpless as the previous spinning flame phoenix bullet had exposed his position, causing this fireball burst to aim straight for his face. If he didn't dodge, he could only take the damage. Jingyu had no choice but to break free from his original position. However, sleeve cannon wind pressure. Jingyu didn't have time to react. His body was blasted back by the wind pressure cannon. Wind pressure cannon, LV1. Instantly fires a wind pressure cannon with a radius of 0.3 meters forward, creating a 90-degree wind pressure shockwave that deals significant wind attribute damage upon hitting the target. Effect analysis. Wind pressure cannon damage is 5 times the caster's mental attribute, while the wind pressure shockwave damage is 30 of the wind cannon's damage. And now, with Chun Ichuan's level rise, Frog, who always participated in battles, naturally kept up tightly with levels, and its attributes were Pet Panel Name, Elemental Spirit Frog Nickname, Scheming Frog Owner, Chun Ichuan Level, 12 Health, 700 Spiritual Power, 300 Strength, 7 Mental, 41 Defense, 7 Speed, 14 Skills, Elemental Transformation, LV2, Fireball Burst, LV2, Chain Waterball, Combat Power, 1085. With such a mental attribute, the damage dealt to Jingyu, who was hit directly without much mental defense, was naturally significant. -1, 247. Damage from wind pressure cannon, -374. Damage from wind pressure shockwave. It's not as high as the Earth Shatter lava bullet, but this damage is already considerable for Jingyu from the attacking methods. It was clear that he was also taking a long-range route, with low defense and not much health. After all, a player's health value is only closely related to 3 attributes: strength, defense, and level. The specific calculation formula is simple. XX, ABC, 10 where's I is the final value. X is the current health, A is strength, B is defense, and C is level. If you don't invest in defense for long-range attacks, your health cannot be high. Falling to the ground, Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression twisted in pain. How is this possible? Compared to Jing Kuai, Jingyu seemed even more incredulous at Chun Ichuan's operations. They were both gambling with their lives. Why did you have so many skills? I have good luck, hitting every time. Is that not possible? Chen Yichuan replied, raising his palm again, as a faint, blue spiritual power began to gather in his sleeve. Shut your mouth about lemons. Jingyu cursed angrily. With my 800 years of lifespan, I only drew the high-quality roulette and got a bunch of trash, few skills, and almost severe myasthenia. The winning rate of this broken roulette is not that high at all. Bad luck and blaming the roulette? The young man shook his head. I have no time to listen to your grievances here. Sleeve Universe Ice Spike Fall. The Sleeve Universe version of Sleeve Cannon Ice Spike Array. You still have more? Just as the exclamation fell, Jingyu jumped back to avoid the incoming ice spikes. But the shockwave that exploded upon landing still made him feel a chill all over. Chen Yichuan had already revealed many methods when he killed Jing Kuai. And now he was unleashing Firebird, Wind Cannon, Ice Spike, one after another. Where did this cheating come from? I'm just cheating, and there is plenty more of this stuff. The voice fell, and Chen Yichuan raised his hand again. Sleeve Cannon, Chain Water Bullets. Water? Laughable. Where's the damage from water? Damage. -277. Seeing the damage popping up on his body, Jingyu completely lost it. Damn it, is this never-ending? Yes. Water, Giant Cannon. Just as the shout fell, the final strike of the chain water ball, a giant water ball, was shot out from Chen Yichuan's sleeve with a splash. So annoying. Jingyu jumped back a step from his position, quickly drew out his longbow from behind, knocked an arrow, and after gathering some spiritual power, shot the Spirit Collapse Annihilation Arrow. In an instant, the arrow shot out. The arrow left the bow and collided with Chen Yichuan's giant water ball almost instantaneously. But this arrow did not penetrate the water ball. Instead, it struck the very front of the water ball, creating a web of cracks in midair. Until the water ball came to a stop, wetting the ground, the web of cracks gradually mended. Interesting, but you can't shoot that special arrow many times, right? Chen Yichuan commented, suddenly shouting loudly, Sleeve Cannon. Jingyu. Chapter 88, Have You Never Drunk Rat Tail Juice? In a short period of time, after being hit by Chen Yichuan's Sleeve Cannon a few times, Jingyu was like a startled bird, his body instantly entering a state of alert as soon as those 3 words were uttered. Without thinking, he immediately retreated into the air, wanting to leave the boy's attack range. However, this time, special bullet thunder light penetrating armor. Chen Yichuan's sudden change in attack left Jingyu, who was already airborne, with no way to dodge. This scene felt so familiar. He had been hit by the wind pressure cannon just like this. Jingyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a fear from deep within compelled him to raise his hand. No, wait. Unfortunately, the thunder light pierced through him like a long spear, and coincidentally, it went through his heart. Fatal weakness, -9, 613. Penetration, -1, 726. Kill. In the current version, player versus player combat does not yield experience points. The boy remained unperturbed, simply approaching and taking a spatial ring from the already charred Jingyu. Not sparing Jing Kuai either. The others didn't refrain from taking, but they had. Then there were the materials from the magic sound mouse king corpse. After all, it was a lord-level beast, and the flesh and bones on it were high-quality materials. Grind them up a bit, toss them into the furnace, and even a slug could be successfully turned into medicine. What an alchemist does is turn waste into treasure. When will I have the chance to get a blacksmith to play with? While thinking, Chen Yichuan was swiftly separating the corpse of the magic sound mouse king, using only an ordinary razor. Such a knife, if the lord beast were alive, would leave no trace, but once dead, and the spiritual energy within the flesh and bones lost its vitality. One merely needed to apply spiritual energy to the blade and strike at its weak points to successfully dismember it. Goodness, Brother Chuan, you can slice up a lord like this so smoothly? The one speaking was Tao Yi. Chen Yichuan had dealt with many beast corpses along the way, and everyone had been astonished once. But how could a lord and elite be compared? Less talk if there's nothing to do. Just cut off the tails of the dead magic sound mice. They're useful. What use is that? Tao Yi picked up a magic sound mouse from the ground and swiftly cut off its ring-shaped tail. Have you never drunk rat tail juice? Tao Yi. Tai. One old joke. Just kidding, That thing is made from rat tails, but it's way more useful than any rat tail juice. Cut it off. Stop talking. Perhaps because the magic Sound Mouse King had just died. The nearby elite beasts did not come to disturb Chen Chuan and his group as they collected their spoils. Jing Yu seemed to be the last attacker, and after that, there was no further movement. However, after this incident, everyone was too lazy to set up camp to rest. Either they would change places to rest, or simply fight until dawn. Sorry, I've caused trouble for everyone. Tang Bei said indifferently. It doesn't matter, it's double experience. I can grind levels all night. Tao Yi followed closely. This is a good point, a rare opportunity. I'm fine with it. I've stayed up before. With his mental attributes higher than the other two, Sheng Tianxiang naturally had no objections. The remaining Dongfang Yin felt a bit tired, but if there was a battle, he could still get excited enough to fight. As for Hao Zhao, he was thinking about leveling up. How could he refuse? I don't mind, I'm exhausted. Just carry me. Chen Chuan couldn't help but glance back, then said without hesitation, walk yourself, you're too small, I'm not interested. Shi Xiaoyu, you dense straight man. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Chuan was not, he just still cared about someone. When will things be settled and he can go find her? In his past life, fate was tumultuous and there were no opportunities, but this life was different. He didn't even know if she was still alive. With these thoughts in mind, he didn't look back, releasing his mental energy and walking directly forward. After experiencing Jing Yu's sneak attack just now, he would not be careless again. Of course, if someone were to sneak attack from outside his detection range, then he could only count himself unlucky. Beneath the night sky, somewhere, in front of a glass screen, transparent being that could be called human at this moment was staring at the man in the glass screen, with a hint of contemplation in its expression. It was completely transparent, and even through it, one could still see the stars in the night sky. But it did exist. This human was indeed a bit different. Interesting. Different? Was the last disturbance caused by him? Another voice suddenly spoke. Foolish. How could such a level of disturbance appear on an independent biological entity? To put it in Earth terms, that would be akin to a sow climbing a tree. If it were a female, long-clawed, tusked pig, it could climb. You are truly wise. Let's send the pawns we have cultivated. Those humans are no longer reliable. It seems that's the only way. In the next 2 days, Chen Yichuan and his group faced no further obstacles in the Jiangdong battlefield. Both the Jing family and the Lu family were quiet. It seemed that everyone had fallen into the double experience time, trying to kill as many beasts as possible. Some mid-level forces that could not directly go to the outsider battlefield even took advantage of the life-eating maggots to specially draw beast waves to grind experience, including a certain woman. Only 9 beast waves had emerged, and this group of trash was really unlucky. 9 isn't enough? Lu Tianyuan, who was beside her, almost lost his temper. The entire Northwest Century Lottery zone was nearly paralyzed just to deal with the 9 beast waves. And you still think that's not enough? I've only leveled up to level 17. How is that enough? Fang Yining fiddled with the short knife in her hand, her eyes still filled with a bit of amusement, and also, hey old Deng, when are you going to call my brother Lu back? I miss him. That's my son. When I call him back is my business. The name old Deng hit Lu Tianyuan's sensitive spot. In terms of relationship, if Fang Yining really got together with Lu Yinlu, that would be his daughter-in-law, right? How could he treat it like this toward his father-in-law? Who knew? Fang Yining shot him a glare. Nonsense. That's my brother Lu. What does it have to do with you, old Deng? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to get angry? Oh, go ahead. Then you won't need the longevity pills? You. Lu Tianyuan really couldn't afford to lose that right now. Although suppressing the 9 waves of beast waves was exhausting, he still earned quite a few roulette chances. Without life, one couldn't draw at all. Without life to draw from, the roulette resources would become waste. Something he absolutely could not accept. All right, I will call him back. You have 3 hours. Chapter 89, Familiar Sign, give you 3 hours. The freckled-faced girl said with an air of authority, if you can't bring back my brother Lu family, then don't even think about getting a longevity pill from me. Lu Tianyuan felt a surge of frustration in his heart, his fists almost clenched tight, wanting to punch this woman in front of him. But the formula had already been bound by this guy, and after being completely mastered, it was even burned to ashes. No one else could refine it. Just as her words fell, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Yining. Upon hearing this, the girl's face changed color. Brother Lu, you're back? The change of expression was faster than flipping a book. Looking just like a little wife eagerly waiting for her husband to return home, her voice sweetened with sugar, with just a hint of restraint in her brows. What were you and my father talking about? Lu Yunlu seemed to have some thoughts hidden in his heart, but he didn't speak them out loud. Nothing. Uncle Lu took me out to farm the beast hide for double experience. Oh, he has never been this good to me. Lu Tianyuan's face was filled with an invisible gloom, feeling a surge of anger and frustration building up inside him. Having a daughter-in-law like this made him furious. If it weren't for the longevity pill, in front of Fang Yining, he couldn't even scold Lu Yunlu to vent his anger. Truly feeling like a turtle trapped in a closed high school, going mad. By the way, what about Chen Yichuan? Did you kill him? Lu Yunlu had naturally heard of his brother's death, but to say he was devastated. Not really. Perhaps it was this world that taught people to be cold-blooded. Humph. Fang Yining pretended to look cute and pouted. Brother Lu, don't mention those useless people anymore. I've already placed a high-priced bounty for 30 longevity pills. Yet no one has succeeded. 30 pills. Hearing this price, even Lu Yunlu was a bit taken aback. Although the increase in lifespan had its probabilities, it could still extend to about 100 years. But drawing 10 yellow roulette wheels, that was a high enough price. Exactly. All right, Yining. Maybe some people are still in action. Let us just wait and see. That's all we can do. The former Jing clan courtyard, now Southeast Association. The plaque with golden calligraphy was impossible to obtain, so Yu Dongnan could only get a relatively intact stone block to carve the characters himself and place it at the entrance of the courtyard. In the main hall, Jing Kuai and Jing Yu are both dead, and I no longer have anyone of worth to show. Are you satisfied with this trip to death? Yu Dongnan spoke these words facing the side door, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. The Sacred Beast Association will act personally. You just need to send someone to coordinate. Really? After the other party's voice sounded, Yu Dongnan responded, but in his heart. He directly translated coordinate as cannon fodder. Your impressive Sacred Beast Association is going to act personally. What else do I have to do? Just as this thought settled, the voice spoke again. All participants will receive 1 yellow longevity pill as a reward. Yellow longevity pill. Flawless quality. Can I go myself? Yu Dongnan couldn't help but ask. A flawless quality yellow longevity pill. Wasn't that equivalent to 100 years of life? Just for participating, isn't that free? However, the voice from behind the side door replied, I suggest you don't go. If you insist, just pretend I didn't say anything. Why? Some things need to be discovered by yourself to feel the shock. I know your heart isn't with the Sacred Beast Association yet, but you will. Yu Dongnan's face was filled with confusion, but didn't ask further. Jiangdong Battlefield, Cultural Defense Zone, near the coastal side. Due to the changes in the environment after the arrival of life devouring, their current position was at the top of a cliff. But this was not a naturally formed cliff. It was forcibly pushed up by the ocean. Such absurd occurrences are not rare globally, but no one knows why. Assuming it was due to some reasons altering the movement of the Earth's crust. On this cliff, Chen Yichuan and others could vaguely hear the sound of the ocean crashing against the cliff. The 72 hours of double experience had ended. Among the 7 people on this trip, each had varying degrees of gains, but if one were to say the biggest gain, it would undoubtedly be Chen Yichuan. Before setting out, he was just an 8th level novice above level 10. One is no longer a novice. Now he had reached level 18. In his attribute panel, the highest strength had surpassed 100. Attribute panel name, Chen Yichuan level, 18 experience, 96650, 000 lifespan, 322 years and 364 days vitality, 21. 842 spirit power, 5, 400 affiliation, lightning strength, 104 spirit, 36 defense, 20 speed, 44 skills. Upgrade domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder, LV2. Upgrade delayed spear explosion, LV2. Combat power, 1, 692. As everyone knows, I only show the change data. Delayed spirit explosion, LV2. Attachment skill. Effect analysis. After attaching delayed spirit explosion, it deals 4. 5 times the damage of the caster's strength attribute. Skill cost and spirit power. 45 spirit points consumed for each attachment. Skill cooldown. 5 seconds. After Domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder was upgraded to LV2. The enhancement was similar to Delayed Spirit Explosion, mainly increasing the area of the domain from a radius of 3 meters to 5 meters. Individuals suffering from lightning attacks enter a paralysis state every 3 seconds, reduced to once every 7 seconds. The damage from lightning attacks increased from 3 times to 5 times. Random lightning strikes increased from 10 times to 5 times. Spirit power consumption reduced from 10 points per second to 8 points. Cooldown time reduced from 30 seconds to 27 seconds. Skill upgrades generally do not bypass a few basic points: attack range, special effect conditions, damage consumption, and cooldown time. Each upgrade almost always involves reduction and enhancement. Of course, some skills may add new descriptions. Besides Chunichuan, the others also had corresponding improvements. Dongfang Yinyan rose from level 6 to 13, Hao Zhao from level 7 to 12, Tao Yi from level 9 to 14, Sheng Tianxiang from level 13 to 19, and Tang Bei from level 12 to 18. Shi Xiaoyu was the most exaggerated, rising from level 8 to level 20, just because her rope dart's attack speed during dense beast hordes was comparable to Chun Ichuan's sleeve cannon Gatling mode, killing quickly, thus gaining experience fast. After this matter was concluded, Chun Ichuan originally intended to head back home, but after glancing at the map on the life card, a familiar sign caught his attention. This is not. Chapter 90. Congratulations on discovering the Easter egg. Chun Ichuan turned back to take a glance at Hao Zhao and could only say that this was indeed quite a coincidence. What's wrong, Brother Chuan? Hao Zhao asked, noticing the boy's gaze shift towards him. He was currently the lowest ranked among everyone, and calling him Brother Chuan felt a bit lacking in confidence. After all, such titles are mostly used by the strong for the weak. Why was his progress slow? The reason was simple. He was originally just a thug, and with a focus solely on fighting, defeating monsters naturally took longer. As for skills, not everyone is like Chun Ichuan, who has an endless supply of skills. The one you've been thinking about is here. Chun Ichuan had no particular feelings about Hao Zhao's title. It was better for him to maintain his own stance to avoid future trouble. That one? You mean? Hao Zhao immediately reacted upon hearing this. He had traveled from the southern area of the Jiangnan settlement to the northern part, even giving up his position as a small leader in the Zhenjiang defense zone, just to come out with Chun Ichuan to spend money, right? Along the way, he also picked up quite a bit of time currency. Everyone picked up a bit, so there is no need to elaborate on that. Right, QWQ? That's right, he has arrived. He? Tao. He couldn't help but ask, who is he, Brother Chuan? What kind of riddle are you two playing? Shi Xiaoyu was also sparked with curiosity, wondering who they were talking about. Could it be related to the coins Hao Zhao kept picking up along the way? Tang Bei directly pointed out the root cause. The sharpness of a sniper is indeed frightening. Yes, you all saw that thing. It has time units written on it, so it's also called time currency. Everyone was taken aback. Time currency? Including Hao Zhao. He had only heard Chun Ichuan say it was money that could be used to buy things, but he had never heard what it specifically was. Yes, time currency. Chun Ichuan smiled mysteriously. Since it's currency, of course it can be used to buy things. And now, the person selling things has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone asked again, where? I said, Brother Chuan, why do you speak in such a roundabout way? Can't you just say it all at once? Chun Ichuan felt a bit embarrassed. All right, you all look at the map in the northeastern corner here, at the estuary of the Great River. Upon hearing this, everyone opened their respective mission cards maps, and, as their eyes locked in, Tang Bei was the first to notice the anomaly. Is it this yellow dot? The map that comes with the mission card has only blue and white lines differing in darkness, representing all the terrain, rivers, etc. Dark colors represent lower elevations, while lighter colors represent higher elevations. Because of this, a small yellow dot stands out as rather out of place. However, its color is not deep, and it flickers slightly, making it easy to confuse with the white, flowing river area. Yes, that's it. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Once the target was confirmed, Hao Zhao immediately spoke up. Among the 7, he was undoubtedly the most eager. What is the rush? Do you think that just stumbling over there will help you find him? The map is visible to everyone, and this unusual yellow dot is too. But if it were that easy to find, why hasn't anyone discovered the function of time currency until now? In his previous life, Chun Ichuan only learned about it after someone posted the method on the World Channel. Don't ask, just know it's that show called Encounter. So how do we find it? Shi Xiaoyu asked, still trusting Chun Ichuan in this regard, considering that he had opened the door to the number 1 unknown ruins back then. Once the question was asked, everyone listened intently. With the mood built up to this point, the boy no longer kept them in suspense. He unfolded his map, pressed his hand on that yellow flickering dot, and held it down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The duration of the long press continued to increase until the 17th second arrived. Ding. A window suddenly popped up on the map, followed by another window. Congratulations on discovering the Easter egg. Mysterious merchant Shichi Miao. A map teleportation point will soon appear. Please pay attention. The 2 windows popped up in layers, and once they completely disappeared, a golden yellow. Hey, light column appeared. Brother Chuan, that light column is the only one we can see? Sheng Tianxiang frowned slightly, noticing the reactions of the surrounding ferocious beasts, which seemed unable to see it. Tang Bei nodded. They couldn't see it, and their attention was still locked on us. If they dared to approach, an attack would come immediately. Seeing the familiar light column shooting up into the sky, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, that is the entrance. Tao. He turned towards the location of the light column, but halfway there, he suddenly turned back and said, "Wait, Brother Chuan, are you sure that's the entrance?" At this moment, the others also sensed something was off. Wow, a cliff. What in trance? That's a dead end, right? Are we supposed to jump off the cliff? The boy smiled lightly upon hearing this. Didn't you notice? The yellow dot on the map is in a relatively darker area. In other words, it's by the river. But do we really have to jump off the cliff? You could choose to take a detour down, or if you have good eyesight, look directly down from the cliff to see if you can find that guy. This, Tao Yi and the others were not disbelieving of Chen Yichuan. But after all, jumping off a cliff? At their level, if they jumped from this nearly 300-meter high cliff, there would be no chance of survival. Just be cowardly. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted. I'll go down first. Saying this, Chen Yichuan walked to the edge of the cliff and leapt lightly, without a hint of hesitation, and his entire being vanished into the golden light column. What the hell? Brother Chuan. Damn, he really jumped. Tang Bei stroked his chin, estimating that with Brother Chuan's weight, jumping down from 300 meters would take about 4-5 seconds, but he didn't seem to hear any sound of crashing. Damn, do you really have to say such calm words? Dongfang Yin shivered. However, at this point, Shi Xiaoyu had already jumped out first. Isn't there a single man among you? Don't say you can't survive a 300-meter fall, even if you die. Isn't there already one accompanying us on the way? Saying this, Shi Xiaoyu leapt lightly, unleashing a burst of strength as she entered the light column. Oh my! What a bold little girl. If you don't have it, I do. Sheng Tianxiang felt a surge of courage rising in his heart after hearing her words and managed to support himself to the edge of the cliff. Although his legs were weak, he still leapt in. Following closely, Hao Zhao seemed to have overcome his fear of death. Damn! I came here for this, damn it! Whoosh! With the sound of wind, he jumped into the light column, disappearing from sight. At the edge of the cliff, only 3 people remained. Tao, he furrowed his brow. We agreed to follow Brother Chuan all the way. I can't fall behind. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yin also firmed up her resolve. Me too. I didn't say I was afraid, but the sniper is always the last to retreat. Hearing this, Tao and Dongfang exchanged glances, thinking, wow, this guy's really trying to make himself look good. Chapter 91 High-End Boutique Selection Kimio. They said it, but when they actually reached the edge of the cliff, the calves of the 3 couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't fear of heights. It was just that looking down was definitely nothing. The key point was to jump, right? Oh my goodness. Before the jump, Dongfang Yin even let out a local accent. If ED, 20 years later, I'll still be a tough guy. Whoosh. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Dongfang Yin evolved into Dongfang Biao in midair. Ha ha, I can't be outdone by you. Tao, he gathered his courage. People are originally meant to live towards death. Ya. Finally, the last one left, Tang Bei. What a pity, that last shot would have been pretty cool if omitted. After saying that, he reached out and turned off the system's recording function. Since ancient times, who has not died? I care not for death, my wife. Ahem, just messing around. Tang Bei isn't that kind of person. From then on, the 7-member team jumped off the cliff. Hundreds of meters away, a young boy climbed up from the ground. Beside him lay a giant wolf, its body as white as snow, over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall when standing. In its slightly fierce gaze, there was a hint of gentleness as it looked at the boy. The boy who got up quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, squinting his deep-set eyes halfway, tilting his head. Are they crazy? Why do they all jump off the cliff? Am I supposed to kill a suicide squad? At this point, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Hey, are you serious? Soon, a voice reached his ears. You might not believe it, but they're not dead. I know that. I won't die if I jump down, but I will definitely be injured, right? No. The voice seemed unwilling to say more. Forget it. Let's see if they're alive or dead. Bye, let's go. After saying that, the boy gently patted the back of the giant wolf and then flipped over to ride on it. Woo! The white giant wolf let out a low whine and then carried the boy on her back, swiftly running down the mountain like the wind. They certainly didn't have the guts to jump off the cliff. It's better to go down the mountain obediently. Time rewinds to 1 minute earlier. Chun Yichuan had just leaped into the golden light column when an incredibly rich spiritual power lifted him up and then began to slowly descend. It felt like riding an elevator without a floor. This thing also has a name, teleportation light column. Less than 3 seconds later, the boy was sent by the light column to a riverside. The surging river water formed a spectacular waterfall due to the terrain change, crashing down and creating waves several meters high before rushing into the sea. The wind, stirred up by the falling water, brushed against the boy's loose hair, bringing a slight chill. And at the confluence of the river and the ocean, there was, no, it was a cat wearing a bamboo hat, gently shaking a bamboo pole as if fishing. Normally, such a place would definitely have fierce beasts lurking, but now there wasn't a single one. But Chun Yichuan knew that it wasn't that there were none, it was that he was not on Earth. The golden light column had sent him to a place that was like Earth, but not Earth. Soon, Shi Xiaoyu arrived first, followed by Sheng Tianxiang and the other 5, one by one. Huh, not dead? Or already dead? After Dongfang Biao reverted back to Dongfang Yin, he kept feeling himself to confirm whether he was missing 1 or 2 parts. You didn't come down with your eyes closed, did you? Hao Zhao couldn't help but ask. Come down? Went to hell. The front Shi Xiaoyu turned back with an eye roll. Coward. Among the 5, only Tang Bei remained calm, albeit slightly pale. Brother Chuan, is this the one you mentioned? Him? Ah? Shikimio. Chun Yichuan almost blurted out, long time no see. What a strange name. Speaking of which, aren't there many sea beasts here? Yeah, it's so quiet here. And that. Whoa, that is a cat. Still fishing. The astonishment of the group seemed to catch the attention of the bamboo hat cat by the river, who slightly raised its head and then turned around to make a gesture. Then, it turned back to fishing. Hao Zhao blinked. Brother Chuan, is that the vendor you mentioned? Yeah, but how do we buy? Do I need to teach you how to buy things? Chun Yichuan smiled lightly and took the lead toward the bamboo hat cat. Before he could speak, he heard meow. The bamboo hat cat turned around, propping up the hat with one paw, its vertical pupils scanning Chun Yichuan as if performing a scan. A few seconds later, qualification, certification, successful. S rank. Up to this point, everything was still normal, and it was no different from when it shushed by the river. But then, meow. High-end boutique selection Kimio. Kimio meow, 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 meow. I have everything you want. Oh meow, 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 whether it's equipment or treasures. Or pills and treasure maps, you don't say I buy. I just meow, 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 meow. Aside from Chun Yichuan, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably, the rest were all, wait. Why am I feeling a bit confused? You're not alone. I buy. Gurgle meow. Just as Tao Yi finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flew in front of him, growing larger until it landed heavily, as if something had pressed down on him. You have good eyesight, young man. What do you want to buy? Meow. Shikimio finished speaking without giving Tao a chance to respond, and the fishing rod in its hand instantly shrank several times, then hooked out. How about this? The only one in the world, energy storage sleeves, can be used for attack as punches, swords, knives, and guns, can defend as shields. Buy it. Buy it. Taoi. Not interested? Then this. Shikimio retracted the energy storage sleeves and pulled out another item. Black Warrior Shield Sword. Sharp sword for attacking enemies. Steel shield for defending. Both offense and defense. Black Warrior also. I'm still not interested? Then look at the treasures and pills for attack, defense, healing, spirit recovery. Everything you could want. This. No. What do you actually want? Can you let me finish a complete sentence? And, oh, get off my head. Meow, meow, meow. Hearing this, Shikimio rolled its eyes and simply swung the fishing rod to jump onto the next person. Young man, are you buying or not? Coincidentally, this person was Hao Zhao. Bye. Although he was shocked by the fluency of the cat's Mandarin, Hao Zhao didn't forget his core purpose. What the other party had shown Tao, it was basically all from the roulette, right? Only the roulette could produce those. Meow woo hee hee hee. What do you want to buy? Chapter 92. Death penalty? Who decided on the death penalty? What to buy? Sitting on Hao Zhao's head, Shichi Miao asked without getting a response and tried again. At this moment, Hao Zhao hadn't fully reacted yet, and his subconscious just blurted out, I want to buy. But as for what he wanted to buy, could it be that he wanted to buy everything? After holding it in for a while, Hao Zhao finally managed to say, as long as it can make me stronger, it's fine. Miao can make you stronger. After pondering, Shichi Miao suddenly moved the fishing rod. Got it. This is it. Ding, 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 ding. Dragon scale long, sword dissection. Hao Zhao's eyes widened. He plays with swords, right? Is this cat picking and choosing based on the person? Just because it saw him playing with swords, it sells swords? How much is this? Not expensive. Only 50 sky coins, Miao. Hao Zhao. Oh, what? What a discount. All right, I'll give you 10 discount. 49 sky coins and 12 time coins. How about that? Generous, right, Miao? Even if you break it down, I still don't have it. Hao Zhao wanted to cry without tears. Although he had earned a lot of time coins on the battlefield of Jiangdong, most of it was in time units. Sky coins only came from elite-level beasts, and after dividing it, there was hardly any left. Looking at the long sword in front of him, Hao Zhao felt like he was standing outside a luxury 4S shop before the apocalypse, wanting it but unable to afford it. Huh? No discount even with a 10 off? Fine, I'm broke, Miao. After saying this, Shichi Miao flicked its tail and was already preparing to find the next buyer. Oh, fell panicked. No. Don't you have anything cheaper? If you want something cheap, go find Tun and Mouse. Shichi Miao, only deal in high-end products. Sigh. Shichi Miao. I want to buy. Just as Hao Zhao's anxious voice fell, another voice attracted Shichi Miao's attention. It was Chun Yichuan. Seeing him, Shichi Miao immediately perked up. Here it comes, Miao. Before the excited voice could finish, Shichi Miao had already lightly landed on Chun Yichuan's head. Young man, what do you want to buy? The young man directly took out a dirty, footprint-covered A4 paper from his spatial ring. How much of the materials on this do you have? Let me see, Miao. Shichi Miao hurriedly shifted her gaze and after a moment said, I have it, Miao. What level do you need? How many copies? Just the yellow ones, 2 copies. Wait a moment. I'll pack it for you right away, Miao. Not long after, a crumpled paper package was dangled in front of Chun Yichuan with a total of 29 sky coins and 7 time coins. You can keep the time coins, Miao. Hearing this, Chun Yichuan was also feeling generous. I'll give you 1 month coin. No need to give change. He could easily obtain time coins by drawing from the roulette. After all, he could specify rewards and draw from several white roulettes. In a roulette, almost anything could be drawn. Wow, what generosity, Miao. Watching this, Hao Zhao's eyes were starting to glaze over. Brother Chuan, can I borrow? Huh? Buying a sword? Shichi Miao. What about that sword? I want to buy it. Here, Miao. 45 sky coins, Miao. What the heck? Why is it 50 when you sell it to me? Then I'll sell it to you for 45 sky coins, Miao. Hao Zhao. 45 sky coins, Doesn't he have it either? Then I want to buy pills, the kind from the roulette. Do you have any? Of course, Miao. Shichi Miao is a mysterious merchant known for having everything. As long as you can say it, even if she doesn't have it now, she can go restock. Strength, spirit, defense, speed. What kind of pill do you need? While speaking, Shichi Meow waved her paw and summoned a blue virtual screen, straightforwardly displaying the shopping mall interface from the game. The navigation bar at the bottom was divided into several subcategories, including the 4 basic attributes: recovery type, enhancement type, special type, etc. Each subcategory had multiple products to choose from, all clearly priced. But without exception, the price was one word: expensive. It's a premium product. How can it not be expensive? But it must be said that the pills from Shichi Meow are quite effective. At least Chen Yichuan couldn't concoct anything of the same effect at his current stage. Once the window appeared, all the onlookers were drawn to it. Give me a bottle of frenzied bull strength pill. The one who spoke was Chen Yichuan. This frenzied bull strength pill, as its name suggests, is a temporary strength-enhancing pill. All right, a yellow level 1 costs 5 sky coins, a purple level 1 costs 45 sky coins, and the black level 1 is currently out of stock. The others who were buying heard this, meaning that the black level 1 exists, but it's just out of stock? For the same pill, the higher the level, the more exaggerated the enhancement effect. For example, the frenzied bull strength pill, the yellow level increases strength by 30 points, while the purple level can reach 210 points. A 9-fold price difference, with a 7-fold enhancement difference. Just give me the yellow level 1. Chen Yichuan wanted to buy the purple level 1. He could draw from the roulette to gather the funds, but that thing isn't usable by just any level. So buying it would only let it gather dust for now. Moreover, drawing from the roulette for time coins in front of so many people would make even the dullest person realize he was up to something. The previous 3 premium yellow roulettes were all positively oriented, so anything drawn could be explained by luck, but the lower quality roulettes aren't that easy to deceive, right? All right. Following Chen Yichuan, others also eyed the pills they wanted and made their purchases. Hao Zhao was completely broke, but his total assets were only about 12 sky coins. If it were Tunton Mouse, it would definitely be enough, but here with Shichi Meow, it was a bit insufficient. Ultimately, he bought 3 bottles of full blood recovery pill from the recovery section. 3 sky coins per bottle, which made him feel heartbroken. Of course, it was just buying pills. Do you have weapons like this? Shi Xiaoyu raised her rope dart and asked. Yes, I want a more flexible metal. It can't explode immediately upon impact. Yes. Do you have skill books for sword energy? Yes. Once this was settled, Shichi Meow was licking her cat lips in satisfaction when she suddenly heard. By the way, why aren't there any longevity pills? The one asking was Tang Bei, who had just bought a bottle of Swift Wind running pill. Shichi Meow's pill shop indeed has all kinds of pills, but there are absolutely no longevity pills, which are the most core in life-devouring. Not even the lowest quality white longevity pill. Just as his voice fell, Shichi Meow jumped up and tapped his head, saying, "You idiot, selling longevity pills is a death penalty." "A death penalty, Meow. Death penalty?" Tang Bai found it. Then, as if a light bulb went off in his head, immediately countered, "Who decided on the death penalty?" It's nothing, Meow. Just pretend I didn't say anything." After that, Shichi Meow seemed to become a startled bird, fearing that something might happen again. She suddenly lowered her hat and jumped on Chen Yichuan's head, whispered something in his ear, and then disappeared. The empty riverside was suddenly left with only one sentence. The transaction was pleasant. If fate allows, see you again, Meow. Chapter 93. The Boy on the Wolf's Back by Zhang. Chuan Ge. That cat seemed to say something to you when it left just now. By the riverbank. Tang Bei put down his sniper rifle and broke the momentary silence after Shi Meow had departed. Nothing much. Chen Yichuan, who had come back to his senses, gently shook his head and then gazed at the golden light column that appeared after Shi Meow disappeared. Let's go, it's time to head back. Just now, Shi Meow only said one sentence, 2 words. Level 99, see you in the center of the earth. Chen Yichuan felt stunned. Shi Meow's behavior was no different from his previous life, but it had never said anything outside of transactions before. Why this time? Is it because I can choose rewards? He couldn't help but think this way. But if that's the case, level 99, see you in the center of the earth, might not necessarily be a good or bad thing. Just as he was thinking about this, the space ahead suddenly rippled visibly, and a cat head suddenly emerged, its furry paws presenting a spatial ring. Boy, since we were so destined, I'll give this to you, meow. After saying this, the cat head and paw immediately disappeared. This time, everyone saw it, but only Hao Zhao couldn't help but ask Chuan. Chuan, what did she give you? Chinny Chuan took a slight breath and turned to smile faintly. Nothing, I bought a lot and got a spatial ring as a gift. Oh. Seeing that the others were silent, the boy also smiled back. Let's go back home. They arrived. As soon as everyone stepped into the golden light column, dense spiritual energy gently lifted them as if they were stepping on cotton. A moment later, the golden light before them abruptly vanished. The sudden change in light left everyone dazed. However, a sudden low growl made the 7 people on site tense up. Chun Yichuan frowned tightly. The teleportation light column leaving the trading space should have sent them to the nearest safe point, right? What? Things are becoming increasingly perplexing. Only when his vision fully recovered did he see the scene before him. A boy was riding on a wolf's back, his gaze indifferent. Humans mingling with ferocious beasts. Around him, numerous amphibious ferocious beasts were closing in. Roughly counted, there were no less than 100. Suddenly, the boy on the wolf's back raised his long knife high. Kill! Without a single unnecessary word. The ferocious beasts surrounding Chun Yichuan and the others surged forward like hungry wolves. But now, it seems you're not going to explain anything, fine? The boy said, immediately drawing his slingshot to the limit. De l'esprit explosion instant bombe. His agile figure leaped up, and a tapered bone bullet was shot out, poofing into the back of a bone sea lion that had already rushed towards him. Bang! The explosion sounded in the next moment, violently tearing the ferocious beast apart. Although the temporary attributes had already worn off, Chen Yichuan now possessed over 100 strength points, easily penetrating the defense of a beast just over level 10. The subsequent instant explosion was specially adjusted by him using delay spear explosion. 1 to 3 seconds. Taking the lowest value should be fine, right? This first shot of battle stunned the ferocious beasts and also inspired the remaining 6. But just a moment later, the boy on the wolf's back raised his long knife again. Beast blood-boiling kill. His words still lingered in the air. Yet the double pupils of the surrounding ferocious beasts gradually turned blood red, and the rising momentum was much stronger than before. He can amplify the ferocious beasts. No, to be precise, it should be said that he inspires and commands. The beast's attributes did not undergo substantial amplification, but were merely triggered more fully. As for how this was achieved, it remains unknown. Chen Yichuan couldn't hide his shock, and the others felt similarly. After all, this was unprecedented. Was the world originally like this, and I just didn't notice? Or has this world changed because of me? To be honest, Chen Yichuan was a bit confused. However, forget it. Remember, they could have escaped death, but because of you, they're walking towards their demise. The boy on the wolf's back suddenly chuckled, looking at the sharp knife in his hand as if looking at a close friend. Just beasts, the more dead, the better, right? Hearing this, Chun Yichuan fell silent and then suddenly pulled the bowstring again to shoot. Bang! The explosion occurred again, and the damage had not decreased. But the surface defense layer of the ferocious beast seemed to have become thicker and harder. In the next moment, he understood. He quickly reminded the 6 people who were currently fighting the ferocious beast that it was the effect of blood. The ferocious beast's defenses had not strengthened. It was just that the blood had increased the elasticity and toughness of his surface. If you can't handle it, take the pills I gave you. This battle is unavoidable. That said, Chen Yichuan's gaze had never left the boy on the wolf's back, because the aura on the other party was strange enough that even he felt it was somewhat tricky. Perhaps it was the level, or perhaps something else. However, since they had not yet fought, Chen Yichuan could not distinguish carefully. After a moment of confrontation, the eyes of the 2 boys naturally collided. On the wolf's back, he tilted his head. You are indeed very special. Especially handsome. You don't need to tell me that. Especially. Shameless. Ah. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yichuan directly shot an arrow enhanced with delay spirit explosion. You play surprise attacks. The boy on the wolf's back instinctively turned his head to dodge, but unexpectedly, Chen Yichuan raised his hand again. Sleeve cannon flame explosion. This prediction, with the shooting speed of fireball explosion, under the circumstance of having already shot in advance. The time left for the other party to react was only a brief moment. 1 second. No, it probably didn't even have half a second. This little time was enough for the boy on the wolf's back to swing his knife diagonally. Swish. The blade passed through the fireball, but could not stop it at all. Not even a slight disturbance was caused. The result was a whoop. In a critical moment, the white giant wolf under the boy lifted its front paw, directly smashing the fireball in midair, leaving no trace. Chun Ichuan frowned slightly. Howling Moon, Celestial Wolf? It doesn't seem quite like it. Her name is Abai. She's my best friend. The boy on the wolf's back neither confirmed nor denied, softly speaking before also petting the giant wolf's head. Thank you, Abai. Umph. With your ruthlessness towards ferocious beasts, you surprisingly have such a friend. Abai is different. Chun Ichuan chuckled. He wasn't disbelieving. After all, in this world, all kinds of bizarre events could happen. But now, their positions were indeed different. After exhaling a short breath, he said, You should know my name, but I still don't know yours. The boy on the wolf's back glanced at him. His expression still indifferent, but said, Baijan. Chapter 94. The Feeling of Death. Baijan. The term Baijan comes from a building post in the book review section, kindly provided by the early Fanyin Shun, San Tai Yuan, Shunyi. Chun Ichuan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, but could not recall such a character in his mind. It could be that the other party was too low-key, and he had never heard of him, or perhaps it was because of his rebirth that such a character appeared. The Liu family sent you? Baijan scoffed with a raised corner of his mouth. Liu family? Never heard of it. Is it some insignificant family? As he spoke, Chun Ichuan furrowed his brows slightly, drew his slingshot, and directly shot to the side, smashing a silver sky seal that lunged at him. You say I'm shameless, but aren't you ambushing? Baijan chuckled playfully. Deception is a part of war, and the enemy doesn't mind a city. Chatting is always boring. Let us fight. Interesting. Haven T, we've been fighting all along? You have a gun, right? Take it out. Only then did Chun Ichuan understand his meaning, but sorry, I refuse. A mere mortal's life is only this one. I can't afford to gamble. Baijan fell silent for a moment before saying, A person without ambition is not worth dying for. Chun Ichuan couldn't help but mutter to himself, late-stage Shinibu, and then replied, You have hemorrhoids. Your whole family has hemorrhoids. Unexpectedly, his words seemed to hit a sore spot in the other party's heart. Whole family. Baijan paused for a moment. I haven't heard that word in a long time. Suddenly, whoosh, a swift shadow approached, followed closely by a sharp edge. The boy had to take a step back, drawing the Shanhai Longyin gun to block the incoming strike. It couldn't be said that he was truly fragrant, but the slingshot's forks were indeed not useful for blocking. Clang. A long sound. What the hell, are you allergic to whole family or something? Baijan's gaze turned cold, with a hint of madness in his eyes. The apocalypse took everything from me. I have no family left. Apologize. As soon as these two words came out, Chun Ichuan exerted a force to push Baijan's long knife aside, then held the gun from below and flicked it upward. I apologize to you. Do you think you're the only one who lost family? Who hasn't? You. Baijan could only stagger to block Chun Ichuan's swift shot, and the momentum generated by the clash between knife and gun made many ferocious beasts shrink back, not daring to seek trouble. Such fast shooting. After receiving the shot, Baijan's emotions seemed to calm down a bit. Use your gun and let us see who's better. If you win, I'll leave immediately. But Chun Ichuan suddenly retracted his gun and pulled back the bow. Pun. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The explosion of delayed spirit explosion suddenly erupted, causing Baijan to jump back to avoid the sharp edge. Chun Ichuan's power attribute was 104 points, and when the LV-2 delayed spirit explosion detonated, it equated to an attack reaching 468 points of power, if he didn't dodge. Serious injury was inevitable. However, upon landing, Baijan leaped forward again with his knife. You don't want to use it? Then I'll force you to. If you have the ability, try it. Chun Ichuan shouted, and a silver lightning flashed in his eyes. It was Domain Moon, Lake Silver Thunder. A circular lightning array with a radius of 5 meters unfolded from beneath his feet with the boy's shout. As Baijan approached with his knife, almost leaping in, there was no possibility of changing direction. The lightning attack, after entering the array, along with a subsequent lightning strike, arrived as expected. 2 lines of damage text appeared one after the other. -274. -2, 092. Chen Yichuan was taken aback. Bai Zhan's spirit power was surprisingly high. He reached LV2 with domain Moon Lake Silver Thunder, and the lightning damage received in the array was 5 times his spirit attribute, which meant 76. 5 spirit, resulting in 765 damage. Even if his combat power would ultimately weaken somewhat, it wouldn't be so low as to be under 30. A rough estimate indicated that this guy's spirit attribute definitely exceeded 50 points. While he was still stunned, Chen Yichuan was horrified to find that Bai Zhan, after being struck by lightning, did not retreat but advanced, charging forward with reckless strength to slash his knife. It wasn't a skill, just a simple slash. But Chen Yichuan felt that this strike was anything but simple. Ding! The boy instantly raised his silver gun, forcefully blocking it. Having crawled and fought for more than a year in his previous life, his combat experience was definitely not lacking, and coupled with his proficiency in using war spears, he was also adept with long guns. After blocking this strike, Chen Yichuan did not linger in battle and immediately distanced himself. At the same time, he began analyzing. Was it because of his high spirit attribute that his ordinary attacks contained spiritual power? That last slash was clearly not ordinary, but also seemed to be. Spirit. Intent. Could it be intent? Knife intent? Who exactly is Bai Zhan? Are you just going to keep running away? Chen Yichuan snapped back from his thoughts upon hearing this, then looked around. My teammates are already gaining the upper hand. The advantage is mine. Why should I fight you to the death? Hearing this, Bai Zhan finally took a closer look around. The situation was indeed as Chen Yichuan said. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment, then raised his head. It seems I don't have time to waste with you, Abai. Wolf the white giant wolf responded to the call and arrived behind Bai Zhan in a moment, lifting him up. Ready tactical A. Upon hearing this, Abai immediately lowered its body, and Bai Zhan also slightly bent his waist, sheathing his knife, then drawing it out half an inch. The next moment, Abai directly carried him and began to circle around the entire front line. Chen Yichuan frowned slightly. What skill is this? Such a big wind-up? However, he wouldn't obediently wait to be attacked. He raised his right hand and fired a sleeve cannon flame explosion at him, followed closely by a water ball, ice spike, wind pressure. One after another, but without exception, all were avoided by a Bai with its agile footwork. At this moment, 10 seconds had already passed. Feeling something was amiss, Chen Yichuan gritted his teeth, took out a silver-gray bullet, and placed it on the bowstring. Deuxième spirit explosion, triple instant explosion. Bai Zhan, who was circling around the front line, frowned, clearly feeling that something was off. What Chen Yichuan was about to unleash. There is no other way. Although there might be some flaws, it should be enough. Bai Zhan murmured to himself before abruptly commanding Abai to stop, crouching down. When a hint of blade light appeared from the palm of Bai Zhan's reverse knife grip, Chen Yichuan felt every hair on his body stand on end. This feeling he had experienced when he drew the mysterious crisis in his previous life. Yes, the feeling of death. Everyone, get down. As soon as Chen Yichuan's voice fell, Bai Zhan also opened his eyes. A sharp gaze filled with killing intent surged toward him. Intentional blade draw slash. Special bullet thunderous might. Chapter 95. Brother Chuan, I don't want this either. Deliberate. The moment these two words left his mouth, Bai Zhan's hand, which was gripping the knife handle, instantly withdrew. He drew his knife to slash. With the sound, the arc of the blade flew out rapidly. The speed was so fast, it was like a blink of an eye. But at the same time, Chen Yichuan's special bullet was already ready. Special bullet, Thunderous Force. Thunderous Force bullet, a special type of ammunition, single use, contains the natural thunder of nature, can be used as a crossbow bolt, bow bolt, or thrown object. Effect analysis. Upon hitting any target, the natural thunder energy contained within will be instantly released, forming a temporary thunderstorm area, where the natural thunder will automatically lock onto targets within the area, causing significant lightning damage. Rated damage. This damage is the rated damage of natural thunder and is not affected by the caster's mental attributes. The so-called any target naturally includes spiritual energy, but if you think that just detonating it can avoid it, then you are terribly mistaken, as this round bullet, filled with violent lightning elements, swept through the air. The reaction of the spiritual energy immediately triggered the thunder from the sky, and, at the same time, The triple delayed spirit explosion erupted. Like a fuse, it completely activated the thunderous force bullet. The thunder roared deafeningly. Wherever it passed, the thunderous force carved a long trench in the ground as if plowed by lightning. The silver-blue fluorescence still flickered on the charred earth. The scene was incredibly shocking. However, the arc of the blade that Baijan swung did not disappear. Instead, it pierced straight through the thunderstorm and grazed the boy's waist. Pain? In that moment, there was none. Chen Ichuan only felt a sudden disconnection from his lower body. Cut in half. But I'm wearing the Liuli heart protector, right? It should be able to withstand an unprotected attack, not exceeding level 10, right? Could it be that Baijan is already above level 28? And just as Chen Ichuan was hit, the thunderous force bullet also rushed past where Baijan was. Oh, the white giant wolf beneath him howled loudly, its white fur shimmering with a layer of silver light at that moment. The thunder swept by, but it only slightly weakened its momentum. However, Baijan on its back did not have that capability. As the thunder swept past, the terrifying damage value ruthlessly appeared, leaving no part of him unharmed. The high temperature burned away his clothes, leaving only fragments. The exposed skin could not withstand such scorching and was lacerated, with blood oozing that instantly carbonized and clung to the surface like a scab. Yet, within the gaps, faint red blood still flowed. Woo, woo, woo. Just as the thunder passed, the giant wolf, now returned to white, began to pant anxiously, then locked its vengeful gaze onto Chen Ichuan. But just as it was about to act, bye. Upon hearing the sound, the giant wolf's movements immediately lessened, showing a very docile demeanor. Go, woo. After responding, the giant wolf suddenly turned and ran off into the distance. Evidently, Baijan's command took precedence over its instincts. This battle, up to this point, could be considered over, but the aftermath it left behind. Gulp. Chen Ichuan's eyelids twitched, and a mouthful of dark blood spilled from his lips, his legs, having lost the support of his spine, first softened then collapsed. Finally, bang, his unsupported upper body crashed to the ground. Master, you! Frog cried out anxiously, its sleeves twitching slightly. Don't come out. I'm not going to die. Chen Ichuan scolded in his heart. Though he stopped Frog's movements, the blood had already begun to flow out uncontrollably. If this trend continues, he would probably bleed to death in less than half a minute. There was no time to think about why the Liuli heart protector had not taken effect. The urgent matter was to save his life. Chen Ichuan's thoughts moved, taking out a pill from his space ring and raising his hand to bring it to his mouth. But at that moment, a slightly trembling foot stepped on his forearm. You! The boy stared wide-eyed, and this person was Hao Zhao. Hao Zhao's face showed a bit of awkwardness, but a firm determination was firmly set in his eyes. Brother Chuan, I don't want this either. But you understand, in this world, strength is so important. If you want to blame someone, blame the good things you've shown a bit too much. While saying this, he was about to stab down with a knife, which was actually bought for him by Chen Ichuan. But suddenly, sizzle, boom, hiss. Two sounds erupted almost simultaneously. In an instant, Hao Zhao paid the price for his actions, ending up in a dire situation. The right arm holding the sword was severed by Dongfang Yinyan's strike, while the left foot stepping on Chen Ichuan's forearm was shattered by a sudden lightning storm. The source of this lightning storm was simply the thunder light piercing bullet added with the delayed spear explosion. As for how it was triggered, the thunder light piercing bullet can be used as a crossbow bolt, bow bolt, or thrown object. It just needs to hit the target. So why not hit Hao Zhao's leg? It would definitely penetrate, and with the delayed spear explosion, this special bullet exploded right in the middle of Hao Zhao's leg, leading to such an outcome. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon-scaled, long knife fell, leaving Hao Zhao with only one hand and one foot, continuously retreating, his eyes filled with fear of death. Don't kill me, please. Zhao Ge, oh Zhao Ge, you are really disappointing. Dongfang Yinyan stepped closer, still holding the bleeding greatsword. But behind him came Chen Ichuan's voice. Big Yinzi. What the hell, Brother Chuan? Upon hearing Chen Ichuan's voice, Dongfang Yinyan suddenly remembered that the latter was now only half a person left. Treating his injuries was far more important than killing that Hao Zhao. The big fool hurried over to help him up. Hey, don't. Chun Ichuan quickly shouted, given his life-threatening injuries. Moving around would only worsen his vitality. Huh? The pill. Just give me the pill. Oh. Also, you're stepping on my lower half. Hey, didn't it already become useless? Useless my ass. It can still be reattached. A perfectly good lower body. How can it be discarded? It was just cut open, not blown apart. All the parts are still intact, okay? Oh. Is this the pill? Yes. Hurry up, I'm freaking dying here. Fortunately. Although Dongfang Yinyan is a big guy and a bit foolish. He has not a shred of malice in his character. Otherwise, as long as he restrained Chun Ichuan, he would have profited immensely. The process was thrilling, but everything went smoothly. During this time, the other four also reacted, pushing aside the corpses of the ferocious beasts and crawling out covered in blood. Upon seeing Chun Ichuan's horrific injuries, they all gasped. Not long after, the boy held the pill. Beads of sweat as big as beans slid down his forehead, and he gasped for breath before speaking. Right now, help me reattach it. Oh. A response came, but it left everyone a bit flustered. Don't mix it up. Who knew that as soon as Chun Ichuan finished speaking, Shi Xiaoyu cried out anxiously, no. It's this side with Kuan, that S the front. It's reversed. What the hell? Can you guys do it or not? Chapter 96. Only death can stop greed. These 5 people are not doctors after all. Having them perform the operation is akin to asking beggars to enter the courtyard. In just a few seconds, they were misaligned here and there, but fortunately, the incision was very neat, and it was finally secured. At that moment, the pill that Chun Ichuan had in his mouth finally went down his throat. As the pill rolled into the esophagus and a strand of spiritual energy permeated in, the overwhelming life energy immediately burst forth, causing the boy's arms to flex up. Before long, the flesh and blood at the severed point of his upper body began to twitch slightly. The dead skin was pushed outward by the newly grown, tender flesh, rising like a mountain before falling away, revealing flawless skin beneath. The entire process was visible to the naked eye. This terrifying recovery effect left the few people around dumbfounded with their eyes wide open. He could grow back even after being bisected. This W.C. Tao, he was stunned for a long time. But in the end, he chose the simplest and most direct adjective to express his feelings at that moment. Sheng Tianxiang. Brother Chuan, this thing can definitely be recorded in history, right? Tang Bei. Exactly, if we had this, how many casualties could we reduce in Jilong City? Dongfang Yinyan. Yeah, this is a super band-aid, right? Shi Xiaoyu, after being stunned for a long time, asked, then if I have a grudge against someone, can I bisect her repeatedly? As her voice fell, aside from the sound of the river flowing into the sea, there was no other sound. Why are you all looking at me like that? Am I wrong? You must be a devil. Chun Ichuan broke the silence directly, remembering to never provoke this woman. It could be deadly. Repeatedly bisecting someone. Is that even okay? The other 4 men fell silent. They didn't need Chun Ichuan to say anything. They had already understood this point when they jumped off the cliff. This woman is indeed not to be trifled with. The pill that could reconnect severed bodies was undoubtedly one of Chun Ichuan's life-saving methods. The regeneration capsule of the starfish. Regeneration capsule of the starfish. Made from the regeneration factors within the starfish mixed with auxiliary materials. It can completely heal bodily injuries in a very short time without leaving a trace. Level restriction. Usable below level 25. Crafting quality. Purple. Excellent. This item was made by Chun Ichuan after obtaining the alchemist's secondary profession, and the raw materials naturally came from the banks of the Great River. It belongs to the category that has a formula, but cannot be crafted without the relevant profession. All right, fully revived, next. The boy's voice deepened as he picked up the dragon-scale long knife from the ground and slowly walked towards Hao Zhao. Seeing him approach, Hao Zhao used his remaining hand and foot to frantically rub backward. Why are you? Just as he was shocked by how Chun Ichuan could recover, he immediately reacted and said, Chuan brother. No. Brother Chuan dad, Chuan grandpa. You. Please spare my miserable life. However, Chun Ichuan, who had already walked up to him, directly plunged a knife through his right lung, stopping his retreat. I know. I was wrong. The boy remained silent, and the next knife pierced directly into the left side of his throat. not allowing him to die immediately, leaving him with a breath. Only then did he slowly speak. "Brother Zhao, you must understand one thing. Once the greed Pandora's box is opened, it can never be closed again." With Aishu, as the voice fell, the dragon scale long knife, just like its suffix, severed the head of its previous owner. Only death can stop greed. Behind the boy, the 5 people shivered at this scene. But they also understood that this was something that had to be done. Hao Zhao was indeed deserving of death. After dealing with him, Chen Yichuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. In the end, this round didn't count as a loss. At least he had indirectly verified Dongfang Yinyan's naive nature. As for Hao Zhao, in fact, he had some suspicions since the beginning of the journey. But he didn't expect this guy to rise up when he was severely injured. He truly hadn't thought it through enough. If he had taken more protective measures, let alone Hao Zhao, Baijian probably wouldn't have had the chance to bisect him. It's a pity that he still couldn't figure out why he was bisected. With this matter settled, the battlefield by the riverbank was also tidied up. "Brother Chuan, there are a total of 7 yellow roulette and 19 white roulette, and the materials from the fierce beasts have been separated according to the method you taught. Thank you for your hard work. We can split the roulette evenly." "How can that be?" Sheng Tianxiang immediately interjected. "We were only responsible for holding off the fierce beasts. You were the one who really killed them, so you should take 40 or more of the spoils. I can take 1/5 of the remaining 60, which is 12. Shi Xiaoyu stated. "I have no problem with that." "I have no problem either." Since the conversation had reached this point, Chen Yichuan could only smile and agree. 40% of the spoils meant 2 yellow roulette and 5 white roulette, but Chen Yichuan only took 4 white ones. And after the experience with Shichi Miao, everyone began to value time currency as well. After collecting everything, they also divided it according to proportion. Once the spoils were distributed, it was time to head home. With double experience done, the class transfer altar would undoubtedly become a hot potato again, sure to attract the attention of surrounding forces, both large and small. Moreover, even forces from outside the Jiangnan settlement would come rushing in. But before leaving, "Taozi, help me make a hole in this cliff so I can refine something before going back. The Long Tu and the others might not be able to hold on for a few days." "Brother Chuan, are you going to make pills again?" "Chen Yichuan, what do you mean by making pills?" "I'm refining medicine." Close enough, close enough." That said, Tao didn't move slowly. He quickly used his steel shield to poke a circle of holes in the cliff, and finally, with a strong punch, Poulon! The broken stones scattered everywhere. And a cave tall enough for 2 people was thus artificially created. Seeing this, the others skillfully sat at the cave's edge, taking on a role of guards. As this was outdoors and fierce beasts could appear at any time, Chen Yichuan was also unceremonious, walking into the cave and pulling out the Qingyan Yaoyan furnace. While his eyes glimmered and his aura immediately calmed down. Without a doubt, at this moment, he had activated the alchemist's secondary profession. This trip to the Jiangdong battlefield had been fruitful for both him and the team, and the gains could be described as abundant. Certainly more than just a simple level increase. Among these, there were several materials that Chen Yichuan had been paying attention to. Some belonged to him, and some to Wawa. Before this, there were a few skills that could be researched first, namely the Wind Thunder King Kong Fist obtained from Jing Kuai, and the Collapse Spirit, Annihilation Arrow obtained from Jing Yu. In their spatial rings, only these 2 skill books could be considered valuable. As for the rest, there were 3 excellent quality longevity pills. It goes without saying who refined them. Just wait, my good sister. Chapter 97. Earth Split Lava Bullet Plus. Inside the cliff cave, the young man looked at the 2 scrolls in his hand, and a corresponding attribute panel window immediately popped up. Wind Thunder Diamond Fist. Martial Arts. Attack Skill. A powerful punch infused with wind and thunder elements, swung forward after charging. Effect Analysis. This is a dual attack martial art, dealing both physical and mental damage. The physical attack damage is 3 times the user's strength value, while the impact damage from wind and thunder energy is 5 times the user's mental attribute. Skill consumption of spiritual power, 125 points. Skill cooldown time, 24. 5 seconds. The effect is decent, but the cooldown time is a bit long. After reading it, Chen Yichuan immediately tossed it outside. "Taozi, this is for you." "Huh? I can't be the punching gorilla. This kind of silly thing is better left to you. Tao Yi. You could just give the item without the personal attack, right? And why does it sound so much like it? So rude. Of course. Despite Tao Yi feeling this way deep down, he understood Chun Ichuan's intention. He was afraid he wouldn't accept it, so he used this kind of rhetoric. But still, so rude. The young man in the cliff cave didn't have time to deal with these thoughts, as his attention was already on the second window. Crushing Spirit Annihilation Arrow. Crossbow, archery skill. Condenses crushing spirit power to launch an annihilation arrow forward, or can gather crushing spirit power into a thrown object before throwing it. Effect analysis. Crushing spirit power will disintegrate upon contact with spiritual power aggregates. If it directly hits, it will deal 5 times the caster's mental attribute damage and put the target into a stagnant spirit state. Stagnant spirit. The next gathering of spiritual power will definitely fail. Skill consumption of spiritual power, 180 points. Skill cooldown time, 45 seconds. Goodness silence? Although it's only once, the practicality of this skill is completely sufficient, especially when the opponent is a ferocious beast. The sudden silence could very well become the key to victory. Learning Crushing Spirit Annihilation Arrow, approximately, will take 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Confirm? Since it's a good skill, is there any need to consider whether to learn it or not? Confirm. While learning the skill, no other actions can be taken, but fortunately, the time is not long. And throughout the process, the brain continuously demonstrates the skill's usage, so it isn't boring. And when the progress bar finished, learning completed, after finishing the skill, Chen Ichuan glanced at his combat power, an extra 50 points. Combat power affects final damage, so having a higher value is naturally better. I discovered a bug. Equipment was not set to add combat power, but adding it now feels a bit abrupt. We'll fix it later. Tanbai, wow, I have one too. Tang Bei said in surprise as he received a scroll tossed by Chun Ichuan. With me, you can't be shortchanged, right? Hey, thanks, Brother Chuan. I didn't follow the wrong person. Chun Ichuan smiled without saying a word, then began to busy himself with other things. The increase in combat power isn't just about attributes and combat strength. For him, as a special bullet ranger, sufficiently strong special ammunition is the foundation of output. In the end, marksmanship is just a guarantee for close combat. He fired Demon Flower, Heart of the Blaze Sea Python. And this, please specify the prize you want. 1. Bone Cancer 2. Bad Blood Disease 3. Split Coin 1, 204. Damaged Life-Size Barbie Doll 5. Fiery Blood Red Snake 3. 9. White Longevity Pill 210. Earth Fire Spiritual Gel 10 kilograms. This is a medium quality yellow roulette, which was what Chen Ichuan chose when dividing the spoils earlier. After the voice appeared in his mind, he immediately shouted in his heart, I choose 10. Congratulations on winning. Earth Fire Spiritual Gel 10 kilograms. Damn, didn't win again. Seeing a transparent jar filled with fiery red liquid appear on the ground, Chen Ichuan couldn't help but mockingly curse. As his voice fell, a comforting voice came from outside the cliff cave. Get used to it, Brother Chuan. Winning is a coincidence. Not winning is the norm. Sigh. A long sigh came from the cave. Then, the young man secretly smiled in his heart. The 3 main materials have been gathered, and the remaining auxiliary materials were all laid out on the ground. Next, according to the sequence of the recipe in his mind, he tossed them into the Qingyan Radiant Flame Furnace, igniting a furnace of alchemical fire using spiritual power. Refining. 5 minutes and 44 seconds remaining. Less than 6 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Refining completed. Obtained. Unnamed bullet 6. As 6 bullets rolled out of the furnace mouth, a faint smile appeared on the young man's face. I'll call you Earth Split Lava Bullet plus naming successful. The recipe has been automatically saved. Made in one go, as expected of me. As an alchemist, this is a being that can turn decay into legend. In his previous life, Chun Ichuan gradually made a name for himself relying on this secondary profession. With the arrival of life devouring, humanity lacked inheritance. Many things were concocted and created by alchemists themselves, including Chun Ichuan special bullets. Since it was self-concocted, there is naturally a success rate, and the probability of making it in one go is not high. Chun Ichuan quickly checked the upgraded Earth Split Lava Bullet. Earth Split Lava Bullet Plus. Alchemical product, one-time consumable. A product rich in fire and earth element energy, can be used as crossbow bolts, bow shots, or thrown objects. Effect analysis. Upon contact with the ground, it will explode with the contained dual elements of fire and earth affecting the surrounding spiritual power, creating an irreversible flowing lava area with a radius of 6 meters, causing extremely high damage. Rated damage. The elemental damage at the time of explosion is 13. 5 times the caster's mental attribute, and the flowing lava will cause continuous burn damage to targets with fire resistance below 90 until the lava solidifies. Level restriction, level 20 and above. Production quality, purple, exquisite. Hey, not bad. The materials used to refine this bullet are all at least yellow quality. And that fire demon flower is even close to purple quality. Through the purification and refinement of the Qingyan Radiant Flame Furnace, achieving purple exquisite quality is not surprising. The alchemical furnace raises the quality by 1 level. And the alchemist's secondary profession also has a corresponding upgrade. It's a pity that the materials obtained this time are only enough to upgrade the Earth Split Lava Bullet. There are no higher level materials for other special bullets for now. After all, this is the Jiangdong battlefield, primarily full of ferocious sea beasts, with attributes mostly being water and fire. There is water in the sea, and among the corresponding nemesis, there is fire. Water and fire do not coexist. And speaking of water, Ribbit, are you ready to get stronger? Guaning Frog, Uhibi, get stronger, get stronger. Hoo Master V5. Chapter 98. Frog Fun, it's so big. Then, let's begin. This time, he has collected quite a bit of material suitable for the frog. As for why, just one thing. The second round of breeding for pets is not like the first round. The first round is like painting on a blank canvas. Whatever you write is what it is, while the second round is like compiling and changing program code, with the possibility of failure. Even if the strategy is given to you, there is still a chance of failure. Before the real action begins, let's warm up a bit. With his thoughts settled, the young man turned his back, fully expanding his mind, keeping the frog's matters under wraps for now. But soon, this matter could be brought out in the open. The few people outside didn't ask much, just assumed Chun Ichuan was concentrating on alchemy. Come on, frog. Let's try to enhance the chain water ball first. With that said, a row of water-type materials was placed in front of him, looking no better than the previous Earth Dragon Tail. The overall